Late at night inside a cheap internet cafe near the north gate of Jiangxing University. Lu Chun, with dark circles under his eyes, his fingers flying over the keyboard, was engaged in a high-level game boosting session. Don't worry, boss, they'll definitely carry this round. If we lose, you'll refund. Just as the crystal was about to explode, the screen suddenly froze. Then a pop-up ad with a cheap browser game style directly ignored the full-screen game and forcibly occupied the entire monitor. If you were thrown into a post-apocalyptic survival, please choose 3 items from the following as your initial survival supplies. How would you choose? 1. Find a campus bell-level goddess who is absolutely obedient to you style random. 2. Enough compressed biscuits and purified water for 3 years. 3. A golden desert eagle with infinite bullets. 4. Random scrayed combat talent. 5. All attribute enhancement potion 10. 6. A Chengdu lowly with super comprehensive combat capabilities. What the hell? Are you kidding me? Lu Chun stared at the frozen game screen, his mentality instantly shattered. The rogue ads these days are completely insane. Not only is there no close button, but they even put a fake X button. If you click it, you'll immediately be redirected to another web page. I choose your grandpa. Close it. Lu Chun was anxious to switch back to the game. As a poor freshman at Jiangxing University, in order to scrape together enough for next semester's tuition and living expenses, he worked part-time delivering food during the day and took game boosting orders at night. However, just as he was about to open the task manager and force close the pop-up ad, 3-1 options were automatically entered into the input box on the screen. Ding. System confirmed. Ding. System confirmed. You have selected option 1 3 times consecutively. Hidden trigger, multiple selection stacking. Damn it. Forced sale? Who the hell wants to choose a campus bell? If there really is an apocalypse ID, definitely choose the golden desert eagle. Lu Chun was so angry, he almost smashed the keyboard. If it were a real apocalypse, only an idiot would choose a woman. You'd definitely choose a gun, food, and scrayed combat talent. This was clearly one of those trash browser games that trick you into recharging. Without even thinking, the next step would definitely be a pop-up asking for a 3,000 recharge to add a one-on-one female game assistant. However, before he could even curse, the text on the screen suddenly began to twist and spin, turning into a bottomless black vortex. A tremendous suction force erupted. What the hell? Leaking electricity or graphics card exploded. Before Lu Chun could finish his words, he instantly lost consciousness. Achoo! A sudden piercing chill hit him, and Lu Chun sneezed violently. He snapped his eyes open, feeling as if he had been thrown from a warm gaming chair into a freezer set at minus 20 degrees. Damn. Netbar manager. Did you set the air conditioner to below 0? Trying to freeze me to death. Lu Chun instinctively shrank his neck, cursing as he reached out to feel for the mouse and keyboard. But instead of a warm mouse, his hand touched a handful of mud mixed with ice shards. Huh. Lu Chun was stunned. He looked up blankly. What met his eyes was no longer the smoke-filled internet cafe booth. Above his head was a gray sky, oppressive and suffocating. Beneath his feet was frozen hard tundra with withered grass shivering in the cold wind. In the distance, mist rolled, and occasionally the howls of unknown beasts could be heard, sending chills down his spine. Where the hell is this? Lu Chun was dumbfounded, his mind buzzing. Who unplugged my internet? Before he could figure out the situation, rows of blood-red text appeared directly before his eyes. Welcome to the Forsaken Land, Thriller Paradise. Global humans have been deployed. The survival game officially begins. Your current region is Jiangxing District, Southern Jiang Province. 1000 people in this area have been deployed to Frozen Zone C0372. Game rules are as follows. 1. The first 3 days are a beginner safety period with danger levels significantly reduced. Cherish this only development opportunity. 2. Days are relatively safe. Hurry to collect supplies. Nights belong to monsters. Those without a house won't survive tonight. 3. The Forsaken Land is extremely dangerous. No creature can be trusted. Remember, no creature. 4. The dangers here include extreme weather, mutated beasts, zombies, horrors. Your initial shelter has been generated. Turn around to check. Please strive to survive until the end in this horror survival game. The text flickered for a few seconds, then turned into a translucent data panel that shrank to the lower right corner of his vision. I just randomly filled in an option, and it actually transported me. And it's a global deployment. Lu Chun rubbed his frozen arms, adapting quickly. As a veteran gamer and web novel reader, he was all too familiar with this kind of global data system trope. Alright, since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. As long as I don't die on arrival, it's fine. Lu Chun turned around, full of anticipation. The system said everyone has a shelter. According to the tropes, I should at least get a sturdy wooden cabin or a small courtyard with a wall right. At the very least, a cave that can block the wind would do. However, when he saw the building before him, Lu Chun's expression froze instantly. Amidst a gloomy, desolate, and eerie wasteland backdrop, there stood a flamboyant pink wooden hut with a rather coquettish decoration style. A crooked neon sign hung at the entrance, though not powered on. The words, "Made Cafe," were still clearly visible. Lu Chun took a deep breath, unwilling to give up, and pushed the door open. Since it's a cafe, there should be plenty of water and bread, right? At least food won't be an issue in the early stages. But reality slapped him hard. The interior decoration was luxurious. In the center was an expensive Italian leather booth so soft it felt like sitting on a cloud. The counter was spotless, and on it sat a brand new expensive-looking semi-automatic coffee machine. On the walls hung neatly arranged sets of black and white lace-made uniforms. However, there was no food or water at all. Damn, Lu Chun was completely unsettled. There were all kinds of decorations, but not a drop of water, not even coffee beans. This was completely wasting money on useless things. All show and no substance. Just as Lu Chun was feeling speechless, a light, golden system prompt slowly appeared before his eyes. Congratulations. You have obtained the world's only hidden building made Cafe SS Grade LV. 1 damage. Congratulations. You have obtained an exclusive SS Grade shelter skill. 1. View resume. As the owner you have the authority to view resumes and hire. 2. Recruitment. You can recruit survivors to sign a maid contract. After recruitment, you have absolute control over the maid staff. Additionally, by recruiting high-scoring maids, you as the owner can also obtain an extra special talent. Note: the higher the maid's score, the richer the reward. Current available recruitment slots 01. Upgrade the shelter level to unlock more slots. For every 2 levels of shelter upgrade, the number of staff increases by 1. Bonus novice supply, chest white 1. Note: the higher the maid's score, the richer the reward. For every 2 levels of shelter upgrade, the number of staff increases by 1. Seeing the words absolute control, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He subconsciously stroked his chin, a playful look appearing in his eyes. SS grade building, no wonder it's unique. Other lower grade made cafes probably don't have an SS grade ability like mine, right? But wait, didn't I just choose 3 ones? Where are my different style campus bells? At this moment, several other icons at the edge of his vision caught Lu Chen's attention. Chat trade map friends backpack. Lu Chen casually opened chat. Note: currently in novice protection period. Only regional channel C0372 is open. Online count 100, 001, 0000. As soon as the channel opened, a flood of chat messages instantly scrolled by, dizzying. I awakened the system. Ha, I knew I wasn't ordinary. I want to be a happy superhero. Stop messing around. Everyone has a system. I suggest you pay more attention to the survival info in the system prompts. Help. What the hell is this place? I was just sleeping and I woke up in the wilderness and am not even wearing pants. I got in a grade thatched hut. It's leaking wind from all sides. This is going to freeze me to death. Haha, I'm better off. I have a crate thatched hut with a built-in stove. At least heating isn't a problem. Does anyone know how to quit the game? In the young master of the Yida group. If anyone sends me back, I'll give them 5 million. The guy above stopped dreaming. Haven't you read the system prompt? It's a global transmigration. We can't go back. Amidst all the wailing, Lu Chen's sharp eyes caught a familiar ID. Lin Xingxue, anyone have a fire? Or extra wood? My tent is leaking wind and am so cold. I can trade with a watch. This is a Patek Philippe worth 1.5 million. Lin Xingxue. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. This name was very famous at Jiangda. She was the campus belle of the incoming freshman class, reportedly extremely wealthy with a cold and stunning beauty that was the subject of many boys' dreams. He didn't expect this young lady to also be deployed in C0372, and her start seemed a bit rough. A tent. Perfect time to try out my newly acquired SS grade ability. Lu Chen clicked on Lin Qingsu's avatar and activated the ability, View Resume. The next moment, Lin Qingsu's attribute panel information popped up before Lu Chen's eyes. Name: Lin Xingxue. Appearance: 94, cold campus belle, ethereal temperament, figure 93, golden ratio, perfect clothes hanger, specialties, grade plan affinity, she is nature's darling, a grade, cooking, delicate taste, of a rich girl, a grade, management ability, contract effect exclusive, after signing all creatures in the shelter, have 50 life recovery speed, and you will unlock an extra talent. Nature's gift, activate daily to randomly obtain an extra high-grade ingredient or herb. Overall score, 93. System evaluation, a fallen white swan. The apocalypse will continuously break down her psychological defenses. Conquer her pride at the right time, and you will have a perfect housekeeper who can manage all your logistics. Overall score, 93. System evaluation, a fallen white swan. The apocalypse will continuously break down her psychological defenses. Conquer her pride at the right time, and you will have a perfect housekeeper who can manage all your logistics. Such an impressive panel. Looking at Lin Qingsu's board, which could be described as a golden legend, Lu Chen felt as if he was being blinded by its brilliance. Not only were her appearance and figure both rated above 90, but she also came with 1 grade ability and 2 grade abilities. If he could recruit Lin Qingxue as his maid shop assistant, just the daily random extra special skill of obtaining a high-grade ingredient or medicinal herb would guarantee his most basic living supplies in the apocalypse. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's heart burned with fervor. As soon as Lin Qingxue's message came out, the channel immediately became lively. Passerby, hilarious. Beauty, the Qing dynasty is over. It's the apocalypse now. Can that broken watch of yours serve as food or fuel? It's worthless, okay? Passerby B, don't overthink it, this is definitely not a prank. No holographic projection can achieve such realistic touch. Everyone face reality. First scavenge supplies according to the tips. Survival is key. Wang Hao, yo, isn't this Lin the school beauty? Wang Hao. We met at the student council. Wang Hao, my initial building is a grocery store. Haha, I don't lack fire or food. Lin school beauty, I don't want that watch, it's trash. But well, you could trade some intimate clothing or shoot a customized video with me. You know what I want, he. Passerby C, holy crap, a grocery store. Isn't that starting with a supermarket? Big shot, please take me along. Got any room for a leg charm? I am Lin Kingsu's dog. Wang Hao, you're taking advantage of the situation, right? So cringe. Wang Hao, stop blabbering, I have supplies, so am the boss. If you don't like it, suck it up. Can you come beat me up through the internet? Looking at the chaotic chat records, Lu Chun shook his head and silently closed the panel. He had just thought it over and decided not to directly try using the recruitment skill on Lin Qingxue. Everyone had just arrived in the apocalypse, and he didn't believe the lofty school beauty Lin would immediately agree to become his maid. Moreover, the resume panel had just said to wait for the right moment. Wait a bit longer at least until I solve my own safety issues first. Lu Chun looked around and couldn't help shivering. This damn place had a temperature of at least minus 20 or 30 degrees. If he couldn't start a fire, he wouldn't need to wait for nighttime beasts to eat him. Head freeze into an ice sculpture first. First check the specific attributes of this house. With a thought, Lu Chun called up the panel. Building made Cafe LV. 1 damaged. Integrity 65 drafty, cannot withstand severe cold. Upgrade requirements wood 50, stone 20. Upgrade effect repair walls, simple campfire, indoor temperature 5C, unlock employee dormitory. Indeed, it's in damaged state. Lu Chun sighed, his gaze falling on the still faintly glowing newbie supply chest white. Hope it drops something useful. I don't expect a fully loaded M4. Even an entrenching tool or hunting knife would do. Lu Chun rubbed his frozen hands and blew warm air into his palms. Luck bless me. Open. Crack, a flash of white light. Congratulations. Obtained whole wheat bread 6 slices per pack. Congratulations. Obtained mineral water 500 milliliters 3. Congratulations. Obtained tool cast iron hand axe white 1. A dark hand axe appeared in Lu Chun's hands. Cast iron hand axe attack 5, lumbering efficiency 20. A master of splitting firewood and handy for splitting zombie skulls too. Good stuff. Got a melee weapon. Lu Chun swung it twice, hearing the whoosh of wind. With this he could get wood. With wood he could light a fire for warmth and upgrade the house. He glanced out the window. Though the wind was bitter, it was still daylight. The reed-eat monsters in the mist seemed wary of the sunlight, only lurking at a distance. The first 3 days are the safety period. I must seize the time. While those fools are still arguing in the channel, I need to gather more supplies and fix this drafty pink hut. Lu Chun bit into a cold piece of bread and tucked the axe into his belt. He pushed open the wooden door with a welcome sign and plunged into the raging snowstorm. Who? The moment he opened the door, a wave of cold instantly enveloped him. Lu Chun couldn't help shivering. So cold. Lu Chun tightened his thin hoodie, pulling the zipper all the way to his chin, leaving only his eyes exposed to vigilantly survey the surroundings. Though the system said daytime was relatively safe, this hellish weather itself was the deadliest killer. Warning: current outdoor temperature 22°C. If no measures are taken, your body temperature will drop to danger level in 60 minutes, continuously deducting health at 5 points per hour. Only then did Lu Chun realize that he also had a corresponding status panel. Name: Lu Chun. Level 1. Status: healthy. Strength 10, Spirit 9, Agility 9, Constitution 10. Current HB 100,100. Current Sanity 9,090. Current Satiety 50,100. 1 hour. Lu Chun glanced at the newly appeared cold countdown timer in the corner of his vision, and his eyes instantly turned sharp. There was no cold countdown in the room just now, but it appeared as soon as I stepped out. So if I return to the shelter within an hour, will the countdown reset? He tightened his grip on the dark cast iron hand axe, his gaze locked onto a dead black pine tree nearest to the cafe. First chop the tree. Lu Chun strode over without any more words, raised the axe, and began to hack furiously. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds echoed far across the desolate wilderness. True to its word, the system-issued cast iron hand axe was a miracle tool with its built-in 20 lumbering efficiency. After only 35 or so swings, the bolthic dead tree emitted a crisp crack and collapsed with a roar. Then a magical scene occurred. The fallen dead tree did not remain intact, but like in a game quickly decomposed and shrank in a flash of white light. Ding. Obtained rough wood 2. Ding. Obtained branch 1. Lumbering EXP 1. Watching the supplies automatically fly into his system backpack, Lu Chun's heart rejoiced. Fully automatic decomposition. That's great, saves me from having to carry the wood back myself. This game-like feedback mechanism turned the originally tedious labor into a thrilling experience. Though his hands were numb from the recoil and his palms throbbed with pain watching the numbers jump in his backpack, the pleasure of hoarding resources instantly overwhelmed the cold. Keep going. Strip this whole area bald. Lu Cheng, like an indefatigable machine, swung his axe madly around the cafe. Only when the cold countdown was down to the last few minutes, and his limbs had grown stiff from the cold, did he run quickly back to the maid cafe. As soon as he entered, a wave of warmth enveloped him. The countdown stopped and began to slowly recover. Lu Chun collapsed onto the luxurious sofa, quickly calculating the pattern. Resting indoors for 2 minutes only offsets 1 minute of outdoor cold accumulation. In other words, for every hour spent outside, I need to warm up indoors for 2 hours. The time cost was too high. Except for the night, when he couldn't go out, the effective time he could truly use during the day might only be 5 or 6 hours. Sitting on the soft luxury sofa, Lu Chun almost sank into it. He took out the remaining half slice of whole wheat bread from his pocket and swallowed it with a few mouthfuls of mineral water. After resting enough, he went out again to continue chopping trees. In the following time, Lu Chun strictly executed the cycle: extreme work outside, quick warm-up inside. Wood 1. Wood 2. Stone 1. Picking up large rocks on the ground, automatically converted. As his backpack gradually swelled, Lu Chun unknowingly walked more than 200 meters away from the cafe. Here the trees were taller and more twisted, like countless gnarled ghost shadows obscuring the sky even darker. Something's wrong. Lu Chun abruptly stopped, exhaling a puff of white breath. The surroundings were too quiet. Besides the bangs of his chopping, he could hear no wind, not even the chirping of birds. Moreover, the gray mist that had been far off seemed to be creeping closer as the sun tilted to the west. Hiss! An eerie feeling of being watched crawled up his spine. He instinctively gripped his axe tighter and whirled around. Behind him was only a gray, misty forest, nothing visible, but the sense of impending dread grew stronger. Growl! Suddenly a low, suppressed roar came from the thick mist directly ahead to his left. The sound wasn't like a lion or a tiger, more like the wheeze of someone with phlegm stuck in their throat. Then the mist churned and 2 points of scarlet light flashed briefly in the fog less than 50 meters away. They were eyes filled with hunger and greed. Greedy monster. Lu Chen's pupils contracted violently, his heart pounding. Although the system said the first 3 days were safe and daytime was relatively safe, that didn't mean monsters didn't exist, just that their aggro range was smaller. If he got too close, he would definitely be torn apart. Can't be greedy. Time to retreat. Lu Chen glanced at his backpack. Wood 52, branch 7, stone 23. He already had enough materials to upgrade the house. Though there was still over an hour until sunset, Lu Chen knew well that trying to grab that last bit of resources was often the start of a delivery run. What use would wood and stone be if he lost his life? So the most important thing was to go back and upgrade the cafe to level 2. Retreat. Lu Chun turned decisively, stepping lightly, ready to follow the path back to the cafe. However, just as he turned around, a huge boulder, a strange color, caught the corner of his eye. In the crevice behind the boulder, half buried, lay a frozen human corpse. And in the corpse's arms was clutched a small box the size of a palm. The box emitted a faint, eerie green light. A green treasure chest. Lu Chen's breath caught. According to typical game logic, white is common, green means uncommon. The system starter pack was only white. What good things could be inside a green chest? A big gold. At that thought, Lu Chen's breathing grew ragged. He who had intended to retreat quickly halted in his tracks. Damn, plans have changed. Lu Chen stared intently at the pair of faintly visible crimson eyes within the mist, then glanced at the green treasure chest 10 meters away. He could clearly feel his heart pounding violently. As long as he didn't make a big commotion, that massive creature probably wouldn't notice him. Fortune favors the bold. Lu Chen clenched his jaw, his palms drenched in cold sweat, as he tightly gripped the axe. Screw it. Worst case, he'll just have to get up close and personal. He took a deep, knife-like breath of frigid air, lowered his center of gravity, and crept forward like a hunting cat, silent and stealthy. 5 meters. 3 meters. 1 meter. Right there. Lu Chun didn't reach out immediately. Instead, he held his breath and cautiously scanned the snow around the chest. In the dim light, he clearly saw several dry branches half buried in the snow, strategically positioned near his foothold. Ha, classic move. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth as he silently mocked. According to the cliched developments in those cheesy movies and novels, as soon as the protagonist gets excited and steps on them, there would definitely be a crisp crack that awakens the monster, triggering a life-or-death escape. I got tired of this trope 800 years ago. You think you can fool me? He took a deep breath, carefully lifted his legs high, and easily stepped over all the suspicious branches, stopping steadily in front of the chest. The moment his fingers touched the cold metal shell of the chest, a system notification chimed. Obtained abandoned explorer's chest, green. Got it. A surge of ecstasy washed over him. Lu Chun hugged the chest firmly with both hands, held his breath, and lifted it. Just then, crack. A sound extremely faint yet piercingly sharp in the dead silent mist rang out. The smile on Lu Chen's face instantly froze. He stiffly looked down. There, hidden right where the chest had been, lay 2 sharp-edged pebbles. As the chest was lifted, the stones, freed from the weight, knocked against each other on the hard snow crust, producing that fatal crisp sound. Damn. So the trap that's impossible to guard against was buried here. Roar. Deep within the mist, a pair of crimson eyes blazed to life. The previously dormant monster erupted in fury, its heavy footsteps making the ground tremble. Accompanied by a nauseating, stinking wind, a massive black shadow like a heavy tank crashed through the mist, bearing down on Lu Chun. Damn, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. In the dim light, Lu Chun finally got a clear look at his opponent. A mutated giant beast 3 to 4 meters tall, its body rippling with muscles like a moving hill. Get up close and personal. Fat chance. With this size difference, one slap could turn him into pulp. Lu Chun didn't even dare to look a second time. Clutching the chest, he bolted. Run, run, run. This isn't a monster I can fight at my level. At that moment, the cold countdown in the bottom right corner of his vision showed only the last 5 minutes remaining. His body was growing stiff from hypothermia, and the thick snow clung to his legs like glue, each step demanding immense effort. The roars behind him grew closer, the stinking hot breath almost hitting the back of his head. The shadow of death had never been so clear. Ahead, the sanctuary loomed faintly in the dim mist, his only hope of survival. Faster. Move. Lu Chun's eyes were bloodshot, adrenaline surging as he unleashed the fastest speed of his life. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. The sound of the wind behind him was like death's scythe. Bang. Lu Chun practically hurled himself against the cafe's glass door, tumbling inside, and slammed the bolt home with the fastest reflexes of his life. Boom. The very next second, the lock clicked into place. A massive black shadow slammed violently against the glass door, shaking the entire cafe. It was a mutated gorilla covered in needle-like black fur, its size more imposing than a typical elephant. Its gaping fanged maw wide, it frantically clawed at the glass door, its claws screeching across the surface, leaving viscous drool smeared on the transparent barrier. Lu Chun collapsed onto the carpet, his chest heaving violently. Huff! Huff! He stared in terror at the colossal beast, just a thin pane of glass away, its bloodshot eyes fixed on him, as if it wanted to devour him whole. If he had been even 1 second slower, he would already be a pile of minced meat. Fortunately, the system didn't lie. Although this made Cafe looked run down, it seemed to have absolute rule-based suppression over monsters. The beast rampaged in fury for a while, but aside from dropping a few points of durability, it couldn't even shatter a single piece of glass. Finally, it let out 2 reluctant low growls, exhaled a puff of white breath, and turned to disappear into the thick fog. Only when the monster's footsteps had completely faded did Lu Chun feel his entire body go limp, as if his bones had turned to jelly. That was too intense. It was also the closest he had ever come to death. After a brief moment, to recover, the cold touch on his fingertips brought him back to his senses. Lu Chun looked down at the green chest he had protected so fiercely in his arms, and the corners of his mouth began to curl up uncontrollably. This haul was totally worth it. He struggled to his feet, and threw himself into the leather sofa, rubbing his frozen hands. Come on, let's see if what I risked my life for is actually worth it. Open the treasure chest. Open. Crack. With a pleasant clicking sound, the lid of the chest slowly swung open. Lu Chun leaned in to look, and the next second his pupils contracted sharply, and his breathing became rapid again. Holy crap. Jackpot. This is the real truth. At the bottom of the chest lay a black metal object emitting a faint cold gleam. Ding. Congratulations. Obtained Glock 17 tactical pistol green 1 ding. Congratulations. Obtained 9mm bullets 50 ding. Congratulations. Obtained blueprint basic snow water collection and purifier blue ding. Congratulations. Obtained spicy beef self-heating hot pot 3. Lu Chun eagerly grabbed the pistol. Its satisfying weight, the cold matte textured body, and the lines brimming with brutal aesthetics. For someone who had just been chopping wood like a caveman with an axe, this was a godsend. Glock 17 tactical pistol quality, excellent green attack power, 25 headshots, deal double damage magazine capacity, 17 rounds. Description: there's nothing one bullet can't solve. If there is, empty the magazine. In this wasteland, caliber is justice and range is truth. Click. Lu Chun expertly pulled the slide to chamber around, listening to the crisp metallic sound, a sense of unprecedented security washing over him. With this thing, if that gorilla dares to come back, he'll put a few clear holes in it. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Now that he held the truth in his hands, Lu Chun felt his backbone harden. An axe only allowed for melee combat with very little margin for error, but with a gun, it was a whole new ballgame. He then picked up the blueprint, glowing with a blue light. Blueprint basic snow water collection and purifier construction requirements: plastic 5. Wood 10. Filter cotton 2 can be substituted with rags. Function: automatically collects rain and snow, filtering it into drinkable pure water. Another life-saving resource. In this godforsaken place, the expensive espresso machine in the maid cafe was just a hunk of metal without water. With this, the essential survival problem of a water source was completely solved. As for the self-heating hot pot, Lu Chun stared at the bright red packaging, his throat involuntarily bobbing, as if he could already smell the spicy, savory aroma. Outside was a frozen hell of -20 or 30 degrees. If he could enjoy a steaming hot pot indoors, that feeling would be worth trading for anything, even a god's position. This gamble was totally worth it. Lu Chen packed everything away with satisfaction and glanced out the window. The sky was completely dark. Terrifying roars echoed from all directions 10 times more frequent than during the day, like a parade of 100 ghouls. But now Lu Chen sat on the leather sofa playing with the pistol, feeling utterly calm. Alright, I still have the main thing to do. He suddenly remembered that he had risked his life earlier working like a lumberjack just to repair this drafty sanctuary. Opening the system panel after that, desperate gathering his resources just met the requirement. Current resources would 52 stone 23 upgrade requirements would 50 stone 20 upgrade the sanctuary immediately. Upgrade. Lu Chen clicked without hesitation. Whoosh, a soft golden light instantly enveloped the entire cafe. The dilapidated walls began to mend themselves, the drafty gaps sealed perfectly, and the broken single-pane glass regrew into thick double-layered insulated glass. The cold wind and noise were instantly blocked out. A fireplace materialized on the wall out of nowhere, and the temperature in the cafe, which had been like an ice cellar, began to rise, becoming silent and warm. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations. Your sanctuary has been upgraded to LV. 2. Current attribute changes. Integrity 100, wall reinforcement significantly improved, insulation. Defense increased, ordinary beasts cannot easily damage doors and windows. New area unlocked, second floor employee single room. Facility unlocked, simple fireplace. Upgrade requirements with 200 stone 100 dry grass 100 primary energy crystal 1. Upgrade effect unlocked, basic security monitoring, can view 50 meters from the entrance, rough wooden bar counter, can be used for blueprint crafting tools. Whoosh. As the upgrade completed, the flames in the fireplace seemed to burn even brighter. A wave of warmth instantly filled the entire hall, completely dispelling the chill on Lu Chen's body. He shed his heavy coat, wearing only a hoodie, and sank comfortably into the leather sofa. This is what life is all about. Lu Chen took out a box of spicy beef self-heating hot pot, tore open the packaging, poured in a bottle of mineral water, and covered the lid. Soon the bubbling sound of boiling arose, and the enticing spicy aroma instantly filled the entire cafe. While waiting for the hot pot to cook, he leisurely opened a regional chat channel. Since he was now comfortable, it was time to check out others' misery for entertainment. The chat channel was filled with grievances and misery unbearable to behold. Passerby, a cold. I can't take it anymore. Who has wood? Am freezing to death. Some rich second generation. Damn it, this shabby wooden hut is drafty from all sides, and I just heard wolves howling outside. I'm scared shitless. Wong, how fuck. My grocery store has food, but no blankets. It's over 30 degrees below zero outside. How the hell am I supposed to sleep? Looking at the screen full of wailing, Lu Chen smirked. He raised his phone and took a photo of the steaming self-heating hot pot with the warm, bright fireplace in the background. Spicy beef self-heating hot pot image. JPG. Lu Chen. Sigh, it's too noisy outside. I had to eat a hot pot to calm my nerves. Has everyone had dinner? Message sent. The chat channel, which had been flooding, fell into a dead silence for a full 3 seconds. Then, the entire C0372 district chat channel exploded. Passerby. Passerby B. Holy shit. What am I seeing? A self-heating hot pot. And a fireplace. Some rich second generation. Damn. This image is photoshopped. It must be. Everyone is starving and freezing. How can you eat hot pot? I don't believe it. Tech geek. Don't be an idiot. The system's built-in camera can't Photoshop. Look at that red oil. Look at that steam. I can't take it anymore. The tree bark I just gnawed on instantly lost its flavor. Now I feel like dying. Wang Hao, Lu Chen. How could it be you? And where did you get a fireplace? Where did you get the hot pot? Did you cheat? No wonder Wang Hao was triggered. Although he was guarding a grocery store and had enough food, the store was full of cold shelves, not even a blanket. He was shivering, wrapped in several layers of plastic, only to see Lu Chen sitting on a leather sofa warming by the fire, eating spicy beef hot pot. This immense gap was worse than killing him. Lu Chen, lucky I found a crate. Anyway, the beef will get tough if overcooked. Slurp. This slurp was a mental critical hit to all players in the area. For a moment, the private chat channel kept beeping nonstop. Countless people sent friend requests, some begging for a sip of soup, some wanting to trade materials, and some morally condemning and cursing Lu Chen to die. Lu Chen simply set to reject private messages from strangers, and the world instantly became quiet. Just then he caught a familiar name on the scrolling public chat screen. Lin Qingxue, selling 1 primary energy crystal white. Trade for 2 slices of bread or a bottle of water. Anyone is fine as long as it's not Wang Hao. Wang Hao, he Qingxue, why bother? What use is that crappy stone? I've told you, if you shoot a video calling me brother in the pose I demand, they'll give you a whole pack of cookies. Seeing the words, energy crystal, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. The system had prompted that upgrading the cafe to LV3 required a primary energy crystal, a scarce item in the early stages. This campus belle was quite lucky to have found one. I want this. Lu Chen thought for a moment and sent a private chat request. The other party accepted your private chat request. Lu Chen didn't waste words and directly sent an image. Whole wheat bread slice 2. Lu Chen trade. The other side was silent for a few seconds. Lin Qingxue trade. Thank you. The trade was completed quickly. Looking at the primary energy crystal in his backpack, Lu Chun was in a good mood. While chewing the spicy beef, his mind began to wander. Although Lin Qingxue was down and out now, she was still the campus belle with top-tier looks and figure. Moreover, judging by her posts in the channel, even in dire straits, she still had principles, not selling herself like some others. With such a personality, if he could recruit her as a maid, it would be quite satisfying to train her, wouldn't it? And most importantly, Lin Qingxue's virtually invincible resume panel information. This was the main reason Lu Chun was so eager to sign a contract with her. Give it a try. Lu Chun wiped his mouth and decided to test his shelter's SS rank ability. He tapped his finger, generated a contract on the system panel, and sent it, along with a note. Lu Chun, it's getting dark outside. A tent can't stop the monsters. For the sake of being classmates, it'll give you a chance. Sign it, and it'll bring you to eat hot pot. Meanwhile, on a wasteland about 50,000 meters away from the cafe, inside a simple tent that could be overturned by the cold wind at any moment, Lin Qingxue, wrapped in a down jacket, huddled in a corner. Her lips were purple from cold, and she tightly clutched the 2 slices of bread she had just traded, reluctant to eat them. Whoa. Her eyes were red. This day had been sheer hell for her. As the campus belle of Jiang University, everyone used to be solicitous of her. But now the private chat channel was filled with extremely disgusting messages. Beauty hungry. Show me your legs, it'll give you half a bottle of water. Lin the campus belle, why play hard to get in the apocalypse? I have a fire, wanna warm my bed. Looking for used stockings. High price. Some even privately messaged asking for her coordinates, claiming they could personally deliver food. Only a fool would believe such words. Facing one humiliating private message after another, Lin Qingxue broke down several times. Just then Lu Chun's message arrived. Originally, seeing that Lu Chun was just doing a normal trade without any verbal harassment like Wang Hao, Lin Qingxue felt a slight warmth in her heart. After all, Lu Chun was usually quiet in class and gave the impression of being steady and honest. Indeed, Lu Chun is different from those people. Lin Qingxue was about to reply with thanks. The next second, a golden pop-up suddenly unfolded before her eyes. Maid recruitment contract. Party A. Lu Chun, owner of the maid cafe. Party B. Lin Qingxue. Clause 1. Party B shall voluntarily become party as exclusive maid and shall never betray for life. Clause 2. Party B's personal freedom, all possessions, and even the right to control her body shall belong entirely to Party A. Clause 3. The contract takes effect upon signing, and Party B will be forcibly teleported to the store, becoming an employee of the maid cafe, and must unconditionally execute any of Party A's orders, including, but not limited to, warming the bed, combat, and housework. Lin Qingxue's pupils contracted sharply as she finished reading the clauses. The faint gratitude in her heart instantly transformed into incredulous fury and humiliation. Lu Chun, how could you? Her fingers trembled. This wasn't a recruitment at all. It was a slave contract. Especially the clause about control over her body and unconditional obedience, which flaunted his vile intentions. So you're even worse than Wang Hao. Wang Hao just wanted to take advantage, but you want to completely turn me into your concubine. A surge of overwhelming disappointment and humiliation washed over her. Lin Qingxue gritted her teeth. As she recalled the barrage of vulgar private messages she had received today, tears began to fall uncontrollably. Without a second thought, she clicked the red button, blacklist. Inside the maid cafe, Lu Chun swallowed the last piece of beef. System notification message, failed to send. The other party has enabled friend verification or added you to their blacklist. Staring at the glaring red exclamation mark, Lu Chun froze for a moment. Then he shook his head helplessly, a self-deprecating smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Such a strong reaction. Looks like this campus belle hasn't truly experienced the harsh realities of the world yet. Well, it's only the first day. When the life or death moment truly arrives, dignity will only become cheaper and cheaper. Lu Chun wasn't angry. He was a pragmatist. Since she was unwilling, he wouldn't grovel or force the issue. After all, he had enough supplies for now and could protect himself even without skills. There would be plenty of opportunities later. When she was cornered by monsters with no way out, the true value of this contract would become apparent. By then, for a chance to eat, stay warm, and survive safely, countless people would be begging to become his cafe staff. He closed the private chat and continued scrolling through the regional channel aimlessly. The sky had grown completely dark. The tone of the channel had shifted from begging for supplies to seeking comfort. Some saint, everyone is so pitiful. I have half a bottle of water. Who's dying of thirst? They'll share a little with him. Passerby, see, are you an idiot? That guy with the ID lying flat, bro, has been spamming the group all day. I bet he hasn't even stepped out. You want to give him water? Let him die far away. Angry bro, exactly. I risked my life to chop 10 logs. Why should I share them with those entitled babies? Those who don't work deserve to die. Watching these comments, Lu Chun nodded slightly. The laws of the apocalypse were rapidly establishing. Saints would die the fastest if only cold-blooded rationality could ensure survival. Just then a chilling scraping sound came from the glass door of the cafe. Lu Chun's movements halted abruptly, and his gaze turned sharp. The sky was pitch black. The already gray wasteland was swallowed by an ink-like darkness so thick that one could not see their hand in front of their face. Roar. Cackle. The sounds in the mist had changed. They were no longer the simple bestial roars of the daytime. Instead, they were filled with venom and coldness like whispers circling around one's ears. Lu Chen walked to the window and looked out through the reinforced double-layer bulletproof glass. By the faint glow of the fireplace, he saw a sight that made his scalp tingle. In the darkness, countless pairs of crimson eyes lit up dense as a sea of red fireflies surrounding the entire cafe. There were freakish dogs with human faces walking on all fours, crawling creatures covered in rot and dragging their intestines, and a shadowy figure, at least 5 meters tall, wielding a massive bone club, standing less than 20 meters from the door, staring fixedly at the firelight inside. They seemed to be searching for the weaknesses of the building. Bang! A pale hand slammed against the glass window, leaving a palm print smeared with black slime. Then a face, featureless except for a vertically split mouth, pressed against the glass, writhing wildly as if trying to squeeze through. Lu Chen tightened his grip on the Glock pistol, his palms slightly sweating. Although he knew the Level 2 cafe had sufficient defenses, the visual impact of facing such horror, Heaton, still sent his adrenaline soaring. So this is the night of the godforsaken land. At least there's still the safety period, and my cafe is already Level 2. It shouldn't be invaded. Lu Chen took a deep breath, his eyes turning icy. Looks like tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Lu Chen gripped his gun and stared at the faceless ghoul through the glass for a full 5 minutes. The monster writhed frantically against the window, smearing slime all over it, but it didn't launch an attack. It simply stared back. A dizzy spell hit his mind. Sanity 5 SSS. Seeing his sanity drop, Lu Chen sensed something was wrong and immediately averted his gaze. Huff. He released his finger from the trigger and let out a long, heavy breath. After 5 minutes of close-range staring with the monster at the cost of 5 sanity points, he had successfully verified one thing. Indeed, the system's newbie protection mechanism is absolute. As long as I don't foolishly open the door, this room is an invincible safe house for these 3 days. After confirming his safety, his tense nerves relaxed and a deep fatigue washed over him. He no longer paid attention to the sanity-draining red eyes outside the window. Turning, he climbed the winding wooden staircase to the second floor. This was the newly unlocked area after upgrading to Level 2, a single staff dormitory room. He pushed open the door. The space was small, barely 10 square meters. The furnishings were simple: a single wooden bed with coarse sheets, a log-colored desk, and a hard wooden chair. On the wall hung an old-fashioned kerosene lamp for lighting and a round thermometer. Lu Chen leaned in to look. Indoor temperature 10°C, 10 degrees. Lu Chen rubbed his arms. Under normal circumstances, this temperature might feel a bit chilly, but at this moment in this frozen apocalypse where the outdoor temperature had plummeted below -35°C, it was practically a blessing. It's enough. At least there's a bed. No need to curl up on the sofa in the hall. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. He pushed open another small door next to the dormitory. Inside was a shower room lined with white tiles, only about 2 square meters, with a simple shower head hanging. He tried turning the knob. Zzz. Only the sound of pipes running dry, not a single drop of water. No water as expected. Lu Chen wasn't disappointed. He already had the blueprint for a basic rainwater purifier. Once he collected enough plastic and rags, he could build it and mount it on the roof. Taking a shower would then be a dream come true. Sleep. Lu Chen kicked off his shoes and lay down on the wooden bed, which wasn't particularly soft. Although there was no down comforter, he draped his thick coat over himself. With the room temperature at 10°C, his body soon grew warm. In this deathly silent and terrifying night, being able to lie in a bed sheltered by a roof overhead and a bed beneath was a luxury that countless people dared not even dream of. Before sleeping, Lu Chen opened the regional chat channel once more. He wanted to see if there was any useful information in the chat before he went to bed. The moment he opened it, a suffocating aura of despair almost overflowed the screen. Passerby, help. I can't take it anymore. My hands have gone numb. Can someone talk to me? Coward, I saw it. I saw red eyes outside the window. They're staring at me. Well, Mom, I want to go home. Daredevil brothers, don't make a sound. I saw a shadow outside and threw a stone out of curiosity. Then, holy crap, the shadow split open. It swallowed the stone in one gulp and let out a scream like a baby crying. It scared me to death. Some even began broadcasting their own countdown to death in real time. Liso Anso, does anyone know how to restore health? I have an grade simple tent. A gust of wind just tore the tent top. Am now wrapped in a sleeping bag on the snow. The system says I'm in a hypothermic state, losing 1 health point per minute. I have 30 health left. Am I going to die? A doctor above, move. Don't sleep. If you fall asleep, you'll never wake up. Rub your limbs for warmth or dig a snow pit and bury yourself in it to block the wind. Liso Anso, it's useless. Too cold. My legs can't move. I think I see my great-grandma. After that message, the user named Liso Anso never spoke again. His avatar turned completely gray a few minutes later. Meanwhile, the number of people in the top right corner of the regional chat channel kept decreasing. In just over 10 minutes of night, dozens had died. Each death struck like a heavy hammer against everyone's hearts. People were dying. They were truly dying. This was a real survival game where death was possible. Those who had been complaining and begging for supplies fell silent. In its place came a deeper fear. Lu Chen stared at the grayed-out avatar, silent for a moment. He felt neither schadenfreude nor excessive pity. In this world, weakness was the original sin. If I hadn't been assigned this cafe, if I didn't have that axe, if I hadn't stumbled upon the green chest by chance, maybe I'd be like him now, watching my health tick down to 0 in the biting wind. Lu Chen wrapped his coat tighter and turned over. Outside the window, the roars of monsters rose and fell incessantly. But under the protection of the level 2 shelter, these sounds only accentuated the tranquility inside. Tonight is just the beginning. Tomorrow, for water, for food, to survive, more people will go mad. Lu Chen closed his eyes and began planning for the next day in his mind. Build a water purifier, collect plastic, and explore farther areas. Today, to upgrade the cafe, he had cut down most of the nearby trees. To get more materials, he would have to venture further. On the first night of the apocalypse, accompanied by the howling monsters outside, Lu Chen somehow fell into a peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, on a desolate plain at an unknown distance from the cafe, the cold wind savagely cut through the silent earth. Alone, a grayed simple tent like a leaf in a storm swayed violently in the gale, groaning as if it might be uprooted and torn apart at any moment. Inside the tent, the temperature had dropped below -20 degrees Celsius. Lin Qingxue curled up in her sleeping bag, trembling like a frightened quail, clutching the only heat pack left in her arms. This was her lifeline, traded in hunger for a bundle of wood and a slice of bread she had painstakingly gathered. But now the warmth of the heat pack was rapidly fading, and a bone-chilling cold crept up her spine, making her teeth chatter uncontrollably. So cold. Woo-woo. Why is it so cold? She instinctively glanced at the tent flap. In the dim moonlight, she saw vague shapes in the mist outside. Swoosh! A long, thin shadow slid across the tent, screeching like nails on a chalkboard, sending chills down her spine. Then a twisted, massive face seemed to press against the transparent flap, its features blurred except for a gaping dark mouth, greedily breathing air toward the tent. Oh! Lin Qingxue screamed in terror, clamping her hand over her mouth as tears streamed down her face. She dared not make a sound, afraid to attract the monster outside. She could only close her eyes, praying fervently for the long night to end. In extreme cold and fear, willpower was weakest. In a daze, the image Lu Chen had posted in the group chat surfaced in her mind. A warm, bright fireplace, soft leather sofas, and a pot of steaming spicy beef hot pot. If she signed a contract, she could be teleported there instantly. If she signed, she could have a hot meal and live in a warm room. Even as a maid, even if she had to serve him. At least she could live like a human. No. No. Lin Qingxue shook her head violently, digging her nails into her pale skin, using the pain to stay alert. Lin Qingxue, what are you thinking? How can you throw away your dignity just to survive? That's a slave contract. That's turning yourself into a plaything. You're the campus belle of Jiang University, the eldest daughter of the Lin family. How could you stoop to serving a boy? She scolded herself harshly, trying to cling to the last shred of pride, to fight her survival instincts. To bolster her courage, she tremblingly opened her system backpack and looked at her supplies, muttering to herself. It's okay. Lin Qingxue, you can do this. I have 31 pieces of wood, 13 stones. I only ate 1 piece of bread today, but I still have strength. If I can just get through tonight, they'll go mining at dawn. Once I gather the materials, I can upgrade the tent to level 2. She kept rambling as if it could ward off the cold. But deep down she knew it was nothing more than self-deception. Her beginner chest had been unlucky, yielding a simple stone pickaxe, white, and a basic energy crystal. The pickaxe could only mine and was inefficient for chopping wood, which was why she had so little timber. She had already traded that precious energy crystal to Lu Chen for food. Today she had exhausted all her strength just to survive. Without food tomorrow, she wouldn't even have the energy to swing her pickaxe. How could she gather materials to upgrade? Even if she managed to upgrade her tent to level 2, without food and water, she was still doomed. Hunger gripped her stomach like a giant fist. The wind howled outside the tent. Can I really make it? 2 streaks of clear tears slid down her cheeks, instantly freezing into ice crystals in the -20-degree cold. In the depths of this forsaken wilderness night, the once proud campus belle, now consumed by despair, clung to the fading warmth of her heat pack, and shivering slipped into a coma-like shallow sleep. The next day, Shinchi Land, 6:00 a.m. When the first faint rays of sunlight pierced the thick clouds and spilled onto this wasteland, the monsters that had rampaged through the entire night finally retreated reluctantly into the depths of the mist. System announcement: it's dawn. Congratulations to all survivors for successfully surviving until the second day. Today's weather: cloudy, turning overcast. Temperature 35°C to 15°C. Remaining survivors 912310000. To celebrate your survival to the second day, a white quality chest has been randomly generated near your shelter. Please open the map to search for it. Second floor of the maid cafe. Lu Chen was awakened by the system notification sound. He groggily turned over, sat up from the hardwood bed, and stretched lazily. Slept so well. Although he had slept on a wooden plank bed, it was safe and quiet, and he hadn't been frozen awake. He glanced at the thermometer on the wall, 12°C. Though not exactly warm for someone who had slept through the night, this temperature was just right. He didn't even want to leave the covers. Seizing the moment of clarity, Lu Chun habitually opened his attribute panel to check his physical condition. When his eyes swept over the sanity value column, a glimmer of light flickered in his gaze. Sanity, 8,790. Recovered by 2 points. Lu Chun remembered clearly that last night, after staring at the faceless ghost through the window, he had lost 5 points of sanity, dropping it to 85. He hadn't expected it to automatically recover after a night's sleep. It seems that having high-quality sleep within a shelter or being in a safe and comfortable state can slowly restore sanity. A faint smile curved at the corner of Lu Chun's lips. This was definitely good news. It meant that upgrading the bed, upgrading the fireplace, and even drinking coffee or taking a hot bath in the future were not just for comfort. They were life-saving measures. After all, once sanity hits 0, a person goes mad. Closing the attribute panel, Lu Chun glanced at the system announcement again. Just the first night, and nearly 1,000 people died. Looking at the system information, Lu Chun sighed inwardly. This was still within the 3-day newbie protection period with no monster invasions to worry about, yet over 800 had frozen to death. He casually opened the regional channel. The despair from last night hadn't dissipated with the dawn, instead it had become even more oppressive under the cold death toll. Crazy. Last night, I kept hearing screams nearby. I think there's a guy not far from me, and now there's no sound. I guess he's dead. It's too cold. I can't take it anymore. My max HP has been permanently reduced by 10 points from the freezing. Who has food? I'm willing to trade all my wood. Please. Upstairs wood isn't really in short supply. It's everywhere outside. What we really need is food and water. Watching these desperate posts, Lu Chun's eyes flickered. He didn't rush to close the panel. Instead, he tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of the leather sofa. This is market demand. After a night of brutal lessons, the price of dignity should have hit rock bottom right. With that thought, Lu Chun composed a message and sent it directly to the regional channel. Lu Chun made cafe owner recruiting 1 maid. Benefits LV. 2 shelter indoor constant temperature, 12°C food and water provided safe haven. Requirement must sign a maid contract. Upon joining, all actions, supplies and physical rights belong to the owner. Note only females with superior appearance and figure. Interested parties please DM photos and attribute panels. Special skills are a plus. Serious inquiries only. As soon as this message was sent, the previously wailing chat channel exploded. Damn. Lu Chun, are you even human? Posting something like this at a time like this. Profiteering. This is outright slavery. Sisters, don't fall for it. Signing means losing your rights. Disgusting. Pathetic man. I'd rather starve to death or jump off a cliff than become your slave. Upstairs, stop cursing. To be fair, constant 12°C and food. I'm kind of tempted. I think my appearance score is 86, okay. Watching the screen full of insults and occasional hesitation, Lu Chun was completely unfazed. He even leisurely took a sip of water. Go ahead, curse. The fiercer the curses, the more it shows they're broken inside. And he wasn't doing this just to find a maid or a bed warmer. System prompt: the higher the qualifications of the maid you recruit, appearance of potential special skills, the richer the attribute feedback and bonus rewards you receive as the owner. Note, currently the maid quota is limited to 1 person. Upgrading the shelter level increases the quota. A 2-level upgrade adds 1 maid slot. Precisely because the quota was limited, Lu Chun had to pick the best of the best. If he just hired any random nobody, he would waste the slot and fail to obtain high rewards, a losing deal. Just then the private chat channel began to flash. Several girls had sent photos and attributes, and some even used extremely explicit language. Lu Chun casually clicked on a few of the most frequently blinking avatars. The innate talent eye of detection instantly gave the most authentic feedback. The first was a girl with the ID Sweetheart Baby. In the photo she sent, she wore a revealing slip dress, deliberately striking a seductive pose with a dazed look in her eyes. Sweetheart Baby, brother pick me. I used to be a car model, I have a killer body, and I can do any pose, just give me some food please please. Lu Chun glanced emotionlessly at the automatically generated attribute panel next to her. Name Zhongli. Appearance score 61. Figure score 58. Contract effect: can generate 1 photo of different clothing styles daily. Specialty none. Overall score 47. System comment: an ordinary survivor, nothing special. Recommend ignoring. 58 points, and you call that a killer body. Next. Lu Chun swiped his finger and dismissed her. The second was a girl with the ID Fitness Diva, who sent a photo in a sports vest, deliberately showing off her abs. Fitness Diva, boss pick me. I've got strength. I used to be a personal trainer. I can help you chop wood, carry stuff, and even exercise your body. My endurance is great. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow and looked at the panel. Name Zhao Taihua. Appearance score 53. Figure score 78. Contract effect: each time the owner levels up, gain an additional 1 bonus strength attribute points. Specialty primary strength enhancement. Strength attribute increased by 10, a grade talent. Overall score 62. System comment, though she has some muscle, she doesn't meet the aesthetic standards for a maid. I want a maid, not a bodyguard, and certainly not a bro. Lu Chen shook his head. If you were looking for a teammate, this girl would be passable, but within the maid cafe system, she couldn't provide high emotional value or system rewards. The third one was even more absurd. Her ID was million-follower influencer Xiao Ko. The photo she sent was breathtaking: big eyes, a pointed chin, skin glowing white. She looked at least 90 points. Xiao Ko, brother Lu Chen, I had 2 million fans on Blue Star. As long as you take me in, I can help you promote in this district. And am even prettier in person than in the photo. Lu Chen almost believed her until he saw the system's roof. Name Wang Tsuifan. Appearance score 59 if you don't count the beauty filters and retouching. Figure score 53 after receiving love takeout from dozens of fans daily. She's long lost her figure. Contract effect: daily food production in the cafe reduced by 10. Specialty master of Photoshop's grade: sound card warrior, a grade. Overall score 10, non-recyclable trash. System comment: severe mismatch between photo and reality. Recommend blacklisting for fraud. What a negative rating. Lu Chen's mouth twitched. Indeed, the system's judgment was unerring. Without it, hiring someone based solely on a photo might result in a horrifying encounter that drains one's sanity. Reject this, must be rejected. His coffee shop currently had 0 food production capacity. If he signed a contract, would his backpack's beef hot pot vanish overnight upon waking? He scrolled through 7 or 8 options, all of the same low quality. The best candidate was an ordinary office worker with a 75-point appearance and a comprehensive score of 70, possessing only a level basic culinary skills. To Lu Chen, this was still too mediocre. Even a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients. What used was mere cooking ability without provisions. After all, there was only one maid slot available. Once bound, it could hardly be replaced unless the person died. He must reserve this precious slot for a truly high-scoring talent. Better to have none than settle for less. Lu Chen sighed and dismissed the remaining red notifications entirely. Meanwhile, on a wasteland far from the coffee shop, Lin Qingxue had just awakened from an ice cave-like tent, her body stiff and nearly immobile. Trembling, she opened the regional channel, hoping to barter her remaining materials for some food. Her eyes immediately fell upon Lu Chen's pinned recruitment ad. Food and water provided. Constant 12 degrees Celsius. Reading these words, her frost-bitten lips quivered, and her exquisite face was drained of all color. Yesterday she could still stubbornly block Lu Chen, but after last night's brush with death, her defiance seemed to have been eroded by the bitter wind. Especially at the mention of body control rights, she felt a deep sense of shame and anger. Yet the gnawing pain in her stomach fiercely reminded her that dignity could not fill an empty stomach. Lu Chen, you are humiliating me. Lin Qingxue gritted her teeth, tears welling in her eyes. In the end, she did not send a message. She was still holding on, though deep inside, she had begun to waver. After waiting 10 minutes, without finding any high potential maid candidates, he ran his fingers through his disheveled hair and closed the chat interface, his mood heavy. Not so much from the failure to recruit a satisfactory worker, but from the memory of those who had died last night. Yet he harbored no sentimental pity. In the apocalypse, simply waking up alive was a victory. Dressing himself, he pushed open the window. The crisp morning air rushed and invigorating him. Gazing out, the snow around the coffee shop was covered in dense claw marks and several chilling patches of black blood, evidence of last night's monster visits. I must gather as many supplies as possible during the day. After 3 days, when the safety period ends, the nights will likely become even more dangerous, Lu Chen mused. His eyes then fell on the system map. Sure enough, at the edge of the mist, about 500 meters southeast of the coffee shop, a shimmering white dot flickered. A daily random chest, huh? Today's goal: continue collecting wood and stone and snag that chest. With yesterday's unexpected discovery of a green chest fresh in his mind, Lu Chen was filled with anticipation for scavenging chests. After all, his surroundings were nothing but a desolate forest of trees. To obtain other supplies, especially food and special blueprints, he had to rely on trading with others or opening chests. He gnawed on 2 slices of bread to stave off hunger and drank half a bottle of nearly frozen mineral water. Slinging the cast-iron hand axe over his shoulder, he checked the cold Glock 17 pistol at his waist. Confirming a full magazine, he pushed open the door and plunged into the wind and snow. 500 meters southeast. The mist here was much thicker than near the coffee shop, visibility less than 20 meters. Withered trees twisted like ghostly figures, and the wind howled eerily through the woods. Lu Chen crouched low, trudging through the deep snow. Found it. Through the thinning fog, he spotted a white wooden chest lying quietly beside a rock. But Lu Chen did not rush over immediately. A massive shadow loomed near the chest. It was a giant wolf, nearly the size of a tiger, with bristly gray fur like steel needles. Foul saliva dripped from its maw, and its crimson eyes scanned the surroundings warily. Mutated wasteland wolf LV. 2. Description: a beast corroded by the mist, thick-skinned, with astonishing bite force. A level 2 monster. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, hiding behind a large tree. Yesterday, armed only with an axe, he would have fled at the sight of such a creature. But today, beyond 7 steps the bullet is faster. Within 7 steps the bullet is both faster and more accurate. Lu Chen slowly drew the Glock 17 from his waist. Though he lacked professional shooting training, he knew it was easier to hit the torso than the head, especially from less than 15 meters away. Since you're blocking my fortune, become my meal. Lu Chen gripped the gun with both hands, held his breath, and aligned the sights with the wolf's broad back. Bang! The crisp gunshot shattered the wasteland silence. The bullet trailing sparks struck the wolf's hind leg with precision. A whoa! The wolf let out a pained howl, blood staining the snow. It whirled around, its scarlet eyes locking onto Lu Chen, hatred fully aroused. Dragging its injured leg, it charged at him like a mad beast. So tough. Lu Chen's heart jolted, but his hands kept moving. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots. Due to recoil and nerves, the second shot missed, grazing the wolf's ear and burying into the snow. But the third shot was lucky, striking the wolf's abdomen. The impact staggered the wolf mid-stride, nearly sending it crashing. Yet the mutant's vitality was terrifyingly resilient. It paused only briefly before lunging with jaws agape, now less than 5 meters away. Farewell. Lu Chen chose not to stand his ground. Instead, he turned and ran. He was there to survive, not to die. Kiting was the way to go. He sprinted ahead, the wolf chasing furiously behind. But the beast, already wounded in the leg and gut, left a trail of blood. Its speed visibly slowed. After less than 100 meters, a heavy thud echoed from behind. Lu Chen stopped and looked back. The once arrogant mutated wasteland wolf lay limp on the snow, its breath shallow and fading. Lu Chen did not approach immediately. He stood 20 meters away, raised his gun, and aimed at the giant wolf's head. Bang! The fourth shot was a finishing blow. Only after the bullet pierced the wolf's skull, confirming that the beast was completely dead, did Lu Chen exhale deeply and walk over. A flash of white light streaked by. Killed mutated prairie wolf combat experience 10 detected that you are the first survivor in Area C0372 to kill a level 2 mutated creature. Congratulations on obtaining the hidden regional first kill reward. Reward obtained: free attribute points 2, reputation 100, bronze, chest 1 bronze, chest a special material chest obtainable only by completing certain hidden achievements or missions. A first kill reward. And it's hidden. Lu Chen paused for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Good thing there's no global announcement. At this stage most people can barely fill their stomachs, and the weapons they have are just axes and wooden sticks. If they knew I could solo a level 2 monster, the regional channel would probably be flooded by those whiners and sanctimonious fools. In this lawless wasteland, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Keeping a low profile and reaping rewards in silence is the way to go. However, Lu Chen reconsidered and stroked his chin. Of course, showing off the good life once in a while isn't bad either. As the saying goes, wealth unreturned to one's hometown is like wearing fine silk in the dead of night. After all, no one knew his exact coordinates, so he had no fear of retaliation from spiteful individuals. Besides, even if they did find out, what then? Within 7 steps his Glock was the ultimate truth, and a moderate display of wealth would help him sift through and recruit high-quality assistants. Without hesitation, Lu Chen willed it and allocated the 2 free attribute points entirely to physique. In this extreme cold apocalypse, physique determined cold resistance and maximum health, the very foundation of survival. A wave of warmth instantly surged through his body, and his fingers, previously stiff from the cold, became noticeably more agile. Even the white mist of his breath seemed to burn hotter. Opening the attribute panel, he saw that with physique increased to 12, his maximum health had also risen to 120 points. Satisfying. Closing the panel, Lu Chen began to expertly loot the corpse. Obtain wolf pelt with 87 integrity 1, excellent material for making cold weather clothing. Obtain sharp wolf fangs 2, obtained raw wolf meat 5 kilograms, though sour, and tasted as rich in protein and edible after roasting meat. Staring at the large bloody chunk of wolf meat in his inventory, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. In this apocalypse, this was more precious than gold. This haul is a massive win. After packing up the loot, Lu Chen turned back and collected the white chest into his inventory. Having spent considerable time searching for the chest and fighting, and with the surrounding trees, already felt he needed to go farther to gather resources. After a whole day's work, the basic materials Lu Chen collected were actually fewer than the day before. Currently, he had a total of wood 37, stone 15. As for the withered grass needed to upgrade the coffee shop to level 3, he had only gathered 17 units. Seeing the sky darken and the eerie atmosphere in the mist grow thicker with pairs of blood-red eyes flickering in and out of sight, Lu Chen decisively abandoned further gathering and returned early to his shelter. Inside the maid cafe, the warm fireplace dispelled the chill that clung to him. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Chen sorted through today's gains and opened his private chat channel. The message he had posted that morning seeking to buy plastic had finally gotten a response. It was from a user named Scavenger. Scavenger, boss, I've got plastic. There's an abandoned garbage dump near me. Ooh, I've collected quite a few plastic sheets. Want them? But I don't want wood. Lu Chun, what do you want then? Scavenger. I saw you posted a picture yesterday. You have self-heating hot pot. I'm starving. Can I trade for that? I'll give you all my plastic. Reading this message, Lu Chun laughed out loud. Dream on. The spicy beef hot pot was a top-tier resource he had risked his life to get from a green chest. It could fill the stomach and warm the body in the early stages, a strategic food item. And this guy wanted to trade it for a pile of common plastic. Lu Chun, forget the hot pot, you're not worth that much. But I have whole wheat bread. Want to trade? Scavenger, just bread. Can you spare an extra slice or two? Lu Chun, 2 slices of bread for 5 pieces of plastic. Take it or leave it. I have a trash bin too, I just didn't check it today. If I wait till tomorrow I can find some myself. Lu Chun bluffed. The other side was silent for a long time. Clearly a fierce mental struggle was underway. But in the face of hunger, even a profiteer's harsh terms had to be accepted. Scavenger, deal. He'll take it. Boss, can you spare some water? It's too dry, I'll choke. Lu Chun, no. The trade was complete. Looking at the 5 plastic sheets in his inventory plus what was left from yesterday, the only material he lacked to craft a basic rainwater collection and purifier was filter cotton. Although he could use rags as a substitute, he only had a hoodie and a jacket, both of which he needed to wear. There was no way he was tearing them up for rags. He'll just have to trade for it later. Surely someone's shelter is a clothing factory, they won't lack cloth. Lu Chun glanced at his food inventory and frowned slightly. After the trades and meals of the past 2 days, he now had only 6 slices of whole wheat bread left. He had 5 kilograms of wolf meat, but that was meant to be emergency rations, and without salt or seasoning it would probably taste terrible when roasted. Provisions are running low. Still, Lu Chun wasn't panicking. The reason he was willing to trade away the bread was the white chest he had found today. It wasn't an ordinary random chest, it was a directed chest food category. Rubbing his hands together, Lu Chun placed the white wooden chest on the coffee table. Come on, give me something solid. Open. Crack. The chest sprang open. Though it lacked the dazzling light of a green chest, the contents packed inside instantly filled Lu Chun with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Congratulations obtained Can Luncheon Meat 340G. 3 congratulations obtained Kang Shifu Braised Beef Noodles 5-pack. 1 congratulations obtained Refined Edible Salt 1 1 congratulations obtained Happy Drink 500 milliliters. 2 congratulations obtained Huazi 1-pack. Holy crap. What a haul. But Huazi is considered food. That's ridiculous. Who would eat that as a meal? Though I don't smoke, things like Huazi are in a sense even more precious than ordinary food. I can use them later to trade with certain chain smokers for supplies. Lu Chun gazed at the pile of supplies stacked on the coffee table and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder it's a directed chest. The quantity of goods completely crushes ordinary chests of the same tier. After all, a normal white chest usually only yielded 2 or 3 items, often in stingy quantities of 1 or 2. But this one not only guaranteed food, but also disgorged 5 types of solid goods in one go. The noodles even came in a 5-pack, and the luncheon meat started with 3 cans. How was this white quality? It was clearly a green chest disguised in white. Lu Chun picked up the packet of refined salt, his eyes gleaming brighter than when he saw a gun. Salt. I actually got salt. With this, the 5 kilograms of sour wolf meat in his inventory instantly transformed into delicious grilled steaks. And the luncheon meat and noodles. On the second day of the apocalypse, while others were gnawing on tree bark and cold hard bread, he could enjoy a bowl of braised beef noodles topped with luncheon meat, paired with a happy drink. And even light up a Huazi after the meal. How is this survival? Lu Chun leaned back on the sofa, a grin spreading wildly across his face. This is clearly a vacation. Oh right. He still hadn't opened the bronze chest from the first kill reward. Lu Chun put down his Huazi and moved the bronze-green treasure chest, which exuded an ancient aura, in front of him. Compared to the previous directional food chest that was abundant and filling, this chest, symbolizing the glory of the area's first kill, held even greater value. I don't lack food or weapons now. What I need most are facilities that improve the quality of life. Lu Chun glanced at the bare hard wooden bed on the second floor, then at the shower room with a shower head that yielded no water. If he could obtain a blueprint to solve the problems of bathing or sleeping, it would be perfect. Open. Without further hesitation, Lu Chun lifted the lid of the chest. A deeper green light overflowed, faintly tinged with a blue-violet halo. Congratulations. You have obtained the blueprint Household Water Circulation Heating System Blue 1. Congratulations. You have obtained High Thread Count Goose Down Quilt Purple Daily Item 1. Congratulations. You have obtained Wind Element Fragment 2. Holy crap. I got exactly what I wished for. Upon seeing the rewards, Lu Chun sprang up from the sofa. It was as if someone had sent a pillow just when he was feeling sleepy. First, the blueprint glowing with blue light. Blueprint Household Water Circulation Heating System. Quality rare blue. Function: when connected to a water source, it provides 24-hour constant temperature hot water throughout the house and increases water pressure in the shower. Construction requirements: iron ingots 10, copper wire 5, plastic 5. With the water produced by the previously obtained primary rainwater collection and purifier combined with this heating system. What did this mean? It meant that Lu Chun could soon enjoy a comfortable hot bath in the apocalyptic outdoors at -30 degrees Celsius. Moreover, he could use hot water to brew coffee with the espresso machine. Now for the second item. High thread count goose down quilt. Quality epic purple daily item. Description filled with top-grade white goose down with a fill power of 800, lying in it feels like sleeping on a cloud. It can withstand temperatures as low as -20 degrees Celsius even without heating. Function restores 5 points of sanity for every hour of sleep. Automatically adjusts temperature difference, keeping you warm in winter and cool in summer. Lu Chun touched the incredibly soft quilt, and tears of gratitude almost flowed from the corners of his mouth. The days of sleeping on a hard wooden bed and wearing a jacket as a blanket were gone forever. Awesome. This is the prestige a first kill reward should have. In high spirits, Lu Chun hummed a tune, sliced an entire can of luncheon meat, and threw it into the bubbling pot of instant noodles. He also added a ham sausage. As steam rose, the aroma of braised beef mixed with meat filled the entire coffee shop. Slurp. Lu Chun picked up a large bundle of noodles with his chopsticks and sent it into his mouth, letting out a satisfied sigh. Then he skillfully raised his phone and found a perfect angle to photograph the luxurious bowl of instant noodles along with the bubbling cola and a fresh, unopened pack of Huazi. Click. He opened the area channel and uploaded the photo. Lu Chun, just a simple dinner tonight. Braised beef instant noodles with 3 servings of luncheon meat. How delightful. Has everyone had enough to eat? If you're too hungry to sleep, I suggest drinking more hot water, that is if you have any hot water. The moment the message was sent, District C0372, already on the brink of collapse, exploded. Passerby, damn. What did I see? Huazi. Is that really Huazi? Old smoker. Kill me. I don't even have food, and now I have to see cigarettes. Boss Lu Chun, can I call you Godfather? Give me one, just one. I'll trade my life for it. A socialite luncheon meat. Such thick slices. He put so many. I'm so hungry I'm chewing on my leather belt. Keyboard warrior, this young man named Lu Chun. You have so many supplies, why don't you share some? We're all compatriots. Doesn't your conscience ache? Wang Hao, Lu Chun. What's there to be proud of? I have all these things too. Lu Chun watched the screen full of impotent rage and savored the last sip of soup. Conscience. Can you eat that? If it's beef flavored, I wouldn't mind trying. In the apocalypse, conscience was the least valuable thing. As he enjoyed his cola, he looked out the window. Beyond the thick, double-layered, bulletproof glass, a pale, featureless ghost face appeared punctually, like an NPC, clocking in for work, showing up as night fell. It was pressed against the glass, staring intently at the noodles in his hand. What are you looking at? You want some? Lu Chun shook his fork and grinned mischievously. Too bad you can't get in. I'll just have to make you jealous. The faceless monster seemed provoked, frantically scratching at the glass, producing a harsh screech that added a bizarre accompaniment to the meal. Lu Chun had long grown accustomed to this, even finding it appetizing. While eating, he casually opened his private messages. Because of that photo, the number of private messages begging to be taken in had surged again. Brother Lu Chun, I was a bit loud in the group earlier. I apologize. Most were from those who had insulted him earlier and now secretly came to flatter him, along with many photos too explicit to pass review. A dazzling expanse of white. Lu Chun scrolled through, ready to clear them all when a private message with a very special ID caught his attention. ID Yueshia Duwu. Hello fellow student Lu Chun. I'm also from Jiang University. I'm Su Qingwei from the dance club. I saw your recruitment post. I don't need any special treatment. Just give me a bite to eat so I can survive. I'm willing to sign that contract. Here are my photo and a tribute panel. Su Qingwei. Lu Chun's expression paused slightly. Of course he knew that name. If Lin Qingxue was the pure snow lotus-like new freshman campus belle, then Su Qingwei was the blooming red rose atop among Jiang University's 4 recognized campus beauties, a legend from the junior year dance department. As the president of the dance club, her figure and temperament were legendary. She was said to have won a national classical dance gold medal. Born with a bewitching charm, she had a face that could topple kingdoms, and every smile and frown could steal men's souls. Yet paradoxically, her personality was extremely cold, keeping everyone at arm's length. This contrast, a face of ultimate allure with a heart of ice, drove countless wealthy heirs and campus heartthrobs wild, making them endlessly pursue her despite repeated rejections. Because of her family's formidable background, those self-proclaimed excellent rich guys had only dared to court her publicly, never resorting to unscrupulous means. Lu Chun opened the photo. The background was utterly miserable. It was a dilapidated wooden shed with wind blowing through all sides, seemingly perched on a cliff edge, an environment even worse than an ordinary person's thatched hut. In the photo, the woman wore a thin yoga practice suit wrapped in a tattered piece of linen. Even in such a wretched state, the torn clothes could not hide her breathtaking shaped curves, long legs, a slender waist, and an alluring fullness that was impossible to ignore even when she was curled up. Her face was pale, with cold lips chapped and long hair tangled against her cheeks. But those iconic peach blossom eyes, though filled with exhaustion and fear, still exuded a natural charm. Interesting. Now this is a true temptress. When he looked at her attribute panel, his eyes lit up. Name Su Qingwei. Appearance 91, figure 98, years of dance training, excellent flexibility, specialties, level flexibility, can contort into any unimaginable pose, a level rhythm, a level musicality, contract effect, after signing the shop owner's daily sanity, recovery rate 50, and as the owner you can unlock the additional talent. Visual feast, when activated all attributes temporarily increase by 20 for 30 minutes twice daily. Overall rating 94, system evaluation, a perfect work of art. Her flexibility can fulfill all your fantasies of a maid. Recommend immediate acquisition. This, Luchin gasped sharply. A comprehensive score of 94. And this strength, flexibility, technique, and contract effect were practically tailor-made for a maid cafe. If Lin Xingxue was an aloof snow lotus, then this senior Su was a seductive enchantress. Most crucially, she was decisive and intelligent. She understood that in the face of life and death, so-called dignity was worthless, so she proactively sent a private message without even haggling. Sorry, Lin, the campus beauty queen. I've already given you the opportunity, but you couldn't let go of your pride. Now someone else is swooping in. There was only one slot. Since there was a better choice, why should he be the one to fawn over someone who gave him the cold shoulder? As for Lin Xingxue, when she was truly starving to death, would the so-called campus beauty queen still matter? How it would be a joke. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen drafted a maid recruitment contract and sent it to Su Qingyue, adding a note. Lu Chen signed it. In 10 minutes, a steaming bowl of braised beef noodles awaits you. At the cliff's edge within a dilapidated wooden shack, Su Qingyue gazed at the contract filled with oppressive terms, especially the clause regarding bodily control. Her eyelashes trembled, and a flicker of shame passed through her eyes. But when she saw the mention of steaming braised beef noodles and glanced back at the bottomless abyss behind her, physiological hunger instantly shattered all psychological defenses. Her shelter was not only the lowest grade wooden shack, but she had also been unlucky enough to spawn atop a massive boulder on the cliff's peak. The boulder was at least 5 meters above the ground. Even if she managed to jump down without injury after gathering supplies, she would never be able to return to the shelter. Forget venturing out to collect resources, even the slightest movement made it feel like her shelter would plunge into the abyss. This had left her without food for 2 days. If this continued, she would freeze to death on this cliff tonight. Living is more important than anything. Su Qingyue took a deep breath, her fingers trembling as she pressed her fingerprint firmly onto the contract that sold her soul. Ding. Contract signed successfully. Congratulations, shop owner Lu Chen, on successfully recruiting your first maid employee, Su Qingyue. Teleportation procedure initiating. As she watched the white light glow at her fingertips, an indescribable joy surged in Su Qingyue's heart. It worked. That Lu Chen actually has this special ability to teleport a living person across any distance. She could feel her body gradually becoming lighter, a sign that the teleportation procedure had begun. However, in the next moment, boom, a thunderous blast echoed overhead as if the sky itself had split open. A violent gust of wind swept across the entire cliff, and the protruding rock where Su Qingyue stood already precarious from wind and snow erosion. Crack! A despairing crisp sound rang out. Su Qingyue's face turned deathly pale as she realized in terror that the ground beneath her feet was splitting. Along with her shabby, grade wooden shack, the entire cliff face collapsed, plunging into the dark, bottomless void below. An intense sensation of weightlessness engulfed her entire being. Although the system stated the first 3 days were a safety period that only applied to monsters, not physical laws, falling from this sheer cliff would surely turn her into a bloody pulp. Just as her body was about to be swallowed by darkness in the final instant before the teleportation light completed, through her falling perspective, she glimpsed the true nature of the abyss beneath the cliff. It was no valley floor at all. It was a mouth. A gargantuan maw, as if connected to hell, filled with countless fangs and tentacles. The entire cliff base was actually a dormant, indescribable entity lurking underground. It now opened its jaws wide, awaiting this delivered dessert. Buzz, Su Qingyue's mind felt as if struck by a heavy hammer. Gazing upon an indescribable entity. Sanity 80. Warning. Your sanity is on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, this horrifying sight lasted less than 0.1 second. In the next instant, the white light completely engulfed her. Whoosh. The world spun. The biting wind, the terror of weightlessness, the abyss stare, all vanished in an instant. Replacing them were soft, warm light, a plush carpet, and an overwhelmingly rich aroma of braised beef noodles that could bring one to tears. Cough, cough. Su Qingyue collapsed onto the floor, drenched in cold sweat, as if pulled from water. Her eyes were vacant, her pupils dilated, still lost in the immense terror of that glimpse into the abyss like a broken doll. You're here. Lu Chen put down his cola, looking somewhat surprised at the woman on the floor. At this moment, though Su Qingyue wore thin training clothes that accentuated her curves, her condition was utterly dire. Her face was as pale as paper, her lips purple from cold, and her body twitched uncontrollably. Help! Su Qingyue opened her mouth to speak, but found her throat blocked, unable to produce any sound. Extreme hunger and cold combined with the recent mental trauma left her without even the strength to lift a finger. Lu Chen frowned. Seems like she's at her limit. If the teleport had been delayed by another second, she'd probably be gone. Without hesitation, he stood up, walked over, and lifted Su Qingyue from the floor in a bridal carry. She was incredibly light. That was Lu Chen's first impression. The woman in his arms felt as light as a feather, clearly having starved for too long. Next came the sensation. Even through the training clothes, he could feel the astonishing elasticity of her skin, the supple resilience cultivated from years of dance. Truly exquisite. But her body was as cold as ice, faintly carrying a subtle fragrance mixed with the scent of wind and snow, evoking a protective instinct. Lu Chen gently placed her on the leather sofa, casually grabbing the newly opened high-thread count goose-down blanket to wrap around her. Then he picked up the still-warm bowl of braised beef noodles from the coffee table. Open up. Lu Chen twirled a small bundle of noodles with a fork blue on it to cool it, and brought it to Su Qingyue's lips. Her gaze was dull, her instinct wanted to resist, but the enticing aroma invaded her nostrils, and bodily instinct overpowered reason. She mechanically opened her cherry-like lips, and took the noodles. Slurp. The hot soup slid down her throat like a warm current, exploding, flowing through her limbs. A glimmer of life finally returned to Su Qingyue's once dead eyes. Then tears streamed down her face. She was alive. Truly alive. Lu Chen was patient as if feeding an injured kitten. A mouthful of noodles, a sip of soup, even thoughtfully feeding her 2 slices of luncheon meat. But since the luncheon meat was hard to digest, Lu Chen had to chew it himself before feeding her. After half a bowl of noodles, Su Qingyue's face finally gained some color, and her body stopped trembling violently. Yet she remained motionless, her gaze fixed on the void, clearly in a state of mental rigidity due to critically low sanity. Seems like she was terrified. Lu Chen shook his head and set down his bowl and chopsticks. Let's check her stats first, make sure she hasn't lost her mind. With a thought, he called up the new employee's status panel. The next second, Lu Chen's pupils contracted slightly. Name: Su Qingyue, exclusive maid. Level 1. Status: extreme weakness, psychological trauma. Strength 7, Spirit 9, Agility 9, Constitution 8. Current HP 1580, on the verge of death. Current sanity 1090, could collapse at any moment. Current satiety 30100, slowly recovering. Loyalty 60, base value from newly signed contract. Tisk. Lu Chen's eyelids twitched as he stared at Su Qingyue's status panel, where the 10 sanity points were so red they seemed almost black. What did she go through? Only 10 sanity points. A bit lower, and she'd have turned into a babbling simpleton or mutated into one of those monsters outside, wouldn't she? He glanced at the college beauty in his arms, who, even wrapped in a thick quilt, still had a vacant look in her eyes. This was the high-quality maid he had finally managed to recruit. He hadn't even started exploiting her yet, so she couldn't be wasted just like that. In that case, I'll take you to sleep first. Lu Chen sighed. You're lucky, I just opened a new set of bedding. Even I, your boss, haven't had a chance to enjoy it yet, and it's going to spoil you. No, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. They'll enjoy it together with you. Anyway, this quilt is big enough for 2. The single bed is a bit small, but well squeeze in. He lifted her again, quilt and all, and headed toward the employee dormitory on the 2nd floor. Let's get a good night's sleep first, and restore your sanity. When you wake up tomorrow, well, settle the bill for that bowl of braised beef noodles. The next day, the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the gap in the window, falling onto her face. Su Qingyue opened her eyes groggily, her mind still hazy. That was a good sleep. She instinctively moved her body and found herself lying in a bed that was unbelievably warm. Her fingers unconsciously brushed against the quilt cover, and Su Qingyue's movements suddenly froze. This texture. Such a comfortable quilt. As a former wealthy heiress accustomed to a life of luxury, she was extremely particular about the quality of life. This silky smooth cloud-like softness was something she had only experienced on the custom-made Italian bedding back home. But wasn't she in a post-apocalyptic survival game right now? Outside, everyone was clinging to plastic sheets and newspapers for warmth. Where did this quilt come from? In shock, she buried her face in the quilt and took a deep breath. No musty smell, no sweat. Only a dry, refreshing scent, as if it had been basking in sunlight. How is this possible? Su Qingyue's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at the unfamiliar wooden ceiling above. Where am I? It took her a few minutes to gather her thoughts, and memories flooded back like a tidal wave. The abyssal maw, the falling cliff, and that life-saving bowl of braised beef noodles. She sat up abruptly and checked her status. After a full night's sleep, her sanity, which had been on the verge of collapse, had recovered to 50 points. Though her spirit was still somewhat sluggish, at least she was no longer on the brink of madness, and could think and act normally. Just then the warmth from the quilt dissipated, and a chill set in. Su Qingyue looked down, and instantly widened her eyes in shock. She gasped, realizing she was only wearing a thin pink inner layer. Her tattered training uniform and coat had vanished, leaving large expanses of snow-white skin exposed to the air. Awake! A lazy male voice suddenly came from the doorway. Su Qingyue jerked her head up and met Lu Chen's unabashed gaze. Lu Chen leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, his eyes roving over her without the slightest reservation. He had to admit Su Qingwei truly lived up to her reputation as the president of Jiang University's dance club and one of the 4 recognized campus beauties. Even after 2 days of hardship in this apocalypse, her foundation still held strong. Her skin was as fair as jade, with a tempting rosy flush from just waking up. Especially her figure, honed from years of dancing, full and firm with a defined waistline devoid of any excess fat, and flawlessly slender. Though he had already felt her while holding her in his arms last night, standing at a distance, and appreciating the view, now the visual impact was still a perfect 10. Get dressed. Let's talk downstairs, Lu Chen said flatly. Su Qingwei instinctively tried to cover herself, her face flushed with embarrassment. My clothes. I took them off, Lu Chen answered without a shred of guilt, not even blinking. Or did you expect to sleep in that thick down jacket? Your clothes are covered in snow and mud. If I didn't take them off, they'd dirty my goose down quilt. This is a purple quality quilt. Could you afford to replace it if it got stained? Su Qingwei opened her mouth to retort, but found herself utterly speechless. Lu Chen showed no trace of pity for her awkwardness. Instead, he delivered a cold, finishing blow. I suggest you adjust your attitude. Don't forget why you're still alive. With that, he turned and left without lingering. Though his words were harsh, they were indeed a kind reminder. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, sentimentality was the most useless thing. Since she had signed the contract, she had to embrace her role as a maid. Without Lu Chen, she would have been devoured by the abyssal maw last night. Su Qingwei sat on the bed, gazing at Lu Chen's retreating figure, her eyes gradually clearing. After he went downstairs, it took her only 2 or 3 minutes to sort out her thoughts. She recalled the desperate torment at the cliff's edge 2 days ago and the steaming, fragrant bowl of beef noodles from last night. It was like falling from hell into heaven. Anyway, the contract has been signed. This was my own choice, so I can't blame anyone else. As long as I can survive, anything is fine. Su Qingwei vaguely felt her life was now linked to Lu Chen's, that everything about her could be controlled by him. She let out a long sigh and fully accepted the reality. She quickly put on the clothes left at the bedside, tidied her disheveled long hair, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door to go downstairs. In the first-floor hall, the fire in the fireplace was blazing, dispelling the morning chill. Lu Chen was sitting on the sofa, toying with a Glock pistol. At the sound of footsteps, he lifted his eyes slightly. Su Qingwei walked up to him. Bathed in the firelight, she finally saw the shop owner's face clearly. For a moment, her prepared opening remarks stuck in her throat, and a hint of shock and disbelief replaced the respectful look in her eyes. It's you. Su Qingyu's eyes widened in utter disbelief. You're the one from our school's photography. Before arriving in this survival world, she was the revered president of Jiangda University's dance club, the center of attention on every stage. And Lu Chen. She remembered him. Because the promotional photos and roadshow filming for the dance club had always been handled by the photography club. In her memory, this young man always carried a heavy camera, silently crouching in the corner of the stage or in the audience, watching them through the lens. She recalled one rehearsal break when he handed her a bottle of water. At that time, she was busy discussing moves with the instructor and merely offered a polite thank you without even giving him a direct glance. In her eyes at that time, Lu Chen was just one of the countless ordinary admirers in the school, a photographer who could only look up to her from below the stage. Moreover, she also remembered that Lu Chen seemed to work part-time as a delivery rider. Once when Lu Chen came to photograph their dance club, he was still wearing his delivery rider uniform, carrying over a dozen cups of milk tea bought by her suitors for their club. But now, Su Qingwei looked at the man before her, who was lazily toying with a firearm, then glanced down at herself. A wave of unprecedented absurdity and shame surged within her. The former passerby, photographer, and delivery rider had become the exalted ruler, while she, the former stage center, had become a maidservant casually picked up by him. Good memory. Seems your brain isn't damaged. A playful curve tugged at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth, as if he had long anticipated her reaction. Back when they first enrolled, the Jiangda University Photography Club had just been founded. The president was a rich second-generation heir. To attract members, he publicly announced that the club would provide free photography equipment, and that joining would come with bonus subsidies and benefits. This prompted many impoverished college students, including Lu Chen, to eagerly sign up. Later, Lu Chen displayed astonishing talent in photography, gaining the favor of the wealthy president, and eventually became a vice president. I thought you, Senior Su, being a busy person, would have long forgotten about me, your mere tool. No. No. Su Qingwei lowered her head in panic, her face burning with shame. The brief encounters of the past now felt like an invisible slap across her face. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her inner turmoil, clasped her hands in front of her abdomen, and assumed a posture even more humble than before. Good morning, shopkeeper. I am Su Qingwei. I am skilled in dance and jujitsu. Since you know me, you should be aware that my fundamentals are quite solid. From now on, I hope you will take good care of me. Compared to the fear of facing a stranger, the shame of facing an acquaintance made her even more mortified. But she was well aware that this alumni connection was worth less than a piece of toilet paper in the apocalypse, and might even fuel his desire to conquer. She had to put herself in the right place. This made Lu Chun raise his estimation of her. To be able to overcome the psychological gap so quickly and recognize the situation, this person's character was indeed more suited to surviving the apocalypse than that prideful Lin Qingxue. No wonder the system had given her a comprehensive score as high as 94. Sit down. Lu Chun pointed to the seat opposite him. Since you're hired, there are some rules to be made clear. In this shop, my word is absolute command. In return, I will ensure your safety and basic sustenance. Su Qingyuan nodded obediently and sat on the edge of the sofa, her posture upright and elegant. Lu Chun glanced up and down at her, then suddenly spoke. Yesterday, I saved your life, and it cost me a bowl of braised beef noodles and half a bowl of luncheon meat. How do you intend to settle this account? Feeling Lu Chen's burning, undisguisedly aggressive gaze, Su Qingyu's heart suddenly raced, her face instantly red to the roots of her ears. She bit her lip unconsciously. I understand. She took a deep breath as if making a certain decision. The next second, her delicate body trembled slightly, and her hand reached for the zipper of the jacket she had just put on. Rip! The zipper pulled open, just as Su Qingyue was about to take off her jacket again. Stop! Just as the down jacket was about to slip off her shoulders, revealing large swaths of snowy, delicate skin, Lu Chen spoke with a dark expression. Are you filled with nothing but dirty thoughts? Su Qingyu's movement froze, and she looked at Lu Chen with a blank expression, her eyes carrying a hint of bewildered innocence. Lu Chen rolled his eyes at her in annoyance, reached out, and flicked Su Qingyu's forehead. Watching her instinctively wince and cover her head, he helped her pull the jacket back up, all the way to the top. It's daytime now, sis. Today is the third day, the last day of the newbie safety period. There are so many resources out there waiting to be grabbed, and you want to mess around with this now. As he said this, Lu Chun paused, his gaze sweeping over her exquisite figure, his atoms apple bobbing slightly. Although I wouldn't mind, even if you want to offer yourself to me, you'll have to wait until we're safe tonight. Lu Chun mercilessly interrupted the campus belle's romantic fantasies. What a joke. Women would only slow down his draw, especially in this critical time where every second counted. However, it had to be said that Su Qingyue was indeed the campus belle of the dance club. Just the sight of her half-covered shy demeanor with words unspoken made him, an innocent young man, feel parched and dry. Ahem, hold it. Once we're safe, there will be plenty of time tonight to slowly study the various positions of this class jujitsu. Scolded by Lu Chun like this, Su Qingyu's cheeks burned with shame, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into on the spot. So it was her own dirty thoughts. How embarrassing. All right, stop blushing over there. The steam rising from your head could almost boil water. Lu Chun tapped the table forcibly, changing the subject. Show me what you got from your newbie chest. Su Qingyue dared not delay, quickly opening her system inventory and taking out her initial supplies. A rusty sickle, a pack of toilet paper, 12 rolls. And when she took out the last item, Su Qingyu's face turned red again. She stammered and placed it on the table. Lu Chen stared at it closely. It was actually an unopened box of Delacy Ultra Thin. Ahem. Lu Chun coughed tactically a couple of times, pretending not to see the small blue box, and let his gaze fall on the sickle. Weeding sickle, white average sharpness, but has a special effect against plants. Grass cutting efficiency 50. Great stuff. Lu Chen's eyes instantly lit up. He was just short of dry grass to upgrade his LV. Free shelter. Pulling by hand was too slow. This sickle was a godsend. This sickle is perfect for cutting grass. Pack up, we're going out. Lu Chen took out 2 slices of whole wheat bread and half a bottle of water from his backpack, handing them to Su Qingyue. Eat this, then we have work to do. Today's tasks are heavy. We must gather all the upgrade materials before dark. Lu Chen's expression turned serious. Today is the last day of the system-announced safety period. After midnight, the anomalies outside won't just stare at each other with us like they did the first 2 days. At that time, they will likely launch a substantial attack on the shelter. Lu Chen thought of the first night. Just a few minutes of eye contact with that faceless man through the window had caused his sanity points to plummet by 5. If such an anomalous creature actually broke through the glass and stormed into the house, the consequences were self-evident. Thus, a level 2 shelter was far from enough to make him feel safe. He must upgrade to level 3 as soon as possible. Su Qingyue took the bread and ate it in small bites. The shyness in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by determination. Yes, store manager. After breakfast, Lu Chen opened the system map. The next moment, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. 2 white dots had appeared on the map. He glanced at Su Qingyue, who was nervously and curiously looking around, and understood. It seems that with the shop assistant we count as 2 people, and the system has granted double survival chests. One was over 300 meters to the northeast. The other was 500 meters to the northwest. At least they're not at opposite corners, of both are to the north, and the distance is acceptable. Before leaving, Lu Chen gave Su Qingyue a final pre-job briefing. There are monsters in the mist, but as long as you don't make much noise or get too close, they usually won't notice you. Even if we encounter them, you must stay absolutely calm and follow my commands. Lu Chen stared into Su Qingyu's eyes, his tone cold and serious. Otherwise, if we truly disturb a monster, it'll be fine if I can handle it. But if I can't, you know the outcome. I need an assistant who can help me, not a burden who just waits for death. The words were harsh and blunt. Yet Su Qingyue didn't find them inappropriate. Instead, she nodded firmly. I understand. It was already the third day. Before leaving, she glanced at the regional chat channel. The number of survivors had plummeted to 7,300. Nearly 2,000 people had died just last night. If not for Lu Chen, she would have been among the dead. I will do my best. Su Qingyue silently vowed. Ever since she arrived at this magical maid cafe and witnessed Lu Chen's methods, she had a strong premonition. Someone like Lu Chen was undoubtedly a top-tier player in this horrific survival game. Since he was a big shot in this lawless world where order had collapsed, there would be no shortage of maids by his side in the future. She was just the beginning. A more outstanding women would surely try to squeeze in. She had to seize the chance as a founding member to prove her worth to Lu Chen. Otherwise, if she just idled away her time, or even traded her body for his favors, it wouldn't be a long-term solution. Once she lost her value, she would eventually be pushed aside, or even eliminated. With that thought, Su Qingyue lifted her head, her eyes resolute. Store manager, if I ever displease you or hold us back in danger, you can abandon me at any time, and I will have no complaints. Lu Chen gave her a deep appraising look, a satisfied curve tugging at his lips. Obedient, compliant, and understanding. Before the disaster, she was an unattainable school goddess. After it, she could so quickly grasp her position and align herself. He was growing more and more pleased with this maid. Let's go, time to work. Pushing open the door, a blast of cold wind mixed with snowflakes hit their faces. The two walked one after the other, heading toward the closer chest to the northeast. Visibility in the mist was only about 20 meters. This forced them to move slowly, each step requiring caution. A distance of 300 meters took nearly 10 minutes. Adding the 10-minute return trip and the hourly limit to return indoors for warmth. Their actual effective working time each outing was a mere 40 minutes. Even less time was truly available for gathering, given the need to guard against lurking dangers. Let's start. Upon reaching the designated area, Lu Chen gave the order. They divided tasks clearly. Lu Chen swung his cast-iron hand axe, hacking away at the dead trees with fury. Su Qingyue wielded the grass sickle, bending over to swiftly harvest withered grass in the snow. Admittedly, this sickle was a godsend. In just a few minutes, a small pile of dry grass had gathered at Su Qingyue's feet. Found it. After felling the third tree, Lu Chen spotted a white chest behind a rock. No monster guarding it. Lucky break. Lu Chen opened it directly. Congratulations on opening a designated chest. Medical supply box, white. Obtained amoxicillin capsules, 1 box, 12 pills box. Obtained medical alcohol, 500 milliliters, 1 bottle. Obtained painkillers, 2 boxes, 60 pills box. Obtained Yunnan Baiyao spray, 1. Obtained ibuprofen extended release capsules, 1 box, 12 pills box. A medical chest. Joy surged in Lu Chen's heart. In the apocalypse, aside from food and water, medicine was the most precious. Even a minor cold or fever could be fatal in this environment, lacking medicine and doctors. This stockpile was absolutely critical. Retreat. After collecting the chest, Lu Chen glanced at the cold timer and decisively ordered the return. With Su Qingyue's help, gathering efficiency had more than doubled. Especially that sickle. It perfectly solved Lu Chen's biggest headache, the withered grass. Back at the cafe, the warm fireplace instantly dispelled the chill from their bodies. Lu Chen inventoried the supplies in his backpack, a wide grin spreading across his face. This single trip, combined with previous stock, had already gathered all the upgrade materials. This far exceeded Lu Chen's expectations. Current resources would 210 stone, 105 dry grass, 137 primary energy crystal, 1. Upgrade conditions met. Without any hesitation, Lu Chen opened the shelter panel. System upgrade. With a thought from Lu Chen, a dazzling golden light flashed and enveloped the entire maid cafe. The original wooden structure began to tremble violently. The walls thickened automatically, their color shifting from a faded dark pink to a brighter, sturdier, deep crimson wood. The second floor expanded outward, adding a small terrace. The most magical change was inside the main hall. In the previously empty corner, wood chips flew as an L-shaped solid wood counter spontaneously formed. Above the main door, a black surveillance camera materialized out of thin air, its red indicator light blinking faintly, offering an inexplicable sense of security. Seconds later, the golden light faded. Ding. Upgrade successful. Congratulations. Your shelter has been upgraded to level 3. Current attribute changes. Integrity 100. Enhanced walls now have insulation layer, indoor temperature stabilized at 18°C. Defense significantly increased. Ordinary beasts cannot breach, can withstand impacts from first-tier mutant creatures. Durability cap raised to 200. New facility unlocked. Basic security monitor covers 50-meter range outside the door. Night vision mode. New facility unlocked. Rough wooden counter workbench can be used to craft tools from blueprints. New privilege unlocked. Additional staff slot. Current recruit capacity 2. Next upgrade requirements level 4 wood, 500 stone, 300 dry grass, 200 clay, 100 primary energy crystal 2. 18 degrees. Lu Chun shed his coat, wearing only a thin hoodie as he reveled in the spring-like warmth of the room. This was far more comfortable. With the surveillance system in place, he no longer had to risk losing sanity by peering out the window at night. He could simply watch the screen indoors. As for the workbench, it was perfect for crafting the basic rainwater collection purifier he had obtained earlier. However, the greatest surprise was yet to come. Just as the upgrade completed, a golden banner visible only to him popped up. System notification detected that you are the first survivor in Zone C0372 to upgrade your shelter to LV3. Congratulations on earning the Zone exclusive achievement reward. Reward Bronze Treasure Chest 1, a first-o upgrade reward. This rhythm feels great. There was no notification when I upgraded to LV2, so it seems I wasn't the first in this zone to reach that level. But now, I've pulled ahead of everyone else again. Lu Chun rubbed his hands together and placed the chest glowing with an ancient luster on the coffee table. I hope I get some cold-resistant gear. Going out for just an hour each time is way too inefficient. Open. Crack. The chest opened and 3 beams of light, each a different color, instantly dazzled Lu Chun's eyes. 1 green, 1 blue, and 1 purple. Congratulations, high-energy military chocolate 1 box green. Instantly restores massive stamina and body heat. Congratulations, blueprint. Animal trap blue. Defensive facility. Congratulations, sunfire warm jade purple. Rare accessory. Lu Chun's gaze instantly locked onto the jade pendant, radiating an orange-eared glow. Sunfire warm jade purple effect, when worn automatically, forms a warm solar force field with a 1 meter radius, isolating external cold, maintaining the wearer's body temperature, and granting immunity to hypothermia negative status. Durability infinite, requires recharging by the shelter's fireplace. 1 hour of charging provides 4 hours of use. Wow. Lu Chun slapped his thigh in excitement. Immunity to hypothermia. This meant that as long as he carried this jade, he could roam outside as long as he wanted without needing to rush home like Cinderella. Although it had charging limitations, he and Su Qingyue could take turns wearing it. While one person gathered materials outside for extended periods, the other could rest and recharge indoors. Efficiency maxed out. Nearby, Su Qingyue, wrapped in the goose-down quilt taken from Lu Chun's bed, watched everything in stunned disbelief. From the house expanding and warming on its own to the surveillance system and bar counter appearing out of thin air, it all seemed like a miracle to her. She instinctively thought of her own previous shelter, a ramshackle wooden hut on a cliff edge, drafty and teetering. How could the gap between survivors be so vast? If not for that accidental fall, I'd probably be frozen to death in that shack by now. A wave of terror washed over Su Qingyue, followed by an intense sense of relief. Though she had lost her freedom and had to call someone else, store manager, gazing at the warm, sturdy walls and smelling the lingering aroma of instant noodles, she felt like the luckiest unlucky person in the world. At least, I survived and am living better than 99 of people. As Su Qingyue looked at Lu Chun, her eyes held not only awe but also a deeper, unshakable dependence. Unaware of her shifting gaze, Lu Chun put away his items and sat on the sofa to check the upgrade conditions for LV4. Wood and stone are easy enough, but this clay. He frowned slightly. The area was all frozen soil and wasteland with no clay mines in sight. They'll have to rely on trading. Lu Chun opened the trading channel and posted a buying request. Lu Chun mass buying clay, wood, stone, and basic energy crystals. Will trade with small amounts of food and medicine. Message me with your price. After posting, he casually clicked on the zone chat channel. Since the nationwide apocalypse survival game began, the chat had been flooded with non-stop messages. Swordsman of the Gale, brothers, I got a skill. Basic sprint, increases agility by 50 for 30 seconds, once a day. Now even if I can't beat a monster, I can outrun you all. Jealous. Passerby, whoa. A skill book. I want one too. Passerby B, envy the big shot. I only got 2 packs of cookies today. So worried. Just then a familiar ID popped up again. Wang Hao, what's there to brag about within a ranked skill? Let me tell you, my general store just upgraded to LV22, adding a row of living area shelves. I'm no longer short on blankets, and I got lucky. Today's survival chest gave me a kerosene heater. Wang Hao, now my room is a cozy 10 degrees. Also following Lu Chun's lead, I'm hiring a maid. Food, lodging, and heating included. Interested? DM me your photo. I only want campus bell level girls, but you'll need to walk here yourself. I only provide shelter, not pickup. Wang Hao. Oh, and a mass buying kerosene. We'll trade with food. Lu Chun sneered at Wang Hao's provocative post. A heater? Still needs kerosene, right? Nothing beats my whole house radiant heating and fireplace. As for hiring maids, the zone's top-tier beauty Su Qingyue was already in his arms while his store. Besides, judging by Wang Hao's tone, he didn't have an SS rank recruitment skill like Lu Chun, so he couldn't teleport people to his shelter regardless of distance. In this perilous fog-filled world, asking someone to travel miles to your shelter. What's the difference between that and delivering takeout to the monsters in the mist? Utterly brainless. Rest for 2 hours. Lu Chun closed the chat panel, but didn't idle. He hung the sunfire warm jade on a hook by the fireplace to absorb heat and recharge. Then using the plastic he had traded for earlier, he contacted a survivor whose shelter was a tailor shop and exchanged a slice of bread for 5 sets of clothes. Lu Chen tore one set into shreds, obtaining 5 pieces of cloth as a substitute for filter cotton. The remaining 4 sets, 2 for men and 2 for women, were casual wear, perfect for changing into when going out. As he looked at the clothes, he suddenly glanced at the delicate black and white lace-made uniforms hanging on the wall. Tisk almost forgot about these. These are the soul of a maid cafe, can't waste them. Lu Chen stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping over Su Qingyue, who was organizing supplies. From now on, the staff must wear maid uniforms inside the store and change into casual wear when going out. After all, it's a maid cafe. How can it be without maids? That's perfectly reasonable, right? Of course I need to get the shower system working first. Otherwise a campus belle who hasn't bathed in 2 days wearing a maid uniform should still be stinky. Though he had never been in a relationship, he didn't buy into the nonsense about beautiful women smelling sweet and soft even after days without a shower. Though trading a slice of bread for several sets of clothing struck Lu Chen as somewhat disadvantageous, for in this apocalyptic world the value of food far surpassed that of garments. He was too weary to haggle, driven solely by his need to craft a purifier. He then made his way to the newly unlocked roughly hewn wooden counter which served as his workbench. First, let's solve the water problem. Lu Chen produced the blueprint for the basic rainwater collection and purification device. Detected sufficient materials: plastic 5, wood 10, filter cotton 2 may be substituted with rags. Proceed with crafting. Craft. Clatter clatter. After a brief loading period, a peculiar, yet fully functional apparatus materialized out of thin air. It was a massive silver-gray metal funnel beneath, which sat a black square high-density filtration water tank. Extending from the side of the tank was a white PVC water delivery hose, its end thoughtfully equipped with a brand-new brass faucet. Though it's only a basic model, the craftsmanship is surprisingly meticulous, Lu Chen remarked as he hoisted the device and installed it onto the pre-reserved pipe interface on the cafe's exterior wall. With a crisp click, it fit perfectly. The water pipe ran through the wall, connecting directly to the sink's water storage system at the counter. Outside, heavy snowflakes drifted down like goose feathers. The purifier's built-in constant temperature heating and snow-melting function immediately sprang into action. In just a few minutes, a gurgling sound of flowing water came from the pipes. Lu Chen walked to the counter and tentatively turned on the faucet. Splash! A stream of crystal-clear, slightly warm, purified water gushed out cheerfully, striking the stainless steel sink with a pleasant sound. Done. Lu Chen cupped some water to wash his face, took a sip savoring the long-lost moisture and refreshment, and clapped his hands in satisfaction. But at 18 degrees, it's still not suitable for a bath. Once I gather the materials for the water circulation heating system, you'll be able to enjoy a hot shower. And more importantly, the water filtered by this purifier is directly drinkable, so I essentially have an unlimited water source. You'll never have to worry about water again. I could even trade the surplus for other resources. Clean, warm drinking water must be incredibly valuable now. Just as Lu Chen was relishing this long-lost freshness, a faint sound of swallowing came from beside him. He turned to find Su Qingyue staring intently at the gushing faucet, her usually cool eyes now filled with longing. Her hands clutched the hem of her clothes, and she appeared somewhat uneasy. Store manager. Su Qingyue bit her lip, her voice barely a whisper, her face tinged with a hint of embarrassed shyness. Could I wash up too? As a girl who valued cleanliness, and especially as a widely admired campus belle, the past 2 days and nights of wilderness survival had been nothing short of a nightmare. She had been unable to wash her face, brush her teeth, or even spare enough water to clean her hands. Her face was a mixture of dried tear stains, dust, and the fine beads of sweat from eating hot pot earlier. The sticky, clammy sensation was utterly unbearable, more torturous than death itself. Lu Chen glanced at her delicate but slightly grimy face and generously stepped aside. Go ahead. Since you're now my employee, maintaining personal hygiene is part of the job. I don't want my maid to look like a refugee who just crawled out of a coal mine. With permission granted, Su Qingyue felt as if pardoned from a heavy burden, her eyes instantly sparkling like stars. Thank you, store manager. She eagerly rushed to the sink, cupped the clear warm water, and gently splashed it onto her face. There was no facial cleanser or skincare product. Yet this pure clean water alone was the world's finest luxury cosmetic for her now. She meticulously scrubbed her cheeks, neck, and slender jade-like hands. A few minutes later, Su Qingyue straightened up, wiped the water droplets from her face with her sleeve, and turned around. Store manager, I'm done. Lu Chen instinctively looked up and found his breath caught in his throat. This was the very image of a lotus rising from clear water, naturally beautiful, without any adornment. With the dust and grime washed away, Su Qingyue's already high attractiveness score of 91 was fully unleashed. Her skin was fairer than snow, tinged with a delicate pink from the warm water, seemingly so tender it might bruise at a touch. A few strands of wet hair clung to her cheeks, still dripping crystal-clear droplets that slid down her slender swan-like neck, disappearing into the delicate hollow of her collarbone. Her moist, limpid eyes gazed at him timidly, having shed their earlier dishevelment, and gained a captivating blend of purity and allure. If one ignored the dilapidated surroundings, she could have been a peerless beauty fresh from a bath. Ahem. Lu Chun withdrew his slightly stunned gaze, nodding inwardly. This recruitment was a huge win. If he could feast his eyes on such a pleasing sight every day, even his sanity recovery rate might increase. All right, since you're clean, take a rest, and prepare to go out for work. Lu Chun tossed out the words and turned towards the counter to organize his gear. Su Qingyue watched his retreating figure, a faint smile unconsciously curling at the corners of her mouth. Though the store manager had a sharp tongue and a cold demeanor, he truly gave her a sense of home. 2 hours later, Lu Chun fully charged the blazing sun-warm jade and tossed it to Su Qingyue. Put it on. We're going further this time. Yes. With the warm jade to shield her and her scythe in hand. Over the next few hours, the duo became a harvesting machine on the wasteland. They not only successfully obtained the white tool chest to the northwest, but also killed a stray mutated wild dog, gaining another stash of meat. Only when the sky began to darken and eerie howls and wails started echoing from the mist did they return laden with their haul. Back in the warmly lit cafe, Lu Chun locked the door securely and activated the newly unlocked security surveillance system. A clear screen was projected onto the wall of the main hall, showing every movement within 50 meters of the entrance. The sense of security was maximized. Let's celebrate tonight. Lu Chun pulled a box of spicy beef self-heating hot pot from his backpack. Su Qingyue, though it's your first day on the job, I'm very satisfied with your performance. Tonight, we'll have hot pot to celebrate. Gazing at the bubbling, steaming hot pot with its swirling red oil, Su Qingyue's eyes instantly reddened. She had forgotten when she last had a proper meal like this. The hellish experience of the past 2 days had made her appreciate the preciousness of this single box of hot pot even more. Su Qingyue eagerly leaned in. Smack! A soft, warm, moist, and slightly cool kiss landed heavily on Lu Chun's cheek, catching him completely off guard. The touch was fleeting. Su Qingyue stepped back, her face flushed, head bowed, too shy to meet his eyes, her fingers nervously fidgeting with the hot pot box. Lu Chun was stunned for a moment. Had he just been ambushed? He touched his cheek, then let out a soft, wry laugh. All right, let's eat. The two sat down by the coffee table. As dusk fell, the eerie creatures lurking in the mist once again showed their silhouettes. Outside, the temperature plunged to -30°C, accompanied by the howls of monsters. Inside, the room maintained a constant 18 degrees, filled with the aroma of hot pot. Lu Chun picked up a slice of beef, placed it in his mouth, and while watching the monsters prowling outside the door, yet unable to enter on the monitor, he leisurely opened the chat channel. I wonder how many people will break down tonight, he mused, savoring the spicy and numbing beef as he swiped through the translucent panel before him. By this time, the regional chat channel was suffocating with tension. Desperate fish, only 2 hours left. Once midnight passes, the newbie protection period ends. My shelter is still LV. One thatched shack. Am I doomed? Passerby, don't give up, man. Beg for wood to upgrade. LV. One can't withstand the monsters. Desperate fish, I begged, but no one replied. Everyone is short on wood. I even heard grinding sounds outside just now. I feel like they're waiting for dinner. Data Emperor, according to my statistics, less than 30 of people in Zone C0372 have upgraded their shelters to LV. 2. The remaining 70. Good luck to you. As Lu Chun glanced at these alarming comments, his expression remained calm. Meanwhile, his private message icon was flashing frantically. Over 99 unread messages, almost all of them pleas for shelter, charity, or cries of brother save me. Lu Chun casually opened a few. Some were tales of woe, others sent borderline photos. Boring, he muttered, shaking his head. In the past, he might have lingered on them. But now, with the shop housing Su Qingyue, a campus belle with exquisite looks and a top-tier figure, how could he spare a glance for such vulgar women? Still guided by the principle that freeloading brings joy, he figured he might as well look at the photos. While eating hot pot, he swiped through them like a monarch reviewing memorials, simultaneously scouting for any overlooked high-potential talent. With Su Qingyue as a precedent, I need to quickly find a second high-potential maid if I want the cafe to expand rapidly. Unfortunately, after scrolling through, all he saw were ordinary people with overall scores of 60 to 70. Not a single one worth considering. Lu Chun closed the private messages and turned his attention back to the trading market. At this crucial hour, everyone was desperate to upgrade their shelters to survive, so the prices of basic materials naturally skyrocketed. Lu Chun opened the market and was astonished by the massive demand for wood and stone. Some people were even willing to trade precious medicine for a few pieces of wood. Looks like tonight's a golden opportunity to get rich. His eyes swept swiftly across the trading list, and a particular purchase request caught his attention. Lumberjack, looking for 9mm pistol bullets. Urgent. Urgent. Price negotiable. If you have them, I'll trade anything. Oh. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow. Someone actually got a gun. It was a stroke of luck, but clearly an unlucky one. A gun without bullets was no better than a firebrand. He glanced at his own inventory, 50 rounds from the green chest, 4 used on the wolf, leaving 46. Trading a few would cost him nothing. So he initiated a private chat. Lu Chun, I have bullets. How many do you need? What are you trading? The reply came almost instantly. The other party must have been anxiously waiting by the panel. Lumberjack, holy crap. It's the big boss. Master Lu Chun. Great. I hit the jackpot opening a chest today. Got a police revolver, but no bullets. There are monsters scratching at the walls outside. I'm scared to death. Lumberjack, I don't want much, just 5 rounds. I have wood. Lots of wood. Lu Chun, how much do you have? Lumberjack, my initial shelter is a grade forest logging cabin, which comes with a 50 logging efficiency buff and specialized tools. I've been chopping trees for days. I've saved over 1500 wood. I'll give you all of it for 5 bullets, okay? 1500 wood for 5 bullets. Su Qingyue, who was nibbling on a lotus root slice, was so stunned that she nearly dropped her chopsticks. This was practically daylight robbery. She knew that she and Lu Chun could barely gather a few dozen pieces of wood in a day of hard work. But Lu Chun remained unfazed, even pretending to hesitate. Lu Chun, 5 bullets are a lifesaver. I'm only doing this because you seem decent. Fine, 1500 would deal. Lumberjack, thank you, big boss. Thank you for saving my life. I'll come to you with any wood I cut in the future. System notification, trade successful. Lost 9mm bullets 5, gained rough, wood 1500. Seeing the sudden surge of wood in his inventory, a satisfied smile tugged at Lu Chun's lips. This was the joy of holding core resources. Though it might be worthless to someone with a logging cabin, it was a matter of life and death for those desperately needing upgrades. And bullets were the hardest of hard currencies. Wood is now overflowing. With this 1500, I have over 1700 units. Lu Chun calculated quickly. To upgrade to LV4 he needed wood 500 stone, 300 dry grass, 200 clay, 100 when primary energy crystal 2. Wood was more than enough. Thanks to Su Qingyue, the humanoid grass-cutting machine, the dry grass count was sufficient. The main gaps were in stone, clay, and energy crystals. Time to use the surplus wood to harvest. Without hesitation, Lu Chun posted several pinned messages in the trading channel. Lu Chun's shop, mass selling wood. Only trading for stone, clay, and energy crystals. Exchange rate 1 wood for 1 stone. 2 wood for 1 clay. 50 wood for 1 primary energy crystal. The rate was a bit steep, but in the last 2 hours before life and death for those who only lacked wood to reach LV2 and survive, Lu Chun was a merciful celestial master Lu. As expected, the moment the listings went up, trade notifications rang incessantly. Ding. Trade successful. Obtain stone 50. Ding. Trade successful. Obtain stone 20. Ding. Trade successful. Obtain clay 10. Ding. Trade successful. Obtain clay 10. In just half an hour, relying on the surplus 100, would Lu Chun gathered enough stone and clay to upgrade to LV4. Additionally, someone traded a pile of other food, milk bread, enough for several days, for wood. In effect, Lu Chun had used 5 bullets to acquire a mountain of useful supplies. This was a massive win. However, primary energy crystals were still hoarded tightly by everyone. It was clear that everyone knew they were essential for future upgrades, and almost none were circulating on the market. Looks like I'll have to find a way to get crystals tomorrow, Lu Chun thought. Lu Chun closed the trading panel and stretched his limbs. After they had eaten their fill, Su Qingyue tactfully began to clean up the mess, for she knew that if left unattended, the lingering aroma of hot pot would permeate the shelter, creating an unpleasant odor. Of course, if the starving and freezing inhabitants of other shelters could hear her thoughts, they would be utterly enraged. Most of them nibbled on their bread with utmost caution, terrified that eating too much today would leave them with nothing for tomorrow. Who could have imagined that Su Qingyue and Lu Chun were already growing weary of the hot pot's fragrance? Gazing at the graceful silhouette of the gentle and virtuous Su Qingyue, Lu Chun's heart swelled with immense satisfaction. Full and content, time to wash up and sleep. After all, once midnight struck, the novice protection period would vanish completely. By then, the eerie creatures outside would likely launch an attack. Uncertain whether a level 3 shelter could fully withstand the first night's assault, he knew he couldn't afford to sleep too soundly. He had to conserve his energy in advance. However, lacking a hot water system, they could only draw some cool water from the purifier for a simple wipe down. After all, bathing in water barely above 10 degrees Celsius in such frigid weather would almost certainly lead to illness. After washing up, they extinguished the oil lamp by the fireplace. The two of them slipped into the single bed on the second floor, which was far from spacious. With the space so confined, they could only hold each other tightly. Even through the thin layer of their pajamas, Lu Chun could clearly feel the astonishing elasticity and warmth of the delicate body in his arms. Though they had only wiped down briefly, Su Qingyue carried no unpleasant odor. Instead, a faint, milky, natural fragrance emanated from her, wafting straight into Lu Chun's nostrils. Manager. Just as Lu Chun was setting an alarm on his phone and preparing to close his eyes to rest, Su Qingyue suddenly stirred beneath the covers, slithering over like a beautiful serpent. By the faint snowy light filtering through the window, he could see her enchanting eyes brimming with affection, their meaning unmistakable. A soft, boneless little hand stealthily ventured into Lu Chun's forbidden zone. After upgrading the shelter to level 3 today, Lu Chun had casually mentioned that the quota for maid staff had increased by 1. This instantly ignited a profound sense of crisis in Su Qinghua. Though she was the first to arrive, she had also read the contents of the regional chat. Lin Qingxue, one of the 4 campus beauties of Jiang University, who was as renowned as herself, was surely still out there. Su Qinghue didn't believe Lu Chun wouldn't be tempted by her, and even more outstanding women might appear in the future. She had to completely capture the manager's heart. As the saying goes, to win a man's heart, first capture his stomach, or at the very least capture his person. With no ingredients or tools to cook, she couldn't showcase her culinary skills, so the only option left was to take Lu Chun himself. Wait. Just as Su Qinghue was about to make her next move, a large hand suddenly pressed down on her head. Lu Chun's breathing was slightly ragged, but he forcibly halted her advance. Su Qinghue froze, lifting her head, her big watery eyes filled with disappointment and grievance. Manager, are you disgusted with me? What are you thinking? Lu Chun pinched her smooth cheek and said helplessly, given the current conditions, we can't even take a proper bath. In this situation, there's a risk of infection. Ahem, in short, it's not very hygienic. Most importantly, we need to conserve our strength for any unexpected events after midnight. If we exhaust ourselves and the monsters break in, we'll both die. Hearing this, Su Qinghue understood, but a deep regret still flickered in her eyes. The feeling of being on the brink, yet unable to follow through, left her feeling hollow inside. After all, she urgently needed this act to confirm the deep bond between herself and the manager. Seeing her unsatisfied and aggrieved expression, Lu Chun's heart stirred, and he suddenly let out a mischievous chuckle. But although that step isn't possible, there are other ways. He leaned close to Su Qingyu's ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe, and whispered, Senior, I recall that in your attribute panel your specialties are listed as a grade musical sense and a grade rhythm master, right? Since you're the president of the dance club, you must be quite skilled at relaxing human acupoints and muscles during training, right? How about letting me witness your exclusive massage technique? Su Qinghue was momentarily stunned. As an adult, she instantly grasped the deeper implication of Lu Chun's words. Her exquisite face flushed as red as a ripe apple, even the tips of her ears burning with heat, as if she were about to steam from sheer embarrassment. Manager. You. She bit her lip, her moist eyes casting a shy glance at Lu Chun, then, as if to prove her worth, or to please the man who held her life and death in his hands, she nodded gently, and a pair of warm, soft little hands slowly slid down from Lu Chun's shoulders. An hour later. Su Qinghue Loyalty 5. Su Qinghue, her face flushed, and her forehead dotted with fine beads of fragrant sweat, descended the stairs with slightly unsteady steps to wash up. Meanwhile, Lu Chun felt as if every meridian in his body had been unblocked, leaving him refreshed and invigorated. He casually handed her a few tissues to wipe her sweat. Phew. As expected of a dancer, the strength and rhythm were absolutely incredible. The massage made my bones melt. Lu Chun lay on the pillow, letting out a heartfelt sigh. This senior, with her figure and looks, her serious work attitude, her inner compliance and understanding, and the astonishing display of her talents, just now had satisfied him to the utmost. This 94-point comprehensive rating was indeed no exaggeration. When Su Qinghue finished cleaning up and came back upstairs, slipping back under the covers, she seemed even more docile. The invisible barrier that had existed between them seemed to have vanished completely with their candid moment. She snuggled into Lu Chun's arms like a well-behaved kitten, listening to the powerful beat of his heart as they held each other tightly. Sleep now, the alarm is set for 2350. Lu Chun patted her back. If we survive tonight, I'll treat you to hot pot again tomorrow. You're so kind, manager. Good night. In these final hours of tranquility before the apocalypse, they fell asleep in each other's arms. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of kilometers away from the cafe, on a wind-sheltered hillside. Whoosh, whoosh. The bitter wind howled, slapping against the tent with terrifying thuds, as if it would tear this sole refuge to shreds at any moment. Lin Qingxue, wrapped in her now somewhat grimy down jacket, curled up inside the stiff sleeping bag, shivering uncontrollably. Although she had desperately mined today to upgrade her tent to level 2, making it sturdier and no longer letting the wind through like yesterday. A tent was still a tent, lacking thick walls, a fireplace, or underfloor heating. The temperature inside remained below -10 degrees Celsius. Every breath she took condensed into frost in the air, and every tremor drained the last traces of warmth from her body. So hungry. Lin Qingxue's lips were chapped and peeling, and her stomach let out a thunderous protest. Aside from the 2 slices of bread Lu Chun had given her yesterday, she had not eaten for an entire day and night. The intense hunger made her dizzy and even began to cause hallucinations. Trembling, she took out her phone, and by the faint glow of the screen once again opened the area chat channel that brought her both pain and longing. In the history, the photo of braised beef noodles that Lu Chun had sent was still glaringly visible. The rich red broth, large chunks of luncheon meat, and the steaming hot texture that she could almost imagine. Woo! Tears once again streamed down her face, uncontrollably tracing over her frostbitten cheeks, and bringing a sharp sting. If I hadn't blocked him yesterday, if I had put aside that ridiculous pride and agreed to his contract, would I now be lying in a warm room, eating hot pot, sleeping on a soft bed? In the face of despair, humans instinctively feel regret, especially when a chance to survive had once been placed right before her, but she had not cherished it. Now she was filled with regret. Boundless remorse gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. She looked at her hands covered in frostbite and mud and thought of the clean and tidy environment in Lu Chen's photo. The pride of a school beauty and the reserve of the Lin family's eldest daughter were shattered by the instinct to survive at this moment, especially when she remembered that in a few hours it would be midnight. The terrifying night after the end of the newbie protection period was about to descend. And all she had was a severely worn pickaxe, a tent with almost zero defense, and a few pieces of primary energy crystals that seemed precious, but were completely useless to her now. An unprecedented sense of despair spread through the proud school bowtie's heart. Wu, Lu Chen, I regret it. In the darkness, only a faint tearful murmur was heard, soon swallowed by the wind and snow. She trembled as she tapped on Lu Chen's avatar, wanting to unblock him, wanting to send a message, I was wrong, save me. But her finger hovered in the air for a long time before finally dropping weakly. Lu Chen had not been loudly advertising for a maid today, so he had probably already recruited one. Now, besides waiting for death, she seemed to have no other choice. Time ticked by. The atmosphere of the entire abandoned land grew heavier as midnight approached. 2350. On the second floor of the maid cafe. Ring. The phone alarm rang on time. Lu Chen's eyes snapped open, his drowsiness instantly vanishing, and his gaze became clear. Su Qingwei in his arms was also startled awake, her body instinctively trembling as she tightly grasped Lu Chen's arm. Awake. Lu Chen patted her Yao Yutuan and got out of bed. Get dressed, grab your weapon. The newbie protection period is about to end. The two quickly dressed. Lu Chen checked the pistol's magazine, confirming it was fully loaded. Su Qingwei also gripped the sharp sickle tightly. Although her face was pale, her eyes were exceptionally resolute. The two went down to the first floor. At that moment on the surveillance screen, the mist outside seemed even thicker, like a flowing ink that tightly enveloped the cafe. Tick. The second hand on the wall clock jumped past the last notch. 0000. System global announcement, newbie protection period ended. Mist creature hostility restriction lifted. All monsters are entering hunting mode. The first wave of survival trial, Nightfall Frenzy, officially begins. This survival trial lasts 7 days. During the 7 days, different strange creatures will attack the shelters of survivors every night in the mist. The difficulty will increase over time. Please use all resources available to you to survive. Note: most strange creatures cannot be killed by physical weapons. Only the strange can counter the strange. Only by using strange rules can one counter the strange. Surviving each night rewards a survival chest. Good luck to all survivors tonight. Roar. As soon as the announcement ended, eerie roars erupted from all directions simultaneously. On the surveillance screen, the once dead mist seemed to boil. In the thermal imaging display, several red dots were rushing toward the maid cafe at alarming speed. They're here. Su Qingwei tightened her grip on the sickle, her palm slightly tensing, her breathing becoming rapid. Facing a large-scale monster siege for the first time, the overwhelming pressure instinctively filled her with fear. However, Lu Chen standing before her was unusually calm. He stared intently at the surveillance screen. 6 in total. Judging by their size and movements, they should be mutated zombie dogs or rotting corpse wolves. Such things also deserve to be called strange. Lu Chen glanced at the system announcement just released. Note: most strange creatures cannot be killed by physical weapons. Since it says most, that means a small portion are exceptions. Obviously, the first night's trial isn't meant to be a slaughter. They're just sending some tough physical monsters. As long as they are carbon-based life forms with physical bodies within 7 steps, the gun is king. Don't be nervous. Stay behind me. Lu Chen calmly instructed, then strode to the door. Click. He directly opened the viewing window on the door. Almost at the same moment, bang. A dull, heavy impact. A rotting zombie dog with only half a head slammed violently against the door. It smelled the scent of living humans. Its mouth, dripping with foul slime, crazily bit at the viewing window, trying to get in. Warning: shelter door under attack. Durability 1. Current durability 199,200, can be repaired with. Seeing the red number pop up, Lu Chen didn't even raise an eyebrow. LV. 3 reinforced walls and defense, indeed no joke. Only loses 1 point per hit. Then you'd have to keep banging until next year. You're really ugly. Lu Chen expressionlessly raised his Glock 17. The dark muzzle was directly pressed against the zombie dog's forehead. Distance 0. 1 meters. Hit rate 100. Next life: remember to knock politely. Don't just ram the door. Bang. A dazzling tongue of flame erupted from the muzzle. At such close range, the immense kinetic energy of the 9mm bullet blew off the zombie dog's skull. Instant. Red and white matter exploded. That was the ultimate aesthetic of violence under the laws of physics. Killed LV. 2 rotten zombie dog. EXP 20. It's indeed a physical monster. Seeing the kill notification, the last trace of doubt vanished from Lu Chen's eyes. As long as it's not a rule-based monster, there's nothing to fear. For someone who holds the truth, this is a one-sided massacre. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Chen stood before the firing slit as if playing an exceedingly simple game of whack-a-mole. The monsters outside frantically crowded at the door, trying to break through the sturdy wooden door of the LV-3 shelter, utterly unaware of what they were up against. Whenever a head emerged, it was met with a gleaming golden bullet. A head pops up, and it's instantly taken down. The gunfire exploded in the silent night of the wasteland, rhythmic like a deathly symphony. In just under 3 minutes, the roars outside abruptly ceased. All that remained were corpses strewn across the ground, and the mingling scent of gunpowder and blood in the air. Is it over already? Su Qinghue behind him widened her eyes, the scythe in her hand not even having been swung once. She had expected a desperate battle with slim chances of survival. The result? Lu Chen stood by the door without moving a muscle. He merely twitched his fingers, and all those monsters that terrified her were dead. What else? Lu Chen blew away the smoke from the muzzle, deftly reloading the magazine. 6 in total, used 7 bullets. 1 missed, tisk a bit wasteful. Immediately after, the bizarre creatures that had fallen dead on the ground suddenly emitted a faint white glow, transforming into a pile of items that automatically drifted into his backpack. The system's settlement prompt echoed in his ears once more. Ding. Battle ended. Congratulations on successfully repelling the first wave of the Dark Tide. Loot acquired: low-grade energy crystal X6, rotten flesh X12, damaged beast hide X3. Additional survival chest white X6 obtained. At the same time, 2 beams of golden light flickered almost simultaneously on both of them. Congratulations. Your level has increased to LV-3. All attributes 2, gained free attribute points 2. Congratulations. Your assistant Su Qinghue has leveled up to LV-2. All attributes 1, gained free attribute points 1. Lu Chen felt the warm current surging within him and the renewed sense of power, yet he couldn't help but curl his lips. He glanced at the bodies littering the ground, then at the words Dark Tide displayed by the system. A deep disappointment filled Lu Chen's eyes. Is that all? Where was the promised descent of anomalies, the so-called trial of terror? In the end, the first night only brought a few low-level monsters that could be physically dispatched. Lu Chen shook his head and casually closed the viewing window. Then he turned, washed his hands, and swept the dazed school beauty, Su Qinghue, into his arms. Su Qinghue stood at least 175 meters tall and was well endowed, but she wasn't very heavy, allowing Lu Chen, a robust adult male, to lift her easily. Boring, let's go back to sleep. However, just as he was about to ascend the stairs, a dazzling silver light suddenly fell into the living room. Special announcement visible only to you. Congratulations, survivor Lu Chen, for annihilating the first wave of the Dark Tide in an astonishing time of 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Detected that you are the first to clear the zone in Area C0372. Congratulations on obtaining the exclusive achievement reward Silver Chest Rare X1. Silver. Lu Chen's previously languid gaze instantly sharpened, and his steps came to an abrupt halt. The first kill had only granted a bronze tier achievement chest, but this first night clear directly skipped a tier, awarding a silver grade chest. This was a genuine rare grade reward. Lu Chen stared at the exquisite chest, emanating an elegant silver glow in the living room, the corners of his mouth curling up wildly. His earlier boredom vanished into thin air. I take back what I said. This Dark Tide is actually quite tempting. Shopkeeper, shall we open it? Su Qinghue broke free from Lu Chen's embrace. Her gaze was somewhat dazed, fixated on the chest on the living room floor that radiated a cold silver light. The highest grade chest she had ever seen was the bronze chest Lu Chen had taken out before. But this one, with its flowing silver halo, exuded an overwhelming aura of nobility. Of course, open it. Lu Chen rubbed his hands together, unable to suppress the excitement in his eyes. This is the exclusive reward for being the first to clear the entire zone. Its value is absolutely explosive. Come on, let me see what treasures this silver chest holds. Lu Chen took a deep breath. He reached out and pressed the latch on the chest. Click. The moment the chest sprang open, 3 orbs of different colors illuminated the dim living room. One was verdant green, one was deep purple, and the last one was a dazzling brilliant gold. Holy shit. Gold. A golden legend. Lu Chen gasped sharply. Had he actually pulled a gold item? Even Su Qinghue beside him covered her mouth in shock at the blinding golden light. Congratulations on obtaining Potent Recovery Potion Green Rare Consumable X3. Congratulations on obtaining Skill Book Basic Firearms Proficiency Passive Skill. Congratulations on obtaining Evil Repelling Candleholder Gold Anomaly Artifact. Lu Chen resisted the urge to reach for the golden orb. He first looked at the first 2 items. Potent Recovery Potion Green effect instantly restores 50 of maximum HP upon consumption and continuously heals minor injuries and infections for the next 10 minutes. A life-saving miracle. Lu Chen nodded. This item could pull someone back from the jaws of death at a critical moment. Next was the second item. Skill book, basic firearms proficiency be effect upon learning when using any firearm type, weapon reload speed 30, recoil 30, accuracy 20, power 10. Good stuff. Without a second thought, Lu Chen slapped the book against his forehead and learned it. Whoosh. Instantly, countless muscle memories related to firearm usage flooded his mind. The Glock in his hand felt like an extension of his own body. With this skill, a missed shot like the one earlier would never happen again. I hope I can get some other firearms next time, so I can hand over the pistol shooting job to senior sister Sue, Lu Chen murmured to himself. Finally, Lu Chen's trembling gaze fell upon the item radiating a sacred golden light. It was a candlestick with an antique design seemingly cast from brass, holding a red candle burned down to half its length. Evil repelling candle holder quality legendary gold anomaly class description, a candle made from the grease of an unknown creature. The scent it emits when burning is the thing that anomalous beings detest most. Effect when lit creates an absolute safe zone with a radius of 5 meters centered on the candle holder. Any anomalous being below LV 10 cannot step into this zone. Durability remaining burn time of 6 hours non-renewable destroyed upon depletion. This. After reading the description, Lu Chen couldn't help but gasp sharply. An absolute safe zone. And it could block anomalies below LV 10. What did this mean? It meant that as long as this candle was lit, even when facing physically immune anomalous beings, he would have absolute self-preservation capability. Although it only lasted for 6 hours, those 6 hours at a critical moment would equate to invincibility. Jackpot. This time it's a real jackpot. Lu Chen carefully tucked the candlestick into his backpack. This was a true trump card. One that must never be used unless absolutely necessary. Zzzzzzz. Just as the two were immersed in the joy of unboxing, a harsh scraping sound suddenly came from the window. It was like fingernails scratching across a blackboard, sending chills down one's spine. Su Qingyue was startled and instinctively hid behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen turned to look. There, pressed tightly against the thick, double-layered, bulletproof glass, was a ghastly pale face with no features. Its signature slit-like mouth was opening and closing as if sneering at Lu Chen. The faceless man. He was here again. Hey, you again. Lu Chen stared at the familiar, ghostly visage. And this time, instead of fear, he felt a sense of kinship, like meeting a fellow villager from afar. After all, having weathered the baptism of those physical freaks earlier, seeing this faceless man, who only clung to windows somehow, made him seem rather pleasant looking. What are you looking at? Never seen a silver treasure chest being opened before. Lu Chen flipped the faceless man the bird. Then with extreme arrogance he drew the curtains. Scram, don't bother me while I'm trying to sleep. Swish. The curtains closed, cutting off that peering gaze. It's fine, that thing can't get in. Lu Chen patted Su Qingyu's hand to reassure her. Tonight's mission is pretty much done. But just to be safe, someone still needs to keep watch. You sleep first, we'll take over later. Su Qingyue glanced at the curtain, then at the unflappable Lu Chen, and much of her fear dissipated. Okay. Boss, please be careful. She was utterly exhausted. The combined strain on her mind and body was too much to bear. She nodded obediently and went upstairs to rest. Lu Chen sat on the sofa. Fiddling with his pistol, he opened the regional chat channel. The channel was a living hell. Passerby, help. Help. My door's been smashed in. They're coming in. Ah, a certain survivor. Does anyone have wood? Please just give me 2 pieces of wood. My wall is about to collapse. Only 15 durability left. Rich second generation. I'll pay 100,000. Whoever saves me. My place is full of those dogs. I have money, I'll transfer it to you. Data Emperor, stop shouting. No one can save you. ALV. One shelter can't withstand this level of attack. Anyone who hasn't upgraded is basically already sentenced to death. Lu Chen watched the pleas for help that flashed by at lightning speed. He even saw someone willing to trade all their food and water for a few pieces of wood. But no one responded. On this night, wood was life. Who would sell their own life? It wasn't long before several avatars which had been sending voice messages for help just moments ago quickly turned gray. This signified death. The entire regional chat channel was steeped in a suffocating despair. Meanwhile, on a desolate plain, bang, bang, bang. The violent crashing sounds were like drumbeats heralding doom, each one pounding on Lin Kingsu's heart. She pressed herself desperately against the tent's support poles. Her hands cramped from overexertion and her mind was dizzy and disoriented. Outside the tent, 3 zombie dogs were frantically tearing at the reinforced canvas. Warning, shelter under attack. Durability 3. Warning, durability 3. Watching the red numbers plummet on the system panel. Lin Kingsu's face was deathly pale, her tears long since dried. Stay away. Stay away. Trembling, she pulled the last of her wood from her backpack and frantically clicked to repair. Consumed wood X1, a durability 10. Yet, the repair speed couldn't keep up with the rate of destruction. The monster's attack frequency was terrifyingly high, chipping away several durability points almost every minute. And she had fewer than 20 pieces of wood left. Not enough. It's just not enough. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. Lin Qingxue stared in despair at the ever-widening crack in the tent's roof. The cold wind blew and chilling her to the bone. She thought of Lu Chun. If she had agreed back, then would she be spared this suffering now? But she knew it was too late. This night was a harvest feast for Lu Chun. But for Lin Qingxue and others, it was an endless agonizing torment. After what felt like an eternity, when the first rays of dawn pierced the mist, the howling outside finally faded away. System noticed the first wave of the night tide has receded. Congratulations to all survivors. Please follow the map markers to find your survival trial chests. Inside the tent, Lin Qingxue collapsed onto the ground, her eyes vacant, as if her soul had been drained. She glanced at her shelter's attribute panel. LV2 reinforced tent. Current durability 7150, on the verge of collapse. So close. Just 7 durability points away from becoming those monsters' midnight snack. Alive. I'm alive. Lin Qingxue let out a laugh that was uglier than a cry. She completely ignored the chest system prompt in her ear. Her spirit had been stretched taut with fear and tension all night. She had long since reached her limit. Then darkness claimed her, and she fell unconscious. Yua. A cute lazy groan broke the room's silence. Su Qingyue stretched comfortably, arching her back like a languid cat as she sat up in bed. The beautiful curves slipped beneath the sheet, and the air was filled with a sense of cozy tranquility. She turned her head instinctively and saw Lu Chen still fast asleep beside her. Feeling the unique masculine aura emanating from the man, Su Qingyue's still drowsy mind snapped to full alertness. The next second, her pretty face flushed a deep crimson. Oh no, we agreed to take turns keeping watch. How did I sleep all the way until dawn? Su Qingyue was mortified with shame. She was supposed to be here as a maid and assistant. Instead of helping, Shed ended up being held by her boss all night like some kind of accessory, just as she was at a loss trying to quietly slip away. Awake! Lu Chen's voice sounded in her ear. He had already opened his eyes, a playful smirk on his lips as he watched the flustered campus bell. You were sleeping so soundly last night, like a little piggy, I couldn't bear to wake you. Boss. Su Qingyue panicked, trying to explain herself, her eyes turning red. I'm sorry. I failed in my duty. I didn't mean to. Alright, I'm just teasing you. Lu Chen sat up and ruffled her smooth, silky hair. I kept watch for half the night. There was nothing but the wind and snow outside. Besides, while I was fiddling with the monitors, I found that the LV3 security system has a built-in motion detection alarm. ITLL automatically alert us if anyone or any monster comes within 10 meters of the door. So I set the auto alarm, and that's why I held you while we slept. Upon hearing these words, Su Qingyue was momentarily stunned. Though her guilt had somewhat diminished, a warm current now surged through her heart. The store owner never said much, but he was truly considerate. Ding. Maid Su Qingyue is touched by your thoughtfulness. Loyalty 5. Current loyalty 70 trust. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction as he read the system prompt. Alright, stop daydreaming. Get up, wash up, and eat. There's still half an hour until dawn, and we have a lot to do today. The two of them washed up briefly. Even just wiping her face with cold water at over 10 degrees, Su Qingyue felt an indescribable happiness. Breakfast was warm milk with whole wheat bread. After eating their fill, Lu Chun walked over to the shelter's control panel. Last night, the 6 zombie dogs had not only contributed experience points, but also generously dropped primary energy crystals, combined with the clay and other materials obtained from previous trades. The upgrade materials in Lu Chen's hands were now more than sufficient. Current material resource statistics would 900 stone, 500 dry grass, 300 clay, 120 primary energy crystal 6. Current food resource statistics: whole wheat bread 19 slices, luncheon meat 2 kins, master kong, braised beef noodles 4 packs, huazi 10 sticks, pure milk 500 milliliters, 4 cartons, refined edible salt 1 G1, happy water 500 milliliters, 1 bottle, spicy beef self-heating hot pot 1 serving, raw wolf meat 5 kilograms, raw dog meat 3 kilograms. Current living resource statistics: toilet paper 9 rolls, Durex 1 box, amoxicillin capsules 1 box, 12 capsules, box medical alcohol 500 milliliters, 1 bottle, painkillers 2 boxes, 60 tablets, box Yunnan Biao spray 1, ibuprofen sustained release capsules 1 box, 12 capsules, box. Everything is ready. Lu Chen took a deep breath, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. System upgrade: the shelter. Detected materials meeting LV. For upgrade conditions. Deducting wood 500 stone, 300 dry grass, 200 clay, 100 primary energy crystal 2. Upgrade begins. Rumble. The commotion this time was even greater than when upgrading to LV3. The entire cafe was utterly engulfed by a dense golden radiance. Amid the rumbling, the walls continuously expanded outward, and the height also rose. The originally modest first-floor hall, spanning only a few dozen square meters, instantly expanded to nearly 100 square meters. The single bedroom on the second floor also underwent changes, with an additional compartment added. 5 minutes later, the golden light dissipated. A more secure 2-story standalone building now stood on the wasteland. Ding. Congratulations. Your shelter has been upgraded to LV. For all attributes 1. New area unlocked. New Facility 1 Private Bathroom includes shower area toilet sink. Requires connection to water source and heater. New Facility 2 Indoor planting trough 2 can grow small crops. New Facility 3 Basement entrance currently a basic storage room expandable. Next upgrade requirements LV. 5 wood 2000 stone 1000 dry grass 500 clay 300 primary energy crystal 10A bathroom. Upon seeing the first new facility, Lu Chun and Su Qingyue both exclaimed in surprise. Su Qingyue in particular had eyes that sparkled bright enough to rival a light bulb. For a girl, nothing was more important than having a private clean bathroom. Although there was no water heater, yet at least there was now a dedicated place for bathing and using the toilet, finally putting an end to their primitive lifestyle. Not bad. Lu Chun nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the bathroom, which was adorned with pristine white tiles and featured a dry-wet separation design. This finally marks a complete farewell to wilderness survival, stepping into a well-off life. Just then the familiar golden banner popped up again. System notice detected that you are the first survivor in Zone C0372 to upgrade your shelter to LV4. Congratulations. You have received the unique zone achievement reward. Obtain bronze treasure chest 1. Bronze again. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the achievement reward for a standard upgrade was capped at bronze. Still, even a mosquito's leg is meat, and it was free anyway. And the killed chests from the 6 monsters last night. Let's open them all together. With a grand wave of his hand, a pile of chests appeared on the coffee table in an instant. 1 ancient bronze chest plus 6 ordinary white chests. Su Qingyue, you opened the 6 white ones. Yes, store owner. Su Qingyue was now also filled with enthusiasm for opening chests. A flash of white light passed. Congratulations. Obtained Australian original cut steak 500G 2. Congratulations. Obtained 82's Law Fight fake 1 bottle. Congratulations. Obtained Dove chocolate 1 box. Congratulations. Obtained pure cotton towel 2. Congratulations. Obtained men's underwear 1 box. Congratulations. Obtained women's lace lingerie set 2. Looking at the miscellaneous but life-filled supplies, especially the note on the red wine. What the heck? Opening a chest yields fake wine. Lu Chun picked up the bottle of red wine, laughing in exasperation. Does this apocalypse game think it's funny? Still steak with red wine. We can have a candlelit dinner tonight. As for the 2 sets of lace lingerie, Lu Chun glanced at Su Qingyue's flushed cheeks and wisely refrained from teasing her. Next came the main event. Lu Chun placed his hand on the bronze chest. Hope it gives something that goes with the bathroom. Click. A green light flashed. Congratulations. Obtained integrated smart massage bathtub green 1. Congratulations. Obtained luxury bath body care set green 1. Congratulations. Obtained desert eagle hunting edition blue 1. Congratulations. Obtained 50 AE large caliber bullets 52 greens and 1 blue. And a desert eagle. Lu Chun's gaze skipped over the bathtub and care set, locking onto the silver pistol gleaming with cold metallic luster. Desert Eagle Hunting Edition Blue Type Large Caliber Pistol Magazine Capacity 7 rounds Power 85 Standard Pistol 30 Trait Tear creates massive wounds upon hitting the target, providing additional stopping power against large creatures. Description: truth lies only within range, and caliber is justice. This is a palm cannon that can blow a bear's head off. Beautiful. Lu Chun grabbed the heavy silver beast, its weight and texture filling him with delight. In comparison, the previous Glock 17 felt like a plastic toy. With the recently learned basic firearms proficiency, this high-recoil pistol would be as docile as a lamb in his hands. With this, even if I encounter a mutated beast above LV5, I can blow its head off with 1 shot. Lu Chun nodded with satisfaction and tucked the Desert Eagle into his waistband. Then he looked at the old gun on the coffee table, the Glock 17, and the remaining 30 plus 9mm rounds. Su Qingyue. Lu Chun suddenly spoke. Here, shopkeeper. Su Qingyue, who had been staring wide-eyed at the toiletries, quickly lifted her head. Catch. Lu Chun casually tossed the black Glock, which arced through the air. Su Qingyue fumbled to catch it. The cold, heavy sensation made her freeze. A gun. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lu Chun. Shopkeeper. This. In the apocalypse, a gun represented absolute power, the authority over life and death. Most survivors wouldn't even dare let anyone see theirs, yet Lu Chun had simply thrown it to her. I got a new gun, so this old one is for you. Lu Chun's tone was calm, as if he were discarding an old coat, not a firearm. Since you're my employee, how can you only have a scythe? What if you encounter a monster with ranged attacks? Are you going to charge in for melee combat? Keep it for self-defense, consider it watching my back. With that, he pushed the remaining 9mm bullets toward her. Use them sparingly. Oh, every bullet fired is 1 less. Su Qingyue clutched the gun, and her eyes instantly reddened. This was more than just a weapon. It was a heavy burden of trust. In this dog-eat-dog world, what immense courage did it take to hand a gun to another person? Yet what Su Qingyue didn't know was that after signing the employee contract with Lu Chun, any thought she had about him would be sensed by him. He had no need to worry about her betraying him. Thank you, shopkeeper. I swear to protect you with my life. I will never betray you. Su Qingwei gripped the pistol tightly, her voice trembling, but resolute. Ding. Made Su Qingyu's loyalty 10. Current loyalty 80 devoted. In this world, she trusts only you. Lu Chen glanced at the loyalty score, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Trading an outdated gun for a fiercely loyal shrank maid. This was a fantastic deal. Alright, stop being so moved. Lu Chun pointed to the integrated massage bathtub and the toiletries set on the floor. First put these in the bathroom, place them wherever you see fit. We have the tub now, but we're still missing the most crucial thing, hot water. He pulled out the blueprint for the household water circulation heating system. Now we have water and a bathtub. All that's left is the copper wire and iron blocks needed for the heater core. Lu Chun waved his hand, grandly brimming with confidence. Pack up, we're heading out. Today's mission. First collect chests and supplies, and see if we can scavenge any metal materials nearby. For the sake of soaking in the massage bathtub tonight, let's go. Yes, shopkeeper. Su Qingwei carefully stowed away the Glock, her eyes blazing with unprecedented fighting spirit. For the hot bath, and to live up to the shopkeeper's trust. Let's charge. Watching Su Qingyu's spirited demeanor, Lu Chen shook his head with a smile. But before leaving, there was something he needed to do. First, I'll try my luck on the trade channel. If I can gather the materials directly, ITLL, save me from aimlessly searching. Lu Chen opened the trade panel. First, plastic. He still needed a large amount of plastic to build the heating system and improve the piping. He remembered the scavenger who had sold him plastic before. Lu Chen clicked open the private chat list. Fortunately, the familiar avatar was lit up. That meant the other person had survived last night's dark frenzy. Lu Chen still there. Need more plastic as much as you have. The reply came almost instantly, carrying a tone of post-apocalyptic terror and urgency. Scavenger here. Big Shot, I'm here. Whoa. Big Shot, you finally contacted me. Scavenger, last night was terrifying. The monsters clawed through my walls. If it weren't for the bread you gave me to regain my strength, I'd be dead. Scavenger, I urgently need wood to repair my walls. I still have 20 units of plastic here. Big Shot, just give me some wood as you see fit. Seeing the other's humble attitude, Lu Chun didn't act like a saint just because the guy was in a tough spot. Business was business. Lu Chun, same deal as before, but wood has gone up in price now. 100 units of wood for your 20 units of plastic. Deal. A 5-to-1 ratio. It might have been a bit of a loss yesterday, but given today's market where everyone desperately needs wood to repair their shelters, this was practically charity. Scavenger, deal. Thanks, Big Shot. You're like my second parent. Transaction successful. Obtained plastic 20. Plastic was easily secured. Lu Chen then posted a pinned buying request. Lu Chen buying copper wire and iron blocks at high prices. Can trade for food, water, or wood. PM if you have any. Shortly after the message was sent, an ID that made Lu Chen frown popped up. Wang Hao. Isn't this our great scholar Lu Chen? What needs some copper wire? Lu Chen looked at the message, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This Wang Hao was his old rival at Jiangda University. He was the student council member who always showed off in the group chat. Back when Lu Chen delivered takeout to earn a living at school, this guy trying to impress girls deliberately had the campus security harass him, even confiscating his delivery bike, costing Lu Chen a lot of money. Lu Chen had never forgotten that grudge. Lu Chen, spit it out if you have something to say. Wang Hao, TCH, still acting high and mighty when you're begging. Truth is, I happen to have a spool of industrial copper wire in my shop, about 10 units. Wang Hao, want it? Trade me some meat. Meanwhile, in a somewhat drafty general store, Wang Hao was wrapped in a blanket, munching on a bag of Lay's potato chips with a crunch. At his feet lay several open snack bags, chips, shrimp crackers, and cookies. As a survivor whose initial shelter was a convenience store, he wasn't short on food, but it was all puffed snacks. Ugh, potato chips again. Wang Hao threw the chips on the ground in frustration. I've been eating chips for 2 days straight. My mouth is so bland it's driving me crazy. These junk foods don't fill me up or provide any nutrition. No matter how much I eat, I still feel weak. How am I supposed to kill monsters? He recalled the photos Lu Chen had posted in the group chat a couple of days ago. The thick chunks of beef in the braised beef noodles, and the steaming self-heating hot pot from last night. Meat? I need meat. Only by eating meat can I regain my strength. Wang Hao stared at the industrial copper wire in his hand, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Last night, with his heater and various snacks, he had managed to get by somewhat comfortably. But without meat, his body was starved of nutrients, leaving him dizzy with hunger. Seeing Lu Chen's buying request, he immediately saw an opportunity and prepared to fleece Lu Chen for all he was worth. Meat. Lu Chen stared at the screen, about to refuse, but suddenly thought of something. You want meat, huh? Fine, I'll give it to you. He opened his backpack, his gaze falling on the pile of items dropped after killing the zombie dog last night. Rotten meat, inedible description, a chunk of meat reeking of zombie virus and a foul stench. Consuming it will accumulate toxins in the body, leading at best to severe diarrhea, at worst to poisoning, or even mutation. Although this stuff couldn't be eaten without reading the notes, it looked like nothing more than a slightly darker piece of raw meat. Moreover, in the trading interface, Lu Chen could simply display the broad category of meat. Lu Chen, fine. I happen to have a piece of raw meat left over from hunting a beast yesterday, about a kilogram. It's only slightly spoiled. Do you want to trade? Wang Hao, raw meat. You actually have meat. Trade. Trade now. I'm afraid you'll change your mind even a second later. Wang Hao's hands were trembling with excitement. He had never imagined that Lu Chun could really produce meat, in a full kilogram at that. As for whether it was spoiled with the freezing weather outside, how could it possibly spoil? It must be an excuse Lu Chun made up to avoid giving it to him. Wang Hao, terrified that Lu Chun would back out, didn't think twice. Lu Chun requests a trade. Looking at the bloody piece of meat in the trading interface, Wang Hao's mouth practically watered, and he didn't bother checking the detailed attributes. He clicked confirm directly. Trade successful. Lost rotten meat x 1 kg. Gained industrial copper wire x 10. Done. Lu Chun gazed at the copper wire in his backpack, a brilliant smile spreading across his face. You wanted meat, and I gave you meat. It's a fair trade, no cheating anyone. As for getting an upset stomach, that's your own fault for having a weak digestive system, or using the wrong cooking method. What does that have to do with me? As for whether Wang Hao would turn into a fountain of diarrhea, or foam at the mouth after eating, that was beyond Lu Chun's concern. I've got the copper wire, I've got the plastic. Now the only thing left is the iron ingot. Lu Chun waited a while longer. Unfortunately, no one was selling iron ingots in the trade channel. After all, it was daytime, and most survivors were still out miserably scavenging for supplies with no time to chat in the channel. Moreover, iron ingots were clearly a hard currency for repairing shelters and crafting tools. Later on, anyone with a shred of sense wouldn't easily put them up for sale. Having survived several days of crisis, who among the living was ordinary? Everyone was shrewd now, understanding that in this survival game, every resource had its corresponding value. It seems I'll have to rely on myself for the iron ingots. Lu Chun closed the panel and checked his equipment. The Desert Eagle was holstered at his waist with a round in the chamber. Su Qingwei held the Glock 17, its safety already off. Let's go. Lu Chun pushed open the door. The cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed in, but couldn't extinguish the fire in their eyes. The moment he stepped out of the shelter, Lu Chun immediately sensed a difference. The air had become thicker, and the gray-white mist seemed to have a life of its own, writhing slowly around them. A suffocating sense of oppression washed over them. Stay close to me, no more than a meter away. Lu Chun gripped the Desert Eagle tightly, activated the solar-warm jade, and said in a deep voice, Yes, shopkeeper. Su Qingwei held the gun with both hands, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Though a bit tense, her gaze was not panicked. They had only walked less than 100 meters. A roar, a black shadow suddenly shot out from the withered grass on the side. It was even faster than the zombie dog from last night. Left, Lu Chun barked. Su Qingwei reacted instantly, almost instinctively raising the Glock and pulling the trigger at the shadow. Bang! The bullet grazed the monster's shoulder, sending up a spray of blood. Though it didn't hit a vital spot, the loud gunshot successfully halted the creature's pounce. It was a mutated steppe lynx the size of a leopard, its eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty red light. It landed with a snarl and was about to leap again. Goodbye. Lu Chun's icy voice rang out. The silver beast in his hand had already locked onto its target. Bang! The Desert Eagle's distinctive thunderous roar exploded. The 50 AE bullet, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, slammed into the lynx's chest in an instant. There was no suspense. Splat! The massive lynx, as if struck by an invisible heavy hammer, was sent flying backward 3 or 4 meters through the air. A gaping hole the size of a bowl appeared in its chest, with internal organs scattered all over the ground. One shot, one kill. Phew. Lu Chun looked at the effect of the shot and blew on the muzzle with satisfaction. No wonder it was called a handheld cannon. The power was indeed formidable. Killed LV. 3 mutated lynx EXP 35. Gain sharp claw x2, intact beast hide x1, raw meat x 10 kg. A level 3 monster can be one-shot too. Lu Chun's eyes lit up. Not only that, but with the end of the beginner period and the increase in monster levels, the drops had become more plentiful. 10 kilograms of raw meat. This was edible raw meat, completely different from the rotten meat he had sold to Wang Hao. For the next 500 meters, the two of them felt like they were in a live fire training exercise. The monsters in the mist had indeed increased and become more active. In just 10 minutes they had been attacked 3 times. But under the crossfire of 2 firearms, these low-level mutated beasts couldn't get close. Finally, under a withered crooked tree, Lu Chun spotted a faintly glowing chest. Survival trial chest, white, found it. Just as he was about to walk over, Su Qingwei behind him suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Shopkeeper, there's another one here. Lu Chun turned his head. There, half buried in the snow on the other side of the tree roots, was another identical white chest. That's right, Lu Chun realized. The trial rewards were distributed per person. He was a survivor, and Su Qingwei was a survivor too. Of course, 2 people should have 2 chests. This was a huge win. This was the benefit of teaming up. Without Lu Chun even needing to move, Su Qingwei had already swiftly carried both chests in front of him. Shopkeeper, here you are. She had no thought of keeping anything for herself, knowing that everything she had was given by the shopkeeper. Open them together. Lu Chun didn't hesitate and flipped open both lids. Click. Congratulations. Gained iron ingot X5. Congratulations. Gained iron ingot X7. Congratulations. Gained compressed biscuits X1 case, 12 packs. Congratulations. Gained oriental leaves tea 550 milliliters, X10. Congratulations. Gained strong effect bandage X2. Congratulations. Gained women's insulated snow boots X1 pair. Congratulations. Gained spring breeze elf super suction power anime limited edition X1. Got the iron. Lu Chen's eye sparkled. 12 iron ingots in total. Now I have all the materials for the heater. However, when he picked up the last item, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Spring Breeze Elf Super Suction Power Anime Limited Edition Type Entertainment Item Description Built-in Smart Voice Chip. Can simulate the voices of 50 popular online anime characters. Features an AI voice system, super suction power, and constant temperature functionality. Supports online PK. The ultimate dream of every otaku. Lu Chen stared speechlessly at the exquisitely crafted toy in his hand, which could even connect online for battles. System, are you insane? I already have a top-tier real-life made like Su Qinghua. What use do I have for this? Isn't this just overcomplicating things? Yet after a moment's thought he realized that while it was useless to him, it would be an absolute treasure for those lonely souls trapped in this world suffering from solitude and cold. He'll keep it. When I run into a rich otaku later, I might trade it for a couple of guns. As he pondered, Lu Chen instinctively looked up, his gaze brushing over Su Qingyu's alluring red lips, as if making some sort of performance comparison. Su Qinghua keenly caught the shopkeeper's stare, especially where it lingered. In that instant, the image of last night's scene under the covers involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Her usually cool face flushed crimson, her ears burning hot. Is the shopkeeper comparing me to that thing? Yet she then saw Lu Chen casually toss the so-called Spring Elf 2D version into his backpack, his eyes devoid of any desire to use it. He even showed a hint of disdain. Seeing this, an inexplicable tension in Su Qingyu's heart eased, replaced by a secret thrill and pride. Good. It seems in the shopkeeper's heart I'm still the better choice. If she were bested by a cold machine, she, the renowned campus belle of Jiang University and president of the dance club, would be utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, in Zone C0372, inside a certain grocery store, Wang Hao crouched by a heater, holding a metal skewer threaded with meat head traded from Lu Chen. Flames licked the meat, sizzling loudly. So fragrant. So fragrant. Though the air carried an indescribable stench like dead rats, Wang Hao, driven mad by hunger, ignored it. Not only did he suspect nothing, but he also doused it with chili and cumin to mask the odd smell. It's done. Definitely done. Seeing the meat's surface turn golden brown, Wang Hao could no longer hold back. He opened wide and took a huge bite. The meat was tough and slightly sour, but with the chili's kick it tasted like heaven. Delicious. So good. Meat. This is real meat. Wang Hao wolfed it down, finishing the whole kilogram of grilled meat in no time. Afterward, he patted his belly contentedly and burped. Burp, awesome. That idiot Lu Chen actually traded me the meat. Once I'm full and strong, he'll definitely. Yet before he could finish his threat, a thunderous rumble erupted from his stomach. Then an indescribable agonizing pain twisted through his intestines like a meat grinder. Wang Hao's face turned from ruddy to sickly green, cold sweat pouring down. Damn. My stomach. My gut. Is this meat? Poison. With a loud, embarrassingly resonant sound, Wang Hao couldn't even pull down his pants before turning into a high-pressure water hose. Lu Chen. I can't take it. I'm dying. Wang Hao rolled on the ground, clutching his rear, trembling as he opened the private chat to bombard Lu Chen. Wang Hao, Lu Chen. You bastard. Did you poison the meat? Wang Hao, I'm spraying like crazy. Help. What kind of meat is this? Wang Hao, are you human? We're classmates and you feed me this. I'll expose you on the regional channel. Deep in the wasteland, Lu Chen swung his battle axe, cleaving a dead tree in two. Obtained wood for. Just then his private chat icon flashed wildly. Lu Chen casually opened it, seeing Wang Hao's barrage of curses and screams. He couldn't help but laugh. Looks like the medicine worked fast. He paused, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he tapped on Wang Hao's avatar. Block this player. Yes. A few hours of silence would do. The world instantly quieted. Su Qingyue, on guard nearby, noticed Lu Chen's sudden smile and asked curiously, Shopkeeper, what's up? Something good. Lu Chen put away his axe, wiped the sweat from his brow, and waved cheerfully. Nothing. Just that annoying guy probably contemplating life in the bathroom right now. Assuming he has one. He checked his backpack. Those 2 chests gave me 12 iron ingots. With the stockpile, I've got more than enough materials. Lu Chen gestured grandly. Let's go, Su Qinghua. We're going home. To build a water heater and take a bath. Yage. At the mention of a bath, Su Qingyu's beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons, her excitement like a little girl getting candy. Even the usually aloof campus belle couldn't resist the lure of a hot bath. As a girl who hadn't bathed in days, Su Qinghua was truly uncomfortable. They retraced their steps through the snow, returning joyfully to the maid cafe. Upon entering, the warm air enveloped them, shutting out the bitter cold. Without resting, Lu Chen went straight to the workbench, laying out industrial copper wire iron ingots and the plastic head prepared earlier. He pulled out the blue blueprint. Craft household water circulation heating system. Craft. A blue light flashed. After the loading bar filled, a large refined metal device resembling a gas water heater appeared on the bench. Household water circulation heating system, quality rare blue category, building facility, living core energy, microcrystal thermal conduction, matrix, no electricity, no gas required, function, connects to shelter, water tank, instantly heats, flowing water, supports multiple terminals simultaneously, shower, bathtub, sink, kitchen. Temperature range 35°C 60°C, precise constant temperature, error within 0.1°C. Consumption, energy saving mode, daily washing dishes, 1 primary energy crystal, lasts 7 days. Luxury mode, long baths, constant, whole house water circulation, 1 primary energy crystal, lasts 24 hours. Tisk tisk tisk, not bad at all, very nice. Though it resembled a gas water heater on the outside, its core was a highly efficient heating device powered by a low-grade energy crystal requiring no gas combustion. Clean and efficient. Let's go install it upstairs. Lu Chen carried the heater, while Su Qingyue shouldered the water pipes, and they headed straight to the second-floor bathroom. Connecting pipes, securing fixtures, linking the water source, and finally placing a low-grade energy crystal into the energy slot. With the system's assistance and installation, what would have been a complex task was finished in just half an hour. As Lu Chen tightened the final joint, he reached out and set the temperature on the control panel. Target water temperature 45°C, constant mode, start. A low hum resonated as the device began to operate. Lu Chen turned on the faucet of the integrated smart massage bathtub. A torrent of clear water cascaded down, and immediately a visible plume of white steam rose rapidly, spreading through the cold tiled bathroom. Su Qingyue stood aside, watching the rising steam and feeling the swiftly warming air, utterly entranced. She instinctively extended a trembling hand to touch the warm water. It was warm, smooth, the feeling of life itself. It's warm. Truly hot water. Su Qingyue murmured, her eyes reddening slightly. In this apocalypse where all of humanity drank ice-cold water, gnawed on dry bread, and even sold their dignity for warmth, she actually had a private bathroom with tiles and access to constant hot water 24 hours a day. She turned her head to look at Lu Chen, who was adjusting the bathtub's massage functions. His profile was handsome, his expression focused. This was the man who, in her despair, had given her food, water, warmth, weapons, and even a home. At that moment, Lu Chen's image in her heart was even more towering than a deity. Ding. Your maidservant Su Qingyue's admiration for you has reached its peak. She feels she is the happiest woman in the world. Loyalty 20. Your maidservant Su Qingyue's loyalty has reached 100 till death do us part. Congratulations. Max loyalty achieved. Exclusive bond ability unlocked. Soul Pact. Soul Pact 1. Telepathy. A soul link is established between you and Su Qingyue, allowing thought-based communication within a 5-kilometer radius, ignoring obstacles. 2. Attribute feedback. Su Qingyue's all attributes are increased by an additional 10, and she receives a 20 bonus from your highest current attribute. 3. Absolute perception. No matter where you are, you can sense her life status and approximate location. Lu Chen only glanced briefly at the notifications, too preoccupied to read them in detail. He had already noticed the longing and anticipation in Su Qingyue's eyes. All set. He clapped his hands, nodding with satisfaction as he watched the water level rise in the bathtub. He turned to Su Qingyue, who was still in a daze, and smiled. All right, stop daydreaming. The water's ready, you go ahead and wash first. However, a flustered call came from behind him. Store manager. Lu Chen stopped and turned back, puzzled. What's wrong? Don't tell me the bathtub is broken. He saw the bathroom door was half closed, with Su Qingyue's head peeking through the gap. She seemed to have shed her heavy coat, wearing only a thin undershirt. Framed by the misty white steam, Su Qingyue's stunning face was flushed a deep crimson, her usually cool eyes now shimmering like a spring pool. She bit her red lips, her hands gripping the doorframe tightly, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Finally, as if summoning all her courage, she spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, yet laced with a seductive tone. Store manager. The bathtub is very big. And it has a water massage function. It would be very comfortable. She lifted her head, her moist eyes fixed intently on Lu Chen, her voice trembling. Maybe you could come in, and we wash together. Boom. Hearing this, Lu Chen felt a string snap in his mind. Wash together. This was the unattainable campus belle of Jiang University, the object of countless male students' affections. And she was inviting him to bathe together. Lu Chen's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. He looked at Su Qingyue's shy yet expectant eyes and understood instantly. This girl was using this method to fulfill her duties as his personal maidservant and to reciprocate his kindness. In that case, to refuse any further would be pretentious, even disrespectful to the beauty. A mischievous grin curled at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth as he turned and strode back. Since my employee so warmly invites me as the store manager, I shall gladly accept. Click. The bathroom door was locked. Within the cramped space, steam swirled, and the temperature was scorching. In the pristine white bathtub, the water churned. Su Qinghua had already slipped into the water. To avoid Lu Chen's direct gaze, she had deliberately added some bath gel, creating thick, fluffy white foam to conceal the breathtaking sight. But her faintly visible fair shoulders and slender neck still exuded a deadly allure in the mist. Lu Chen shed his clothes and stepped into the bathtub. Warm water instantly enveloped his entire body, every pore rejoicing as the fatigue of 2 days seemed to wash away in an instant. Lu Chen let out a long, comfortable sigh and leaned back against the bathtub's soft pillow. This integrated massage bathtub truly lived up to its reputation. The blue quality was no joke. The jets at his back released strong, yet gentle streams of water precisely massaging his spine. Store manager, is the water temperature okay? A soft, tender question came from beside him. Lu Chen turned his head. He saw Su Qinghua huddled at the other end of the tub, her hair pinned up, a few damp strands clinging to her cheeks. Steeped in the hot steam, her skin had taken on a breathtaking pink hue, like a perfectly ripe peach. The water temperature is perfect. Lu Chen looked at her, his gaze deepening. But since we're washing together, why are you sitting so far away? Is this how you treat your store manager? Su Qingyu's body trembled. She bit her lip, gently kicked her legs underwater, and moved gracefully, like a mermaid parting the waves and foam to glide next to Lu Chen. They were now inches apart. Lu Chen could even smell her body fragrance mingled with the scent of the bath gel. Store manager. Su Qinghua blushed, extending her delicate boneless hands to gently rest them on Lu Chen's shoulders. He'll scrub your back. Her fingertips were smooth, her touch warm. In an instant, the temperature in the bathroom seemed to rise a few more degrees. The gentle hum of the massage bathtub's water flow perfectly masked everything. In the frozen, snowy world of the apocalypse, this small bathtub became their warmest and most enchanting. Half an hour later. Ding. Su Qingyu's physical and mental pleasure has greatly increased. Bond deepened. Synchronization improved. Temporary all-attribute buff refreshed and energetic for the next 12 hours. Energy recovery, speed 100, physical stamina consumption 30. Outside, the window wind and snow raged. Inside the room, the atmosphere was vibrant with spring. This was truly surviving the apocalypse. 3 hours later. The wind and snow outside seemed to have subsided, yet the indoor temperature remained scorching hot. In the second-floor bedroom, the air was thick with the lingering intimate scent that follows a tempest's passing. The once tidy single bed was now in disarray, as if it had endured a fierce struggle. Su Qinghua curled up under the covers, her delicate shoulders exposed, still beaded with fine sweat. Her peerlessly beautiful face was flushed, and her eyes had lost their focus, leaving her like a limp rag doll, drained of all strength, unable even to lift a finger. Water. She parted her lips, her once crisp and melodious voice now hoarse and raspy. There was no helping it. Who would have thought that the usually aloof and ascetic store manager, once his seal was broken, would become a tireless primeval beast? A full 3 hours. Sheltered by the LV. For soundproof walls in this private space devoid of outsiders, she had nearly screamed herself hoarse. From initial shy compliance to desperate pleas for mercy, she still could not quell this war. A cup of warm water was brought to her lips. Lu Chen, wearing only shorts, revealed his sharply defined muscles. He looked at the beauty on the bed with a refreshed spirit, his eyes brimming with immense masculine satisfaction. Drink some water to soothe your throat. Su Qinghua obediently took a few sips from his hand, then, like a startled kitten, burrowed back into Lu Chen's embrace, a trace of a tear still at the corner of her eye. Store manager. Are you a monster? She murmured softly, her tone laced with playful reproach, but even more with a woman's pride and attachment. Lu Chen grinned. He glanced at his attribute panel. Physique 17, status refreshed, energy recovery 100, stamina consumption 30, remaining time 9 hours. With a physique of 17 points plus the special buff just triggered. This was essentially a dual cultivation exclusive buff, and they had seized the moment to follow through. Its true value was clear to those in the know. Get some good rest. Lu Chen planted a gentle kiss on her forehead and tucked the blanket around her. Though I'd love to continue, this is your first time, so I shouldn't overdo it. I never expected that the renowned campus Belgian would be a novice just like me. Hearing this, Su Qingyu's cheeks burned, and she shyly buried her face into the pillow. You scoundrel. Store manager, please go. Let me recover. Seeing her shyness, Lu Chen was in high spirits. Not only had he shed his disgraceful virgin status, but he had also claimed the campus belle's first time. Life in this apocalypse was becoming more and more promising. At 5 p.m., with an hour until nightfall, Lu Chen arrived in the first-floor hall full of energy. Despite the 3-hour exertion, he felt not tired but brimming with boundless strength. Let's get the real work done before dark. Lu Chen approached the control panel to check the new areas unlocked by the LV. For shelter. First was the basement. He walked to a corner of the hall and pulled open a concealed heavy iron door. Descending the stairs, a concrete space of about 20 square meters came into view. It was empty, cool, and dry. Not large, but enough for a storage room. Lu Chen mused, stroking his chin. I can stockpile non-perishable supplies here later. canned goods, alcohol, and ammunition. After all backpack space was limited, each person had only 15 slots. Although identical items could stack, the resources Lu Chun had recently looted far exceeded 15 slots. If I can get a generator and a freezer later, I could even turn this into a cold storage. After a quick plan, Lu Chun returned to the hall. His gaze fell on two new facilities by the window. Indoor Smart Planting Trough, LV. 1 is specifications 2M×1M function equipped with a simulated sun lamp, requires power and an automatic irrigation system. It can significantly shorten crop growth cycles. This is the real prize. Lu Chun caressed the edge of the planting trough. In the apocalypse, meat might still be obtained through hunting, but fresh vegetables and fruits were luxuries more precious than gold. Long-term lack of vegetables and vitamins would not only cause scurvy, but also drain one's spirit. More importantly, eating meat every day got tiresome. If only he could wrap a piece of tender lettuce around roasted meat paired with 2 sweet and sour juicy cherry tomatoes. Just thinking about it made Lu Chun's mouth water. Buy seeds. Lu Chun immediately opened the trading channel and posted a pinned purchase request. Lu Chun looking for vegetable seeds, preferably with short growth cycles. Also buying fertilizer at a high price. Reward fresh raw meat edible. Note this is real good meat, not the rotten flesh some people eat. This last line was clearly another jab at Wang Hao, who was still squatting in the toilet. As soon as the message appeared, the channel exploded. Passerby, whoa. Raw meat. The big shot is giving out welfare again. Farming fan. I have seeds. I have cabbage seeds. A farmer. I have wheat seeds. Big shot, want to trade. Jiang University's top old hand. I have seeds from teacher Bo, teacher Tianhai, teacher Angel, Mo, etc. Can we trade? Lu Chun quickly filtered through the private messages. Wheat. Too slow. Months to mature, and people would starve by then. Cabbage. Also know the cycle was a bit long. Teacher seeds. You'd better not reveal your coordinates, or he'll come knocking on your door. It was the apocalypse now. No electricity, no internet, no playback devices. What use were those seeds, eh? Just then a message came from someone with the ID Botanic First Pure Love Warrior. Botanic First Pure Love Warrior. Big shot. I have what you need. I unboxed a gardener's kit. Botanic First Pure Love Warrior. It contains improved cherry tomato seeds and fast-growing lettuce seeds, plus a pack of potent organic fertilizer. Botanic First Pure Love Warrior. It's too cold here, I can't grow anything. I want to trade for 500 g of meat to make soup for my girlfriend. Please. Seeing this message, Lu Chun's eyes lit up. Cherry tomatoes and lettuce. This was the perfect combo tailored for the apocalypse. Cherry tomatoes could be eaten as both a vegetable and a fruit, rich in vitamins, sweet and sour to whet the appetite. Lettuce was a fast-growing leafy green, perfect for wrapping roasted meat. Plus the other party had fertilizer. Deal. Lu Chun didn't hesitate. For others in the extreme cold of -30 degrees, seeds were useless and wouldn't sprout. But he had a temperature-controlled LV. For shelter, and a planting trough with a simulated sun lamp. This was a match made in heaven. Lu Chun deal. Transaction successful. Lost raw meat x 500 g. Gained improved cherry tomato seeds x 1 pack, fast-growing lettuce seeds x 1 pack, potent organic fertilizer bagged x 1. Upon obtaining the seeds, Lu Chun immediately set to work. He first mixed the clay he had previously traded for with the frozen earth outside, filling 2 planting troughs. Then with meticulous care, he sowed the seeds. On the left he planted cherry tomatoes, on the right lettuce. Finally, he sprinkled a bag of potent organic fertilizer that emitted a faint peculiar odor, using about 1/20th of its contents. Strong organic fertilizer green effect shortens crop growth cycle by 50 and boosts yield. Water. Lu Chun fetched a basin of purified warm water and evenly sprinkled it over the soil. Then he pressed the switch on the side of the planting trough. Click. A soft pale yellow simulated sunlight illuminated the black soil. Planting complete. Estimated maturation time, fast-growing lettuce 24 hours, originally 48 hours. Improved cherry tomatoes 72 hours, originally 144 hours. Only 1 day. Lu Chun stared at the time displayed by the system, overjoyed. That meant that by this time tomorrow he would be able to enjoy fresh, crisp lettuce wraps with meat. Perfect. Lu Chun brushed the dirt off his hands and gazed at the 2 troughs of black soil, which represented hope. His mood greatly lifted. By now the sky outside had fallen completely dark. A new night had descended. Lu Chun glanced toward the second floor. Su Qingwei was still fast asleep. He took the Desert Eagle from his backpack, cocked the slide, and sat back down on the sofa. Last night was a physical monster. Tonight, what kind of creature would it be? Lu Chun's eyes, illuminated by the simulated light, appeared exceptionally deep. Though he was confident in his firepower, out of caution, he opened the private chat list and found a familiar ID, Lumberjack. The guy who had sold him 1500 units of wood earlier. His avatar was still lit. Still alive as expected. Lu Chun's lips curled slightly. That kid had claimed last night that it was all his stock for several days. Lu Chun didn't believe a single word of it. How could someone who survived in this world and possessed a powerful collection-type shelter like the forest logging cabin not hold back a few cards? That guy definitely had far more wood than he let on. Lu Chun sent a message directly. Lu Chen, hey, still want meat. Real edible raw meat 1 kilogram. The other side was silent for 2 seconds, clearly weighing the pros and cons, or perhaps shocked that Lu Chen still had meat. Then an instant reply. Lumberjack trade. Big shot. What do you want? Wood again. Lu Chen, yes, 1000 wood for 1 kilogram meat. No bargaining. Lumberjack deal. So he really did have extra wood. Almost without any hesitation. Trade successful. Lost raw meat 1 kilogram. Gained wood 1000. Watching the wood reserve in his backpack instantly replenish, Lu Chen let out a soft laugh. Ha, sly fox indeed. Yesterday he was crying poor, claiming only 1500, and today he easily pulls out another 1000. Looks like this guy's logging efficiency is even more exaggerated than I thought. He could be developed into a stable trading partner. I can help him survive as long as it doesn't affect me. For Lu Chen, as long as he and Su Qingwei were around, there would be plenty of meat in the future. But wood was the key ammunition for maintaining the shelter's durability tonight. Time ticked by drop by drop. Night fell on schedule. System global announcement: the second wave of survival trial. Frost Corpse beetle swarm has officially begun. Survivors be warned, this attack is massive in scale. Prepare enough wood and guard your homes. As the notification faded, a dense, hair-raising rustling sound filled the air. Rustle, 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 rustle. The sound surged from all directions, seeping through every crack, sending chills down one's spine. Lu Chen immediately looked at the monitor on the wall. The next second, even his steely nerves couldn't prevent his pupils from contracting slightly. This is... In the infrared thermal image, the originally gray wasteland floor had turned into a surging white ocean. That wasn't snow. It was countless dense clusters of insects. Fist-sized pale white frost corpse beetles. Thousands upon thousands of them, like a flood, instantly swamped the steps outside the cafe and crawled frantically up the walls. Crack, crack. A teeth-grinding, gnawing sound immediately erupted from the exterior walls. Warning: shelter under attack by frost corpse beetle swarm. Warning: exterior wall durability is decreasing. Lu Chen strode to the firing port and glanced outside. The window glass and walls were already covered with these white beetles. They brandished their sharp mandibles, madly gnawing at everything in their path. Lu Chen took a piece of wood from his storage space, lit it using the fireplace flame, and tossed it outside. Instantly, a crackling sound of burning came from outside, and many beetles were incinerated on the spot. But the next second, even more beetles filled the gap. Useless. Lu Chen observed the scene calmly. There are too many, I can't kill them all. Facing such a swarm that relied on numbers, unless one had a flamethrower or incendiary grenades for sustained area coverage, the fireplace flame alone would be extinguished by the wind and snow in less than a dozen seconds. Since I can't kill them all, then I'll just tough it out. Lu Chen turned and sat back on the sofa, crossing his legs, and even took out a can of soda from his backpack. He opened the system panel and stared at the shelter status bar. Current durability 499500. Current durability 498500. Though the gnawing sounds outside were terrifying, as if the house would collapse at any moment, the LV4 shelter's true value was now fully demonstrated. The thick reinforced concrete walls and outer steel plates made the attacks of these low-level bugs feel like scratching an itch. The dense barrage of attacks was mostly negated by the high defense value. Occasionally a forced 1 damage would pop up. This damage rate is slower than my regeneration. Lu Chen took a sip of cola and calmly clicked the repair button. Consumed wood 1, a durability 10. Whoosh. The 2 points of durability that had just dropped were instantly restored. Lu Chen glanced at his backpack, which held nearly 1500 units of wood, and a playful smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Come on, little bugs. Let's see if your teeth are harder than my wood. However, compared to Lu Chen's ease, the regional chat channel was already in complete chaos. Countless survivors were breaking down at that moment. Panic Gaia. Bugs. Everywhere bugs. My wall is being gnawed through. They're getting in. Trypophobe help. I can't take it. I feel sick just looking at them. Too many. Can't kill them all. Some rando, anyone got wood? Please. I'll trade all my food for wood. My durability is dropping so fast. A few dozen points per minute. I can't hold on. Data King, damn. This is a resource drain stage. Even a LV2 shelter can't withstand this gnawing speed. Only constant repair with wood can keep you alive. But I'm out of wood. Despair. Panic. For those survivors still struggling to survive with no wood reserves, this night's beetle swarm was nothing short of a slow, agonizing execution. They could only watch helplessly as their shelters were chewed away bit by bit until they were swallowed by the white sea of insects. Lu Chen watched the rapidly graying avatars in the channel, then expressionlessly closed the panel. In this cruel apocalypse, no resources meant death, and he only needed to sit here, drink cola, and occasionally click the repair button to safely survive this terrifying night. That was the gap in strength. Outside, the insect tide surged, their gnawing sounds like rain pelting banana leaves. Inside, it was as warm as spring. Lu Chen lounged comfortably on the sofa, sipping a drink while watching the futile insects on the monitor. He casually opened the regional channel. The chat interface was already drowned in a sea of despair. Passerby, I can't take it. Totally unstoppable. I've run out of wood. Someone save me. A corporate executive, I don't want to die. I have money, I'll transfer 10 million to you. Whoever gives me a set of wood. The desperate, it's useless. They're coming in. Oh. Watching these suffocating messages, Lu Chen's face remained calm. This was the selection mechanism of the apocalypse. The weak are eliminated, the fittest survive. Just then his private message list began flashing frantically again. Still all kinds of pleas for help, hoping Lu Chen would spare some wood. Some even cursed outright, saying since they were all Jiangda students, how could he stand by and let them die? Could his conscience bear it? To those who dared to send private messages, trying to morally blackmail him, Lu Chen gave a uniform reply. Lu Chen, hee, why does your avatar look like it's about to turn gray? Suddenly, a familiar avatar flickered, catching his attention. Lin Qingxue. Humph. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, a playful curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Has this one finally lost its composure? Under the dual torment of spirit and flesh, that so-called pride has ultimately shattered into pieces. Lu Chen unhurriedly opened the message. Lin Qingxue. Lu Chen. Are you there? Lin Qingxue, is the previous agreement still valid? Lin Qingxue, my shelter only has 70 durability left. The place is swarming with bugs outside, and I only have a dozen or so pieces of wood left. At most I can hold out for 10 more minutes. I'm about to be overrun. Even through the screen, Lu Chen could feel her trembling and helplessness under the countdown to death. But he didn't rush to reply. 10 minutes. Since you said you could hold out for 10 minutes, why should I hurry? This arrogant rich girl. If I don't completely grind down her temper, shall be trouble if I take her in later. Lu Chen took a sip of his drink, tapping his fingers lightly on his knee as he calmly watched the time slip by. 1 minute. 2 minutes. To Lin Qingxue, these 2 minutes felt longer than 2 centuries. The gnawing sounds outside the tent grew louder, cracks appeared in the canvas above, and a few twin-tailed bugs had even poked through. Staring at the unresponsive chat interface, her psychological defenses crumbled completely. Lin Qingxue. Lu Chen. Please, just reply to me. Lin Qingxue, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have blocked you. I shouldn't have rejected you. Lin Qingxue, I don't want to die. I want to live. Please give me a chance. Watching this string of humble pleas, Lu Chen felt the moment was ripe. He leisurely composed a message and sent it. Lu Chen, if you'd known this day would come, why did you act that way in the first place? Campus Beauty Lin. Lu Chen, I'm not taking advantage of your predicament, you know. It's you who wants to sign with me, right? Instant reply. Lin Qingxue, yes. It's my choice. I'm begging you. Lu Chen, good. But let me be clear up front. Lu Chen, I have a rule. Lu Chen, if I'm the one extending the invitation, I naturally treat talents with respect and offer the best terms. Lu Chen, but if you're at your wit's end and begging to sign with me, then I'm sorry. Lu Chen, they'll give you a chance to survive, to have enough food and warm clothes, no longer suffering from cold or hunger. Lu Chen, but from now on, everything about you will obey me. Your dignity, your freedom, even your very being will belong to me. Do you understand? After this message was sent, there was a moment of silence on the other end. Lin Qingxue stared at Lu Chen's cold, domineering words, biting her lip until blood seeped out. Once she was the campus belle, surrounded by admirers, the jewel of the Lin family. Now to survive, she had to surrender all her dignity. Ryup. The tent above suddenly tore open with a large gash. A fist-sized frozen corpse beetle dropped at her feet, opening its sharp maw with a piercing screech. Off. This scream shattered her last hesitation completely. Lin Qingxue, I understand. I understand. As long as I can live, I'll do whatever you say. That's more like it. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Then, seeing several voice messages from Lin Qingxue, filled with sobs, Lu Chen unhurriedly opened the system, selected Lin Qingxue, and drafted a talent recruitment contract. Target Lin Qingxue. Send. Dozens of kilometers away inside the tattered tent, the cold wind howled, the insect tide surged. Lin Qingxue huddled in a corner, gripping a rusty pickaxe, closing her eyes in despair. All around were nauseating white bugs. They crawled over the sleeping bag, drawing closer and closer to her. The icy touch of impending death made her body stiffen. It's over. Everything is over. Just as the hideous beetle was about to sink its jaws into her throat, only one thought remained in Lin Qingxue's mind. Lu Chen, save me. I want to live. Whoosh. A golden light screen suddenly unfolded before her eyes, even repelling the bugs closing in. It was an ancient parchment scroll radiating a faint glow. Lu Chen has initiated a lifelong employment contract. Do you accept? Lin Qingxue's eyes snapped open. In that moment, what surged within her was not just ecstasy, but a complex emotion of surviving a catastrophe. Once Lu Chen had invited her, and she refused out of ridiculous pride. Now, she had to kneel and beg him to take her in. But this was her only lifeline. Sign. I'll sign. Without any hesitation. Lin Qingxue's trembling hand pressed her fingerprint onto the contract. Boom. A brilliant golden light blazed forth. An irresistible spatial suction instantly enveloped her entire body. The next second, her figure vanished into thin air, leaving only a dilapidated tent instantly swallowed by the endless white insect tide. Lin Qingxue felt a dizzying spin, and the suffocating sensation of being engulfed by the insect tide vanished abruptly. When her feet once again touched solid ground, instead of the crunch of snow, there was a dull, solid thud. Was this a floor? Then a wave of warmth like spring sunshine instantly enveloped her entire body. The howling wind and nauseating chirping of insects were no longer in her ears. Instead, she heard the crackling of burning wood in the fireplace and the low, soothing hum of the air circulation system. Huff! Lin Qingxue cautiously opened her eyes, her body still trembling instinctively. Yet in the next moment, she was utterly stunned, even forgetting to breathe for a brief instant. Where's this? Heaven. What met her eyes were walls adorned with exquisite warm-toned wallpaper and a solid wood floor so pristine it reflected her image. Not far away in the European-style fireplace, crimson flames blazed fiercely, radiating an intoxicating warmth that bathed the entire hall in a bright daylight-like glow. On the coffee table lay a half-drunk bottle of cola, a few open bags of snacks, and an unopened pack of Huazi cigarettes. The air held not a trace of the stench of decay or blood from her former shelter. Instead, it was filled with a faint scent of fruity wood incense and the lingering aroma of a beef hot pot. Lin Qingxue stared at it all in disbelief. She looked down at herself. Her branded-down jacket was so filthy its original color was indistinguishable, covered in mud and tears from insect claws. Her hands were a mess of frostbite and blood scabs. She felt like a beggar who had just crawled out of a sewer stumbling into a celestial palace. This stark contrast stirred an unprecedented sense of inferiority and unease within her. "Welcome to the end times paradise campus, beauty Lin." A lazy magnetic voice sounded. Lin Qingxue jerked her head up. On a leather sofa not far away, Lu Chun sat with his legs crossed, holding a can of cold cola, watching her with a faint, enigmatic smile. This sight shattered Lin Qingxue's worldview. He was leisurely sipping iced cola on such a hellish night. Lu Chun. Her voice was hoarse, trembling with the aftershock of survival and a hint of cautious fear. "Looks like the teleportation was pretty fast." Lu Chun set down the cola, gave her a once-over, and frowned slightly, making no effort to hide his disdain. "I know you've had a rough couple of days, but your look is really a bit too primitive. And that smell on you." Lu Chun fanned his nose. "Is it the stench of bugs or the sourness of not bathing for days, eh? I don't like this smell in my shelter." Hearing this, Lin Qingxue's face flushed crimson with shame, wishing she could crawl into a hole. The once proud campus beauty now stood like a scolded schoolgirl, head bowed, hands clutching the hem of her clothes. What girl doesn't love to be clean? Being told to her face by a boy that she was dirty and smelly was unbearable for any female. But the key point was that Lu Chun spoke the truth, and even she couldn't stand herself at that moment. Sorry. I didn't mean to." Tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing her like this, Lu Chun didn't continue his sharp tongue. After all, she would be his from now on, as some restraint in the reprimand was necessary. He casually picked up a set of clothes from beside the sofa. It was a women's casual outfit traded from a clothing store originally intended for Su Qinghua. "Catch." Lu Chun tossed the clothes to her. "There's a bathroom on the second floor with hot water. Remember to rinse off in the shower first. You can use the bathtub later if you want to soak. Wash off all that filth, put these on. Then come down and talk to me." At the words bathroom, hot water, shower, and bathtub, Lin Qingxue's head shot up, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Hot water? You actually have hot water for a shower here? And a bathtub?" Just moments ago, she had been worried about finding a sip of water to drink and had despaired over finding a few logs for warmth. And now Lu Chun was so extravagant that he could take a hot shower. "Let's talk. Are you going or not?" "Yes, I'm going." Lin Qingxue, as if granted a pardon, hugged the clothes and ran towards the stairs, afraid Lu Chun would change his mind. Just as she reached the staircase, Lu Chun's faint warning came from behind. "Oh, and be quiet. Someone's sleeping in the bedroom on the second floor. Don't wake her." Lin Qingxue paused mid-step, momentarily stunned. Someone was sleeping. She instinctively glanced back at Lu Chun alone on the sofa. A flicker of doubt arose in her heart. Lu Chun was clearly downstairs, so who was sleeping upstairs? It seemed Lu Chun indeed already had other employees. Who could it be? Most people from their C0372 zone were students from Jiang University. They might even know each other. At that thought, a faint pang of bitterness inexplicably rose in Lin Qingxue's heart. But at that moment, the craving for a hot shower overwhelmed all curiosity. "Yes, I understand." Lin Qingxue nodded obediently, then tiptoed upstairs. Arriving on the second floor, Lin Qingxue immediately spotted the bedroom door slightly ajar. Through the crack, she could vaguely make out a bulge in the bed, which appeared to be a woman from the silhouette. And in the air, there seemed to be a very strange smell. It was somewhat like the scent of silk tree flowers mixed with a certain cloying sweetness. As an inexperienced young woman, well protected by her family since childhood, Lin Qingxue didn't quite understand what the smell was, but she felt an inexplicable heat on her face. Probably another survivor Lu Chun rescued. It seems he's not so cold-blooded after all. Lin Qingxue didn't dare look further, afraid of waking the person inside and mainly of angering Lu Chun. She quickly turned and slipped into the adjacent bathroom. Click. She closed the door and turned on the light. Faced with the luxurious bathroom, its pristine white tiles separate wet and dry areas, and even an oversized massage bathtub, Lin Qingxue completely broke down. Covering her mouth, tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Is this really the end of the world? Why? Why is there such a gap between him and me? If I had agreed to him from the start, would I have been enjoying all this already? Regret, relief, shock. A torrent of emotions intertwined. With trembling hands, she turned on the shower head. Whoosh, scorching hot water gushed out, steam rising. Lin Qingxue shed her filthy, reeking clothes and stood under the spray. As the hot water washed over her frozen body, she almost moaned in pleasure. I'm alive again. Meanwhile in the bedroom, Su Qingyue, wrapped in her blanket, seemed to hear the sound of water from next door. She rolled over drowsily, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, mumbling indistinctly, "Naughty shopkeeper. Are you coming again? I can't take it anymore. Please spare me." Then she fell back into a deep sleep, utterly unaware that at this very moment, just one wall away, her schoolmate, another one of Jiang University's four great campus beauties, Lin Qingxue, was washing away the dust of her past, preparing to embrace a new life as the second maid. With the scalding water cascading down, the dried mud and blood scabs on her skin began to peel off in layers. The water swirling at her feet turned murky gray-black as it spiraled into the drain. As the grime washed away, the peerless beauty hidden beneath the dust was finally revealed in the misty steam. Lin Qingxue's skin was exceptionally fair, a pristine whiteness that only years of pampered living could cultivate, as delicate as mutton fat jade. Under the soft glow of the bathroom lights, her skin seemed to radiate a luminous sheen. Warm droplets traced down her long, elegant swan-like neck, slid over her delicate and deep collarbone, paused briefly on the dizzying snowy peaks, then gathered into streams that meandered down her slender waist, so fine it seemed it might snap with a touch. In the hazy steam, Lin Qingxue swept her wet hair back with both hands. This motion instantly unveiled her breathtaking curved silhouette, her round, pert curves and long, straight legs. Every line was like a work of art meticulously crafted by a divine hand. If before she was a downtrodden Cinderella, now with the filth gone, she had transformed back into the aloof goddess who haunted the dreams of countless boys. But this time there was no arrogance in her eyes, only satisfaction and longing. Lin Qingxue gazed at her clean, beautiful reflection in the mirror, feeling dazed. She picked up an unfamiliar green bottle of body wash from the shelf. She squeezed out a pump. A luxurious premium scent of botanical oils instantly filled the small space. The scent of white truffle. It's actually Aetna brand shampoo. Lin Qingxue recognized the brand. A bottle like this cost over 1,000 yuan before the apocalypse. She carefully lathered the foam over her body, savoring the silky texture as it washed away the last traces of fatigue. She washed for a full half hour, only reluctantly turning off the tap when her skin began to flush a faint pink. Drying herself and blowing her hair dry, Lin Qingxue picked up the set of clothes Lu Chun had given her. It was an off-white knit top paired with loose light gray sweatpants. Though not a luxury brand, the fabric was soft and comfortable. Once dressed, the loose neckline subtly revealed her delicate collarbone, the fitted knit perfectly accentuated her stunning bust, and the sweatpants, while baggy, occasionally clung to her legs as she moved, outlining their long, straight form. This casual homeware paradoxically exuded a purer allure than the branded down jacket she had worn before. Time to go downstairs. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath, meeting her own flushed, moist eyes in the mirror as she tried to calm her racing heart. She knew that from the moment she stepped out that door, she was no longer the campus belle. Instead, she was the private property of the man downstairs. In the first floor hall, Lu Chun sat with his eyes closed, pondering the next day's plantation plans. Suddenly, the soft sound of footsteps came from the stairs, accompanied by a delightful fragrance of a fresh bath. Lu Chun opened his eyes and turned his head. The next second, even he who had seen much lately couldn't hide a flash of astonishment in his gaze. Lin Qingxue stood shyly at the foot of the stairs. Her jet-black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, still slightly damp at the tips. Her freshly bathed face, without a trace of makeup, was fair with a rosy glow, delicate and enticing. Though her home clothes were modest, they accentuated her originally cool, yet now fragile and docile temperament. Unlike Su Qingyu's enchanting charm, Lin Qingxue's beauty carried the dignity of a noble lady. Now, with that dignity broken, the resulting vulnerability stirred an urge to dominate. I'm done washing. Sensing Lu Chen's aggressive gaze, Lin Qingxue instinctively shrank back, nervously twisting her hands together. Good, not bad. Lu Chun didn't hide his scrutiny as he looked her over, nodding with satisfaction. Now you look human. Come here. He patted the empty spot on the sofa beside him, his tone leaving no room for argument. Lin Qingxue trembled but obediently walked over. However, she didn't sit immediately, as she hesitated, standing before him with her head bowed like a maidservant awaiting orders. Sit down. Do I have to invite you? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. No, sir. Lin Qingxiu, it bit her lip, then finally sat down cautiously perching on only the edge of the seat with her back ramrod straight. Seeing her tense state, Lu Chen chuckled and casually pushed the half-empty can of cola toward her. Thirsty? Have a drink. Lin Qingxiu's throat bobbed involuntarily as she looked at the still-cold cola. She hadn't had a decent drink of water in 2 days, let alone a sugary soda like this. Thank you. She cupped the can in both hands, abandoning all pretense of ladle-like grace as she tipped her head back for a big gulp. The icy liquid slid down her throat, and the carbonated bubbles danced on her tongue. In that instant, Lin Qingxiu felt as if she had been transported to heaven. Sweet. It was sweet. Tears streamed down her face, once more dripping into the cola can. Is it good, eh? Lu Chun rested his chin on his hand, watching her with keen interest. It's good. This is the best cola I've ever had in my life. Lin Qingxiu replied, her voice choked with sobs. Good then. Lu Chen's smile faded as he leaned slightly to the right, closer to Lin Qingxiu, casually draping an arm over her shoulder. An intangible yet overwhelming pressure enveloped her, making her delicate frame shudder. Since you've eaten your fill and cleaned up, let's talk business. Lin Qingxiu, you should know I don't keep idlers here. Su Qingyue became my assistant because she can manage household affairs and help me kill monsters with a gun. Su Qingyue. At the sound of that name, Lin Qingxiu's tense body jolted and her pupils contracted sharply. She instinctively looked up at the half-closed door on the second floor, her eyes filled with disbelief. The person sleeping upstairs is Su Qingyue, the president of Jiangda's dance club, the one they call Jiangda's unreachable flower. Lin Qingxiu's mind went blank, her cheeks burning hot. No wonder the scent in the bedroom had been so intimate. No wonder Lu Chen had said someone could manage his affairs. So the campus belle, Su, who was usually even more aloof than her at school and never gave any boy a second glance, had already been claimed by Lu Chen. It had even progressed to the point of sharing a bed. A profound sense of unreality crashed against her worldview. But immediately following that came an indescribable feeling of defeat, along with a faint, inexplicable sense of crisis. Before signing the contract, she had believed she was the only woman in Lu Chen's life during this apocalypse. But now it seemed she was not only late to the scene, but also ranked second behind Su Qingyue. A stifling frustration of being beaten to the punch weighed heavily on her heart. Lin Qingxiu suddenly regretted rejecting Lu Chen's recruitment offer a few days ago. What? Surprised? Lu Chen looked at her shocked expression, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. In this apocalypse, the clever ones tend to live longer. Su Qingyue is smarter and more decisive than you, which is why she can sleep in a warm bed now and enjoy my favor. And you? Lu Chen's fingers gently traced her chin, his tone indifferent. These past few days haven't been easy, have they, eh? After struggling miserably to survive in the apocalypse for days and suffering its harsh lessons, you finally chose to rely on me. If you had agreed to become my shop assistant right away, why would you have endured these days of misery? Lu Chen's words pierced Lin Qingxiu's last shred of pride like a merciless blade. She bit her lip, her face pale, yet unable to refute a single word. Indeed, Lu Chen was right. She had clung to her dignity for a few days, but that was all. Those days had been spent in torment, each night awakened by the cold wind, without a single good night's sleep. What exactly had she been holding out for these past few days? The thought of seeing your sister Su Qingyue enjoying endless delicacies and drinks with Lu Chen every day, taking baths, having a warm bed, and a secure shelter only deepened her regret. Lu Chen's voice sounded in Lin Qingxiu's ear again. Tell me, what can you do for me? Besides this face and body, what other value can you bring? If you're just going to be a vase, then you might have to get in line. There are plenty of women outside who want to be my vase. Hearing this, Lin Qingxiu's heart tightened. She looked into Lu Chen's deep, indifferent eyes and knew he wasn't joking. If she couldn't prove her worth, she might truly be treated as a peripheral figure, or even kicked out. She thought frantically. She couldn't match what Su Qingyue could do now, but she had her own advantages. I can cook. My family had a maid, but I specifically learned culinary arts. I know a bit of both Chinese and Western cuisine. And a flash of inspiration struck Lin Qingxiu as she recalled a talent she had awakened earlier. She quickly said, and I have a special life talent. It's called plant affinity. I can help you farm. I can tend to your plants and make them grow better. When she had entered earlier, she had noticed the 2 large planting troughs by the window. This could be her crucial bargaining chip to earn Lu Chen's approval. Hearing the words plant affinity, the previously nonchalant Lu Chen's eyes lit up briefly. He had actually already known about Lin Qingxiu's talent through the system panel, but he deliberately feigned surprise. Oh. Lu Chen shifted his gaze, his eyes settling on her face with a glimmer of interest. Plant affinity. Show me. Hearing Lu Chen bring this up, Lin Qingxiu set aside her bitterness and quickly nodded. Yes. System panel display. With a thought, she actively opened her attribute panel to Lu Chen. Lu Chen focused his gaze. Name Lin Qingxiu, class, none, level LV. 1. Strength 5, Agility 6, Constitution 5, Spirit 10, Talent, Plant affinity, great effect, innately close to nature. When tending plants, crop growth cycle reduced by 50, yield increased by 30, and a 15 chance to cultivate mutated beneficial crops. After reviewing the detailed information from Lin Qingsu's shared attribute panel, Lu Chen was quite satisfied. A 50 reduction in growth cycle and increased yield. If this was combined with potent organic fertilizer, wouldn't vegetables that normally take days to mature be ready in just a day or even a few hours? Coupled with the blue talent nature's gift rewarded after signing the contract, Lu Chen glanced at his system inventory and saw a special gift bag-like package had indeed appeared. How was this a vase? This was practically a humanoid ripening accelerator. She was a walking granary in the apocalypse. As long as he had seeds, Lin Qingxue could continuously grow vegetables. Very good. The coldness in Lu Chen's eyes dissipated considerably, replaced by undisguised satisfaction. He reached out again, this time gently patting her cheek. I like this talent. It seems you're not entirely useless. Hearing this affirmation, Lin Qingxu's long-hanging heart finally settled, and she let out a long sigh of relief. Because of Lu Chen's, like a hint of inexplicable delight even arose in her heart. With that, I declare you officially hired. Lu Chen stood up and pointed to the 2 planting troughs by the window. Starting today, your position is the shelter's logistics gardener and cook. Su Qingwei handles combat and personal attendance. She's your supervisor. And you are mainly responsible for planting and cooking, understand? Though her status was lower than Su Qingyu's, Lin Qingxue was content as long as she could stay. Yes, master. Oh no, shopkeeper. She quickly corrected herself, her gaze resolute. Go ahead. Those 2 troughs have cherry tomatoes and lettuce. Now use your talent. Let me see the effect. Yes. Lin Qingxue dared not delay. She quickly rose and walked to the planting troughs. She took a deep breath, extended her fair hands, and gently placed them above the black soil. Closing her eyes, she focused her mind. A faint visible green light emanated from her palms like a trickling stream seeping into the soil. A miraculous scene unfolded. The seeds, which had just been sown and needed time to sprout, broke through the soil at a visible speed upon contacting the green light, pushing out tender green seedlings. The vibrant green of life appeared, especially moving in the gloom of the apocalypse. System notification: affected by the plant affinity's grade talent, crop growth speed significantly increased. Quick growth lettuce, estimated maturity 12 hours, originally 24 hours. Improved cherry tomatoes, estimated maturity 36 hours, originally 72 hours. Holy moly! Lu Chen was thrilled by this astonishing efficiency. 12 hours. That meant by tomorrow morning, he could have lettuce wraps with grilled meat. Phew. After using her talent, Lin Qingxu's complexion paled slightly, clearly indicating a drain on her spirit. But when she turned to look at Lu Chen, her eyes were full of anticipation, seeking praise. Well done. Lu Chen didn't spare his compliments. He walked over, took out a pack of compressed biscuits and a bottle of milk from his inventory, and handed them to her. This is your midnight snack, and also a joining bonus. Eat up and rest on the sofa. He'll arrange a room for you tomorrow. Lin Qingxue held the precious food, and her eyes reddened again. Thank you, shopkeeper. The night passed without incident. Outside the window, the insect swarm continued its frenzied gnawing, but with Lu Chen's vast supply of wood for repairs, the shelter remained as steadfast as a mountain. Inside the warm hall, Lin Qingxue curled up on the sofa, wrapped in the blanket Lu Chen had tossed to her, sleeping the most peaceful rest she had had since the apocalypse began. The next morning. System announcement: the second survival trial, the Ice Corp's insect tide, has ended. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the mist, the nauseating white beetles receded like melting snow and ice, leaving only a field of debris behind. Lu Chen opened his eyes and sat up from the sofa, his gaze immediately turning to the planting troughs. The right-hand planting trough was now lush and verdant. Crisp emerald green lettuce leaves unfurled, exuding an enticing fragrance. On the left, the cherry tomato vines had already climbed their trellis, yet to bear fruit, but already adorned with delicate yellow blossoms. A bountiful harvest. Lu Chen's spirits soared. Just then a languid footfall echoed from the staircase on the second floor. Su Qingyue, rubbing her sleepy eyes, descended in a seductive lace nightgown. After the previous day's nourishment, her already stunning and enchanting visage now radiated a mature woman's allure, her skin fair and rosy, as if it could yield to the slightest touch. Good morning, shopkeeper, she called out in a soft, coquettish voice, about to approach for an embrace. Suddenly her steps faltered as her gaze fell upon the unfamiliar woman, just sitting up on the sofa, still wearing a dazed expression. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze for a second. Su Qingwen narrowed her eyes, her gaze sweeping over Lin Qingxu's decent figure, before finally settling on that familiar face. Yet the anticipated love rivalry did not unfold. Su Qingwen merely smiled faintly, descended the stairs with her long, shapely legs, and naturally linked her arm through Lu Chen's, pressing herself against him, as if to assert absolute sovereignty. Then, looking at Lin Qingxue, she spoke in a gentle tone laced with the authority and teasing of a first wife. Oh, if it isn't the campus belle, Lin. What, finally come around to working for a shopkeeper? Lin Qingxue bit her lip, her cheeks flushing. In the past, with her assertive nature, she would have retorted sharply. But now living under another's roof, and with the other woman's seniority undeniable, she knew that Lu Chun would surely dislike any internal strife. So she could only lower her head and respond timidly, yes. Senior Su, please, take care of me from now on. Seeing her former proud rival so subdued, the trace of jealousy in Su Qingyu's heart instantly dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of satisfaction. All right, stop laying down the law here, Lu Chun interjected at the right moment, breaking the subtle tension in the air. He walked to the planting trough and casually picked a few pieces of emerald green lettuce. Since the lettuce is ready, breakfast today will be lettuce-wrapped barbecue. Lin Qingxue, go heat up the leftover barbecue from yesterday. Yes, shopkeeper. Lin Qingxue, as if granted a pardon, quickly took the lettuce and fled towards the fireplace area. 10 minutes later, the three of them sat around the coffee table. The sizzling, fragrant barbecue wrapped in crisp, refreshing lettuce burst with a symphony of meat juices and vegetable freshness with every bite. Delicious! Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue exclaimed almost simultaneously. To enjoy fresh vegetables in this apocalypse was a guilty pleasure, a crime against the norm. After a hearty meal, Lu Chun recalled the exclusive passive skill attached to Lin Qingxue's contract, Nature's Bounty. Activate today's Nature's Bounty, he murmured in his mind. With a hum, 2 streaks of light materialized out of thin air, transforming into 2 exquisite red fortune pouches that landed on the coffee table. What's this? Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue both leaned in curiously. Employee benefits, Lu Chun said with a mysterious smile, reaching out to open one. Congratulations. Obtained steamed king crab ratatouille steaming hot X1. Congratulations. Obtained mutant hemostatic herb seeds X2. King crab. Staring at the massive basin-sized red crab exuding a fresh savory aroma, both women's eyes went wide. Dinner upgrade tonight, Lu Chun said with satisfaction, storing the king crab in his system space. After several days of experimentation, he had fully understood the system space's functions. Each person had 15 slots. Materials like wood and stone could stack up to 1,000 units per slot. Food items occupied a single slot and had a 12-hour heat preservation countdown timer in the system space. The moment they heard Lu Chun mention the king crab for dinner, a glint of light sparked in both women's eyes. Afterwards, the three examined the 2 seeds. Mutant hemostatic herb seeds upon maturity can be ground into powder. Has a miraculous effect on wounds, increasing bleeding cessation speed by 200. A fine find. Perfect to hand over to Lin Qingxue for planting. They would never lack for external injury medicine again. After savoring the brief warmth, Lu Chun opened the regional chat panel to check on the situation after last night. However, when he saw the number of survivors in the top left corner, the atmosphere in the hall instantly congealed. Current regional survivors 5103-10000 only. 5,000 people left. Su Qingyue covered her mouth, a flicker of horror in her eyes. After just 2 nights of the survival trial, half of the 10,000 people were dead. The previous night's relentless insect tide had clearly become a nightmare for countless survivors lacking wood reserves. The expressions of the 3 darkened. After all, their C0372 zone was mostly comprised of students from Jiang University, many of whom were acquaintances. Ding dong. Just then, an unfamiliar special notification tone suddenly sounded simultaneously in the minds of Lu Chun and Lin Qingxue. Notice survivor Lu Wei has used the item class rallying order. You have been automatically added to the Jiang University Economics and Management Department Class 3 Survivors Group. A class group. Lu Chun and Lin Qingxue exchanged glances, seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Such an item existed. Lu Chun opened the newly appeared group chat interface. Group members 3154 of the original 54 classmates, only 31 avatars were lit in the group. The remaining 23 avatars were all gray. The implication was clear. The group instantly erupted. Han Jiabao, holy shit. A class group. I'm not dead. Whoa, I was so scared. Deng Qi, great. Finally found the organization. Squad leader Lu Wei is awesome. Zhang Yi, why are there so few people? Where are Datu and Laosi? Why aren't they in the group? Everyone was frantically searching for familiar names. Lin Qingxue also quickly scrolled through the member list. Soon she breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Thank goodness Xiaoya and Cici are both here. They were her 2 roommates and her closest friends. Lu Chun was also searching. His gaze swept across the list 3 times. However, the 3 familiar nicknames he remembered, Prodigal Son No. 1 Prodigal Son No. 2, and Prodigal Son No. 3, were nowhere to be found. Lu Chun's fingers froze midair as a shadow of gloom dimmed his gaze. These 3 were his roommates. They often teased each other, calling one another son, but their bond was as solid as iron. It's all over. Lu Chun murmured under his breath, a faint sense of loss welling up in his heart. The absence of his 3 roommates in the class group chat spoke volumes. Even with a cold heart, he couldn't remain indifferent to the departure of old friends. A warm small hand gently covered his. Su Qingyue, who had been observing Lu Chun's expression, comforted him. Softly, boss, life and death are fated. In this apocalypse, everyone has their own tribulation. You're not a god, you can't save everyone. She gently smoothed his collar, her voice growing even softer, protecting Qingxue, and me is already your utmost effort. If we hadn't met you, we'd probably be worse off than them. For our sake, and for our future, you can't dwell on the past forever, right? Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes flickered as he turned to look at the two girls beside him. The dead are gone, the living must carry on. Wallowing in grief over lost brothers would be the greatest irresponsibility to the girls who had entrusted him with their lives. You're right. Lu Chen took a deep breath, suppressing his worries deep within. In this devouring world, excessive emotion only becomes a weakness. Since he couldn't save them, had lived well on their behalf. In this extreme apocalypse, just surviving was hard enough. No more thinking. Lu Chen let out a long sigh, then turned his hand to hold Su Qingyu's, as if bidding farewell to the past, and making a promise focusing on our own life is what matters most. Feeling the warmth and strength return to his palm, Su Qingyue breathed a sigh of relief and nodded obediently. Just then a bold message popped up in the group chat. Class monitor Lu Wei, attention, everyone. Quiet down. Class monitor Lu Wei, I'm your class monitor Lu Wei. It pains me to see so many classmates gone. But the living must move on. I created this group to unite us all. Class monitor Lu Wei, I suggest everyone share their coordinates. Those nearby should band together. Share resources. The strong protect the weak. We're a collective, and we must never abandon anyone. This speech instantly drew applause in the group. Han Jiabao, the monitor, is right. Unity is strength. Zhang Yi, the monitor, truly has a sense of responsibility. He'll send my coordinates now. Watching the impassioned speech on the screen, Lu Chen let out a scornful laugh, his eyes brimming with mockery. Boring. He closed the chat interface, stood up, and gathered his gear. Pack up. Time to head out for work. Su Qingyue, who was helping Lu Chen organize magazines, looked puzzled and asked curiously, Boss, isn't your class monitor's attitude pretty good? Huddling together for warmth sounds quite inspiring. Inspiring. Before Lu Chen could answer, Lin Qingxue, who was cleaning up breakfast scraps at the coffee station sink, shook her head and replied on his behalf, Senior, Su, don't be fooled by Lu Wei. That guy is utterly hypocritical. She wiped her hands, her face full of disgust. In our freshman year, the poverty-stricken student slots should have gone to the neediest classmates, including our boss. But Lu Wei, to curry favor, manipulated things behind the scenes to give them to his cronies. One of those students bought the latest fruit brand phone bundle on the very first day he got the subsidy. He preaches righteousness on the surface, but in secret, he's a refined egoist. Recalling something repulsive, Lin Qingxue frowned deeply. He once pursued me. When he knew I'd refuse, he deliberately got dozens of guys to stir up a scene at a party, trying to guilt-trip me into submission. What he really wanted wasn't me, but the influence of my Lin family. Later I had my dad call the counselor to rein him in, and he backed off. Now he's shouting about resource sharing, probably scheming to hoard everyone's supplies and play the petty tyrant. After hearing this, Su Qingyue had an epiphany, her expression turning contemptuous. So he's a hypocrite. She then shot Lin Qingxue an appreciative glance. You have good judgment. You know our boss is the best man in the world, let's go. Ignore those fools. In this world, only the guns and supplies in your hands are real. The trio geared up and pushed open the door. Though the insect tide had receded, a foul stench still lingered in the air. Today's mission is to find 3 survival chests. Lu Chen glanced at the desolate snowfield, a pang of regret in his heart. Last night's swarming insect tide was terrifying, but if he could have wiped them out, he might have earned a completion achievement chest. Unfortunately, there were too many to kill, and he could only watch them retreat. If only I had a flamethrower or an area effect skill. Lu Chen sighed. Today's mission is to find 3 survival chests. Lu Chen looked at the barren snowfield. Though missing out on last night's kill rewards was disappointing, since he had the household water circulation heating system, he intended to maximize its value. With energy crystals, hot water was an infinite resource. With that in mind, Lu Chen opened the regional chat channel and posted a trade request. Lu Chen selling pure drinking water, min. 500 milliliters. Also selling constant temperature hot water up to 60 C, always suitable for drinking or bathing. Requirement: you must provide your own container e.g. empty bottles, plastic buckets. Send it along with the trade. Price accepting only core materials, copper, iron, electronic components, etc. Blueprints and special items. For wood and stone, only large quantities considered. Quote your price in private, low offers will be ignored. The moment this message appeared, the regional channel, still steeped in last night's grief, fell into dead silence. Then it exploded. Apart from a few unfamiliar names, many familiar ones popped up. Perhaps because the population of Zone C0372 had halved, or because most were still mourning last night, the channel wasn't scrolling too fast. This allowed Lu Chen to read the messages from those so-called acquaintances clearly. Han Jiabao, holy crap. Lu Chen, am I seeing this right? You even have hot water. I'm still gnawing on snowballs. Zhang Yi, Lu Chen buddy, it's me Zhang. We used to play basketball together. He'll pay 100,000. No, 500,000. Just give me a bucket of hot water. My girlfriend is freezing to death. Zhao Cine, Economics Department. Bell brother Lu Chen, where are you? It's Cine, we met at the freshman welcome party. My body is so itchy, I'd love a hot bath. Could you send me a bucket? He'll send you a video of me showering. I've demed you watching the scrolling messages. Su Qingwei and Lin Qingxue had varied expressions, especially upon seeing Zhao Sini's message. Lin Qingxue sneered with disdain. Zhao Sini, from the economics department. I've heard of her. Back at school she was so arrogant, she wouldn't even glance at you, and now she's saying this for a bucket of bathwater. After saying this, Lin Qingxue paused, realizing her own attitude toward the boss a few days ago wasn't much different from Zhao Sini's. A look of embarrassment and awkwardness crossed her face, and she trailed off. Wasn't she acting like a bit of a fool? Su Qingyue, arm in arm with Lu Chun, asked with a teasing smile. Boss, the economics department bell is offering you private videos. Aren't you tempted? Lu Chun didn't even glance at the racy selfies Zhao Sini had sent in private. He deleted them outright. Cheap and tawdry. With you two by my side, why would I need to look at that? Besides, that guy Zhang, he almost got into a fight with me over the basketball court back then, and now he wants to talk about friendship. Too late. After saying that, Lu Chun completely ignored all the acquaintances pleading for mercy, only replying to a few strangers who offered hard currency for trade. You have obtained 3 packs of Xingxing Xianjian tissues. You have obtained 500 stones. You have obtained 12 packs of Qinzue Shao. You have obtained 1 bottle of Estee Lauder Advanced Night Repair. Watching Lu Chun continuously complete trades including cosmetics for women, Su Qingwei and Lin Qingxue's eyes gleamed even brighter. They eagerly took various containers for water from Lu Chun, quickly filled them, and brought them back. Ding dong. Just then a message popped up in the class group chat. Clearly Lu Chun's ostentatious display of wealth in the regional channel had thoroughly provoked some people in the class. Class monitor Lu Wei, Lu Chun classmate Lu Chun. I saw you selling water in the regional channel. Class monitor Lu Wei, great. You're practically our whole class lifesaver. Class monitor Lu Wei, everyone is short on water and calories now, and many female classmates are nearly freezing to death. Since you're a member of our class and have such abundant resources, can you contribute the heater first, or use it as a center to establish a class base? At this moment, Lu Wei's top lackey Li Kai also jumped out. Li Kai, ya Lu Chun, we're a collective. Since you have the ability, you should take on more responsibility. The class monitor has worn himself out for everyone, and here you are hoarding supplies and profiteering off the disaster. Have you no conscience? Some female classmate, Lu Chun, please share some hot water with me, I really can't take it anymore. Watching this string of sanctimonious remarks and the faces of those who once ignored him, but now sought to morally blackmail him, Lu Chun didn't even have the interest to reply with a punctuation mark. Idiots. He immediately closed all chat interfaces and casually enabled message muting. Want a free ride? Dream on. When you're freezing and starving to death, I'd rather use my bathwater to water the flowers than give you a single drop. Let's go. Lu Chun waved his hand, leading 2 fully armed beauties as they stepped into the mist. The snowy wasteland. The 3 advanced in a triangular formation. Lu Chun led the way with a desert eagle. Su Qingwei held a Glock to cover the flank, while Lin Qingxue gripped a fire axe tightly. Though nervous, she followed closely behind. 2 o'clock, 2 of them. Lu Chun shouted in a low voice. 2 mutated wasteland wolves appeared, massive in size with fangs bared. Bang! Bang! Lu Chun raised his hand and fired 2 shots from the desert eagle, as if the immense recoil didn't exist in his hands. The bullets precisely blasted through the heads of both wolves. Killed LV. 3 mutated wasteland wolf 30 EXP. Killed LV. 3 mutated wasteland wolf 30 EXP. Qingxue, go collect the supplies. Yes. The 3 of them were becoming more and more coordinated. Over the next 2 hours they searched nearly 3 kilometers in the snowfield. Admittedly, after the second trial ended, the monsters in the wilderness had clearly leveled up. Besides the wolves, they also encountered a LV. 5 mutant raging black bear. It was a tough battle, but under the terrifying firepower of Lu Chun's desert eagle and Su Qingyu's suppression, the black bear eventually collapsed in a pool of blood. Lu Chun even made Lin Qingxue deliver the final blow with the axe, helping her overcome her fear of blood. Finally, around 3 in the afternoon, they found all 3 of their survival chests. As the last monster fell, 3 golden lights flashed almost simultaneously on the 3 of them. Congratulations. Your level has been raised to LV. For all stats 1. Obtain 1 free attribute point. Congratulations. Your employee Su Qingyu's level has been raised to LV. 3. All stats 1. Obtain 1 free attribute point. Congratulations. Your employee Lin Qingxu's level has been raised to LV. 2. All stats 1. Obtain 1 free attribute point. Lu Chun felt the surging power within him again and clenched his fist. LV. 4. Now, even without using firearms, with just his physical strength, he could tear apart ordinary tigers and leopards with his bare hands, and even put up a fight against mutated beasts. He needed to find an opportunity to test his current physical condition. Lu Chun mused to himself. Lin Qingxue, who had leveled up for the first time, was so excited her face flushed red. Feeling the warmth surging through her body, the weakness that had been there was swept away. She glanced at the chat group, where her former classmates were still begging and blaming each other over a piece of bread. Then she looked at Lu Chun, who was walking ahead. Strong cold. Yet he gave her a profound sense of security. The last shred of doubt in her heart vanished completely. Perhaps following him might be the best decision I've ever made in my life. Time passed minute by minute. Checking the time, it was already 5 in the afternoon. The sky over the wasteland was beginning to darken, and the eerie gray mist was growing thicker, as if heralding the awakening of dangers lurking in the night. Time's almost up. Lu Chen glanced at the fully packed backpack and the tired yet excited expressions of the two women. Bite off more than you can chew. We must return home before dark. And we need to save time to rest and prepare for the night's attacks. Withdraw. The three packed up their spoils and moved swiftly back toward the shelter. Back at the maid cafe, as they pushed open the heavy door, a wave of warmth greeted them. The constant heat from the domestic water circulation heating system raised the room's temperature by a few degrees, making the cafe feel like a completely different world from the icy wasteland outside. Phew. Lin Qingxue took off her ice-crusted hat and exhaled a long breath of white mist. She looked at the brightly lit spring-like hall before her, and the feeling of home grew stronger. She used to live in a mansion of hundreds of square meters, but she had never felt so reassured by a hall of just a few dozen square meters as she did now. Don't rest just yet. Lu Chun walked to the coffee table and poured out the 3 chests from his backpack. As usual, opened the chests before eating. On the table lay 3 faintly glowing chests. 2 of them were ordinary survival trial chests, white. The one in the middle, however, had a purer glow and was stamped with a magazine icon. Category-specific, chest ammunition, white. This was a pleasant surprise for Lu Chen. After all, with the recent fights against zombie dogs and bears, his bullet consumption had been quite high. Qingxue, each of you open one of the ordinary ones. The one in the middle is mine. Yes, store manager. The 2 women responded in unison, pressing their hands onto 2 ordinary boxes. Crack, crack. 2 flashes of white light streaked across. The box before Su Qingwei opened first. Congratulations. You have obtained frozen pork and cabbage dumplings, 1 bag, 1 kilogram. Congratulations. You have obtained heavy-duty stainless laundry detergent, 1 bottle. Congratulations. You have obtained wood, 20. Congratulations. You have obtained cookware set, 1 pot, 5 bowls, 10 chopsticks, 1. Dumplings. Seeing the exquisitely packaged frozen dumplings, Su Qingyu's eyes lit up, and she even swallowed. In the past, dumplings were only eaten during the winter solstice or New Year, but now any food seemed priceless in her eyes. Store manager, we can have dumplings from now on. Lu Chen smiled and nodded, turning his gaze to the other side. The box before Lin Qingxue also popped open. Congratulations. You have obtained Kangshifu braised beef noodles, 5-pack, 1. Congratulations. You have obtained unknown vegetable seeds, 1 bag. Congratulations. You have obtained iron ingot, 2. Congratulations. You have obtained guzheng, 1. More food and seeds, 2. Lu Chen was quite satisfied. Though these were basic supplies in the apocalypse, a hot dumpling or a bowl of instant noodles could bring overwhelming happiness. Now it's my turn. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes burning with anticipation as he stared at the treasure chest marked with a magazine icon. This was the highlight of the day. Hope I get plenty of bullets, and maybe something even more lethal. Lu Chen took a deep breath and flung open the lid. Whoosh. Congratulations. You have opened the designated ammunition chest. Obtained 9mm pistol ammunition, 100 rounds compatible with Glock and similar firearms. Obtained 50 AE large caliber bullets, 50 rounds compatible with Desert Eagle. Congratulations. Triggered a rare critical hit, gaining additional thrown weapons. Obtained Molotov cocktail, 2. Obtained M67 fragmentation grenade, 1. Holy shit. All 3 exclaimed in unison at the cascade of notifications. A massive haul. A true firepower bonanza. Most survivors were still fumbling with fruit knives while he was already stockpiling bullets by the hundred. 109mm rounds were enough for Su Qingyue to unleash in several battles. 50 Desert Eagle rounds gave Lu Chen the confidence to challenge higher-tier mutated beasts. Most crucially, he reached into the chest and retrieved 2 glass bottles filled with amber liquid and a heavy dark green iron lump. Molotov cocktail inflicts continuous flame damage, a god-tier tool against dense insect swarms and plant-type monsters. Fragmentation grenade, lethal radius of 15 meters, a true AoE obliterator. This feels good. Lu Chen toyed with the grenade, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. If I'd had these 2 Molotovs last night, those bugs wouldn't have been so cocky. Next time I face a massive zombie or insect swarm, let's see who dares to outnumber me. 1 grenade, and the world falls silent. Of course, silence meant the enemies were blown to bits, not that he was deafened. Elated, Lu Chen waved his hand, put everything into storage. Tonight our entire team levels up. We must celebrate properly. Extra meal tonight. Hooray. Thank you, store manager. Watching the 2 women gleefully carry the ingredients toward the so-called kitchen area, Lu Chen sank onto the sofa, ready to rest, when he suddenly paused. Wait. Lu Chen called out to Lin Qingxue, who was eagerly clutching the bag of frozen dumplings. What's wrong, store manager? Lin Qingxue halted, looking back with confusion. Lu Chun pointed at the empty corner. We don't seem to have a stove yet, do we? We only have a fireplace for heating. How do we cook these dumplings? Are you planning to set the pot on the fireplace? Want it burned through? Hearing this, Lin Qingxue and Su Qinghue were both stunned. They exchanged glances, then lowered their heads in slight embarrassment. Indeed, though the shelter had been upgraded to LV for gaining a shower room, toilet, and planting troughs, the kitchen hadn't been unlocked yet. Usually they ate dry bread or soaked food in warm water. To properly boil dumplings without a gas stove or induction cooker, relying only on the heating fireplace, was far too challenging. Lin Qingxue stared at the dumplings in her arms, her face etched with disappointment. So, we can't eat them. Seeing the dejection in their eyes, Lu Chen chuckled. Don't rush. Good food is worth the wait. Store the dumplings in the natural freezer outside. We'll cook them once we get a stove. We might not have dumplings tonight, but we've got something even better. As he spoke, Lu Chen flipped his palm. The red gift box from the Nature's Gift Bundle appeared on the coffee table. Steamed king crab, Riodito, eat steaming hot. Don't forget we unboxed this big fella at noon. Pair it with the braised beef noodles steeped in water from the hydration system. Tonight's theme is Supreme Seafood Instant Noodles. At the sight of the king crab, the disappointment in the women's eyes vanished, replaced by an even more dazzling glow. 10 minutes later, on the coffee table in the first floor hall, the king crab, as large as a wash basin, glistening red and steaming, reigned like a monarch at the center. The sweet scent of the ocean mixed with the savory aroma of crab meat filled the entire room. Beside it sat a large bowl of freshly steeped braised beef noodles, exuding a rich, meaty fragrance. Lu Chen sat at the head with Su Qinghue and Lin Qingxue flanking him. Gulp! Lin Qingxue stared at the enormous crab, swallowing hard. As a former heiress of the Lin family, she had tasted every delicacy imaginable. But in this apocalypse where the world starved and clean water was a luxury, this single king crab was worth a fortune. Don't just sit there, dig in. Lu Chun reached out, snapped off a thick crab leg with a crack. The pristine white firm meat sprang out, glistening with juice. Instead of eating it himself, he casually handed it to Su Qinghue beside him. You're our main fighter. You need the nourishment. Su Qinghue's heart warmed, and she smiled sweetly. Taking the leg, she didn't eat it, but carefully peeled the meat and fed it back to Lu Chen's lips. Store manager first. This is a maid cafe. As your maid, how could I eat before my master? Watching their intimate interaction, oblivious to the world, Lin Qingxue could only lower her head, silently twirling noodles with her chopsticks to hide her envy. Damn it, why didn't she think of that? Senior Su got the jump on her again. You two eat. Just then a crab claw landed in her bowl. Lin Qingxue looked up in surprise, meeting Lu Chen's eyes. Seeing her stunned expression, Lu Chun smiled faintly. Since you've entered my shop, you're my person. Since it's a celebration feast, everyone gets a share. Eat your fill so you have strength to keep working tomorrow. Lin Qingxue stared blankly at Lu Chun, then looked down at the crimson crab claw in her bowl. Her nose suddenly stung, and her eyes reddened. What had she been so stubborn about a few days ago? With such an excellent shopkeeper, she had failed to appreciate him before. In Lin Qingxue's heart, the kinder Lu Chun was to her now, the more she felt she had been a complete fool in the past few days. Yes. Thank you, shopkeeper. She picked up the crab claw and took a gentle bite. Fresh. So fresh. The pure protein and salty ocean flavor combined with the rich broth of braised beef noodles. This divine combination was an absolute explosion on the taste buds. So delicious. Lin Qingxue was so moved, she felt tears welling up her heart, filled with warmth. At that moment, all the dignity of a campus beauty, all the airs of the Lin family's eldest daughter were cast to the winds. She only wanted to stay forever in this sanctuary. Even if it meant farming or cooking for a lifetime, as long as she could follow Lu Chen, she would do anything. Ding. Made Lin Qingxue's loyalty 20. Current loyalty 80. As the pale blue notification appeared, Lu Chen's lips curled upward slightly. A full 20 points added at once. This was the principle of it being harder to go from luxury to frugality than vice versa. For a pampered young lady like Lin Qingxue, who had just plummeted from the clouds to the mud, a king crab in the depths of despair could win her heart more effectively than a mountain of gold in times of prosperity. Wait, just meat seems a bit lacking. As if remembering something, Lu Chun turned his palm over. A bottle of red wine appeared out of thin air. The label on the bottle was somewhat worn, but the gold-embossed French text still exuded elegance under the light. This is... Lin Qingxue's beautiful eyes widened, and she gasped instinctively. A 1982 Lafite. As the heiress of the Lin family, she was all too familiar with this wine. My father also has a bottle in our wine cabinet, treasured like a precious relic. He wouldn't even open it for his own birthday, only showing it off for the most distinguished guests. Shopkeeper, you even have this. Seeing Lin Qingxue's shocked expression, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. He deftly pulled out the cork and filled 3 glasses to the brim. What are you thinking? Do I really have the luck to drink the real thing? Lu Chun swirled the deep red liquid in his glass and chuckled. This was looted a while back, but it's fake. Still, even if it's fake from a system chest, a little drink for pleasure should be fine. Huh. Lin Qingxue was dumbfounded, her face bewildered. Fake. Fake wine. Chill. Lu Chun raised his index finger and winked. In the apocalypse, there's no truth or falsehood, only alcohol. This stuff has a high proof and warms the body. For survivors now, it's as good as precious love fight. Come on, cheers. Oh, okay. Though Lin Qingxue found it a bit amusing and frustrating, Lu Chen's carefree attitude eased her inhibitions. They clinked glasses. The cheap wine was slightly astringent on the palate, but paired with the sweet crab meat, it brought an unprecedented sense of satisfaction in the cold apocalypse night. As they ate, the phone's manifestations of the system on the table beside Lin Qingxue and Lu Chen suddenly vibrated. It was a special notification from being mentioned in the regional chat channel. She glanced at it instinctively, and her rosy face instantly darkened, her brow furrowing slightly. Lu Chen noticed her change, peeling a crab leg as he casually asked, "What's wrong? Is that Wang Hao barking again?" Lin Qingxue bit her lip, not wanting to burden Lu Chen, and said softly, "It's nothing, he just mentioned me in the group. Saying my avatar is still lit, wondering if I'm about to kick the bucket, and that his offer to trade videos for bread still stands." No need to mind someone like him. She was now Lu Chen's person. Seeing such disgusting remarks only made her nauseous. Not mind. Lu Chen swallowed the crab meat and put down his chopsticks. That's no fun. Since it's a celebration feast, how can we do without an audience? He pointed at the messy yet luxurious leftovers on the table and nodded, "Take a photo and post it in the group." Huh. Lin Qingxue paused, then quickly grasped Lu Chen's intent, her eyes lighting up. Okay. Shopkeeper, you're so mischievous. Su Qingyue, happily eating the king crab nearby, guessed Lu Chen's plan, and at the thought of the group's reactions to the king crab photo, a smile she couldn't suppress crept across her lips. Regional chat channel: Wang Hao, Lin Qingxue, campus beauty, don't hold out. It's minus 10 degrees outside. How many days can your delicate body last? I genuinely want to help you. Just lower your head, and Big Brother here has plenty of bread. Passerby, a brother Wang is generous. Campus beauty Lin must be frozen stiff by now, right? Passerby B, what a shame, such a beautiful woman. Just as the group was sneering, a high-definition photo popped up without warning. The sender was Lin Qingxue. The photo had no caption, but the content was enough to explode the entire channel instantly. Under warm bright light, a massive glossy red king crab dominated the frame, beside it 3 steaming bowls of braised beef noodles piled high with meat. To top it off, a half-empty bottle of Lafite red wine stood nearby, along with 3 filled glasses. In the background, a blazing fireplace and a plush leather sofa were faintly visible. The chat channel fell into dead silence. Then it erupted. Holy crap. King crab. Damn. I'm chewing on tree bark, and she's having a seafood feast. That red wine. Can't see the label, but the vibe. I do believe it's a 5-star hotel. This isn't survival. Miss Lin, have you returned to reality? Take me with you. In a dark shelter, Wang Hao stared at his phone screen, the Wang Wang snow rice cake in his hand suddenly losing its appeal. The slap in the face was resounding. But soon sharp-eyed people spotted the key. Wait. Look at that wallpaper in the background. Isn't it familiar? Holy shit. Isn't that the same background from when Lu Chun posted a picture to clap back? Case solved. Campus beauty Lin is living with Lu Chun. No. Look at the chopsticks on the table. 3 pairs. And 3 glasses. 3 people. Besides Lu Chun and Lin Qingxue, who else? Heavens, what did Lu Chun do to deserve this? I remember giving him a bad review when he delivered food, and now he's got a beauty hidden away in his golden house. Not only the school beauty, but also another mysterious person. Could it be a girl too? Bastard. Some are dying of thirst while others are drowning. Watching the group's howling and envy in the chat, Lin Qingxue couldn't help but curl her lips slightly. What a thrill, an absolute thrill. So this is what it feels like to follow a powerhouse and slap down scum. Outside the window, the bitter wind howled, gray mist churned, and visibility dropped to less than 5 meters. In the distance, the beastly roars were even more piercing and shrill than the previous 2 days. Inside the room, a small fire crackled in the hearth, casting warm light. The 3 sat together, feasting on crab meat, sipping hot spicy noodle soup, and red wine, savoring this unparalleled tranquility and luxury amidst the apocalypse. After eating and drinking their fill, Lu Chun reclined on the soft sofa, letting out a comfortable long sigh. Ding. Everyone's satiety is full, sanity has been restored to optimal. He raised his wrist to check the time. 8:00 p.m. There were only 2 hours left until the dark hour descended. The laziness in Lu Chen's eyes gradually faded. The first night brought swift and ferocious zombie hounds testing reaction speed. The second night brought an unrelenting tide of blood-sucking insects testing area effect damage. Following the typical pattern of apocalypse games, the difficulty would surely escalate step by step. So the third night, Lu Chun turned his head to look out the window. Tonight's gray mist seemed thicker than usual, and instead of flowing along the ground, it appeared to churn in midair. The mist is rising. Lu Chun had a vague suspicion forming in his mind. The new threat would likely come from above. Just then a message suddenly popped up in the regional chat channel, interrupting everyone's lamentations. Shen Wanqiu, Everyone, instead of envying how well others are doing, why not worry about how to survive tonight? I have reliable intel. Tonight's crisis isn't beasts, but anomalies. As soon as this idea appeared, the noisy chat quieted down slightly. Shen Wanxiu, a renowned female entrepreneur in Jiangxing district in her early 30s with a firm hand and stunning beauty, was a business goddess in many people's eyes. Unexpectedly, she was in this district too. Someone questioned, "How do you know?" "Don't be alarmist. Shen Wanxiu. I awakened and scrayed talent premonition, which allows me to sense danger in advance. Believe it or not." Shen Wanxiu. Tonight's monsters are low-level anomalies, mist nightmares. They have no physical form and use sound to create illusions, rapidly draining one's sanity until they go mad or commit suicide. So hiding in a shelter alone won't block the auditory hallucinations. Shen Wanxiu. The countermeasure: use noise-canceling earplugs or similar items to block your ears. While this won't completely isolate the sound illusions, it can reduce their impact and slow down the sanity drain, at least ensuring a safe night. With these words, Shen Wanxiu's intel was a lifeline. As the news spread, the regional chat was instantly flooded with requests for earplugs, and even the price of cotton and rags skyrocketed. "Thank you, Goddess Shen. May you have a blessed life." A stream of praises scrolled across the screen. However, not long after, when Shen Wanxiu posted a trading message with harsh conditions, the tone abruptly shifted. "Shen Wanxiu, besides surviving, I also know how to kill them outright. Now I want to make a deal. Shen Wanxiu, whoever can give me a potent fever reducer and 500 milliliters of hot water above 50 degrees Celsius, he'll tell them the killing strategy." Shen Wanxiu, note both conditions must be met simultaneously. Not a single one can be missing. The flood of gratitude instantly ceased, replaced by a torrent of curses and doubts. "Are you crazy? A potent fever reducer is a life-saving hard currency, and you want hot water." "Exactly. It's minus 30 degrees outside. The wood is wet. Who would waste precious fuel to boil water?" This woman pretended to be kind, but now her true colors show right. "This is outright profiteering. I have the medicine, but why should I give it to you? I know I can survive by hiding, so why spend such a huge cost to buy some killing strategy?" Human nature was laid bare under the apocalypse's extreme selfishness. For most ordinary survivors, supplies were life itself. Since they could scrape by plugging their ears and hiding, they were unwilling to risk precious resources for a method to kill that might yield a reward. Of course, there were a few clever ones among the crowd. A bunch of fools. She's an scrayed talent awakener who can foresee the future. This favor is worth far more than medicine. Pity I only have the medicine, not the hot water. Otherwise I'd trade everything I have. Goddess Shin, can I owe it? He'll repay 100-fold later. The clever ones wanted to build a good connection, and some even suspected Shen Wanxiu might be in dire straits, hoping to offer timely help. But reality was harsh. The condition of having both fever reducer and hot water at this stage ruled out 99 of people. But collaborating with others to seek a trade with Shen Wanxiu was even harder than gathering both items in this world where hearts were guarded. Lu Chen stared at the screen, lost in thought. Wanting only fever reducer is understandable, but why must it be hot water? And why so urgent? Though most thought the woman was greedy, Lu Chen didn't see it that way. Hundreds of kilometers away, in a secluded wooden cabin in the forest, the room was deathly still, exuding a bone-chilling cold. Shen Wanxiu, clad in a thick black windbreaker with a cold and capable demeanor, was anxiously holding a young girl in her arms, rubbing her hands vigorously to warm her. The girl was her little niece, her only remaining family in this world. In truth, this cabin originally belonged to her niece. At the start of the transition, the two discovered in the regional chat that they had been assigned to the same district. After exchanging coordinates, they were thrilled to find that the straight-line distance between them was less than 2 kilometers. Behind the cabin lay a river covered with a thick layer of ice. Shen Wanxiu made a swift decision. On the last day of the newbie protection period, she risked her life to trek with supplies to reunite with her niece. Relying on Shen Wanxiu's talent and this water source, they had managed to get through the first 2 days without major incidents. But misfortune struck unexpectedly. Yesterday, to stock up on food, the two took a risk and chiseled a hole in the frozen river to fish. No matter how careful they were, an accident still happened. The ice beneath the little niece suddenly cracked, and she plunged into the freezing water. Though Shen Wanxiu pulled her up with all her might, in the extreme cold of minus 30 degrees, the soaked clothes instantly froze, and the chill invaded her body. By tonight, a high fever had fully erupted. The girl was burning up, yet shivering violently, her lips purple from cold. A classic case of hypothermia, combined with high fever. What made it more desperate was that the fireplace, upgraded to LV2, had unexpectedly gone out. The firewood stored earlier had also gotten damp from snow leaking through the roof, refusing to ignite, and only emitting choking black smoke. Without a heat source, without hot water. Shen Wanxiu held a cold capsule in her hand, but couldn't get it down. Her niece's throat had stiffened and cramped from the cold, and swallowing a dry pill would only choke her. She needed hot water. Only hot water could restore her swallowing function and help drive the chill from within. "Cold. Annie, I'm so cold." The girl in her arms was losing consciousness, her voice a faint whisper. Shun Wanxiu, a strong woman who had never bowed to anyone, now had reddened eyes and trembling hands. There must be hot water. Must be. She stared intently at her phone screen, her last lifeline. Lu Chen didn't mock like the others. Instead, he directly clicked on Shun Wanqiu's private chat avatar. Activating his exclusive recruitment skill, Shun Wanqiu's resume panel instantly appeared before him. Name: Shun Wanqiu, LV. 1. Appearance: 92, top-tier mature beauty, cold, an aloof pinnacle of abstinence aesthetics. Figure: 93, ripe, and voluptuous, perfect scurv, regularly exercises. Specialties: a grade, organizational management, grade, crisis premonition, 6th sense, materialized, can foresee danger. Contract effect: upon signing, all shelter facility upgrade costs reduced by 20. Your shopkeeper can unlock special skill. King's Blessing: upon activation, all allied units within a 100-meter radius gain an absolute calmness buff, continuously restore lost sanity, and purify, immunized against spiritual pollution, lasting 30 minutes once per day. Strength: 6, Oi Spirit 19, Gifted Agility 7, Constitution 59, Weakened State. Overall rating 95. System evaluation: the ultimate aid in the apocalypse. Not only can she help manage a vast harem and supplies, but her aloof exterior also stirs a man's most primal urge to conquer. It is recommended to secure her at all costs. Wow, a mental power of 19 points. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, a flicker of admiration flashing in his eyes. The average person's mental limit was only 10 points, yet this woman was nearly breaking 20. More importantly, the ability of crisis warning was practically a divine skill for survival in the apocalypse. Beyond that, there was also the reduction of shelter upgrade materials by 20 after contracting, along with the special skill King's Blessing. Shun Wanqiu's value in the apocalypse was immense. This deal was worth it. A smile tugged at the corner of Lu Chen's lips. Originally, he had only wanted to trade for information, but now it seemed he was investing in a future core team member. Hot water. Fever reducers. He happened to have plenty of both. Lu Chen said, "Let's trade. I have what you need, but you'll need to provide your own thermos." Without further ado, Lu Chen initiated a designated trade with Shun Wanqiu. Lost ibuprofen extended release capsules, 1-pack thermos filled with 60°C hot water. The trade was completed almost instantly. Her speed was astonishing, clearly having been glued to the system's trade interface, terrified of missing even a sliver of hope. A few minutes later, a message arrived from Shun Wanqiu. Her words carried a sense of relief and gratitude, though they retained her usual concise style. Shun Wanqiu, thanks. I'll remember this favor. Shun Wanqiu, listen carefully. Although this type of sound-based anomaly is immune to physical attacks, it relies on a medium to exist. Shun Wanqiu. Its true form usually attaches to objects that can produce sound, like wind chimes, old instruments, or even the branches outside your door. The way to kill it is to create louder noise, like firecrackers, gunshots, or high-decibel music, to force its true form to materialize and become stiff. Then you must immediately burn the attached object with fire. Shun Wanqiu. Remember, fire is its bane, but you must first break its defense with noise to make it manifest from the object. Lu Chen stroked his chin, his mind racing. He had plenty of things that could make noise. The gunshot from a desert eagle was certainly loud enough, and the explosion of a grenade was deafening. But that would be too wasteful. Bullets and grenades were non-renewable strategic resources. Using them against a low-level anomaly that relied on scaring people was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Since the information mentioned that high-decibel music could also work, Lu Chen's gaze suddenly fell on a corner of the living room. There, quietly placed, was an antique zither just unboxed from a treasure chest. He hadn't paid it much attention earlier and had tossed it aside because it took up inventory space. But now, this zither would serve a perfect purpose tonight. A thought struck Lu Chen, and he turned to look at the two women who were clearing the table. Either of you know how to play the zither? The two women were taken aback, exchanging a glance filled with surprise. Asking about the zither at a time like this. Was the store manager planning to enjoy some music during the monster siege? The last person to do something like that was probably Zhuge Liang, right? The store manager was way too refined. That was exactly what Lu Chen had in mind. Although simply making enough noise to disturb the monsters was sufficient, and it didn't matter if it sounded good since they had the chance to listen to music, why not make the noise more pleasant? After a slight hesitation, Su Qingyue spoke first. Store manager, as for the zither, actually both of us can play it. After all, our families arranged various talent classes for us since we were young. She glanced at Lin Qingxue beside her and gave an impartial assessment. But when it comes to performance level skill, Qingxue is definitely more adept. At last year's Jiangda New Year's Eve Gala, her zither solo was the finale. I listened backstage, and it was truly inspired. Lin Qingxue blushed at the praise, lowering her head shyly. It's not as good as Sister Qingyue says. I only passed level 10. And besides, my music is nothing compared to Senior Sister's dance. Level 10 isn't good enough. Lu Chen laughed. I choose you, Pikachu. Not only could she kill monsters, but she could also cultivate his taste. This deal was a steal. Just then Su Qingyu's eyes sparkled. Perhaps to showcase her own value to Lu Chen, or to not let Lin Qingxue outshine her, she stepped forward and made a bold suggestion. Store manager, if it's for entertainment, isn't just the zither a bit monotonous? She gently brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze alluring. How about letting Qingxue play the zither while I sing and dance for you? Lu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Wow. The two campus bells of Jiangda, one playing the zither, the other singing and dancing. This setup was something people would have spent a fortune to see before the apocalypse. And in this post-apocalyptic world of self-preservation and scarcity, such an indulgence was nothing short of a divine luxury. Approved. Lu Chen waved his hand grandly in high spirits. That's the effect I want. But amid the excitement, he quickly calmed down. He glanced at the howling wind outside the window. The zither was a wooden instrument with decent sound penetration, but in this environment of raging storms and monster roars, its decibel level might not be enough to be intimidating. He needed to add some tech and firepower. I need an amplifier. Lu Chen immediately opened the regional trade channel. He typed in the search bar speakers, amplifier microphone. To his surprise, he actually found some. A seller with a profile picture of a middle-aged bald man was listing a set of equipment. According to the description, this person's shelter was a digital appliance warehouse. They didn't have much else, but they had plenty of electronic products. Seller Li Daqiang Item Deluxe Square Dance Pull-Along Speaker with built-in large capacity, lithium battery 1, wireless headset 2, need any food as long as it's edible. A square dance speaker. Lu Chen almost burst out laughing. Who didn't know the power of this thing? As everyone knew, the penetration of a square dance speaker had been tested in real combat. Nothing survived within a 2-kilometer radius. Using it against anomalies was a perfect match. Without hesitation, Lu Chen initiated a private chat. The other party was clearly starving. With just 2 packs of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water, Lu Chen quickly secured this large-scale sonic weapon. Trade successful. Obtained SOA IS-99 heavy bass outdoor pull-along speaker fully charged 1. Obtained wireless headset 2. Done. Lu Chen took out the half-percentile black speaker, turned it on, and tested the headset. Testing. The sound was loud, rich with reverb, and even carried a mysterious electronic vibe. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction, handing the headset to Su Qingwei and placing another microphone near the zither sound hole. As for fire, Lu Chen checked the trade channel but didn't find any particularly good continuous burning items. After all, the outdoor temperature was now minus 30 degrees Celsius. An ordinary torch or alcohol lamp would likely be extinguished by the freezing wind before it could even burn the monsters. No other choice, we'll have to use the Molotov cocktails. Lu Chen retrieved the Molotov cocktails from his spatial backpack. These devices were filled with a specially formulated viscous fuel that once detonated possessed extreme adhesive properties and resistance to low temperatures, making them perfectly suited for dealing with tonight's otherworldly entities. Everything was set. Lu Chen sent Shun Wanqiu a message of thanks, casually dispatched a friend request, and then switched off his phone. Shun Wanqiu's strength ability was undoubtedly one of the most formidable survival skills in this apocalypse. This was the kind of person worth cultivating a long-term relationship with. Perhaps if the opportunity arose, he could even invite her to stay at his shop. Lu Chen mused to himself. He lifted his head and glanced at the clock on the wall. 2158. There were only 2 minutes left until the dark night descended. In the center of the maid cafe's main hall, Lin Qingxue sat serenely before a gouging. Her expression focused, her fingers lightly brushing the strings, her aura as cold and ethereal as an immortal. Su Qingyue, with an earpiece microphone hanging from her ear, stood nearby, her figure graceful and poised for action. The massive square dance speaker, its rainbow-colored running lights flashing, was aimed directly at the entrance. Lu Chen lounged on the sofa, idly toying with 2 Molotov cocktails, a confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Come on then. Let's give tonight's audience a proper lesson. 215950. Tick, tick, tick. 10 seconds remained. The wind outside the window died without warning, and the churning gray fog froze in place, pressing tightly against the glass panes. It was as if a multitude of pallid human faces were greedily peering through the glass at the warm light within. Lu Chen sat in the main seat of the sofa, gently swirling the Molotov cocktail in his hand. Don't be nervous. He glanced at the 2 women whose bodies were tense and spoke calmly. Just treat it like a rehearsal for a school talent show. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath, her slender fingers resting on the strings of the guzheng. Although Su Qingyue was performing stretching exercises, her violently heaving full chest revealed that her heart was also racing with extreme tension. 2200. Ding. The dark night hour descends. The third night mist nightmare. Almost at the instant the system notification sounded, a faint wind chime echoed from outside the windows of all the sanctuaries. Tinkling. It was crisp and pleasant, yet carried an indescribable chill. Immediately after, countless cacophonous voices from all directions seemed to bore directly into their minds. Open the door. It's your mother. So cold. Someone save me. Good son, your father broke his leg. It's so cold out here. Come and help me. He. I can see you. I can see you. Come down and play with me. Countless soul-piercing demonic voices rose from outside the window, penetrating the sanctuary's walls and drilling straight into their hearts. Lin Qingsu's face instantly turned deathly pale, her gaze becoming dazed. Su Qingyu's body began to tremble slightly, as if she were witnessing some horrific vision. Warning. Mental contamination detected. Sanity value dropping rapidly. Current 100. 98. 96. Put in your earplugs. At Lu Chen's command, the three of them simultaneously inserted the earplugs they had just traded for. 3 pairs of noise-canceling earplugs had cost Lu Chen a full 3 kilograms of raw meat. But at this moment they were worth every gram. As the earplugs were inserted, the piercing, demonic sounds around them were instantly muffled, as if separated by a membrane, becoming indistinct. Current 96. 95. Lu Chen glanced at the panel and breathed a sigh of relief. With the earplugs in, the rate of sanity loss had slowed from 2 points every 5 minutes to 1 point every 10 minutes. This meant that as long as they didn't break down mentally, they could survive the night, even by just sitting still. At that moment, the regional chat channel was in an uproar. Angry bro, damn. It's a miracle. It actually works. Don't want to die. After putting in the earplugs, the sound really got quieter. My urge to kill myself is gone. Jiang City's most passionate thank you goddess Shen. He'll never forget this life-saving grace. I'm a passerby. This information was crucial. I almost opened the door for that mom outside just now. Meanwhile, those who had been skeptical, or even mocked Shen Wanxiu for profiteering, were now filled with regret. Some began frantically ing Shen Wanxiu. No at all, Shen Wanxiu. I was just joking earlier. I've gathered the fever reducer and hot water now. Can I still buy a copy of the monster killing guide from you? Don't eat the bunny. Yes. I've gathered them too. Goddess Shen, please just acknowledge me. However, Shen Wanxiu replied to these people with cold indifference. Shen Wanxiu, sorry, the transaction is closed. The guide is sold out. Those who were late to the game were instantly dumbfounded. They continued to message Shen Wanxiu privately, but she never replied again. This was the apocalypse. Opportunity only favors those who are prepared and decisive. Hesitation and arrogance come at the cost of missing the chance. Inside the maid cafe. Although the trio had managed to stabilize their sanity, Lu Chen had no intention of just surviving the night in this passive manner. His goal was to slay the monsters outside and claim the rewards. Lu Chen abruptly slammed the Molotov cocktail onto the coffee table, producing a sharp crack. Now, strike up the music. Lin Qingxue snapped back to attention without a moment's hesitation, her fingers plucking the strings lightly. A highly rhythmic, electronic-tinged, ancient-style song Qi Ling began to resonate within the sanctuary. At the same time, Lu Chen twisted the knob on the speaker. Max power fully unleashed. Boom. The Suwa AI S99 speaker erupted, asserting its dignity as the king of square dance music. The powerful bass instantly shattered the stifling atmosphere inside the room. The crisp melody of the Guzheng amplified was no longer delicate, but carried a piercing sharpness that seemed to cut through the clouds. Su Qingyue moved in tandem. To the stirring melody, she danced with flowing sleeves, her posture exquisite. Truly worthy of being the president of Jiang University's dance club, every step of Su Qingyue's dance was perfectly timed. Then she unleashed her signature skill into the microphone, a high-pitched opera-style aria. The audience below passes by, never seeing the old colors. The performer on stage sings a song of heartbreak and farewell. This operatic cry was both mournfully beautiful and piercingly high. Combined with the slightly distorted electric sound of the speaker, it transformed into an invisible sonic blade that violently stabbed through the gray fog outside the window. The various demonic whispers that had been lingering outside the sanctuary were instantly blasted into oblivion by the electronic opera aria. What demonic sounds assailing the ears? Within my BGM, no one can defeat me. Aya. Outside the window, the originally formless eerie sounds suddenly turned into shrill, agonizing screams as the gray fog churned violently. Under this terrifying sonic assault, the bizarre creatures hidden within the mist could no longer conceal themselves. On the old locust tree outside the window, on the icicles hanging from the eaves, distorted, translucent black shadow monsters slowly revealed their forms. They wore expressions of agony, clutching their ears, their bodies rigid and convulsing wildly in the sound waves. The mist nightmares had been forced into visibility. Lu Chen's eyes burst with sharp light. Shen Wanxiu did not deceive me. These eerie beings truly are afraid of noise. He abruptly stood up, the Molotov cocktail already prepared in his hand, a flash of fire. The lighter ignited the cloth strip at the bottle's mouth. Flames erupted instantly. Lu Chen strode to the window and yanked open a crack. Before the cold wind could rush in, the Molotov cocktail in his hand had already been thrown, tracing a graceful arc of fire, precisely striking the old tree outside the window where the monsters were most densely clustered. The corners of his mouth lifted as he smiled at the shivering, eerie beings outside the window. Listening to music costs money. Hey, race a spicy treat for you. Crack. The crisp sound of breaking glass. Then whoosh. The specially made viscous fuel exploded instantly. The flames, like a clinging curse, instantly stained the visible black shadows. Squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The piercing screams instantly drowned out the music from the speakers. The originally physical immune nightmare eerie beings began to slowly dissolve upon contact with the flames. Ding. Killed low-level Eerie Mist Nightmare LV. 3 experience 45. Obtained primary energy crystal 2. Ding. Killed low-level Eerie Mist Nightmare LV. 2 experience 30. Obtained primary energy crystal 2. The system prompts frantically popped up before Lu Chen's eyes like a screen flood, and the experience bar began to skyrocket visibly. Inside the room was a dazzling stage of revelry and beautiful music. Su Qinghua sang and danced while Lin Qingxue played the zither with a breeze-like touch. The two coordinated seamlessly, as if this were truly just a beautiful performance. Outside there was a blazing inferno that scorched the sky, a sea of fire with countless ghosts wailing. Lu Chen stood by the window, the firelight casting a cold silhouette on his profile. Lu Chen turned around, snapped his fingers at the two girls still playing vigorously, and laughed heartily. Continue the music. Continue the dance. Tonight we won't stop until we've burned all these filthy things clean. With that he pulled out his phone and opened the recording mode. The phone's microphone clearly captured two completely different sounds. Outside the window there was the roar of blazing flames and the shrill screams of eerie shadows. Inside there was the cold, ethereal gouging melody along with the light footsteps of dancing in rhythm and even the faint rustling of a girl's robes fluttering. Lu Chen tapped send along with a humble brag caption. Lu Chen, is this what mist nightmares are? Nothing much. A bit noisy outside but no difficulty. Thanks to the two beauties for their passionate accompaniment, tonight's celebration dinner is perfect. Audio sent successfully. The regional chat channel, which had been deathly silent due to the nightmare attack with everyone in fear, was instantly blown apart by this mere tenths of seconds recording. Passerby be damn. I opened the voice message and got stunned. Monsters screaming outside, and he's listening to music inside. Is this really the apocalypse? I am a tycoon, wait. The fingering and melody of the gouging. I swear with my dignity as a level 10 gouging player, this is definitely played by our freshman Lin Qingxue, the campus belle. She played this piece at the freshman welcome party. Oh my god, it's really her. Chief pervert, didn't you listen carefully to the background sound? The light footsteps accompanying the zither and the occasional rustling of clothes. Definitely a girl with an amazing figure dancing classical dance. And at the very end of the audio there seemed to be a particularly nice sounding gasp. That voice, how come it sounds so much like our Jiangda Dance Society's senior Su Qinghua? Sour lemon, what the hell? I'm under my covers chewing hard bread and shivering while he's listening to a private concert by Jiangda's two top campus belles. Simp dies, Su goddess. Lin campus belle. My goddess. Even if you don't show me the picture, just hearing the sound makes me imagine it, and I can't take it. Lu Chen, you deserve to die. Beast. Such a heinous crime as stealing my wife is irreconcilable. Watching the flood of beast comments in the group and the sight of people torturing themselves with jealousy purely through imagination, Lu Chen closed his phone with satisfaction. Indeed, what is unseen is what truly breaks people. So satisfying. In the apocalypse, this kind of envy from one's peers often brings more pleasure than food. As the last mist nightmare turned to ashes in the flames, the system prompts finally ceased. Battle ended. Total killed 10 mist nightmares LV. 2 LV. 5. All members experienced settlement in progress. Streams of warmth surged into his body. Lu Chen felt as if his entire muscles and bones had been reshaped, brimming with energy to the extreme. Congratulations. Your level has been raised to LV. 6. All attributes 2. Obtain free attribute points 2. Su Qingyu's level raised to LV. 4. Lin Qingxu's level raised to LV. 3. So this is what it feels like to be power leveled. Lu Chen glanced at the two girls. Although they were drenched in sweat from exhaustion, their skin became even fairer and more radiant, clearly showing the significant physique improvement from leveling. Next came the most exciting part, looting. Outside the window on the snow-covered ground, 10 treasure chests, emitting faint green light, floated neatly in a row, automatically flying into the shelter. Survival chest green 10, all green. Su Qinghua exclaimed in surprise. Lu Chen explained, it's probably because the zombies and insects from the previous 2 days were only physical beasts, so their drops were only white. But tonight's creatures involved the eerie with high difficulty, so naturally the drops are better. Without the intelligence provided by Shen Wanxiu, we would never have been able to kill these mist nightmares. This is called high risk, high reward. Lu Chen waved his hand grandly. Open them all. Congratulations. Obtained strong sanity recovery potion, small 5 congratulations. Obtained eerie ashes material 10 congratulations. Obtained special cold fresh meat beef mutton total 20 kilograms congratulations. Obtained cold resistant down jacket green 3 congratulations. Obtained primary energy crystal white 10 congratulations. Obtained intermediate energy crystal green 1 congratulations. Obtained spirit flashlight green can blind spirits 1. A series of item notifications flooded the screen. A great harvest. Lu Chen looked at the mountain of supplies in his backpack and nodded with satisfaction. Apart from the large amount of food and cold weather clothing, what concerned Lu Chen the most were the materials and potions. Sanity recovery potions. These are the hard currency against the eerie. And the spirit flashlight is one of the few items that can directly interfere with the Eerie at this stage. But this is not the highlight. The real grand prize was now quietly floating in the system's virtual space, emitting a dazzling silver light. First clear announcement visible only to you. Congratulations, survivor Lu Chun, for annihilating the third wave of Dark Knight Tide at an astonishing speed, 19 minutes 21 seconds. Detected that you are the first clearer in Zone C0372. Congratulations. Obtained unique achievement reward silver chest Eerie Type 1. Lu Chun took a deep breath, his expression turning somewhat subtle. Another one of those zone first kill silver chests. Lu Chun did not rush to open the silver treasure chest himself. He sat on the sofa, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest as his mind recalled the first kill reward from last time. Last time I got the golden, evil-repelling candelabrum. When anomalies invade, that candelabrum is an absolute lifesaver. The only regret is it's a consumable. Used once it diminishes, and it could only provide passive defense. This left Lu Chun, who was accustomed to controlling the situation, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. System, don't give me those one-time consumables this time. Lu Chun stared at the chest radiating a silver glow, silently praying. Instead of a shield to save my life, I need a weapon to kill anomalies. He reached out ready to press the lock, but his hand suddenly froze in midair. He glanced at his palm and frowned slightly. Tisk, I got gold last time, but it was just a consumable. It seems my luck is only so-so. What if I'm unlucky this time, and end up with a bunch of junk? With that thought, Lu Chun turned to look beside him. Su Qingwei had just finished a hot dance, and was breathing lightly. Beads of sweat slid down her enchanting face, dripping into her delicate collarbone, crystal clear. Her peach blossom eyes were dewy, and she exuded the charm of a fully ripe peach. Truly a born seductress with an innate allure, even standing still she radiated a tantalizing attraction that left one parched. Senior Su. Leaning back into the sofa, Lu Chun smiled and beckoned. You opened this silver treasure chest. Me. Su Qingwei was startled, pointing at herself with a flattered expression. Yes, you. Lu Chun smiled. I think your luck is better than mine today. I'll leave this the only silver chest in our district for you to open. This? Such a precious item. Su Qingwei grew nervous. It was the district's sole reward. In the apocalypse, treasure chests meant survival capital, and opening them involved a bit of superstition. That Lu Chun entrusted her with such an important opportunity was not only trust, but also a form of indulgence. Su Qingyu's heart began to race, her captivating eyes shimmering with moved tears. All right, let me try. Su Qingwei took a deep breath, straightened her slightly rumpled skirt, and walked seriously to the chest. She extended her slender fair hand and gently pressed the cold lock. Please let it be something good. Please let it be something good. She silently prayed, then pressed down firmly. Click. The moment the chest sprang open, there was no anticipated golden light. Instead, 2 blue mists and 1 purple mist appeared. The mists dispersed, revealing 3 items suspended in the air, 2 blue orbs and 1 purple orb. No gold. Su Qingwei looked at the 3 orbs, her expectant face instantly falling, filled with self-reproach and disappointment. I'm sorry, boss. My luck is too bad. Last time you got a golden legendary, but I ruined it. Only purple and blue. Lin Qingxue, standing nearby, also felt a pang of regret. Though she hadn't seen the previous opening, just hearing gold versus purple told her it was a tier lower. No. Lu Chun, however, stared at the purple orb, his expression not disappointed, but even more excited than when he saw the gold. Silly senior, why apologize? Your luck isn't bad. You're my lucky charm. Before he finished speaking, Lu Chun abruptly reached out, wrapped his arm around Su Qingyu's slender willow-like waist, and pulled her, still stunned, into his embrace, seating her on his lap. Su Qingwei gasped, her body tensing instantly, then she felt a strong wave of masculine hormones enveloping her. Boss. Su Qingwei blushed deeply, her heart pounding like thunder. With her naturally alluring constitution being held so dominantly by Lu Chun, her body softened like water. She leaned compliantly into his arms, her eyes dazed and breath fragrant. Lin Qingxue watched this scene, her cool eyes trembling slightly. She bit her lip, an unnatural flush creeping across her face. Seeing Su Qingyue, a school beauty as aloof as herself, now appearing so pliant and inviting, she felt not a shred of disdain, but an inexplicable stir of envy and bitterness. In high spirits, Lu Chun reached out and cupped Su Qingyu's delicate, enchanting face. It was smooth and warm, with a springy, collagen-rich texture like fine jade. He couldn't resist kneading and pinching her soft cheeks, twisting the usually cool and elegant Su Qingwei into all sorts of cute shapes. Such a great feel. Lu Chun remarked, looking at Su Qingyue, who was blushing as if ready to drip. He laughed. Senior, you don't understand. In this damned apocalypse, rarity colors matter, but they aren't everything. Golden items are precious, but that doesn't mean purple items are necessarily weaker in practicality. If something is highly useful, even purple can be better than gold. Come, let's see how powerful the treasures you've opened really are. With that, Lu Chun released the panting seductive Su Qingyue from his embrace and displayed the attribute panels of the 3 items before the 2 women. First, Holy Water Grenade Blue 3. Effect upon explosion creates a mist of holy water rain, dealing continuous corrosive damage to undead spectral creatures within range. Not a bad AoE consumable, Lu Chun commented. Second skill book, Eye of Truth Purple. Effect passive skill. Upon learning, your eyes can see through falsehoods, directly observing spirits, ghosts, and anomalous creatures hidden in the cracks of reality up to 5 levels above yours with a chance to discern their weaknesses. Lu Chun pointed at the skill book and said, "With this I won't need the speaker to see anomalies. Any sneak attacks will be exposed before us." Finally, his finger landed on the last item, suspended in black mist. It was a black leather glove, pitch black with a cold, slippery texture, as if sewn from the skin of some unknown creature. Most horrifyingly, a vertical slit was split open on the back of the hand, revealing a mouth full of tiny, sharp teeth. As the trio stared at the glove, the mouth twitched slightly, as if begging for food. At this sight, both Lin Qingxue and Su Qingyue felt a chill run down their spines. This glove looked terrifying. Glutton's left hand unique. Quality purple growable anomaly equipment. Current stage first stage 0-100 soul charge. Description: it once belonged to a ravenous gourmand who never discriminated in his diet, whether it was malevolent spirits or deities. Eventually, he met his demise. This glove inherited his insatiable hunger and greed. Active ability. Soul hurting: it can devour the remnant souls of anomalous creatures you slay. Each devouring charges the glove with a chance to replenish a small amount of your mental energy. Brutal grip: consuming charge, it unleashes a spectral giant hand that ignores physical defense and directly attacks the soul, capable of damaging and immobilizing anomalies. Ability plunder: when you feed it a complete anomalous soul, it has a chance to record one of the target's core abilities, e.g. teleportation, shriek, invisibility, and solidify it onto the glove's 5 ring slots for your use. Currently unlocked slots 15. Curse drawback: ravenous hunger. This is a living piece of equipment. Every 24 hours, you must feed it at least 1 anomalous soul. If unmet, this maw will turn against its master forcibly, draining 30 of your health and 20 points of sanity as interest. Warning: should you fail to provide it with satisfactory sustenance, it will devour you and await the arrival of its next master. After reading the attributes, Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue were both stunned. Growable, and it can plunder monster abilities. Su Qingyue's small mouth gaped wide enough to hold an egg. She finally understood why Lu Chun was so excited. How could this be bad luck? It was an incredible stroke of fortune. The golden candlestick was powerful, but it was a one-time use. This glove, however, could grow infinitely stronger as long as Lu Chun kept slaying monsters. Though there's a backlash cost: as long as I keep killing, it's not a cost. It's motivation. Lu Chun glanced out the window. With the complete annihilation of the third night's fog nightmares, the darkness had once again fallen silent. The faceless ghost that had been with him for days had reappeared, pressed against the window, silently watching him. In this apocalypse, if nothing else, monsters were abundant. Hungry? Then follow me and feast through this end of the world. Without hesitation, Lu Chun extended his left hand and slowly slipped it into the black glove. ZZZT. The glove, as if alive, instantly contracted. Lu Chun could feel tendrils of flesh and blood extending from within, clinging tightly to his skin, merging with his very flesh. The mouth, covered in fangs on the back of his hand, also burst open, emitting an excited roar only he could hear before slowly closing. The entire pitch-black glove vanished in an instant, melting into Lu Chun's hand, transforming into a mysterious black tattoo. A chilling, brutal force surged up his left arm and into his heart. Lu Chun clenched his left fist, feeling the terrifying power that seemed capable of tearing souls apart. Glancing at the 2 women beside him, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Compared to a candle used for survival, this is what a real man uses. Shopkeeper. Are you alright? Watching the terrifying glove that seemed to devour people merge into Lu Chun's skin, transforming into a ferocious black tattoo, Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue were both badly frightened. Lin Qingxue instinctively grabbed Lu Chun's arm, her eyes filled with worry. Its description said it would backfire and drain blood. Maybe you should take it off. Take it off. Lu Chun felt the surging power in his left arm and shook his head. Why would I? Not only is there no problem, but this feeling of wielding power is absolutely marvelous. Though he had gotten by with system supplies in the past few days, Lu Chun had always been on edge. Against physical zombies or mutated beasts, he had guns. But against rule-based anomalies, he could only passively endure. This feeling of powerlessness, being the fish on the chopping block, had deeply unsettled him. But now everything was different. Lu Chun clenched his left fist, and a restless craving for slaughter emanated from the tattoo. With this, he had truly found his footing in this bizarre apocalypse, gaining the leverage to reason with anomalies. Huff. Lu Chun calmed his emotions, then took out the Eye of Truth. He clapped his hands together. A purple light instantly shot into his brow. Congratulations. You have learned the passive skill Eye of Truth LV. 1. Current effect can see through the disguises of anomalous creatures up to 5 levels above your own and discern their weaknesses. As the skill took effect, Lu Chun felt as though the world before him was coated in a faint filter. Even the dust floating in the air became crystal clear. He slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on the old friend pressed against the window for days. Previously to the naked eye, it was merely a pale, faceless ghost visage. But under the eye of truth, its information was fully exposed before Lu Chun for the first time. Target: Peeping Tom, Faceless Man. Race: Wraith, F-Class Anomaly. Level: LV. 8. Abilities. Mental Peeping. Prolonged exposure to its gaze causes continuous sanity loss. Glass penetration. It can pass through ordinary glass, but cannot penetrate reinforced shelter walls. LV. 3 or above. Weakness. It has no face. All its resentment is concentrated in its sole mouth. The mouth is its core and its most vulnerable point. Description: a pervert who died while peeping, turned into a wraith, enjoying silently watching you sleep eat until your mind collapses. F-Class Wraith. LV. 8. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes, quickly calculating the power comparison. He was LV. 6 now. Though 2 levels lower with the purple global equipment glutton's left hand, he was fully capable of fighting. Besides, this thing was just a peeping Tom. Its aggression shouldn't match combat-type anomalies. Perfect for a test run. A battle fervor rose in Lu Chun's heart, ready to fire the first shot in the counteroffensive against the anomalous world. Though he had burned a swarm of fog nightmares with Molotov cocktails, that was exploiting the rules. A real unknown duel with an anomaly. This was the first time. Qingxue, retreat behind the sofa and hide. Lu Chun stood up, cracking his neck with a crisp sound. Shopkeeper, what are you going to do? Su Qingwei and Lin Qingxue both looked worried. Since I have a new weapon, I need a target to practice on. Lu Chun pointed at the ghostly figure clinging to the window like a stubborn plaster, sneering. This thing has been stuck on the window for days. It's disgusting. Tonight I'll clear it out. Though the two women were concerned, they knew Lu Chun's decisions were unchangeable. So they obediently retreated to a safe area, hiding behind the sofa, watching him nervously. Inside the hall, Lu Chun took a deep breath and strode over to the window. The faceless man outside seemed to sense his approach. The mouth on its featureless face suddenly split open, revealing a pitch-black cavity, and pressed tightly against the glass, as if trying to suck Lu Chun in. He wondered which had stronger suction, this force, or the spring breeze elf. Suppressing the urge to use technology against the anomaly, Lu Chun watched the faceless man change, and slowly curled his lips. "Wanna come in?" In the next second, he made a reckless move. He reached out, yanked open the lock on the bulletproof window, and shoved it wide. The moment the window opened, a bone-chilling wind laced with a putrid stench flooded the entire room. At that instant, with the glass gone, Lu Chun finally saw its true form. It was a writhing mass of black humanoid sludge with only a mouth bristling with barrows where its head should be. A warning flashed: mental shock incoming. Sanity 10. Current sanity 74. Lu Chun's mind spun as if needles were stabbing his temples. A single glance cost him 10 points of sanity. The faceless man let out an excited roar, morphing into a black blur that lunged at Lu Chun's face, its gaping mouth aiming to bite off his head. An ordinary person would have been paralyzed with fear. But Lu Chun gritted through the pain, his eyes blazing with a ferocity fiercer than any demon's. "Scared of your daddy?" he yelled, accompanied by 2 courage-boosting shouts. Feeling ignited, he charged forward instead of retreating, pulling out a spirit-powered flashlight and flicking it on while his left hand shot out. A pale white beam from the flashlight struck the watcher, freezing its terrifying suction. In that moment, the black tattoo on his left arm animated, and the glutton's left hand covered his palm. The mouth on the glove's back opened wide and roared. Active skill activated: Grasp of Savagery. A dull pop echoed. Black energy surged around Lu Chun's left hand as he precisely gripped the faceless man's neck. Only the anomalous could counter the anomalous. The once fearsome faceless man seemed stunned, puzzled by how it was caught. "Enjoyed watching these past few days." Lu Chun snarled, his left fingers clawing deep into its spirit body. With a sizzling sound, the black glove, as if savoring a delicacy, began devouring the faceless man. Panicked, the creature realized it had become prey and thrashed wildly, its body turning into black tendrils that lashed Lu Chun each strike, sending a piercing chill through him and draining his sanity. Sanity 12. Sanity 13. Fortunately, Lu Chun's mental strength was now 16, granting him a hefty 160 sanity points to withstand multiple mental assaults. A warning: sanity below 60, approaching mild insanity. The system's voice in his ear, Lu Chun felt his mind grow heavier, his vision blurring with bloody afterimages. Yet the red gleam in his eyes intensified as sanity dropped. The adrenaline rush from mild mania surprisingly overpowered his fear. In other words, losing sanity made him stronger. "Die!" he roared, squeezing hard with his left hand. The glutton trait triggered. A squelch, like popping a water-filled balloon. The faceless man's black body disintegrated in his grip, its core mouth crushed. The spirit-powered flashlight had 50 charge remaining, rechargeable with basic energy crystals. A chime announced a kill. Class: Vengeful Spirit Watcher. LV. 8 slain. Experience gained 150 points. As it died, the shattered black remnants were drawn like a vortex into Lu Qin's left hand. The gaping maw on the glove's back opened, emitting a satisfied gulp. The glutton's left hand had fed. Current charge 1100. A nourishment effect triggered. Congratulations. Mental attribute permanently won. A cool, soothing current flowed from his left arm into his brain, clearing the combat-induced pain and relieving most of the dizziness. Gasping, Lu Qin leaned against the windowsill and closed the window. His sanity was at a dangerous 55 points. Without hesitation, he downed a potent sanity restoration potion from his loot. It restored 20 sanity, adding 34 points, bringing it to 89, well above the danger line. That was damn intense. Lu Qin glanced at his now clean left hand, a grin spreading across his face. He had lost half his sanity and faced peril, but he had won. Moreover, he had discovered the glove's true perverse power. Killing monsters not only upgraded it, but permanently boosted his mental attribute. Steadying his breath, Lu Qin focused on the ferocious black tattoo on his left hand. Unequip. A tearing sensation, like ripping strong tape off sweaty skin, shot through him. The black tattoo peeled away from his skin, reverting to a pitch-black leather glove in his palm. Ouch! Taking this off hurts like tearing off a piece of flesh. Shaking his reddened hand, Lu Qin tossed the glove into his system backpack. But as it entered the grid, something bizarre happened. Through the translucent panel, he saw the glove moving. Unlike other inert items, it thrashed like a caged beast, its fingers clawing wildly at the grid, the mouth on its back opening and closing, as if trying to gnaw through the backpack's spatial barrier to escape. Damn, this thing has a mind of its own. Lu Qin was startled. Though the backpack was theoretically a safe space, this living anomaly might chew through something or secretly devour his other supplies. I need something to suppress it. An idea struck him. His eyes fell on an item radiating holy golden light in the corner of his backpack, the evil-repelling candelabrum. Since it's a legendary gold item meant to ward off evil, it should be able to contain this malevolent thing, right? With this thought, Lu Qin directly manipulated the panel and moved the evil-repelling candle holder into the grid next to the glutton's left hand. A miraculous scene unfolded. The moment the candle holder approached the black glove, which had been frantically scratching and restless, trembled violently, like a mouse encountering its natural enemy, then swiftly curled into a ball, shrinking into the far corner of the grid, shivering and completely still. The originally arrogant mouth also clamped shut, daring not to make a sound. Just as I thought. Lu Qin's eyes lit up, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Although the glutton's left hand has high growth potential, it is still utterly suppressed and ranked by the golden quality, evil-repelling candle holder. No need to worry about it rebelling now. Having resolved the threat of the glove, Lu Qin's mood lifted. Just then, from behind the sofa, Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue cautiously peeked out. Seeing Lu Qin leaning by the window, panting heavily, but completely unharmed, their eyes reddened, and they rushed over, abandoning all reserve. Shopkeeper! Shopkeeper! Are you alright? A fragrant breeze swept over. Su Qingyue, still glistening with delicate sweat from her intense dance, appeared even more alluring, while Lin Qingxue's face was etched with worry, her cold eyes brimming with mist. Feeling the concern from the two soft, warm figures beside him, Lu Qin grinned and opened his arms, pulling both women into a possessive embrace. I'm fine. He buried his face between their necks, inhaling deeply the intoxicating blend of youthful fragrance and shower gel. Just a bit tired from the fight. I need to recharge. Sensing Lu Qin's hot breath on their necks, both women's faces flushed crimson. Especially when they saw the undisguised sly grin on his lips, they instantly understood what his so-called recharging meant. But Su Qingyue, having already shared an intimate connection with Lu Qin, quickly adapted. Instead of pulling away, she wrapped her arms around his neck, her captivating peach blossom eyes tilting upward as she breathed softly. All right, you naughty shopkeeper. Last time I was no match for you alone and had to beg for mercy. She turned to glance at the blushing Lin Qingxue, a hint of mischief in her eyes. But this time with Qingxue here, we sisters will join forces. We'll definitely tame this big devil. Aye. At these words, Lin Qingxue's face turned as red as a boiled shrimp. Though naturally reserved, she was so embarrassed by Su Qingyue's blatantly suggestive remarks that she wished she could disappear into a crack in the floor. She instinctively tried to break free, but feeling Lu Qin's warm, sturdy embrace and the heat from his large hand on her waist, her defenses instantly softened. Lu Qin fought that monster to protect us just now. In this hopeless apocalypse, having a strong, considerate, and reassuring man like him to rely on is a luxury most people wouldn't even dare to dream of. And Qingwei doesn't mind, so I. After a brief, intense inner struggle, Lin Qingxue ultimately didn't push Lu Qin away. She shyly buried her face in his chest, her voice barely a whisper. Then, don't be too rough. He'll do whatever you say. This is my first time. Hearing this nearly silent permission, the fire in Lu Qin's eyes was instantly ignited. This was the very purpose of his relentless leveling and monster slaying. To hold power over the world while awake, to rest with beauties in my arms when drunk. Good. This is my first time too. Lu Qin laughed heartily and without another word flexed his arms with sudden force. Amid the women's startled cries, he hoisted Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue onto his shoulders. One woman on each shoulder like a triumphant hunter carrying precious trophies. I worked up a sweat from the fight. Let's take a bath first. Lu Chen strode toward the second floor, his tone brimming with bravado. Our bathtub is big enough for the three of us. Even in this position, Su Qingyue couldn't resist teasing him. She lightly patted his back and giggled, bathtub play. The shopkeeper really knows how to have fun. Lu Chen gave a playful slap on her rounded bottom and smirked, less of your cheek. Senior, I remember your attribute panel. Says you have S-level flexibility, right? I heard you're skilled in S-level flexibility. How about showing me a few moves in the bathtub? Hiss. Su Qingyue gasped, her face flushed, and chided, shopkeeper. You're so wicked. Those poses. So embarrassing. Though her words were coy, her eyes gleamed with eager allure. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue had already closed her eyes in shame, feeling her entire body burn, utterly unable to imagine what was to come. Meanwhile, in the regional chat channel, wails of despair still echoed. Insomniac arg. Even with earplugs I can still hear a bit of sound. Ew, I can't sleep at all. Nervous breakdown, this is torture. Cold and noisy, ew, I feel like I'm going crazy. Jealous one, did you guys see the video Lu Chen posted earlier? Why us? While we suffer, he's having a concert with two school beauties. Lonely dog, why's it quiet over there now? What do you think they're up to? Veteran hell, one man and two women late at night. What do you think? Crushed bro, damn. Stop. I can picture it. Whoa, my goddess Lin Qingxue. My goddess Su Qingyue. Lu Chen, you beast. Some have too much, others have nothing. Outside, the wind howled bitterly and anomalies roamed freely. Countless people shivered in darkness and cold, enduring mental torment. But in Lu Chen's shelter on the second floor, warm steam filled the air. A unique celebration feast for Lu Chen alone had just begun. The next morning, when the first faint rays of dawn pierced the gray mist and filtered through the curtains into the second-floor bedroom, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. He had never slept so soundly. Beneath him lay a soft cloud-like purple high-thread count goose-down quilt. A faint, delicate fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose, and the warm, soft touch in his arms was utterly captivating. In this apocalyptic morning, with -30 degrees outside, the bed was as warm as spring. Lu Chen instinctively glanced at his attribute panel. Current sanity value 156. Wow. A satisfied smile curved at the corner of his mouth. His spirit stat was 17, giving him a maximum sanity of 170. After a full night's rest, it was nearly fully restored. The calming effect of the purple quilt, combined with the complete physical and mental relaxation from last night, made the recovery effect explosive. He turned sideways, gazing at the two still sound asleep. They were curled up under the covers, breathing deeply like a pair of languid kittens. Recalling the previous night's events, Lu Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. No wonder she's a strength dance specialist. Su Qingyue's body was unbelievably flexible. The high-difficulty moves Lu Chen had only ever seen in televised rhythmic gymnastics competitions. Senior Su could execute them effortlessly. Especially those couple stretching poses that showcased her astonishing suppleness, the seamless fit, so visually striking it nearly overwhelmed even Lu Chen, an evolver with a formidable physique. What made Lu Chen's heart race even faster was Lin Qingxue. Who would have imagined that this aloof, reserved, highborn flower, once she shed her facade, possessed an exceedingly rare, flawless snow-white skin, like a piece of premium mutton fat jade. Flawless jade, untouched by dust. Last night, as Lu Chen gradually broke through her icy shell, Lin Qingxue's entire being blushed, even her fair neck and earlobes turning a ripe pink. The contrast of her biting her lip, tears at the corners of her eyes, yet obediently yielding to his every move. It was utterly intoxicating. Yet even with Lin Qingxue and Su Qingyue coordinating, seamlessly sharing the store manager's trials, it was still they who collapsed into slumber first. After all, Lu Chen was now LV6, with a strength of 16 and an astonishingly high constitution of 21. His endurance and explosive power were already on par with a Homelander. Just then Su Qingyue stirred in his arms, as if dreaming, her brow slightly furrowed, as she mumbled indistinctly, store manager. I can't. Spare me. Woo, really. I can't take it anymore. On the other side, Lin Qingxue also began talking in her sleep, her voice tinged with tears. Store manager. Please. Hire new staff soon. We really can't handle it anymore. Hearing these soul-deep murmurs from the two, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed he had indeed pushed them too hard last night. Alright, you're satisfied. Looks like I need to put the plan to expand the harem. Oh, I mean the staff team. On the agenda. But our maid cafe's current staff limit is 2. They'll have to upgrade the shelter first. Lu Chen didn't wake them. With his physique now far surpassing ordinary humans, he was beyond what normal people could handle. They'd probably need to sleep most of the day to recover. Carefully he withdrew his arm, tucked the blankets around them, then dressed quietly, and tiptoed downstairs to the main hall. After a quick wash, Lu Chen cracked open a can of soda, and sat on the sofa to open the shelter's control panel. The shelter was currently LV For which was decent, but against the increasingly powerful aberrations its defenses were still somewhat lacking. Especially since the shelter only had one main hall, one staff dormitory, a bathroom, and a shower room. Many rooms were missing. Current shelter, level LV. 4 requirements for next level LV. 5 wood 2,000 units, current 1,300 stone 1,000 units, current 800 dry grass, 500 units satisfied clay, 300 units satisfied low-grade energy crystals, 10 satisfied, still needs 700 wood, and 200 stone. Luchan calculated. If he went to chop trees and mine himself, it would take days. But now, after last night's despair-inducing nightmare aberration, most survivors were on the brink of starvation, cold, and mental collapse. Luchan opened the regional chat channel. Sure enough, even early in the morning the group was buzzing. Night, owl woo woo. Finally daylight. I'm alive. Starving ghost last night, I was so scared I ate my last half biscuit. Anyone kind enough to give some food? I have wood and stone. Bystander, hey, I wonder how boss Luchan is doing. He was posting videos showing off early last night, but went silent later. Sour fish, he one man with 2 women and those top-tier school beauties. What else could he be doing in the dead of night? We all know. Crushed bro Luchan, you beast. Did you bully my senior Qinghua? I saw how exhausted she was from dancing, and you still. He'll kill you. Yi Liangshan Luchan, if you dare touch a hair on junior Qinghua, I have 100 ways to make you suffer in this apocalypse. Ignoring these impotent rants, Luchan remained expressionless. He typed a line and sent it. Luchan bulk buying wood and stone. Rate 100 G of fine mutant meat, or 1 500 milliliters bottle of water for 100 wood or 50 stone. Limited stock, first come first, served while supplies last. The moment this message appeared, the channel which had been condemning Luchan fell silent for a second. Then an even more frenzied barrage began. Passerby, a holy crap. Meat. Boss Luchan still has meat. Sour fish trade. I have wood. I have 2,000 wood. Crushed bro Godfather. Look at me. I have stone. They'll give you all of it just for a sip of water. Yi Liangshan, where are those idiots who cursed Luchan? Come out and apologize to my Godfather. Or he'll have 100 ways to make you suffer in this apocalypse. All dignity and jealousy turned to shit in the face of real meat and water. Trade requests poured in like snowflakes. Luchan selected a few with good reputations and large volumes, including that lumberjack guy, and quickly completed the exchanges. In less than 5 minutes. Trade complete. Lost mutant beast meat 2 kilograms, mineral water 3 bottles. Gained wood 1,000, stone 400. Done. Luchan nodded with satisfaction, looking at the suddenly abundant supplies in his warehouse. If he had to gather these himself, setting aside the labor, just the -30-degree cold would be a nightmare. This was the power of capital accumulation. System upgrade the shelter. Whoosh! At Luchan's command, the entire shelter was once again enveloped in the familiar golden light. The walls thickened, the interior space expanded outward, and the original wooden structure began to show a metallic sheen. 5 minutes later, the golden light dissipated, revealing a more magnificent, sturdy building with a faint technological aura. Ding! Congratulations! Your shelter has been upgraded to LV. 5. All attributes 2. Shelter defense greatly enhanced. Can resist mental shocks from frank aberrations. Can withstand physical impacts from LV. 5 and below mutant beasts. New function unlocked, remote decomposition. Decompose physical objects into raw materials. New areas facilities unlocked. New facility smart integrated kitchen includes dual burner gas stove, range hood, multifunctional cooking counter. The system automatically restores 1 hour of gas quota daily. New area second floor residential expansion, master bedroom upgraded to luxury suite, 2 additional bedrooms added. New function unlocked, exclusive cafe crafting module includes full set of professional equipment and 2 initial recipes. Next upgrade requirements LV. 6 refined steel x 500 reinforced glass x 200 electronic components x 50 rare wood x 500 low-grade energy crystal x 20 mid-grade energy crystal x 1 year made quota has increased. Current maids 23, the maid quota increased again. So this is the value of LV. 5. Luchan walked to the brand new smart kitchen, reaching out to touch the cold, smooth marble countertop, a look of admiration in his eyes. With the gas stove, they could now attempt to make a greater variety of delicious dishes, even in the apocalypse. But what caught his attention most was the newly appeared coffee-making area on the right side of the counter. Not only had a full set of pour-over coffee tools been generated there, but 2 jars of coffee beans with special labels were thoughtfully placed beside them. The moment Luchan's fingers touched the coffee machine, a special prompt sounded. Ding. Cafe function module detected as activated. Congratulations. You have received 2 jars of specially supplied coffee beans and automatically comprehended the initial recipes. Recipe 1, Warm Sun Americano Special Edition effect. After drinking, the body generates continuous warmth, granting the cold resistance LV. 1 status. Can withstand an additional low temperature of -30 degrees Celsius for 2 hours. Description: even in the freezing snow, it makes you feel as warm as by a fireplace. An essential divine drink for outdoor exploration. Recipe 2. Healing Latte Effect immediately restores 10 of lost health, alleviates mild fatigue, and slowly recovers 10 of sanity. Note this beverage cannot dispel persistent negative statuses such as poisoning, burns, or bleeding. Description: 1 cup refreshes the mind, 2 cups heal wounds, 3 cups grant immortality. This is a liquid first aid kit in the apocalypse. Good stuff. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. In this freezing apocalypse, that warm sun Americano was practically an essential artifact for outdoor exploration. Not everyone could obtain items like the blazing sun warm jade in the early stages as he did. Moreover, coffee could be brewed in batches and carried in a backpack. In some ways, as long as one had enough warm sun Americano, they wouldn't need to return to the shelter even after a full day outside, making it even more convenient than the blazing sun warm jade, which required a fixed 4-hour recharge. Lu Chen could already imagine the uproar the warm sun Americano would cause when he brought it to trade. For all survivors, once they possessed the warm sun Americano, it meant they would have an invisible layer of warmth when going out, greatly expanding their operational radius. And although the healing latte couldn't cure poison, having a cup during a battle lull was a guarantee of sustained combat. Just imagine, in the middle of a fight facing an enemy's attack, you make an elegant dodge and casually sip a cup of coffee. Elegance is timeless. Besides, with the shelter upgraded to LV 5, I have one more shop assistant slot. I can recruit another little beauty. How delightful. Thinking of the 2 campus queens who were now completely obedient to him, Lu Chen began to look forward to the arrival of the 3rd assistant. Lu Chen was in high spirits. Just as he picked up the coffee pot to get some water and test the effects, suddenly, an unprecedented virtual banner accompanied by a system prompt forcibly popped up, ignoring area restrictions and dominating the vision of all survivors in Zone C. Zone Quiet announcement: congratulations to survivor Lu Chen C0372 for successfully upgrading the shelter to LV 5. Detecting. Expanding detection range to entire Zone C, including 10000 subzones. Confirmed as the first survivor in Zone C to achieve this feat. Congratulations on receiving the unique epic achievement reward, Golden Treasure, Chest X1. Holy crap. Seeing this golden announcement, even the usually composed Lu Chen couldn't help but curse, frozen in place. He had originally thought he had merely secured the first kill in the small area of C0372 again. After all, the world was vast, and Zone C as a major zone contained thousands of subzones like C0372, with survivors numbering in the billions. There were countless hidden talents. But the system announcement clearly stated that he was the first in the entire Zone C to upgrade the shelter to LV 5. That means... Lu Chen took a deep breath, his heart pounding violently at this moment. I, Lu Chen, am ahead of billions of humans in Zone C. I am the #1 person in Zone C right now. This was the essence of taking the lead. Step by step, the advantage grows. While others were still fighting zombies in the snow for a piece of wood, he was already living in a luxury suite, drinking functional coffee, and even advancing toward a higher tech tree. Meanwhile, although the world channel was not yet open and communication between areas was impossible, this system announcement was like a depth charge, stirring up a storm in countless small circles. C0372 area chat channel passerby. Holy crap. Holy crap. Did you see the banner in the sky? Lu Chen. Again. Sour lemon LV 5. I've been struggling like crazy and only reached LV 3. And I can't even gather enough wood. How the hell did he reach LV 5? Truth teller, Lu Chen just collected so much wood and stone, it turns out he was aiming to be #1 in the whole zone. We've all been working for him. Sycophant, no? One big shot Lu Chen. No, Godfather Lu Chen. The #1 in all of Zone C. What does that even mean? From now on you are my god. Please let me be your follower. And the most intense reactions came from the Jiangda University Economics and Management Class 3 survivor group, previously established by class monitor Lu Wei using a special item. Still 31 people, clearly thanks to the method provided by Shun Wanxiu, which greatly increased everyone's survival rate on the 3rd night. Even the population of C0372 area had stabilized at just over 500, with only a few unfortunate souls with low sanity meeting accidents last night. Since Lu Chen had last shamed everyone in this group, through Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue, the group had been quiet for a long time. Most people only used it to exchange information or listen to class monitor Lu Wei's empty promises. But now with the zone-wide announcement popping up, this lifeless class group resurrected. Han Jiabao, holy crap. Did everyone see the announcement? The #1 in Zone C. Lu Chen. Is that the Lu Chen from our class who delivered food? Zhang Yi, who else could it be? Same name, same area code, C0372. My god, LV 5 shelter. I haven't even gathered the materials for LV 3. Lead out of this is too fake, right? He was so low-key in class, how is he this strong? Is he cheating? Then the department bell couldn't hold back either. Zhao Sini, Lu Chen, I knew you were the best. I tried to trade a video for your hot water before, but you didn't reply. Were you busy upgrading? Now that you're the #1 in Zone C, can you give Sini a hand? I'm really willing to do anything. Watching the clamor in the group chat, Lu Wei, the class monitor, who had originally created the group, hoping to become a petty tyrant of the apocalypse, now sat in his LV3 wooden hut, his face twisted with envy. Gnashing his teeth, his eyes darted around before he immediately put on a tone of righteous indignation, jumping out to assert his presence. Class monitor Lu Wei, everyone quiet down. Class monitor Lu Wei, Lu Chen, classmate Lu Chen, congratulations on your achievement. This is not only your glory, but also the glory of our economics and management class 3. Class monitor Lu Wei, since you are already the #1 in Zone C, with great power comes great responsibility. Our classmates are still struggling on the brink of life and death. You must have surplus supplies and guides, right? Class monitor Lu Wei, as the class monitor, I propose that you should share the guide to upgrade to LV5 for free and contribute some supplies to establish a class mutual aid fund to help those who are falling behind. After all, we are one family. You can't just watch your classmates starve, can you? As soon as these words were spoken, those in the group, who were already burning with envy, found an outlet. Han Jiabao, exactly. The class monitor is right. Lu Chen, you're already #1. Just a tiny bit from you would be enough to fill our stomachs. A classmate, Lu Chen, you can't be so selfish. We're all classmates. What's the harm in helping us? Inside the sanctuary, Lu Chen was looking at the messages when a sudden noise came from the stairway on the second floor. Just moments ago, the violent tremors and golden light that accompanied the sanctuary's upgrade to LV5 had finally awakened the two women who were still sound asleep. At this moment, Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue were supporting each other as they slowly descended the stairs. The blush on their faces had not yet faded. After all, the scene from earlier was truly miraculous. The slightly cramped single bed they had been sleeping on had, amidst the golden light, stretched and reorganized itself into a luxurious European-style soft bed large enough for 4 or 5 people to roll around on. Moreover, the once monotonous master bedroom had now been expanded into a luxurious suite with an ensuite bathroom, a dressing table, and a French window. Even 2 exquisite guest rooms had materialized out of thin air on either side of the hallway. Shopkeeper, did you just upgrade to LV5? Su Qingyue tugged at the slipping strap of her nightgown as she walked, sighing with a hint of laziness in her just-awakened voice. This luxury is even more comfortable than the villa I lived in before the apocalypse. If I didn't look out the window, I would think the world had already returned to normal. However, upon closer inspection, one could notice that both women were walking somewhat awkwardly. They moved slowly, supporting each other as they came downstairs, their expressions revealing an undeniable weariness. Especially Lin Qingxue, who had to slow her pace, looking thoroughly drained. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell what had transpired. You scoundrel! Su Qingyue walked over to the sofa and collapsed beside Lu Chen, rubbing her sore waist and casting him a coquettish glare. Can you give us a heads up next time you upgrade? The bed suddenly expanding scared me into thinking there was another earthquake. As she spoke, she leaned close to Lu Chen's ear, her breath fragrant and, Shopkeeper, you were too rough last night. My legs are still weak and I can't even walk steadily. Lu Chen looked at the two women, so delicate and weak, yet exuding boundless charm, and felt a surge of immense pride. He casually wrapped his arms around their slender waists and guided them to sit on the sofa. Perfect timing. Let me show you a good show. Lu Chen smiled and displayed all these messages for the two women beside him. Look, our esteemed class monitor is giving a speech again, asking me to hand over supplies for a mutual aid fund. Lin Qingxue, who was still feeling shy about her awkward gait, instantly had her delicate face covered in frost as she glanced at the screen, her disgust undisguised disgusting. He's still the same old him. All righteousness on the surface, but rotten to the core. Back then he tried to use public opinion to pressure me into being his girlfriend, and now he's trying to use it to force you to hand over supplies. People like him are the epitome of vampires. Meanwhile, Su Qingyue giggled as she watched Zhao Xinyi's blatantly sycophantic messages. She leaned limply against Lu Chen's shoulder, pointing at the screen with a teasing tone. Oh my shopkeeper, look at this Zhao Xinyi. From her tone you'd think she's dying to come be our foot washing maid. And she's the campus belle of your department. As she spoke, she traced circles on Lu Chen's chest with her slender fingers, her eyes seductive, but then again. A cheap flirt is still a cheap flirt. With the two of us, could shopkeeper possibly be interested in such a low-grade type? Lu Chen casually caught Su Qingyue's mischievous hand and said calmly, she's not even fit to tie your shoes. Then he sent the last message in the group, the only one he would send. Lu Chen, Lu Wei, you want supplies? Fine. Come trade with your life, and I'll burn them for you. Lu Chen also stopped tagging me. I'm busy enjoying a life you'll never have. After sending this, Lu Chen directly muted the group chat and ignored the messages. For such a buffoon, wasting even one more word was a waste of life. At the same time, Zone C, Sector C0009. This was a private territory enclosed by high walls and barbed wire, seemingly formerly a high-security prison, now transformed into an impregnable fortress. On the snow-covered ground outside the fortress, 4 ragged, numb-looking survivors braved the bitter cold, clearing the surrounding snow and rubble. Iron chains were shackled to their ankles, and their eyes were filled with terror. At the top of the fortress, in the command room, A crew-cut man draped in an overcoat, a cigar dangling from his lips, squinted at the system panel before him. At his feet lay a just-returned military reconnaissance drone modified and a standard-issue automatic rifle that gleamed with cold metallic luster. Just 3 days ago, relying on the hot weapons he had crafted from his S-grade sanctuary military arsenal and the extremely limited visibility of the drone in the fog, he had forcibly located 4 other sanctuaries within a 5-kilometer radius. The 4 pitiful survivors with no means to resist under the dark muzzles of the guns had no choice but to become his slaves. I thought with this unique advantage of hot weapons and drone vision, I could already run rushshot over Zone C. The crew-cut man looked at the just-appeared notification for his sanctuary, reaching LV4 in the silver achievement chest, initially somewhat satisfied. Until the next second, Lu Chen's golden chest global announcement popped up, forcibly overshadowing his message. Interesting. The crew-cut man exhaled a puff of smoke, a glint of cunning and malice flashing in his eyes. In this godforsaken place, the drone can only fly 5 kilometers due to the fog. Beyond that range, it loses contact. I barely managed to unify this small area by relying on this information gap and firepower superiority. Who the hell is this Lu Chen? How is he faster than me? His gaze drifted toward the fog outside the window. Though he didn't know where Sector C0372 was, or Lu Chen's exact coordinates, that didn't stop him from etching that name at the top of his hit list. C0372. Lu Chen. Pray that the fog never lifts. Because the moment my drone flies over your head, your chest, your sanctuary, and your life will all be mine. The scene returned to Zone C0372. Lu Chen was unaware that he had been targeted by a war madman with terrifying military might. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. It was still uncertain who was the hunter and who was the prey. At that moment, all his attention was fixed on the center of the hall. There, suspended in midair, floated a treasure chest that had descended along with the announcement. It was forged entirely of pure gold, surrounded by visible golden dragon patterns radiating a brilliance 10 times more dazzling than the silver chest before. Golden treasure chest, quality gold. Description: this is the highest honor bestowed upon the leader. It contains precious survival resources capable of altering one's destiny. Lu Chen swallowed hard, his mouth parched with anticipation. This time, even without Su Qingyu's luck-blessed hand, he was certain he could unearth something earth-shattering. Because this was a golden treasure chest, and it might even be the very first golden chest in the entire C-zone. Huff. Lu Chen rubbed his hands together, his eyes burning with fervor. Come on. Let me see what true legendary rewards really look like. Lu Chen took a deep breath, hesitating no longer. Under the intense gaze of 2 pairs of beautiful eyes, he extended his right hand and pressed it firmly onto the golden chest. Open for me. Roar. The moment the chest opened, a dragon's roar as if from the depths of antiquity echoed within the shelter. Then a dazzling beam of golden light shot upward. Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. Through the gaps in their fingers, they saw in shock 5 items slowly rising and falling within the golden glow, emanating a powerful, heart-stopping aura. Congratulations. You have opened a golden treasure chest. Legendary. Fortune surge. You have received double legendary rewards. Items obtained: Blueprint Spiritual Energy Fusion Reactor, Gold S-Rank Skill Book, Psychokinesis, Mastery, Gold Psionic Weapon, Thorn Queen, Purple Weapon, Breath of Winter, Purple Blueprint, Point Defense, Auto Turret 7, Reaper Type, Purple. The golden light faded. Lu Chen and the 2 women stared at the 5 items floating before them, their breaths growing ragged. 2 golds, 3 purples. We're rich. This time we're truly rich. He grabbed the blueprint that shimmered with a metallic gold sheen. The first golden item. Blueprint Spiritual Energy Fusion Reactor, quality legendary, gold. Description: the pinnacle technological achievement of a lost civilization, hailed as the heart of a shelter. Functions: infinite energy. Once built, provides an unlimited supply of power to the shelter. Completely eliminates the limitations of fuel generators and batteries. All room climate control. Comes with a powerful temperature regulation core, allowing the shelter to ignore extreme external heat or cold, maintaining a constant 24C year-round. Energy shield generates a psionic shield for the shelter capable of repelling physical and mental attacks from crank and below aberrations. Construction requirements: refined steel X100, titanium alloy plates X500, superconducting magnetic coils X100, quantum control chip X1, high-grade energy crystal X1. Huff. Reading the first half of the description, Lu Chen's heart pounded with excitement. He wanted to build it immediately. Infinite electricity, constant temperature, and a shield that could withstand attacks from aberrations below crank. If he had this, he would practically become a god in the apocalypse. But when his eyes fell on the construction requirements at the bottom, it was as if a bucket of cold water had doused him, chilling him to the bone. Dear me. Lu Chen looked at the long list of materials, the corner of his mouth twitching involuntarily. System, are you messing with me? You give me the blueprint for a Ferrari, but tell me I have to build the parts myself. He quickly analyzed the difficulty of obtaining these materials. Titanium alloy plates, superconducting magnetic coils, quantum control chips. No matter which one, just from the names they were clearly not materials that could be obtained by chopping trees or mining at this stage. The most ridiculous was the high-grade energy crystal. The highest quality he had on him was a medium-grade energy crystal, and he only had one of those. As for the high-grade energy crystal, heaven knows what monster would drop it. Lu Chen stored the blueprint in his system backpack. Though he couldn't build it, yet it gave him an incredibly clear midterm goal. A glint of ambition flashed in Lu Chen's eyes for my infinite power source for my absolute defense. This only fueled his motivation for the impending apocalypse. Let's not think too far ahead. Lu Chen shook his head and turned his gaze to the second item radiating a golden light. The second golden item. Skill book Psychokinesis Mastery, Grade S rank legendary learning requirement mental strength 20, your current mental strength 19. Effect upon learning you gain the skill Psychokinesis Mastery LV. 1. Your mental strength will no longer be formless, but can interfere with physical matter. Telekinesis manipulate objects at a distance current weight limit 500 kilograms. Whether blocking bullets using flying knives to kill or retrieving objects from afar, all at a thought. Psychic flight consume a large amount of mental strength to briefly levitate or fly. Mental storm instantly burst mental strength causing dizziness or head explosion effects on nearby enemies. An S-rank skill. A glint of sharp light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. If the previous physical enhancement had merely turned him into a super soldier, this skill was the key to evolving into a superhuman. Moreover, this skill was a perfect match for the left hand of the glutton. The glove devours souls to increase mental strength, and the stronger the mental strength, the more terrifying the psychokinesis. A perfect positive cycle. But unfortunately, it required 20 points of mental strength to learn, and Lu Chen's current mental strength was stuck at exactly 19 points. Damn, even the usually composed Lu Chen couldn't help but curse, feeling as if a mouthful of old blood was stuck in his throat, frustrating him to the point of wanting to hit someone. Just 1 point short. System, are you doing this on purpose? If it had been 10 or 8 points off, he would have accepted it and patiently grinded levels. But to be stuck at this final single point, it was like being ravenously hungry with a Michelin feast laid out before you only to be told you must wait until tomorrow morning to eat. Lu Chen stared at the skill book in his hand, which glowed with an alluring sheen. 19 points. He took a few deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the anticipation in his heart, and turned his gaze toward the gluttonous left hand in his backpack spatial slot. Looks like I'll have to rely on you. Though regretting not being able to instantly experience the thrill of being a superhuman, the gap of 1 point was not insurmountable. With the left hand of the glutton devouring just one more aberration, or raising his level by one more would be enough. Lu Chen put away the skill book, then calmed his mind and focused on the 2 purple-grade weapons and equipment before. My strength is temporarily stuck at a bottleneck, but I can enhance yours first. Although you are my women, this is the apocalypse after all. Without the ability to protect yourselves, it would be a detriment. These 2 items are for you. As he spoke, Lu Chen waved his hand, and 2 pieces of equipment flew towards the 2 women. The first was a dark red whip that soared towards Su Qinghua. Weapon Thorn Queen, purple trait woven from mutated blood-drinking vines, incredibly tough. Attacks inflict bleeding and entanglement effects. Synergy perfectly complements the user's flexibility specialty, can be soft or hard with area effect attacks. Su Qinghua caught the whip, it was cool to the touch. With a gentle flick it cracked through the air like a nimble serpent. It feels so natural. A flicker of surprise sparkled in Su Qingyu's eyes. This whip seemed tailor-made for her. Combined with her scrayed flexibility and alluring figure wielding, it was like dancing, yet brimming with lethal danger. Thank you, shopkeeper, I love it. Su Qinghua suddenly leaped into Lu Chen's arms, leaving a sweet, fragrant kiss on his cheek. Shopkeeper, I've decided no matter how much it hurts tonight, I won't cry stop and ruin your fun. Ever since she had completely broken down the barriers with Lu Chen and achieved the feat of negative distance contact, Su Qinghua had fully let herself go in front of him. Her every smile and glance was pure seduction. Hep. Lu Chen pinched her rear and smirked. You don't understand. What? Su Qinghua blinked in confusion, not grasping his meaning. Lu Chen leaned close to her earlobe and explained with a chuckle. What I mean is, if you're truly grateful, you shouldn't just cry out in pain. You should scream even louder. Only then will I be more in the mood, understand. After receiving Lu Chen's guidance, Su Qinghua instantly understood. Her enchanting face flushed crimson as if about to drip. Shopkeeper. You're so bad. Meanwhile, the item flying toward Lin Qingxue was a translucent composite war bow, its surface radiating a chilling frost. Weapon Breath of Winter, purple trait, requires no physical arrows. Pulling the bowstring consumes sanity health satiety to automatically condense psychic ice arrows. Upon hitting a target, has a chance to inflict freezing and slow effects. Seeing the bow's attributes, Lin Qingxue's eyes lit up. No need for physical arrows. This was actually a special weapon with infinite ammunition. Especially in the resource-scarce apocalypse, this was practically a divine artifact. As Lin Qingxue grasped the ice bow with both hands, a sense of perfect fit surged within her. She had also studied archery before even winning an award in a youth archery competition in the capital during high school. This weapon was incredibly suitable for her. Her cool temperament paired with this ice bow made her resemble a legendary snow goddess, sacred and inviolable. She tried drawing the bowstring. An ice arrow radiating chill instantly materialized, aiming out the window. Lin Qingxue released the string, and the icy arrow dissipated. She checked her attribute panel and found her health, sanity, and satiety were all still full. This confirmed that as long as the arrow wasn't fired, no corresponding values were deducted. This bow is powerful. Lin Qingxue caressed the bow lovingly, then turned to Lu Chun, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, shopkeeper. I will use it to protect our home. Finally, Lu Chun put away the last purple blueprint. Blueprint Point Defense Auto Turret Reaper 7 Purple Type Defense Facility Parameters 6-barreled rotary cannon, rate of fire 6,000 roundsman, effective range 1,500 meters. Construction requirements: refined steel 2,000, precision electronic components 300, basic fire control chip 10, basic energy crystal 50, description: autolock, infrared sensing. As long as there is ammunition, it is a tireless guardian. Once I gather the materials and mount it on the roof, not even a fly will get in. Lu Chun looked at the 5 items from this crate. The psychic fusion reactor provided unlimited electricity. Telekinetic control was its great ability. Thorn Queen and Breath of Winter, 2 purple weapons. One inflicted bleeding and entanglement, the other freezing and slowing. Both had special effects worthy of their purple quality. And finally, the Point Defense Auto Turret, an absolute home defense artifact. Now he had energy abilities and defense. The 2 women by his side also had combat power. They were armed to the teeth. This is the value of a gold chest. What a huge haul. The smile on Lu Chen's face grew wider. He glanced out the window and said, since we've had breakfast, we can't stay idle today. Come on, take your new gear. We're going out to search for resources and practice our skills. Lu Chun gave the order. With their new weapons, the 2 women nodded without hesitation, their eyes gleaming with eagerness. Clearly, they couldn't wait to test out their new arms. Before setting out, Lu Chun opened the trading channel and posted a long-term purchasing notice. High price for refined steel, reinforced glass, electronic components, and rare lumber. DM with your price. If you have it, food and water are no issue. These materials had no regular acquisition routes. They could only be slowly gathered through the universal trading market. He then opened the day's nature's gift pack. Congratulations. Received French foie gras prepared steaming hot 10. Congratulations. Received sunflower seeds 5. Seeing the rewards, Lu Chun nodded in satisfaction. It seemed they could have a feast tonight. First king crab, now French foie gras. Who would have thought that after the apocalypse, Lu Chun could eat foods he couldn't afford back on Earth? With that done, the trio geared up and pushed open the shelter door. Half an hour later, in a dense forest 1 kilometer from the shelter, a mutated frost python LV, for as thick as a water barrel and covered in icy scales, writhed wildly in the snow. Qingxue block its path. Qingyue trap it. Lu Chun stood aside, not yet intervening, directing the 2 women in combat. Frost arrow. Lin Qingxue's gaze was calm as she drew the breath of winter to its full extent. Health 1. Lin Qingxue's health decreased by 1, and then, whoosh. A streak of deep blue light precisely struck the python's vitals. Crack. The purple weapon's effect triggered. The python's previously swift movements instantly froze, thick frost forming rapidly at the wound, reducing its movement speed by 30. Trying to run. Come back here. Su Qingwei was not to be outdone. With a sharp cry, her Thorn Queen whip lashed out like a serpent emerging from its lair. Slap. The thorn-covered whip coiled tightly around the python's tail. With a powerful yank, she dragged the massive serpent body back with sheer force. The barbs on the whip dug deep into the snake's scales, blood instantly staining the snow. Now's the chance. Lu Chun saw his opening and ceased his observation. He moved like lightning, instantly reaching the python's pinned head. With a high swing of his fire axe, he struck down fiercely onto the snake's skull. Blood and brains splattered. A chime echoed, killed LV. For mutant frost python. Gained 80 experience points. As the prompt sounded, Lu Chun's body trembled, a warm current flowing through him. Congratulations. Your level has increased to LV. 7. All attributes 1. Gained free attribute point 1. He had leveled up. Finally. Over half an hour the trio worked in seamless coordination, slaying a total of 7 mutant creatures. Lu Chun had finally achieved his desired level of LV. 7. Glancing at the attribute panel, he saw his spirit attribute had precisely reached 20 points. Without a second thought, he retrieved this grade skill book, Psychic Mastery, from his spatial backpack. Learn. Conditions met. Now learning grade skill. Whoosh! At that moment Lu Chun felt as if his mind had undergone a cataclysmic upheaval. Yet there was no pain, only an unprecedented crystalline clarity. It was as if a third eye had opened, the world around him was utterly transformed. The flow of wind, the descent of snowflakes, even the rapid breaths of Lin Qingxue and Su Qingwei, everything now bore discernible patterns. It seemed that with a mere thought he could pluck these strings at will. Another prompt sounded in his ear. Congratulations. You have mastered this grade skill Psychic Mastery. Your Spirit Attribute 5. Oh, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Learning in grade skill granted an extra 5 points to Spirit. His psychic power now surged to 25 points, matching his physique attribute. This was an unexpected boon. So this is the materialization of psychic power. Sensing the changes in his perception of the world, Lu Chen extended his hand and made a slight lifting motion toward the massive python corpse on the ground. Rise. Rumble. The python corpse, weighing several hundred gene, wobbled and floated into the air without any external force. Though maintaining it imposed a mental strain, this was undeniably a supernatural power. Good heavens. Boss, have you become a god? Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue, witnessing this defiance of physics, gasped and covered their mouths, their eyes brimming with adoration. Had just basic skills, no need for applause. Lu Chen waved his hand, dismissively feigning nonchalance, and slowly lowered the corpse. Feeling the vast power burgeoning in his mind, a slight smile curled his lips. This is only the beginning. What he had initially taken for a mere survival game had revealed special items granting supernatural abilities. This only fueled Lu Chen's growing ambition. I will become even stronger. In high spirits, he turned to the two women gazing at him with starry-eyed worship and began to paint a promising picture. Of course, since you follow me, I, Lu Chen, will not treat my own people poorly. Such skill books are rare, but not unique. If we encounter similar ones in the future, and you prove yourselves well enough with sufficient loyalty to me, I will reward you as well, making you transcendent beings like me. At these words, both women's breaths quickened. If before following Lu Chen was for survival, for food and warmth, now he was showing them a path to rivaling gods with mortal power. Boss. Su Qingyu's eyes reddened with emotion. Like a clingy kitten, she pressed tightly against Lu Chen, her voice trembling yet resolute. Qingyue belongs to you for life, body, and soul. Whatever you command, I will do. Meanwhile, the usually aloof Lin Qingxue clutched her ice spout tightly. Though her nature kept her somewhat reserved, the look in her eyes as she regarded Lu Chen was filled with profound emotion. Boss, I will prove my worth. This bow will only ever be drawn for you. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. As the saying goes, to make an ox plow, you must feed it grass. He was no tyrannical capitalist. Appropriate hope and rewards were the keys to unwavering loyalty. Lin Qingxue and Su Qingyue had indeed been utterly loyal and obedient. For his own people, Lu Chen would not be stingy with rewards. Just then, roar, a bellow filled with savagery suddenly erupted from the depths of the mist ahead. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps made the ground tremble. The mist churned as a pair of enormous blood-red eyes lit up first, followed by a massive three-meter silhouette slowly emerging. Its muscles were knotted like rockets, black fur bristling like steel needles. It fixed its gaze on Lu Chen, eyes brimming with greed and murderous intent. Lu Chen regarded the monster not with alarm, but with a surprised and amused smile. Well, if it isn't an old acquaintance. Mutant Diamond, Ape Level LV. For a rank description, the beast that hunted you on the first day. It has grown stronger, and its grudge runs deeper. Lu Chen's eyes swept over the panel. An rank quality mutant beast. Through days of constant combat with monsters, he had gained some understanding of this world's power hierarchy and grades. Whether mutant creatures or eerie spirits, the lowest grade was Frank with a rank above it. As for the stronger rank, he had yet to encounter one in the wild. But even this single grade difference meant a world of difference in strength. Based on his combat experience, an elite monster of a rank with its attributes and battle instincts would be at least as formidable as 5 Frank monsters of the same level attacking simultaneously. No wonder the pressure felt so overwhelming back then. Lu Chen mused, inwardly grateful that on the first day he hadn't been foolish enough to confront this beast heathen, but had wisely fled back to the shelter. Had he turned back then with his frail body, he would likely have become the ape's excrement by now. But now, Lu Chen looked at the massive creature that had once forced him to flee for his life, a playful smile curling his lips. You gave me quite a chase on the first day. He recalled how on his first day of transmigration he had been hunted by this beast while trying to claim a green treasure chest. Fate has brought us together again. Since we've met, let's settle old scores. He rolled his neck and casually tossed the fire axe in his hand to Lin Qingxue. Qingxue, hold my weapon for me. Boss. You're not using a weapon. Lin Qingxue was taken aback. Dealing with a brute like this using a blade is too dull. Lu Chen watched the charging giant ape and slowly extended his right hand, fingers spread. The beast, as massive as a tank, was now less than 10 meters away. Perfect chance to test the power of its great skill. Kneel. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed as he unleashed his psychokinesis control to its full extent. Whoosh. The surrounding air seemed to solidify instantly. The originally ferocious mutant diamond ape suddenly halted, feeling as if an invisible giant hand had forcefully pressed down on its shoulder. Roar. The giant ape let out a terrified roar, struggling desperately with all its muscles bulging and veins protruding. Yet before that invisible spiritual force, its monstrous strength seemed laughable, like that of an infant. Crack. A crisp sound echoed. Under the two women's stunned gazes, the ape's kneecaps shattered instantly, and it crashed to its knees before Lu Chun. The ground was dented with two deep pits. Is that all the strength you have? Lu Chun shook his head in disappointment, then clenched his right hand fiercely and swung it to the side. Scram! Whoosh boom! The nearly one-ton ape was lifted into the air like a rag doll and brutally hurled against the nearby ruined wall. The wall collapsed, sending dust and debris flying. The ape was completely bewildered. Its proud strength had no outlet, and it could only flail helplessly in the air. Not bad. Each of my psychic attacks carries the force of a 500-kilogram punch, and this is only LV1 psychokinesis control. I just don't know how to level it up. Very well, thank you for helping me test my talent. As a token of gratitude, please die. Having tested his strength, Lu Chun grew bored and made a grasping motion with his right hand. A terrifying psychic force instantly clamped down on the ape's neck. Crack! The crisp sound of bone breaking rang out. The ape's head drooped limply, its crimson eyes retaining a final trace of fear and confusion. It died without ever understanding why the insect that had fled in panic just a few days ago could now crush it with a mere flick of its fingers. Ding! Killed LV. For Mutant Diamond Ape. Gained 120 experience points. Obtained raw meat x 50 kg. Obtained complete beast hide x1. It can be used to craft 3 sets of cold weather clothing. Crafted clothing has a chance to grant a physique bonus. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Su Qingyue and Lin Xingxue gazed at the giant corpse of the mutant diamond ape, then looked at Lu Chun, who calmly withdrew his right hand. If before they had only clung to Lu Chun for survival, then at this moment, watching his back standing in the wind and snow wielding power like a god thump. Women are naturally drawn to strength. In that instant their hearts completely surrendered. Skillfully stowing the loot into his backpack, Lu Chun nodded with satisfaction. Turning around, he found the two women still staring at him in a daze. Amused, he reached out and waved his hand before their eyes. What are you daydreaming about? Lu Chun's voice snapped them back to reality. This is just the beginning. There will be plenty more scenes like this. Let's go, don't waste time. While we're in good shape, let's keep moving. Yes. Boss. Hearing Lu Chun's words, Su Qingyue and Lin Xingxue snapped out of their trance, their faces flushing bright red. Hastily tidying their clothes, they followed. However, when they stepped back into the ankle-deep, thick snow, the biting wind they had ignored during the battle hit them again, slowing their pace. Whoosh! The gale whipped snowflakes like gravel, stinging their faces. The surrounding fog seemed thicker than in the morning, visibility dropping to less than 20 meters. The snow underfoot was uneven, as sometimes they stepped on hard ice, other times they sank into knee-deep snowdrifts. Hiss! Su Qingyue shivered from the cold. Though the sunfire warm jade kept her from freezing in the subzero 30-degree environment, the damn wind was too strong. It seeped through every crevice, rapidly stealing body heat, and with the dozens of centimeters deep snow, every step required immense effort to pull out their legs. Lin Xingxue remained silent, but her lips were tinged purple with cold and frost had formed on her eyelashes. Clearly she was suffering too. However, since Lu Chun didn't suggest turning back, the two women silently gritted their teeth and followed behind him. Walking ahead, Lu Chun glanced back at the two women struggling through the snow and frowned slightly. The current environment is too harsh. At this snail's pace we won't get far before dark, let alone explore farther areas. Suddenly a spark of inspiration struck Lu Chun. Since psychic power could control objects, could it control airflow? Or directly push people forward? Let's try. With a thought, Lu Chun poured out his vast spiritual energy. Psychic barrier. Whoosh. An invisible transparent ripple instantly expanded outward from Lu Chun, forming a semicircular shield about 3 meters in diameter, enveloping Su Qingyue and Lin Xingxue as well. The next second something miraculous happened. The howling wind instantly vanished, and the swirling snow was blocked outside the invisible barrier. Then, with a subtle shift of his mind, Lu Chun controlled the psychic force to lift the three bodies, greatly reducing gravity, while simultaneously generating a powerful thrust from behind. Hold on to me, Lu Chun shouted. Before the two women could react, they felt their bodies lighten, as if they had put on ice skates, and they shot forward across the snow with a swoosh. Whoosh whoosh. The surrounding scenery raced backward. The arduous trudging through snow had turned into ground-skimming flight. This speed was more than 10 times faster than walking. So fast. Su Qingyue screamed in delight, watching the ruins flash by on both sides, her eyes full of disbelief. No wind. Not cold at all. Boss, is this also the effect of that skill? It's like riding a panoramic cable car. Lin Xingxue was also unable to hide her shock. She reached out to touch the front, but felt a warm air wall. Is this the application of its glass ability? It's incredible. However, as the controller, Lu Chun was seeing a different scene. Just as he maintained this high-speed movement mode, a system warning appeared before his eyes. Warning detected that spiritual energy is under high load, continuous output. Warning, your mental capacity has reached its limit. Side effect, activated sanity value is decreasing. Current deduction rate 2 points minute. As expected, there's a limit. Lu Chun watched the slowly decreasing sanity bar in the corner of his vision without surprise. The law of conservation of energy applied everywhere. This cheat-like method of travel consumed not only physical strength, but also overloaded the brain's nerves. Once sanity reached zero, he would likely become like those madmen eroded by the fog, completely degenerating into a monster. But Lu Chun calculated his current spiritual energy was 25 points, and at a 110 ratio his sanity cap was 250 points. Consuming 2 points per minute at my current full state, I can sustain this high-intensity travel for over 2 hours. And the distance covered in 2 hours would normally take us an entire day. Moreover, I have a purple quality high thread count goose down quilt and healing latte. The sanity loss can be recovered by drinking some coffee or going home to sleep. Quite a bargain. Thus, under Lu Chun's leadership, the trio shot across the vast snowy plains like an arrow from a bow. Previously constrained by the 4-hour charge limit of the blazing sun-warmed jade and the difficulty of traversing the snow, their exploration range had been strictly confined to a 3-kilometer radius around the shelter. But now, in just over 10 minutes, they had already reached the abandoned gas station that had taken them an entire day to find yesterday. Without pausing, they zipped past it, pressing deeper into the misty unknown. During this process, Lu Chun discovered another divine application of telekinesis. Relying solely on his eyes to discern dangers in the mist, while moving at high speed, was far too slow. So he attempted to extend a portion of his telekinetic power forward like tentacles. With a hum, this attempt actually succeeded. Under the veil of the mist, the human eye's visible range was typically only 20 to 30 meters. But within Lu Chun's telekinetic perception, all-terrain obstacles, and even dead branches lurking beneath snowdrifts within a 200-meter radius were clearly fed back into his mind like a three-dimensional holographic image. 80 meters ahead behind the ruins on the left, there's an errant, wandering zombie. 360 meters ahead behind a dead tree, there's a white treasure chest. Lu Chun, as if activating a god's eye view, led the two women through the mist unimpeded. While other survivors cautiously probed the mist with wooden sticks, trembling in fear at every corner, he was recklessly racing with telekinesis through this perilous post-apocalyptic wasteland with two girls in tow. This was the edge granted by his rank ability. We're about to leave the woods. Lu Chun suddenly stopped, dispersing the telekinetic thrust behind him. They had now ventured 10 kilometers north of the shelter into unfamiliar territory. The trio had exited the dead forest. Surrounding them was a wide, desolate highway cluttered with abandoned vehicles. The thick mist shrouded everything, obscuring the distant truth. Lu Chun glanced at the sanity bar in the corner of his vision, 173,250. Under the dual burden of maintaining a telekinetic barrier against the wind and snow, while engaging high-precision telekinetic detection, the rate of sanity loss had accelerated from 2 points per minute to 3 points per minute. I can hold on for over half an hour, that's enough. Lu Chun, confident, led the two women cautiously along the road's edge, extending his telekinesis like tentacles toward the buildings nearby. As his telekinesis swept over a massive dark shadow by the roadside, he abruptly stopped, his eyes blazing with ecstatic light. Found it. Lu Chun pointed at the faint outline of a massive factory in the mist, his voice tinged with surprise. It's the Steel Industrial Park. They approached the factory, and before them stood a large abandoned metal smelting plant, named Huashing Heavy Industry. Though the main gate was shut, Lu Chun's telekinesis had already seen the mountains of abandoned machine tools, steel plates, and heavy equipment inside. Quick, get in. They swiftly pried open a side door and slipped inside. The system's prompt chimed immediately. Lu Chun placed his hand on a rusty CNC machine and activated the system's remote decomposition function. Ding. Decomposition successful. Obtained refined steel 20. Obtained precision electronic component 5. Refined steel. Precision electronic components. Lu Chun laughed heartily. This was like a gift from heaven. Whether upgrading the LV-6 shelter or building the CIWS and reactor, these materials were in high demand. All thanks to his mastery of telekinesis and the development of the telekinetic barrier and perception, which allowed him to explore 10 kilometers into the mist. Otherwise, relying on their own stamina and the harsh weather of this survival world, collecting materials one by one from treasure chests would take an eternity. They might never have discovered this abandoned factory. Qingyue, don't just stand there. Bring me anything metal. Yes, boss. The two women, equally excited, transformed into diligent worker bees. In no time, the vast factory was filled with the constant flash of decomposition light. Obtained refined steel 15. Obtained refined steel 30. Within just over 10 minutes, the refined steel in Lu Chun's inventory had surpassed 300. Even the scarce electronic components had gathered nearly 100. Unfortunately, only the shelter's owner could use its functions, otherwise Lu Chun would have assigned remote decomposition permissions to the two women, letting them work together to speed up material collection. If only future shelter upgrades could include a permission-sharing feature, of course, with me choosing what to share. Yet as they reveled in the joy of harvest, a rustling sound emerged. A dense scraping noise suddenly came from the dark shadowy corners deep within the factory, like countless fingernails scratching against iron sheets. Stop, Lu Chun said, his eyes sharpening as his telekinesis spread out. Something's coming. A lot of them. Before he could finish, a screech echoed, and from the ventilation ducts on the ceiling and the dark corners surged a tide of black shadows. Through his telekinetic perception and the faint light, the trio finally saw these monsters clearly. They were the size of children, with long, twisted limbs crawling on walls like geckos. Their skin was a sickly translucent white, lacking noses and ears, with a massive mouth covering half their face, filled with fine fangs, and huge black eyes occupying 2/3 of their foreheads. Monster Shadow Crawler Mutant Level LV. 3 Frank. Description: originally ordinary assembly line workers, they were infected after the catastrophe and mutated from living in the dark factory. They fear strong light, move in packs, and though individually weak, once surrounded, even errant creatures will be gnawed to bones. Frank trash. Lu Chun snorted, watching the swarm of over 100 monsters closing in from all sides. Though numerous, they're just targets in the face of absolute firepower. Qingxue fire at will. Qingyue guard the flanks. Yes. The battle erupted instantly. Lin Qingxue, her gaze icy, twanged the bowstring of her winter's breath, bow repeatedly. Swish, swish, swish. No aiming was needed. Each ice arrow shot into the swarm exploded into a cloud of frost. Freeze effect triggered. Large patches of shadow crawlers found the ground beneath them, turning to ice, losing their balance, while a few unlucky ones were frozen solid and shattered into ice shards. Meanwhile, Su Qingyu's Thorn Queen whip became a blur. Crack, crack. The whip writhed like a fiery dragon, each lash repelling nearby crawlers, its bleeding effect filling the air with a stench. As for Lu Chun, he unleashed his telekinesis fully. Get lost. He grabbed a nearby rusty machine tool weighing hundreds of kilograms, and like swatting a fly, slammed it into the densest part of the swarm. Boom. Flesh and blood flew, juices splattered. That single blow crushed a large number of them. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV. 8. All attributes 1. Free attribute points 1. Congratulations. Your maid Su Qingyue has risen to LV. 5. All attributes 1. Free attribute points 1. Congratulations. Your maid Lin Qingxue has risen to LV. 4. All attributes 1. Free attribute points 1. Acquired Black Venom Sac White 18 can be used to coat weapons with poison. Our attacks have a chance to poison hostile targets. Acquired Low-Grade Energy Crystal 27. Currently holding low-grade energy crystals 58. The single blow that crushed at least 20 shadow crawlers instantly elevated the levels of Lu Chun, Su Qingyue, and Lin Qingxue by 1. Squeak, squeak, squeak. These shadow crawlers clearly hadn't anticipated such ferocity from their 3 prey. Coupled with the faint radiance from the warm sun jade on Lu Chun, which they found utterly repulsive, the once fierce assault began to show signs of weakening. Is that all you've got? Lu Chun prepared to press the advantage and clear the area completely. Scanning his surroundings, he estimated at least 40 or 50 shadow crawlers still lurked in the shadows. If he killed them, all the 3 of them could gain another level. Moreover, there was a vast quantity of low-grade energy crystals here. These were crucial fuel for the shelter's circulating heating and hot water supply. As humanity continued to explore the post-apocalyptic world, everyone had discovered the vital uses of energy crystals, which had become the hardest currency in this ruined world. The number of shadow crawler monsters here far exceeded those outside, and they were all the weakest grade monsters with levels no higher than LV. 5. If an ordinary survivor faced such a horde, they would be devoured without a trace. But for Lu Chun, who now wielded grade psychic mastery, he feared no threat, unless their numbers were overwhelming enough to cause a qualitative change. Press the attack. Don't let a single one escape. With a ruthless glint in his eyes, Lu Chun prepared to once again manipulate the 2 heavy steel machine tools, smashing the trembling crawlers lurking in the shadowy corners into pulp. Suddenly, thump! A heavy, muffled heartbeat resounded explosively in the depths of everyone's mind. The entire vast factory floor began to tremble violently. The shadow crawlers, which had been attacking furiously, let out terrified shrieks upon hearing the sound, as if encountering a natural predator. They didn't even dare to glance at Lu Chun and the others, fleeing in panic into the surrounding dark crevices. What's happening? Su Qingyue had just retracted her whip, still bewildered. The next second, an indescribably terrifying pressure surged up from the depths beneath the factory floor. Roar! The roar directly assailed the very souls of the 3. Encountered high-level mental contamination. Sanity 20. Ugh! Lu Chun grunted, feeling as if his brain had been struck by a heavy hammer. His vision instantly blurred. Beside him, Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue turned deathly pale, clutching their heads and bending over in pain, with traces of blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. On the system panel, the sanity values of all 3 plummeted by 20 points in an instant. Current sanity 145260. Lu Chun. Then in the deepest darkness of the factory, 2 enormous lantern-like purple ghostly pupils slowly ignited. Originally the factory's unscrupulous boss, after the catastrophe struck, he used his former prestige to monopolize resources in a short time, becoming the local tyrant of this factory. However, due to some anomaly, he became infected into a special terrifying monster, continuing to rule over the lowly shadow crawlers in this steel mill as their overlord. Sanity 20. Current sanity 125260. Just by locking eyes with it, Lu Chun felt the blood in his veins freeze. Its level is too high, even the eye of truth can't see its specific attributes. A drank. No, perhaps even a crank monster. Lu Chun had an intuition that this was definitely a drank, or even higher monster. This was absolutely not something they could handle now. A single roar had cost 20 sanity, and another glance had cost another 20. If they actually fought, they would probably go mad before even touching it. Run. Lu Chun made the split-second decision without any hesitation. Suppressing the intense pain in his head, he erupted with psychic force. The psychic barrier transformed into a tremendous propulsive force, sweeping up the still-dazed Su Qingyue and Lin Xingxue, and he shot backward like a cannonball towards the factory gate. Boom. The instant they burst through the gate, a black tentacle as thick as a building crashed down onto the spot where they had been standing. The hard concrete floor shattered instantly, sending countless fragments of rock flying in all directions, clanging loudly against the surrounding steel lays that had yet to be dismantled. Lu Chun didn't look back. He manipulated his psychic power at full throttle, racing until he had covered 2 or 3 kilometers, and only then did the terrifying spine-tingling sensation of being watched finally fade away. On the highway, the three stopped, panting heavily, still shaken. Shopkeeper, you're bleeding from the nose. Su Qingyue, forgetting to wipe the blood from her own mouth, panicked when she saw the blood flowing from Lu Chen's nostrils. She quickly pulled out a handkerchief she carried with her, carefully dabbing at Lu Chen's nose, her eyes filled with heartache and self-blame. It's all because we're too weak, unable to help at the critical moment, and we made you worry about protecting us. Lin Xingxue didn't speak, but silently stepped forward, gently massaging Lu Chen's temples with her cool little hands, her gaze full of concern. Shopkeeper, how do you feel? Does your head still hurt? Don't worry, I won't die. Lu Chen caught both girls' hands, giving them a reassuring look. Don't ask, don't think. That thing just now. We can't afford to mess with it now. He glanced at his own sanity, which had dropped to just over 90 points. The frantic escape had also consumed a significant amount of his mental energy. However, when his consciousness swept over the 650 units of refined steel in his backpack, his previously tense nerves finally relaxed a little. At least this trip wasn't in vain. I've collected enough materials, and this abandoned steel mill is a pleasant surprise. There's still a massive amount of material inside. Once we level up, we can come back and explore further. Lu Chen looked back. The area behind them was once again shrouded in mist, and the shadow of the enormous abandoned steel city had vanished, as if everything that had just happened was merely a nightmare. Due to overusing his mental energy, Lu Chen's brain now throbbed with sharp pain. For an ordinary person, if sanity drops below 60, they become listless. If it falls below 30, they might even become a vegetative state, merely breathing. He still had over 90 points now. Roughly calculating, returning to the shelter at full speed using psychic mastery would consume about 40 more points. After returning, his remaining sanity would be around 50 points. On the borderline of mild fatigue, but still acceptable. Lu Chen calculated silently in his mind. I should recover a fair amount after sleeping once I'm back. It hasn't reached the point where I need to use precious potions. Thinking this, he looked at the two girls who were gazing at him with concern and worry, and a mischievous grin suddenly curled at the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hands directly and dominantly, wrapping them around the slender waists of the two girls, pulling them. Although I don't need to take medicine, my mental energy is indeed quite drained right now, and my head hurts badly. Lu Chun leaned close to the two women and whispered, so after we get back, I need both of you to help me quickly restore my sanity value. Do you understand what I mean? The two women were momentarily stunned, then catching the fiery look in Lu Chen's eyes, they instantly grasped what he meant by restoration method. After the blissful days earlier, though they had endured both pain and pleasure under the assault of the shopkeeper's extraordinary physique, experiencing a transcendent ecstasy. Yet each time they awoke, they felt an abundance of energy, as if their very souls had been cleansed. Clearly, engaging in such acts greatly aided in quicker recovery of sanity and mental state. Realizing this, Su Qingyue and Lin Xingxue's delicate faces flushed crimson like ripe apples, even their ears burning hot. Shopkeeper, you're so wicked. Su Qingyue's eyes were seductive as silk, her body softly leaning into Lu Chen's embrace, her voice sweet enough to stretch like taffy. Even at a time like this, you're thinking of that. But for the shopkeeper, Qingyue is willing to give everything. Lin Xingxue, with her cool and reserved nature, remained deeply shy despite having shared intimacy with Lu Chun. Yet though she was too embarrassed to lift her head, she gently nodded, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. Shopkeeper, if it can help ease your headache. I have no objections either. Haha, good. Gazing at the two obedient and shy women in his arms ripe for the taking, Lu Chen's spirits soared, the earlier gloom swept away. Let's go home. On the way back, we'll grab today's refreshed survival chest too. We've reaped quite a haul this time. After we return, we'll acquire more supplies on the trading platform, and maybe tonight we can upgrade the shelter to LV6. Accompanied by Lu Chen's hearty laughter, the three transformed into a streak of light, carving a trail across the misty snowfield as they sped full tilt toward the shelter. Inside the shelter, 2 hours later, Lu Chen emerged from the master bedroom on the second-floor staff quarters feeling refreshed and invigorated. In the room on the plush European-style king-sized bed, Lin Qingxue and Su Qingwei were sleeping in each other's arms, their breathing steady, clearly exhausted. Phew. Descending the stairs, he settled onto the leather sofa, cracked open a can of chilled soda, and as the bubbles slid down his throat, a wave of comfort washed over him. He casually opened his status panel. Current sanity 70260, current satiety 60100. 2 hours satiety, dropped 15 points due to physical exertion, but sanity recovered 20 points back above the safety threshold. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction as he studied the panel. Though still far from full, the excruciating pain of a splitting mind had vanished, replaced by the tranquil calm of a post-coital state. He glanced at the time, 1150 a.m. Though half the day remained, Lu Chen decided to stay in. First, today's gains were already substantial. Second, with sanity at a mere 70 points, it was still too low should an emergency arise outside, or when the eerie night fell, it could easily plummet below the danger line again. It was better to conserve energy and work on building up the shelter. Let's see how those folks in the group are doing. Sipping his soda, Lu Chen opened the bustling regional chat channel. The moment he entered, he sensed something was off. Usually everyone was begging for food and water, but today the screen was flooded with accounts of bizarre encounters. Mohawk Tony, damn. Scared the hell out of me. Brothers, I thought I was a goner just now. Bystander, Tony, what happened? Ran into a monster. Mohawk Tony, not an outside monster. It came right into the house. Just now I suddenly heard a system prompt saying I triggered a special event, guest arrives, and I had to receive the visitor. Mohawk Tony. Then I saw a red-dressed female ghost push the door open. She was a crank anomaly. I'm still shaking just thinking about it. Bystander, whoa. Crank anomaly. No way. If it was that terrifying, how are you still alive to talk? Mohawk Tony, she didn't kill me. She sat down, took off her head, and handed it to me, asking me to wash her hair and give her a perm. I was pissing myself while washing, but luckily, I didn't lose my touch. After she was done, she seemed satisfied and tossed me a black copper coin before leaving. Oh, and I got an extra point of spirit attribute as a reward. Item display, ghost copper coin, special currency description, the universal currency of the eerie world, usable to purchase special items at specific ghost markets or bribe low-rank anomalies. Upon seeing this coin, more people in the group chimed in. It turned out Tony wasn't the only one. Dream of being Boxer Tyson. I encountered one too. The system forced me, no refusal allowed. My place is a boxing gym, damn it. Just now a 2-meter-tall zombie came in and insisted on boxing with me. Luckily, it was only in a rank anomaly and followed the rules. I survived 3 rounds without dying, and it left giving me a coin, but no attribute reward. Whoa, I broke 3 ribs. Neighbor Xiao Wang, what you guys got is nothing. Mine is a real hell. Bystander, what's your shelter? Neighbor Xiao Wang, my shelter used to be an escape room experience. Just now a hanged ghost came in. It said it died before finishing the game in life, and now wants me to play with it. If I don't clear it, it'll hang me from the beam as an NPC. Brothers, I'm still solving puzzles, and the ghost is swinging right above my head, its tongue dangling onto my shoulder. Help! Lu Chen's mouth twitched at these bizarre tales. So this was the so-called special event. Some shelters with service-oriented pasts might trigger these. Lu Chen stroked his chin. Luckily his shelter was a cafe. If a ghost came for coffee, well, maybe that wouldn't be so bad. From the group's descriptions, it seemed that satisfying the anomaly rewarded ghost coins and attribute points. What if the anomaly is weaker than me? Could I just rob it instead? Lu Chen murmured to himself. Running a cafe couldn't be as profitable as running a shady shop. After all, this was the apocalypse. With no laws to bind him, Lu Chen pondered and found the plan quite feasible. Just as he was thinking, footsteps came from the stairs. The 2 women, now sufficiently rested, voluntarily came downstairs. After that special treatment, their faces were rosy skinned, glowing, showing no signs of prior fatigue, but rather radiant vitality. Clearly, though the process had been somewhat painful, being nourished by Lu Chen's high-grade life essence had greatly enhanced their complexion and mental state. Store manager, are you hungry? Lin Qingxue tied on an apron and voluntarily walked into the kitchen. The kitchen was now fully equipped, allowing her to finally display her culinary prowess. Meanwhile, Su Qingwei curled up like a languid cat, kneeling on the sofa as she extended her delicate fingers to massage Lu Chen's temples and shoulders, her touch moderate and technique professional. Store manager, you've worked hard. Qingwei will help you relax. Lu Chen enjoyed the attentive service of the 2 women, a sigh of contentment escaping him. This was the life an apocalypse should offer. After lunch, Lu Chen assigned them a task. I need to take a nap this afternoon to recover my mental energy. You 2 keep an eye on the trading channel. List some of the extra daily supplies we've uncovered and trade them specifically for the refined steel and rare wood we're lacking. Understood. Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue replied in unison. Having arranged everything, Lu Chun went upstairs and slipped into the still warm bed. The blanket was filled with a unique fragrance, a blend of snow lotus and vivid red roses, a reassuring scent more effective than any calming incense. He set a 3-hour alarm and fell into a deep sleep the moment his head touched the pillow. At 4:50 p.m. the alarm rang and Lu Chun opened his eyes refreshed and energetic. He had slept deeply and his sanity value had recovered to 90,260. Then he drank a cup of healing latte, replenishing 26 points of sanity. Unfortunately, the coffee's effect could only be activated once per hour. Otherwise, Lu Chun could have downed 10 or 8 cups in one go and fully restored all his lost sanity. But now his mental state had returned to normal with nearly 120 points of sanity, a value that was already the full sanity attribute for some ordinary survivors. When he came downstairs, a heartwarming scene greeted him. Lin Qingxue was crouched by the planting trough in the corner, carefully tending to the newly planted cabbage seedlings. Su Qingyue, on the other hand, was sitting on the sofa with her delicate face cupped in her hands, staring blankly at the trading interface, a hint of smug satisfaction curling at the corner of her lips. Seeing Lu Chun come down, the two women immediately rushed over in delight. "Store manager, you're awake." Lu Chun walked over casually, pulled them into his arms, and sat down on the sofa with one on each side, pinching their soft cheeks. "How's it going? Did you receive the items?" Of course." Su Qingyue wore a look of achievement, opening the temporary storage like a treasure trove. Clatter. A huge pile of materials instantly appeared on the living room floor. Refined steel 200. Rare wood 500. Tempered glass 200. Electronic components 50. So much. Lu Chun was astonished. He knew that when he posted a purchase request that morning, hardly anyone had responded since everyone was short on these hard resources. Yet these two school beauties had not only gathered everything, but had also secured a surplus. Lin Qingxue explained with some embarrassment, "Actually, Senior Su sent a voice message in the trading channel asking for supplies. Then those men went crazy scrambling to trade with us. Some even traded dozens of pounds of steel for just a pack of instant noodles." Lu Chun was speechless. Good heavens, even in the apocalypse, there were still simps. No. To put it another way, even in the apocalypse, the survival rate of simps was this high, even higher than that of the so-called saints. These people were willing to give up their entire stash just to hear a school bowtie's voice message. But this also proved from another angle that no matter how the world changed, beautiful women remained a crucial primary productive force. Well done. Lu Chun didn't hold back his praise, planting a firm kiss on each of the two women. Since the materials were all gathered, what was there to wait for? Lu Chun stood up, his gaze burning as he looked at the central control panel of the shelter. System. Lu Chun took a deep breath. Consume materials. Upgrade the shelter. Whoosh. With Lu Chun's command, the entire shelter erupted into a violent tremor. Hundreds of pounds of refined steel and rare wood on the ground transformed into streams of light that merged into the walls. The original wooden stone structure was quickly covered by a deep black alloy skin, the area of the house expanding outward by an entire circle and the ceiling height becoming more spacious. 5 minutes later, the transformation was complete. Ding. Congratulations. Your shelter has been upgraded to LV6. All attributes 2. Unlocked core function facility upgrade module. New function facility upgrade. Description: you can now consume materials and energy crystals to enchant and strengthen existing basic furniture facilities within the shelter. Acquired defense item Exorcist wind chimes green. Effect: hang under the eaves. When a rank or lower eerie malicious creatures approach within 50 meters, it emits a clear chime and inflicts slight deterrence and reveals them slowing weakening. Note: if encountering drank or higher existence, the wind chimes will lose their effect and sound an alarm. Next upgrade requirement: LV7 refined steel 2000, tempered glass 1500, electronic components 500, rare wood 5000, primary energy crystal 30, intermediate energy crystal 3. Facility upgrade module. His gaze instinctively fell on the shelter's door. LV6 door can withstand attacks from LV5 or below frank monsters or eerie beings. Current evolvable branches. 1. Blazing furnace door blue. Consumption refined steel 20, fire element fragment 5 can be substituted with fire type crystal. Effect: the door surface maintains a high temperature at all times. When forced entry is attempted, it sprays a fan-shaped flame up to 1000 C, dealing continuous burning damage to enemies within a 5-meter range, and has a chance to ignite the target. Evaluation: come on, embrace the warmth. 2. Dawn holy radiance door blue. Consumption refined steel 20, light element fragment 5 can be substituted with fluorescent grass glowstone. Effect: the door is engraved with a dawn rune. When malicious intrusion is detected, the door gap and peephole emit a high-intensity, simulated sunlight, dealing massive purifying damage to invading creatures and blinding them. Evaluation: it is the bane of all dark creatures. Though it deals no physical damage, it is exceptionally effective against ghosts and monsters. 3. Thunder Surge High Voltage Door Blue. Consumption: refined steel, 20 electronic components, 10 thunder element fragment 5, can be charged with ordinary electricity. Effect: the door is electrified and covered in a high voltage grid. Anyone who touches it without the host's permission will instantly suffer a high voltage electric shock, triggering paralysis and stiffness, with a 30% chance of directly paralyzing the nervous system of errant creatures. Evaluation: Professor Yang's masterpiece, specially designed to cure all kinds of disobedience. Lu Chen looked at the 3 options and stroked his chin. The blazing door deals high damage, the Thunder Surge door provides strong control, and the Dawn door counters ghosts. Upgrading requires refined steel and elemental fragments. I have plenty of refined steel for now, and as for elemental fragments, I've obtained some from killing various mutant creatures before, but I haven't encountered the fire, light, or thunder elemental fragments yet. But there was no hurry for now. They'll leave it for now and upgrade later when the situation calls for it. Lu Chen closed the panel and swept his gaze over the other furniture in the room. Whether it was the fireplace, the sofa, or the walls, each had its own evolution branch. Seeing this, a glint of sharp light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Give a man a fish, and you feed him for a day. I teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. This ability to customize and strengthen every piece of furniture had a higher ceiling. Immediately afterward, he hung the newly acquired demon-repelling wind chime under the eaves. The chime swayed gently in the breeze, producing a pleasant tinkling sound that added a sense of security to this silent sanctuary. At 8 in the evening, there were still 4 hours until the deep night's terror descended. At this moment, the regional chat channel grew oppressive once more. As the night deepened, everyone sensed an unusual chill. None were fools. Yesterday's monsters were only frank, and given the nature of this apocalyptic game, tonight's difficulty was bound to skyrocket. Passerby: A Shun Wancho Goddess Shun. Are you there? Please say something. Passerby B: Yes, Goddess Shun. Thanks to your tip last night about using earplugs, I survived the monster. You saved my life. A certain boss Shun Wancho. Miss Shun, can you reveal tonight's horror? Ill trade, 10 loaves of bread for the info. Amid the clamor, a familiar ID finally appeared in the regional chat channel. Shin Wancho did not reply immediately, but fell silent for a moment, as if making some arduous observation. A minute later, a message popped up. Shin Wancho: tonight's monster is called the Night Reaper. Shin Wancho level LV. 5 Oranki. Quantity: 3 per shelter. This message instantly set the group ablaze. What the hell? LV. 5. And a rank. Yesterday was only around LV. 3. All frank horrors. And we have to fight 3. Only LV. 4. How can we fight this? We're doomed. Shin Wancho: there's only one way to survive. Hide. Shin Wancho: these monsters have extremely acute hearing and a keen sense of smell, but their vision is severely degraded. Shin Wancho: seal all doors and windows, make no sound control, even your breathing, extinguish all light sources, and never try to fight outside. Shin Wancho: but this only increases your chances of survival. Before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, her next message chilled countless hearts. Shin Wancho: the most deadly point is that the Night Reaper has a wooden wall demolition trait. Shin Wancho: if your shelter hasn't reached LV. For, meaning it lacks stone-reinforced walls, they will tear through your wooden walls and break in. Shin Wancho: those without LV. For shelters. Tonight it's 9 chances of death to 1 of life. Instantly, the entire channel was filled with lamentation. Many survivors still struggling at LV. 3 shelters completely broke down, and some even began cursing frantically in the group to vent their despair. Amidst the wails, someone tremblingly asked Goddess Shin, "What if we don't hide? If we're discovered, how do we kill them? Where are their weaknesses?" This time Shin Wancho did not reply in the group, because for the vast majority, knowing the weakness was useless. An rank horror was simply not something a human could defeat. Moreover, such core intelligence regarding rewards had its value. However, inside Lu Chen's shelter, Lu Chen watched the group messages calmly, taking a sip of the hot coffee Su Qinghua handed him. LV. 5 A rank only 3. 3 means only 3 energy crystals. What good is that for anyone? Lu Chen had initially wanted to add, why not send a few dozen more? Who are you underestimating? But fearing the system might have a will of its own and increase the difficulty, he refrained. He then glanced at his LV. 6 shelter walls, his heart as steady as a mountain. The horror's weakness. Ding dong. Lu Chen's private chat interface suddenly flickered. The sender was none other than Shin Wancho. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. This woman with her strength crisis premonition ability had sought him out on her own. Lu Chen, do you need the method to kill the Night Reaper? I know you're strong and always topping the charts. You won't be content hiding like a turtle. The experience and drops from these 3 monsters are substantial. Lu Chen curled his lips and replied, name your price. I need 200 wood, 100 dry grass, and 100 clay. This is part of the materials to upgrade to LV. For shelter, I've already hoarded half and short the other half. If I can't reach LV for tonight, I probably won't survive the siege of 3 rank monsters. Wood, stone, dry grass. Lu Chen glanced at his warehouse, which had a plentiful reserve of these basic materials. Through selling drinkable warm water over the past few days, his shelter had gathered a considerable amount of basic supplies. These were now easy for him to obtain, even trivial. But if he could trade them for Shun Wanqia's intelligence, allowing him to harvest experience more efficiently and safely tonight, and secure the first kill achievement chest by taking down the monsters first, it would be a very worthwhile deal. System notification: you have traded 200 wood, 100 dry grass, 100 clay, 1 warm sunshine Americano, and 1 healing latte to Shun Wanqia. Trade successful. Beyond the required materials, Lu Chen also threw in one of each coffee the maid cafe shelter could currently make. The coffee had been prepared that afternoon by Lin Qingxue and Su Qingyue during their break. Besides what was sent to Shun Wanqia, the shelter still had 3 portions of each coffee. Lu Chen's reasoning was simple: for an elite talent like Shun Wanqia, he would help whenever possible. He aimed to boost her favorability, first making it easier to contract her later. However, someone with Strength Crisis Premonition ability who had been a female CEO on Blue Star surely had high standards. Contracting her as a maid would be quite challenging. For now, he would slowly raise her favor. Treat it like a dating sim raising game. When Shun Wanqia encountered an insurmountable problem and had to seek outside help, he would offer timely aid and easily win her over then. Wouldn't that be even more perfect? After Lu Chen sent the trade, the other party seemed surprised by his straightforwardness. He hadn't even haggled, and had even thrown in precious finished coffee. Moments later, Shun Wanqia sent a detailed weakness analysis. Shun Wanqia, the Night Reaper, is also a spectral entity. Ordinary swords, bullets, or even fire pass right through their bodies, causing no real damage. That's why I didn't mention it in the group. Ordinary people simply can't kill them. Shun Wanqia: to kill them, 2 conditions must be met. First, a special weapon capable of targeting spectral beings. Though such weapons should be very rare, and I've heard of none so far. Second, a special item that can force a spirit to materialize. Shun Wanqia: additionally, they fear intense light. Strong light can't harm them, but it causes brief paralysis. If you can make them materialize, use intense light to paralyze them, and then strike with a spectral weapon, you might have a chance to kill them. Shun Wanqia: good luck surviving tonight. Physical immunity requires forced manifestation, and intense light can induce stiffness. As well as the most troublesome category, anomalous weapons. Lu Chen read these words, a playful smile curling on his lips. No wonder you said ordinary people can only hide. Only the anomalous can counter the anomalous. For those without anomalous weapons, this is indeed an inescapable dead end. But Lu Chen was different. He instinctively raised his head, glancing at the bronze wind chime hanging under the eaves, then at his left hand etched with eerie patterns. Exorcism: wind chime green effect. When anomalies of a rank or lower approach the chime's sound, can deter and manifest them. Glutton's left hand purple effect enables direct touch attack and devouring of all spiritual entities. For forced manifestation, I have the wind chime. For stiffness, I have the spirit-powered flashlight. For mental attacks and enchanted weapons, I have the Glutton's left hand plus strength psychic mastery. Aren't I just a walking cheat? Qingxue, prepare the flashlights. Lu Chen stood up, flexing his left wrist. Tonight we want just hide from the anomalous creatures, while actively hunt them. Meanwhile, in another shelter. The room was dim, lit only by a candle nearing its end. Shun Wanqia stared at the 2 steaming cups of coffee newly added to the trading panel, then at the half of the upgrade materials she had just received. A flicker of disbelief crossed her cool, clear eyes. Sunny Americano refined upon consumption, the body generates continuous heat, granting cold resistance LV. 1. Withstands an additional 30 C for 2 hours. Healing latte refined upon consumption instantly restores 10 of lost health, alleviates mild fatigue, and slowly restores 10 sanity. Note: special coffee has a shelf life of 7 days, maintaining a temperature of 45 C during that period, after which it adjusts to the ambient temperature. Even coffee, such a luxury exists, and it's a special item that can restore sanity. Shun Wanqia held the warm coffee, a glint of surprise in her eyes. Feeling the warmth in her palms, the icy defenses she had built against the apocalypse seemed to thaw slightly. In this end times, there are still such generous people. And this coffee is absolutely crucial to me. Auntie, time to eat. Just then a crisp, melodious voice shattered her reverie. A young girl with a high ponytail approached, carrying 2 bowls of steaming noodle soup. The girl, around 17 or 18, had grown more radiant, her features bearing a resemblance to Shun Wanqia's. If Shun Wanqia was an elegant, mature orchid, this girl was a vibrant, youthful daisy. It smells wonderful. Shun Wanqia felt a warmth in her heart as she watched her busy niece. Seeing such a lively smile in this hellish apocalypse was her greatest motivation to live. Don't rush to eat yet. Shun Wanqia set down her coffee, strode to the control panel, and poured in the materials she had just traded for. Let me upgrade the shelter to LV. For first. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. LV. 4. Annie, weren't we still missing half the materials? How did you gather them so quickly? Shun Wanqia glanced at Lu Chen's avatar on the chat panel and said softly, Lu Chen traded them to me. Wow. Big shot, Lu Chen. The girl's eyes lit up and she excitedly shook her little fist. The legend who got the server-wide announcement for being the first in our zone shelter. I heard he's incredibly strong, cool, and handsome. I never thought he'd be so easygoing. And he gave us so many urgently needed materials. Big Shot is such a good person. Shin Wonki's lips curled into a smile as she nodded in agreement. Indeed. A good person who's hard to fathom. As the shelter's upgrade light flared, the walls were reinforced. The girl sighed in relief and patted her chest. Great, with the reinforced stone walls, we should survive tonight. Andy, I heard in the group chat that many people will die tonight. Even with your strength talent, we're struggling. Others must have it much harder. Her excitement faded, replaced by worry and self-blame. It's all my fault, Annie. My fever these past days made you focus on me slowing down our shelter's upgrade. Otherwise would have reached LV for long ago. My biggest wish in this apocalypse is just to eat, well, stay warm, and sleep peacefully with you every night. Shinwaki's heart ached. She ruffled her niece's hair and said softly, don't worry. As long as Auntie is here, I won't let any harm come to you. The girl nodded firmly, clenching her fists to boost her morale. Auntie will work hard too. I can fight mutated beasts and kill zombies myself. I'm already LV. 3. Shun Wanshio smiled, but when she turned away, deep worry lurked in her eyes. It was only the 4th day. Could a mere LV for Stonewall truly withstand the increasingly powerful monsters ahead? And if the day came when I couldn't even protect you, what would I do? Deep at midnight, a blizzard howled. All survivors trembled in the dark, not daring to breathe. Only Lu Chen's shelter remained brightly lit. Suddenly, as he lounged on the sofa in the main hall enjoying a massage from the 2 women, the exorcism wind chime under the eaves rang out urgently. They're here. Lin Xingxue and Su Qinghua instantly snapped into combat mode, taking positions by the windows. With 3 bone-chilling roars, 3 massive shadows burst from the mist. They were nearly 3 meters tall, moving on all 4s, bodies covered in pitch-black bony armor. Their front claws were razor-sharp, leaving deep gouges in the snow, with every step accompanied by a grating screech. Night Reaper LV. 5 a rank. They had been charging straight for the shelter's door. But the moment they entered the 50-meter range, a series of urgent chime sounds from the eaves turned into invisible soundwave ripples, crashing fiercely into them. The 3 monsters' ethereal forms shuddered violently, letting out agonized shrieks. The black mist surrounding them dissipated as if meeting its bane, forcing them to reveal their solid pitch-black bony armor. Since you've shown yourselves, don't bother leaving. The door burst open. Lu Chen stood at the entrance, flanked by the 2 women. Seeing their prey appear, the 3 monsters roared excitedly and pounced simultaneously. Their speed and oppressive aura far surpassed any monster from the previous day. An ordinary person would have been torn apart in an instant. But Lu Chun was prepared. Lights on. Su Qingyue and Lin Xingxue simultaneously activated their high-intensity flashlights and spirit-powered flashlights. 2 blinding beams shot straight into the monster's eyes. As Shun Wanshio had said, these creatures, long accustomed to darkness, let out piercing screams under the intense light. Their swift pouncing attacks were thrown into violent stiffness, and they stumbled around, blindly covering their eyes. Now, a sharp glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Xingxue. Lin Xingxue responded swiftly, shopkeeper, your orders. Go fill the bathtub in the shower room with water. He'll be right back. Fill the bathtub. Lin Xingxue was momentarily puzzled, not understanding Lu Chen's intention. But the next moment, she saw him step outside the shelter, donning a pair of human-skin gloves on his left hand. The howling wind outside seemed to echo the gloves' wails. Lu Chun continued, after I slay these 3 anomalies, I want to soak in a hot bath to unwind. He was enough on his own. A ghostly blue light flickered in his pupils. Strength, skill, psychic mastery. 3 massive invisible hands materialized behind Lu Chun, crashing down on the Night Reapers. Now, anomalies, look at me. I command you all to kneel. Boom. Psychic power erupted instantly. 3 invisible hands of telekinetic force descended from the heavens, each wielding roughly 500 kilograms of might, slamming fiercely onto the 3 Night Reapers. Crack! The ground groaned and crumbled beneath the impact. The 3 three-turtle beasts were forcibly pinned into the snow by Lu Chen, utterly immobile. They thrashed wildly, but beneath the triple suppression of the strength, skill, the exorcist wind chime, and the flashlight, they could not rise. Excellent. Lu Chen glanced at his attribute panel. When he simultaneously attacked all 3 Night Reapers with his psychic power, his sanity value dropped at roughly 1 point per second. That meant with a full sanity bar, he could sustain a full power eruption of his psychic dominion for about 4 minutes. Now let's make this quick. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Lu Chen's lips. In a flash, he appeared before the most robust of the 3 Night Reapers. Psychic Crush. Psychic power released at full capacity. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying gravitational force descended upon this Night Reaper, causing the ground beneath its colossal frame to collapse further. Lu Chen slowly raised his left hand, whispering to the dark pattern on its back. Dinner time, you glutton. The black tattoo on the back of his hand seemed to catch the scent of a supreme delicacy, instantly surging forth from his skin, transforming into a massive ethereal maw lined with razor-sharp teeth and dripping with black saliva. The left hand of the glutton, the tyrant's grip. His left hand shot out, clamping directly onto the monster's head. Die. Crunch. Without any resistance, the Night Reaper's incredibly hard black bone armor shattered like a brittle biscuit before the left hand of the glutton. Then a terrifying suction force erupted. The monster's massive body shriveled in an instant, its flesh and blood forcibly devoured by Lu Chen's left hand. And now for you two. Lu Chen turned, looking at the other two monsters still pinned to the ground by his psychic power. In that instant, Lu Chen seemed to catch a glimmer of fear within the originally vacant and brutal eyes of these two aberrant creatures. Oh, interesting. So you aberrations aren't merely emotionless killing machines after all. As Lu Chen drew closer to the two aberrations, he watched them tremble and try to retreat, a look of keen interest dawning in his eyes. So you too can feel fear. Thud, thud. Two dull thuds rang out. The remaining two Night Reapers were likewise slain by the left hand of the glutton. Two translucent, ethereal black shadows floated in midair. From the opening of the door to the end, barely 2 minutes had passed. The three rank aberrations that had plunged all the survivors in the district into despair couldn't even last a single round against Lu Chen. Ding. Killed LV. 5 Night Reaper 3 Combat EXP 360. Obtained Hardbone Armor 3. Obtained Medium Energy Crystal 3. Then a golden special notification box abruptly materialized before Lu Chen's eyes. First clear announcement for the entire zone. Congratulations, Survivor Lu Chen. You have annihilated the fourth wave of the Dark Surge in an astonishing time, 1 minute 31 seconds. Detected. You are the first clearer in Zone C0372. Congratulations on receiving the unique achievement reward Silver Treasure, Chest 1. Another first clear reward, a Silver Treasure Chest. Pity it's not a targeted box for aberration items this time. Lu Chen looked at the system notification and nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. Meanwhile, after the flesh of the three aberrations was completely devoured, 3 translucent, ethereal shadows materialized out of thin air. They were a pale gold, retaining the form of the Night Reapers, standing like statues. So these are the souls of aberrations. Lu Chen was about to examine them. Suddenly, buzz. His left hand began to tremble violently, uncontrollably. The ethereal maw of the left hand of the glutton dripped with foul crimson saliva. Without Lu Chen's command, it forcibly dragged his arm, lunging toward the 3 souls. Hungry, hungry, hungry. A wave of greedy, ravenous intent crashed into Lu Chen's mind. Eat. Devour. All mine. It sought to usurp control. How dare you? Lu Chen's eyes turned icy. He barked, without my command, without my say-so, you do not eat. But this was merely a piece of living purple equipment. Tempted by the promise of evolution, it clearly had no intention of obeying its master, continuing its frenzied attempt to devour. You asked for it. With a cold snort, Lu Chen's mind stirred, and his right hand instantly retrieved a gleaming golden item from his spatial backpack. Legendary item, Evil Repelling Candlestick Gold. Boom. A divine golden radiance instantly illuminated the dark, snowy night. Before this absolute golden rule force, representing the ultimate warding of evil, the formerly uncontrollable left hand of the glutton cowered like a mouse before its natural predator. The ethereal maw instantly retracted beneath Lu Chen's skin, reverting to a black tattoo. It even trembled slightly, as if whimpering for mercy. Behaving now. Seeing his goal achieved, Lu Chen put away the candlestick. For equipment possessing self-awareness, one must apply both kindness and authority, lest it eventually turn on its master. After subduing his left hand, Lu Chen attempted to use the system's collection function. Swish! The 3 ethereal black shadows vanished instantly. Item: Night Reaper's Residual Soul, A rank. Description: Pure soul energy left behind after an aberration is killed. An excellent material for certain evil equipment or sacrificial rituals, or perhaps has other uses. It can be collected after all. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then retrieved a wisp of residual soul from his backpack and brought it to his left hand. Alright, stop pretending. This one's for you. The rest, I'll keep in reserve. He recalled the left hand of the glutton's side effect: it must consume the soul of an aberration daily, or it would turn on its master. Though he had the evil repelling candlestick, Lu Chen couldn't be certain that defying this rule wouldn't cause the left hand to rebel. Since he had an ample supply of aberration souls, he wasn't about to tempt fate. With Lu Chen's permission, the tattoo on the back of his hand cautiously split open a crack like an obedient child and gulped down the soul in one bite. Devoured, A rank LV. 5 Night Reaper's Residual Soul, receiving nourishment. Your psychic power cap has increased by 1. Oh, another point of psychic power. An unexpected bonus. Lu Chen was in high spirits. Shinwankius intel was right. These aberrations are immune to physical attacks. They are indeed troublesome. If it weren't for the exorcist wind chime, the left hand of the glutton, and my strength psychic power, even with the intel tonight, would have been a brutal battle. He stood at the doorway, gazing at the pitch-black night around him, and the faint cries and banging sounds carried from afar by the wind and snow. I had my fun, but after tonight the population of District C will probably be cut in half. Meanwhile, in every corner of Sector C, as Lu Chun had predicted, this night was a nightmare for countless souls. Even with Shun Wonkia's guidance, most could only barely cling to survival. Inside a certain level 3 shelter, a man clamped his hand over his mouth, curling his body into the shadows beneath the bed. Cold sweat dripped from the tip of his nose onto the dusty floor. From outside the door came the relentless scratching of claws. The talons of 3 night reapers were tearing through the shelter's fragile wooden walls like cardboard. "Don't come in. Please don't come in." He prayed fervently in his heart, tears streaming silently. Suddenly the tearing sounds ceased. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the howling wind and snow. Are they gone? His heart pounded wildly. He held his breath in the darkness for a moment longer, then waited a full 5 minutes. Sensing no movement is taut, nerves finally relaxed slightly. Driven by a fierce will to survive, he felt compelled to check the situation outside. Cautiously like a mouse, he inched his body out from under the bed. Slowly trembling, he poked half his head over the edge of the mattress and peered toward the door. The doorway was empty. Though the wall had a hole, there was no sign of the monsters. Phew. He was about to exhale in relief. Drip. A thick, foul-smelling liquid suddenly dripped onto the bridge of his nose. His body went rigid, his pupils contracted. Mechanically, he tilted his head upward to look above him. There, hanging upside down from the bedboard above his head, were 3 monstrous, hideous heads covered in black, bony spines. Their grayish-white dead eyes were less than 5 centimeters from his face. Their mouths split open to their ears, dripping stinking saliva, as if mocking his foolishness. Splurt. The brief scream was instantly swallowed by the sound of tearing flesh. Warm blood sprayed like a fountain onto a poster of a once famous girl group from blue stars splattering across the wall and staining their sweet smiles into a ghastly, terrifying sight. Then the cramped room filled with the bone-chilling sounds of chewing and the crunch of bones being crushed. At another level 4 shelter, though the stone walls withstood the monsters tearing, 3 errant creatures had been violently battering them all night long. Thump, thump, thump. Each impact was like a death knell. System warning: shelter durability has dropped drastically. Current durability remaining 7. The owner stared at the crumbling, crack-ridden walls, his face ashen. He collapsed to the floor, limp. I survived. But my shelter is about to collapse. Repairing this wall needs at least 500 units of wood and 200 units of stone. Where am I supposed to find that many resources? What about tomorrow night? Despair like the swirling snowstorm shrouded the entire Sector C. The scene returned to Zone C0372. Inside Lu Chen's shelter. Compared to the hellish landscape outside, this place was paradise. In the hall, a fireplace blazed with warm red flames, dispelling all chill and bringing a reassuring tranquility. Lu Chen closed the heavy alloy door, completely shutting out the mournful wind and snow outside. He turned to face 2 pairs of beautiful eyes filled with adoration and admiration. Store manager, you're so strong. Su Qingyu's face was flushed, her breathing slightly rapid. Her mind was filled with the image of Lu Chun slaughtering the monsters like a demon god moments ago. That absolute sense of power was the most potent aphrodisiac for a woman starved of security in the apocalypse. She felt her legs grow weak, almost unable to stand. What? Didn't get enough of the show? Lu Chun chuckled, stepping forward. Naturally and domineeringly, he reached out and pulled the 2 stunning campus beauties into his arms, one with each hand. Having just been through a brutal fight, though uninjured, Lu Chun inevitably bore the stench of monster blood and the chill of the outside storm. The 2 warm, soft bodies in his arms exuded a pleasant fragrance, instantly relaxing his tense nerves. I worked up a bit of a sweat from the fight, feels sticky. Lu Chun lowered his head, leaning close to Lin Qingsu's translucent earlobe. His warm breath made her sensitive neck shrink back. Xingxue, before the battle, I asked you to run a bath in the 2nd floor bathroom. The water should be ready, right? Lin Qingsu's body trembled slightly. Sensing the aggressively scorching aura naturally emanating from Lu Chun, her usually cool and aloof face flushed crimson. Her voice turned soft and syrupy. It's ready, store manager. Good. A mischievous smile curled at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. He tightened his arms, slightly pulling the 2 girls by their slender waists toward the stairs. Bathing alone is too boring. Besides, I've expended quite a bit of mental energy and my head's still spinning. He spouted nonsense with a straight face. If I wash by myself, I might fall asleep in the tub and drown. For your store manager's safety. Wait, you two. To prevent any accidents in my weakened state, it's not too much to ask for your help, is it? The store manager weakened. The 2 girls looked at Lu Chen's sly grin, thinking to themselves how wicked he was. If the store manager could be weak, then every man in the world would be impotent. Of course it's not too much. Su Qingyu's eyes shimmered at his words. Her alluring peach blossom eyes seemed to drip with moisture, and her willowy boneless waist pressed tightly against Lu Chen's chest. She actively snuggled closer to his chest, her slender fair fingers lightly scratching his chest. Her voice was enchantingly seductive. The store manager worked so hard just now protecting us all. Qingwei will definitely need away every inch of fatigue from your body. She deliberately emphasized the words, every inch, her meaning unmistakable. Beside her, Lin Qingxue, though shy, silently leaned against Lu Chen's shoulder. She didn't refuse, tacitly consenting to the impending impropriety. However, when Su Qingwei saw the blush on Lin Qingxue's face, a hint of mischief flashed in her eyes. Qingxue, what's wrong? You don't seem very enthusiastic. Don't you want to help the store manager bathe? Huh? Suddenly called out by her senior. Lin Qingxue let out a confused sound. Then, noticing both Su Qingwei and Lu Chen's gazes on her, her face turned even redder as she stammered. No, it's not that. Helping the store manager. I am very willing. But as if afraid Lu Chen might be displeased with her reaction, she quickly added, her tone firming up. Being able to help the store manager, Qingxue feels she's the happiest woman in the world. Watching Lin Qingxue's shy, timid, and submissive demeanor, Lu Chen let out a hearty laugh, his mood soaring. He knew Lin Qingxue was simply reserved by nature, a bit introverted, and not good at expressing her feelings. Forced by Su Qingwei to declare herself the happiest woman in the world, she was clearly flustered. Come on, time for a bath. Lu Chen gave Su Qingwei a firm smack on her rear as punishment for teasing her companion. But it seemed ineffective, instead making Su Qingwei shiver all over, as if she had been rewarded. Qingwei, what is it, store manager? You're so good at dancing. Teaching Qingxue some simple skills shouldn't be a problem, right? I've seen a dancing swan, but I've never seen a dancing white tiger. Store manager, you're so wicked. Oh, stop it, store manager, senior sister. You two are so wicked. The next day at dawn, when the faint sunlight pierced through the thick mist and spilled onto the scarred earth, a cold system notification rang in the minds of all survivors. Congratulations, survivors. You have successfully lived until the 5th day of the first survival trial. Today's weather: heavy snow turning into blizzard, temperature 32°C. Current survivors in zone C03723512. Inside the shelter, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes and sat up from the luxurious bed that could hold 4 people. Beside him, Su Qingwei and Lin Qingxue were still fast asleep, their bodies marked with red traces from the wild night before. Lu Chen did not wake them. He got up, dressed, and walked to the window. He opened the zone chat channel. The number on the screen made his eyes narrow. 3512 people. Lu Chen remembered clearly that yesterday evening the number was still over 5000. Just one night, and 1500 people died. Such was the cruelty of the apocalypse. The difficulty spike on the 4th night was too immense. 4 ordinary people without a level 4 shelter or special means last night was a massacre. The chat group, once bustling, now lay in dead silence, punctuated only by sporadic desperate pleas for help. I want to go home. I don't want to play anymore. Sob. Does anyone have wood? Please give me some wood. My wall is broken, or if I don't fix it tonight I'm dead. He'll trade my gold watch. A Rolex. It was worth hundreds of thousands before. Just for 2 pieces of bread. Please. Lu Chen closed the chat group and opened his private messages. Over 999 notifications popped up instantly. He randomly opened a few, and the screen was filled with shocking explicit photos. In recent days, Lu Chen had occasionally posted recruitment messages for beautiful assistants in the zone chat group, and he even had Su Qingwei and Lin Qingxue do the same. Unfortunately, there seemed to be few women in zone C0372 with a comprehensive score above 90. As a result, Lu Chen's private messages kept flooding in, but none were satisfactory. Brother Lu Chen, look at me. I majored in art. Oh, many people pursued me before. If you take me in, I'll do anything. Big shot, I can cook and warm your bed. Hey, erase my photo. Please save me, my wall has collapsed, and it's so cold. However, looking at the photos of women who might once have been glamorous, but were now disheveled, hollow-eyed with broken walls in the background, Lu Chen felt nothing but boredom. He didn't even have the desire to save them. In this apocalypse where even dignity had become a luxury, such cheap self-sale could not stir any pity, only a sense of sorrow. Just then there was movement from the bed behind him. Su Qingwei rubbed her sleepy eyes awake, picked up her phone from the bedside, glanced at it, and let out a complex sigh. What's wrong? Lu Chen turned back and asked. Boss. Su Qingwei slipped into a silk robe, walked over to Lu Chen, and handed him her phone screen. A former classmate privately messaged me. Her name is Chen Xiaoyu. From what I remember, she was a very conservative and introverted girl. Back in school, she wore long sleeves and pants, even in summer, hid in corners when going to the public bath, and blushed just talking to us. Su Qingwei paused, her tone wistful. But just now, she sent me a set of nude photos. She said she'd be willing to join the shelter, just to be a toy for you to vin on. Even if that's all. Name Chen Xiaoyu, comprehensive score 68. The score was too low. Lu Chen glanced at the screen, without speaking, simply pulling Su Qingwei gently by the shoulder. This is the apocalypse. To survive, humanity is the easiest thing to be tested. Turn her down. Our shelter doesn't support idlers, nor does it accept people whose mental defenses have already collapsed. MMI no. Su Qingwei nodded obediently. Though she felt a little reluctant, she knew better than to disobey Lu Chen, lest everything she had now vanish. All right, don't dwell on unhappy things. Lu Chen patted the back of her hand and turned to look at the center of the bedroom. There quietly floating were the rewards from last night's battle: 1 silver achievement chest, and 3 green chests dropped from the slain aberrations. Come on, let's see what luck today brings. Lu Chun rubbed his hands together and casually opened the 3 green chests first. Open green chest X3. Obtained compressed biscuits X 10 boxes. Obtained AD calcium milk, 220 milliliters, X 10 boxes, 24 bottles per box. Obtained medical bandage X 5 rolls. Obtained refined steel X 20. Obtained blueprint simple animal trap green. All basic supplies. Lu Chun was not too surprised. He casually stored these items in his inventory. He had grown somewhat indifferent to supplies at this level, but they remained hard currency on the trading market. These days, by selling drinkable hot water, Lu Chun had already amassed a large variety of food and upgrade materials. While others might still be struggling for food or water, Lu Chun now enjoyed freedom in eating and drinking, even able to choose different foods and beverages. He turned his gaze to the silver chest. Lady Luck, though you're sleeping, borrowing a bit of your fortune shouldn't be too much, right? Lu Chun glanced back at Lin Qingxue, who was still sound asleep. He pinched her small hand, lightly smiled, took a deep breath, and flipped open the lid of the silver chest. Whoosh! A silver light flashed. Congratulations. Open silver chest. Obtain the following items: equipment, obsidian mind calming ring, purple item, basic combat puppet, blue special item, space expansion stone, blue X3, a purple item. And it's an accessory. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. In the game settings of the apocalypse, he had crossed into accessories like rings and necklaces, always had the lowest drop rates, but the highest value. He eagerly picked up the pitch black ring. The ring felt cold to the touch, its material like jade, yet not jade, engraved with a circle of obscure silver runes. Just holding it, Lu Chun felt his previously restless mind instantly cool down. Item name: obsidian mind calming ring, purple slot finger. Description: this ring, crafted from abyssal obsidian, once belonged to a mad mage who used it to suppress his crumbling psyche. Attribute: spirit, 5 passive skill, calm mind. When worn, the mind remains absolutely clear. Greatly immunizes against rank and below mental contamination. Sanity deduction when facing aberrations is halved or nullified. Sanity recovery rate greatly increased, automatically recovers 1 point of sanity per minute. Active skill: mind tide, activates the mental tide within the ring, instantly restoring 50 of the wearer's maximum sanity. Cooldown 24 hours. Divine artifact. After reading the attributes, Lu Chun couldn't help but exclaim. This was a godsend for him. He knew that his biggest weakness was insufficient mental strength. Although this level skill telekinesis mastery possessed terrifying power, its consumption was immense, and the glutton's left hand was an insatiable abyss that devoured everything, relentlessly draining his nerves every time it was used. In the battle last night, just a minute and a half had cost him dozens of points of sanity. But now, with this ring passively regaining 1 point per minute, meant 60 points per hour. What did this signify? It meant that unless he was in a high-intensity fight where sanity was deducted by the second, his sanity could almost achieve a balance between income and expenditure. Even in emergencies, when sanity dropped dangerously low, he could use a spiritual tide to instantly restore half of it. With this thing, it'll be like a perpetual motion machine outside. I can freely use my telekinesis, even try to maintain sustained flight with it. Without hesitation, Lu Chun slipped the obsidian mind-calming ring onto the index finger of his left hand. A cool stream of air instantly surged through his finger into his mind. The lingering fatigue from last night's battle and indulgence vanished in an instant, leaving him refreshed and with a noticeably quicker mental response. After calming his excitement, Lu Chun examined the remaining 2 blue items. Item: basic combat doll, rarity rare, blue function. After injecting energy, it can enlarge to the size of a normal person, possessing level LV. 5 basic combat power, wielding an alloy shield and a longsword. Traits: tireless, pain, immune, absolutely loyal. Usage: it is the perfect night watchman, porter, and expendable scout for dangerous areas. Special item: space expansion stone, 3 effect. After use, your system backpack grid increases by 10. An expendable scout and backpack expansion, both practical items. Lu Chun nodded with satisfaction. From now on, when encountering unknown caves or sinister factories, he wouldn't have to risk his own body to probe. He could just send the doll ahead. As for the expansion stones, they came at the perfect time. The backpacks of Lu Chun and his 2 companions had been running out of space recently, so each of them could take one. Just as Lu Chun finished sorting through the loot, a soft whimper came from the messy bed beside him. Lin Qingxue's silvery white hair cascaded like a waterfall over the pillow. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and struggled to prop up her sore body. As the silk quilt slipped off, it revealed her fair snow-white shoulders and delicate collarbone. Her fair skin was dotted with faint red marks and bite marks like scattered plum blossoms in the snow. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw Lu Chun and Su Qingwei sitting by the bed. In a flash, the wild and crazy scenes from last night flooded her mind. The sound of water in the bathroom, the cries in the bedroom. And finally herself, completely losing her cold and reserved demeanor, softening into a pool of water. Her usually cool temperament now felt like a lit powder keg, shame overwhelming her. Her pretty face, and even her neck, flushed crimson. Oh my God, how could I have been so? Shameless last night. Lin Qingxue bit her lip, pulling the quilt up to cover half her face, leaving only her watery eyes peeking out to steal a glance at Lu Chun. Although her body ached and she wished she could crawl into a hole out of shame, seeing Lu Chen's figure, she felt an unprecedented sense of security and sweetness. Just then Lu Chen seemed to sense the gaze behind him and turned around. Seeing Lin Qingxue wrapped up like a silkworm, he smiled and naturally reached out to tidy her messy hair. Awake. Not going to sleep a bit more? No, I'm not sleeping. Lin Qingxue's voice was soft, and her gaze suddenly caught the black ring on Lu Chen's left hand, emitting a faint purple glow. She could feel a special aura from the ring that calmed the mind. Even as she approached, the earlier panic and shyness subsided. Store owner. This ring is beautiful. Was it also looted just now? It's from the silver chest we just opened. Lu Chun was in a good mood, shaking his left hand with a smile. This is the core item for our future exploration of the unknown world. With it, my mental energy will be endless. When I take you two flying later, it'll be more sustainable. Hearing the word sustainable, Lin Qingxue's blush, which hadn't faded, flared up again. She subconsciously felt her body heat up thinking of Lu Chen's impressive endurance. Shyly, she buried her face in the pillow, her voice barely a whisper. Store owner. You're so bad. Even Su Qingyue couldn't help but lightly punch Lu Chen, chiding him. Store owner, you're bullying Sister Qingxue. So early in the morning. Huh. Lu Chen laughed heartily and stopped teasing them. He distributed the 3 space expansion stones. Alright, let's get down to business. He handed one to Lin Qingxue, another to Su Qingyue beside him, and kept one for himself. These stones, each of you get one. Using them will increase your backpack grid by 10. Then Lu Chen stood up, looked out the window at the still gloomy sky, and a glint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Hurry up and wash up, eat breakfast. We have a new mission today. Just as Lu Chen reached out, intending to pinch the 2 girls' soft cheeks to urge them out of bed, his movement suddenly froze in midair. The mischievous grin on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a look of surprise and curiosity. Store owner. What's wrong? Su Qingyue, perceptive as ever, immediately noticed Lu Chen's odd behavior. Ignoring her own soreness, she quickly propped herself up, leaning close to Lu Chun, and asked with concern. Lin Qingxue also nervously clutched the quilt corner. Is there a monster attack again? No, not a monster. Lu Chun shook his head slightly, his gaze fixed on the personal system panel, only he could see his expression turning strange. It's some mysterious figure who pulled me into a strange group chat. A strange group chat? Lin Qingxue was also curious. Is it like the group our class monitor created last time? Lu Chun gave a non-committal nod. Just then a system prompt appeared without warning in the center of his retina. Ding. Notification: Survivor Yi Outyin Zone A has used a special item gold. Cross-region multiverse communication book. You have been forcibly pulled into a cross-region special group chat. Current group chat, name the strongest 26. District A. Lu Chen's heart jolted violently. Although the current game map of survival was vast, it was divided into 26 super districts named after letters A through Z, with each district further subdivided into countless small numbered areas, like C0372. At this stage of the game, an invisible barrier seemed to exist between these districts. Both the chat channels and the trading hall were completely isolated. Breaking through this barrier to achieve cross-district communication was absolutely beyond the capabilities of ordinary players at this phase. This must be the result of using an extremely rare, possibly even unique special item. How interesting. With a flicker of thought, Lu Chen opened the suddenly appearing group chat interface. At that moment, the notification sounds of new members joining were frantically echoing. Survivor from District B by Xiao has joined the group chat. Survivor from District C Lu Chun has joined the group chat. Survivor from District D Duanmu Lei has joined the group chat. Within just a few seconds, the number of group members settled at 26. Exactly the number corresponding to the 26-letter districts. Before anyone could figure out the situation, the group owner, whose avatar shimmered with a golden glow, spoke first. Yi Outyin District A. Good morning, everyone. Yi Outyin District A. Let me introduce myself first. I am Yi Outyin from District A. Everyone please don't panic or suspect a system bug. Yi Outyin District A. Last night, I fortuitously opened a golden treasure chest and obtained a special item, the All-World Communication Directory, which allows me to specify conditions to invite people and establish a temporary group chat. Yi Outyin District A, and I had a sudden inspiration. The condition I set was within all current districts, AZ the survivor with the highest overall shelter rating. Upon reading this, Lu Chen's pupils constricted slightly. Ranked first. That meant the 26 people in this group were the top-ranked survivors of each district. Among the billions of human survivors, they were the very pinnacle of the pyramid. A brief, deathly silence fell over the group. Clearly everyone was digesting this astonishing information, while also covertly assessing each other's weight. 2 seconds later, that fellow named Yi Outyin continued his tone, carrying a confidence that commanded the situation. Yi Outyin District A. I just took a quick look at everyone's profiles. The IDs are all in Chinese, so it seems the 26 pioneer districts currently open are all our Dragon Country people. Yi Outyin District A, and all of you present having secured the top spot in your respective districts among billions of competitors, must be awakened grade talents or possessors of supreme luck. Yi Outyin District A, so I have named this group chat, the Mightiest 26. Yi Outyin District A, as for this title, I assume none of you have any objections. Lu Chen didn't rush to speak. Instead, he opened the member list. Everyone in this special group chat was displayed with their real names. He scanned the list. 15 males, 11 females. Driven by the instinct of a maid cafe owner, or perhaps to assess the caliber of these female powerhouses who had fought their way to the top among the survivors, Lu Chen subconsciously used his eye of investigation to scan the 11 female avatars. A sharp intake of breath. Even for Lu Chen, who was accustomed to peerless beauties like Lin Qingxue and Su Qingyue, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. 11 female survivors, all with overall ratings above 90. Indeed, in this survival off-thefitist apocalypse, the genetically superior tend to excel in all aspects, don't they? His gaze lingered on two particularly striking avatars. One was the top of District N, named Nalan Qing. The avatar showed a cold, aloof side profile in a plain white Taoist robe, holding a sword that seemed carved from pure white jade, with a mist-shrouded ancient Taoist temple in the background. When Lu Chen focused his attention on her, the panel data that popped up was breathtakingly magnificent. Name Nalan Qing. Level LV. 11, highest in the group. Appearance 97, celestial, descending untouched by mortal dust. Physique 95, perfectly balanced, born for slaughter and agility. Talent S grade, innate sword, embryo, lord of 10,000 swords. All sword type, weapon damage 500, extremely high comprehension, ignores sword Dao bottlenecks. For attributes, strength 35, spirit 28, agility 42, constitution 30. Contract effects 1. Sword Intent Communion, you automatically gain master level sword proficiency, damage with any longsword is doubled, and you gain armor piercing effect, ignores 50 of target's defense. 2. Sword Flight Art unlocks special skill 10,000 swords returning to origin. You can consume spiritual power to control all metal blades within 100 meters for automatic attacks. Overall rating 99. System evaluation, she is the Valkyrie walking through the apocalypse, the last hope of the great Xia ancient martial world. If you conquer her, you will possess an unbreakable peerless sword. Suggestion, extremely difficult, but the reward is beyond imagination. LV. 11. Lu Chen's eyes twitched. Relying on various fortuitous encounters and first clear rewards, he was only at LV. 8. This woman was already at LV. 11. That meant the number of monsters she had slain was probably several times his own. Moreover, the S-grade talent and the sword flight art, after contracting, made Lu Chen's mouth water with envy. He then shifted his gaze to another extreme. The top of District S, Su Yaorao. As her name suggested, her avatar was a highly seductive selfie. She wore a tight leather combat suit outlining a breathtaking curve with a tactical dagger strapped to her thigh and a dangerous, yet enchanting smile curling at the corner of her lips. Name Su Yaorao. Level LV. 10. Appearance 96, a calamitous enchantress. Physique 99, extreme shape, bursting with explosive allure. Talents grade calamity, poison, body immune to all poisons, blood and bodily fluids, can be lethal toxins, toxicity, can be freely controlled, grade shadow sovereign, all attributes 100 in darkness, perfect stealth, backstabs, always crit. For attributes, strength 25, spirit 35, agility 38, constitution 28. Contract effects 1. Toxin immunity, you gain a body immune to all poisons, and all your attacks will carry neuroparalytic toxins. 2. Fatal Companion, unlock combo skill Shadow Double Kill. When you fight together, both parties' damage bonus increases by 50, and vision is shared. Overall rating 96. System evaluation, a thorny black rose, an extremely dangerous enchantress. She excels at using her advantages to harvest everything. To tame her, due to her special constitution, you need extremely strong poison resistance or a special constitution. They are no ordinary people. Lu Chen silently assessed. These two women, whether in their stat panels or talent intensity, were enough to rival him and even surpassed him in some aspects, especially if he could contract them as shop assistants, the benefits to him. Lu Chen glanced at Nalan Qing's sword control art, then at Su Yaorao's toxin immunity. It seems he'll need to network more with some members of the top 26 group. The silence in the group did not last long. Yi Outyin, seeing that no one objected, directly revealed his true intention. Yi Outyin, a district. Everyone here is smart. I didn't create this group for idle chat or showing off. Yi Outyin, a district. I have only one goal: to form the strongest mutual assistance alliance. Yi Outyin, a district. As you all know, resource output in each district is extremely uneven. Some regions are rich in minerals, some in food, and some may have special blueprint drops. Yi Outyin, a district. Moreover, each of our shelters has different characteristics and development paths. Yi Outyin, a district. We often face the dilemma of some having too much while others too little. Surplus high-level resources cannot be sold at a good price locally, while urgently needed special materials cannot be obtained. Yi out in a district, but in this group this problem will no longer exist. Yi out in a district, this item has a cross-district designated mailing function limited to 3 uses per day. We can use this platform to exchange goods barter, and even trade intelligence. At this point EA Ocean's final message popped up with undisguised ambition and dominance. Yi out in a district, what we need to do is leverage the top-tier resource and information disparities in our hands to snowball our growth. Yi out in a district, through this group, let us forever remain the strongest in our respective districts. Yi out in a district, let the second place and everyone else in our districts forever only despair as they watch our backs. After sending these messages, Yi out yin stopped speaking, evidently leaving time for everyone to digest. Lu Chun closed the top 26 chat interface, which could only be viewed by himself, then turned his gaze to the 2 stunning beauties beside him, their eyes full of curiosity. For these 2 partners who had signed a sullen body contract of absolute loyalty, Lu Chun had no intention of hiding anything. He told them in detail about the cross-district recruitment incident and the top 26 group chat. After hearing Lu Chun's account, the 2 women were stunned for a moment, then their beautiful eyes burst with adoration. Wow. Top 26. Number 1 in the entire district. Lin Qingxue covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with stars, pride radiating from her heart. I knew boss was amazing, but I didn't expect that in the systems assessment boss is already the number 1 in our C district. Boss is awesome. Of course, just look at who chose this man. Su Qingyue, even more proud, pressed against Lu Chun like a lazy cat, her voice coquettish. I knew it, no matter what, boss is always the strongest. After basking in the 2 women's admiration, the 3 began discussing the pros and cons of the group chat. I think it's an opportunity. Lu Chun leaned against the headboard, his hand gently stroking the snow-white smooth thighs of the 2 women, and analyzed calmly. Yi out yin from a district is right. Right now we have a backlog of resources we can't use immediately, like extra blueprints and certain elemental fragments. Digesting them within our C0372 district alone is too slow, and it's hard to exchange for equivalent items. But these 26 people are different. They are the powerhouses of their respective districts. They must also hold a large amount of rare resources. Trading with them will be a qualitative leap in both efficiency and quality. At this point Lu Chen's tone shifted, his eyes becoming serious. But we must be extremely cautious. Although it seems impossible to cross districts now, since the other party could obtain such an outrageous item as the cross-district recruitment tool, who can guarantee that among these 26 people, there isn't someone who has mastered cross-district teleportation or long-range curse killing? After all, even I possess a contract ability that can summon shop assistance regardless of distance. Lu Chen looked at the 2 women and warned seriously, so in the future if we trade in the group, or someone tries to pry in private messages, never reveal a single word about our shelter's coordinates, internal defense facilities, or any such information. It's been a week since the apocalypse began. Most of those still alive are ruthless individuals. We can trade and make connections, but never fully trust anyone. We understand. Lin Qingxue nodded seriously. Although she was naive, she knew the dangers of human hearts. However, Su Qingyu's focus seemed to drift. Her eyes swept over the group member list that Lu Chun had shared, finally settling on the 11 female avatars. Especially when she saw Nailin Qing's ethereal sword immortal aura, Su Yao's fiery enchantress figure, and the other 9, a meaningful glint appeared in her eyes. Wow. Boss, look. Su Qingyue extended her slender finger pointing at Su Yao's avatar, and said with a half-smile, these 11 sisters all look so beautiful and elegant. This sword-wielding sister is so cool. This dagger-wielding sister's figure is no worse than mine and Kingsu's. And this sister, are those beast ears real? Wouldn't furries be ecstatic? Saying this, she leaned close to Lu Chen's ear, her breath like orchid. Boss, such premium resources, when are you going to bring them back to be our sisters? Cough cough. Lu Chen almost choked on his saliva. What are you saying? These are the big shots of each district. So what if they're big shots? Even the biggest shot is still a woman. Master, you are handsome and powerful. I bet any woman would fall in love with you at first sight. Su Qingyue complained with a plaintive look. Moreover, boss, your physique is getting more and more monstrous. Relying only on Qingxue and me, we really can't handle it anymore. If we could have these few top-tier sisters from the group join us and work together, we'll definitely not lose to you, boss. Lin Qingxue, hearing these bold words, blushed like a ripe apple, but recalling her own pitiful pleas for mercy last night, she somehow nodded and muttered, well, if it's to share the burden, I wouldn't mind either. You 2 are really naughty. Lu Chun looked at the 2 little women plotting rebellion, smiled helplessly, but couldn't help feeling a hint of curiosity about the 11 female powerhouses in the group. Not only Nailin Qing and Su Yaorao, but the others also had their own unique charms. Any one of them would have been considered a top-tier beauty in the pre-apocalyptic world. At that moment, the long silent group chat began to stir once more. Clearly everyone had weighed the pros and cons. White Owl Zone be no problem. Our interests align. I'm in. Those few simple words spurred others to chime in as well. Duanmu Lei Zone D agreed. I have surplus heavy weapon ammunition and various metal ores, but I'm critically short on food and water. Relying solely on daily loot boxes for supplies is unsustainable. Let's discuss specifics in the group. Madman Zone Keihe interesting. Only the strong, no weaklings. He'll stay in this group. Nailanqing Zone unacceptable. Suyara Zone S giggles so many strong handsome men here. Please take good care of me from now on. I agree to join. Watching the messages pop up on the screen, though everyone appeared indifferent with curt words, they had clearly tacitly acknowledged the existence of this top-tier circle. After all, no one would refuse a shortcut to power. Lu Chen, seeing this, hesitated no longer. He tapped lightly and sent his first message in the group. Lu Chen Zone C agreed. Soon all 26 had expressed their stance in the group chat, each fully endorsing the necessity of this chat room. After a brief silence in the chat group of the 26 strongest, Duanmu Lei, the strongest in Zone D, broke the silence, first posting the first purchase request. Duanmu Lei Zone D seeking large quantities of all kinds of food and drinking water. My available goods include various standard-issue rifles, heavy machine guns, ammunition, individual combat gear, as well as various rare metal ores and industrial semi-finished blueprints. Duanmu Lei Zone D interested parties can DM me. I need a massive amount. They'll take as much as you have. Lu Chen's mind began to race as he read this message. He glanced at the basic rainwater collection and purification unit operating outside his shelter. Snow was falling heavily and flakes continuously fell into the purifier, being converted into harmless, drinkable, pure water stored in the unit's built-in 50-liter tank. Basic rainwater collection purifier, blue current, evolvable branches. 1. Sacred spring purification well, blue cost, sacred light stone 50, basic energy, crystal 20, marble 500. Description: infuses snowmelt with sacred particles via runic arrays during purification, converting it into minor holy water. Effect: drinking not only quenches thirst, but also restores a small amount of health, 10 HP, and purifies minor mental contamination, sanity, 2 per use. Evaluation: this is not just water, it's a life-saving elixir in the apocalypse. Its only drawback is low output, approx. 50 a day. 2. Spatial fold water tower, blue cost, refined steel 300, spatial expansion, stone 1, electronic components 200. Description: employs spatial folding technology to modify the water tank equipped with a nuclear-powered snow-melting heating rod. Its external volume remains unchanged, but it houses a small subspace reservoir. Effect: snowmelt purification speed increased by 10x. Daily output reaches 2000 L, with an internal storage capacity of 10 tons. Evaluation: this is practically a small-scale water treatment plant. It's your best choice for building wealth and monopolizing regional water resources. 3. Alchemical Vitality Pump Station, blue cost, mutant beast blood 100, reinforced glass 200, oi rare copper ingot 30. Description: infuses water with special alchemical catalysts, transforming it into vitality water. Effect: drinking drastically reduces pain perception for an instant, and for the next 10 minutes, increases movement speed and reaction time by 10. Evaluation: it's more of a low-grade combat potion than water. Lu Chen's eyes gleamed as he examined these 3 options. This is practically tailor-made for this trade. Moreover, the materials required for each evolutionary path of the purifier were either in his possession or available on the trading market. Each of the 3 evolutionary paths was highly practical. Lu Chen stroked his chin, analyzing the pros and cons. First, the sacred spring purification well. Though its healing and sanity recovery effects are tempting, I already have healing lattes for HP recovery. As for sanity, the recently acquired obsidian focus ring passively restores it every minute, more than enough for daily needs. The critical issue is its daily output of only 50 L. That amount barely covers my own shelter's needs. Lu Chen shook his head and turned his attention to the third option. The Alchemical Vitality Pump Station, a combat support facility. Pain reduction is nice, but our primary enemies are anomalous creatures that deal mainly mental and spiritual damage. Pain suppression might actually prevent me from noticing physical injuries. As for the 10 attribute boost, Lu Chen glanced at Su Qingyue, who was gentle and affectionate by his side, and a faint smile curled on his lips. The visual feast I unlocked after forming a contract with Qingyue boosts all attributes by 20, directly, far surpassing this drinking water buff. Wasting an evolution opportunity for just 10 isn't worth it. Having eliminated 2 options, Lu Chen's gaze locked firmly onto the second one. Only this one, the spatial fold water tower. Daily output of 2000 L. Besides my own daily use, I'll have plenty of stored water as backup. Of course, that alone would be somewhat underwhelming for me, but it perfectly meets Duanmu Lei's trade needs. And what's most coincidental is, Lu Chen glanced at the spatial expansion stone in his inventory, which he hadn't had a chance to use due to the earlier group chat interruption. The evolution requires a spatial expansion stone, and I happen to have one. It's fate. Lu Chen hesitated no longer. With a thought, he commanded consume materials. Select the evolution branch, spatial fold water tower. As his intent flickered, the purifier underwent a dramatic transformation. Evolution time required 1 hour. Seeing the prompt, Lu Chun reopened the chat group of the 26 strongest, clicked on Duanmu Lei's avatar, and requested a private chat. Lu Chun Zone C. Mr. Duanmu, you need water. I can provide large quantities of drinkable warm water, plenty to go around. However, you'll need to supply your own containers. Moments after sending a reply came through. Duanmu Lei Zone D. Warm water. Drinkable. Duanmu Lei Zone D. Ha. My friend, you are a lifesaver. Name your terms. As long as you can provide enough drinkable water, I'll pluck a star from the sky for you if you ask. Even through the screen, Lu Chun could feel the unrestrained generosity and urgency of this influential figure. Moreover, he actually addressed me as comrade. Lu Chun was somewhat taken aback by the appellation, surmising that the man must have been a high-ranking military official before the apocalypse. Lu Chun Zone C. If Brother Duanmu requires it, I can produce 2,000 liters of pure warm water daily. We can establish a long-term trade. The moment the message was sent, the chat fell into a profound silence. In Zone D, within an underground military bunker, a rugged middle-aged man, with graying temples and clad in tattered camouflage, abruptly sprang from a chair fashioned out of ammunition crates, the sudden motion even overturning a table laden with empty shell casings. 2,000 liters. Warm water ready to drink. Duanmu Lei's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the screen, his breaths coming in heavy gasps. 2,000 liters of water supplemented by daily rations from supply boxes could in extreme circumstances meet the daily needs of 2,000 to 3,000 people. The overall environment of their Zone D was a frozen desert. Apart from a few oases occupied by formidable mutant beasts, over 90% of the area consisted of arid desert permafrost. Although the bizarre snowflakes falling from the sky were harmless to the touch, once melted and ingested, the trace toxins and radiation within would cause irreversible internal damage, making the water utterly undrinkable. In this water-starved frozen desert, a single 500 milliliters bottle of water could trade for a life. And this Lu Chun from Zone C casually claimed a daily output of 2,000 liters. It was as if he had marched into the apocalypse, carrying an entire water treatment plant. We're saved. My brothers are saved. Duanmu Lei's fingers trembled as he typed rapidly. Duanmu Lei Zone D. Good. 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 Comrade, you've given me an incredible surprise. Duanmu Lei Zone D. 2,000 liters. This will free most of us from the nightmare of dehydration. As long as you can guarantee a steady supply, I'll give you whatever you ask for. After a brief exchange, Lu Chun learned the true state of Zone D. It turned out that the environment in Duanmu Lei's Zone D was extremely harsh, a frozen desert. Though it snowed, the climate was exceedingly dry, with almost no water sources and drastic temperature fluctuations between day and night. However, the region was rich in mineral resources, surrounded by abandoned heavy industrial factories and mines. What shocked Lu Chun even more was the survival rate in Zone D. Duanmu Lei Zone D. I'm not ashamed to say it. Most of us in Zone D 1372 are from the same military district. We're all veterans or active duty personnel like myself, and we were teleported together. Despite the harsh conditions, thanks to our brothers' individual combat capabilities, we managed to withstand even the bizarre onslaught of last night. Duanmu Lei Zone D. Currently, there are over 8,000 survivors in our zone. Only about 1,000 of our brothers have fallen, most of them due to dehydration. If the water issue can be resolved, I'm confident I can lead the rest to survive. 8,000 people. Lu Chun gasped at the number. He glanced at his own Zone C0372, which after the previous night's ordeal had been reduced to 3,500. Was this the depth of national power? The survival capability of a fully organized military in the early apocalypse was indeed beyond that of ordinary people. Yet despite his admiration, business had to be conducted. Lu Chun Zone C. Impressive. Since that's the case, let's discuss the trade goods. Send me a list of your supplies. Duanmu Lei Zone D. No problem. Take a look, comrade. Whatever you can use, just pick. With a swoosh, a long screenshot of the supply list was sent over. Lu Chun initially only gave it a cursory glance, as firearms were not an urgent need for him at the moment. Moreover, Duanmu Lei's shelter, like his own, was a level 6 shelter, a military factory, capable of producing only blue-quality thermal weapons which were of limited use against the uncanny. However, when his gaze slid to the industrial materials section, his pupils contracted sharply. Supply list: partial high purity titanium alloy plates, superconducting magnetic coils, aviation-grade aluminum. This is... Lu Chun's heart raced instantly. Titanium alloy plates. Superconducting magnetic coils. He was all too familiar with these materials. Weren't they the primary construction materials for the legendary blueprint he held, the spiritual energy fusion reactor, which had been temporarily unusable previously due to the scarcity of these rare materials found only in high-tech industrial zones? The blueprint had been gathering dust in the warehouse. But if he could procure them from Duanmu Lei, Lu Chun felt a stirring of desire. If he could build the spiritual energy fusion reactor, it would mean an unlimited supply of electricity for his shelter. No longer would he need to burn low-grade energy crystals or wood for warmth and light. He would have a truly endless source of power. He immediately opened the regional trading channel for Zone C0372. He searched for the keyword electrical appliances. Instantly the screen was flooded with bargain listings. Brand new double-door refrigerator. Only one loaf of bread. Please take it away. 100-inch Sony TV. Loaded with hundreds of movies. Trade for one bottle of water. Fully automatic washing machine with drying function. Give me some food, and it's yours. Almost new electric scooter. There's even a fully charged old person's cart and a ghost fire motorcycle. Everything at rock-bottom prices. Brand new unsealed blue plate Model Y. Lu Chun browsed carefully and found that electrical appliances were the most abundant category on the trading market, far outnumbering food or tools, and their prices were absurdly low. Lu Chun even saw a luxury brand new energy electric car with a market price close to $1 million also going for just a single loaf of bread. This made sense though. In this powerless apocalypse, these former symbols of modern civilization were nothing but space-occupying scrap metal. But if he had the spiritual energy fusion reactor? A gleam of longing flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He could then cuddle with his maids in his warm shelter, watch movies, and even use a washing machine to do laundry. If conditions allowed, he could even drive an electric car. As a youth of the new century, life without electrical appliances was no different from that of ancient primitives. With infinite electrical energy, it wouldn't just be a leap in resources, but a direct transition from the primitive era to the modern age of electrification. It seems I must go through with this deal with Duanmu Lei. Lu Chen took a deep breath, calming his surging emotions, and replied swiftly, Lu Chen Zone C. Mr. Duanmu, I'm very interested in the metal materials on your list. Mr. Duanmu, I'm quite interested in the metal materials on your list. Lu Chen didn't beat around the bush. His fingers swiftly typed out the list of supplies he needed. I want the high-purity titanium alloy plates and superconducting magnetic coils from your list. We'll take all of them. Additionally, I also need refined steel 1000, a reinforced glass 600, and electronic components 200. In exchange, if you need it, I can produce 2000 L of pure warm water daily. We can establish a long-term trade. It'll provide 1500 L of pure warm water each day until the value of these materials is fully paid off. But there's a small issue. My purifier is running at full capacity, and producing water will take a bit of time. We can conduct the first transaction in about 3 hours. After sending the message, Lu Chun expected the other party to haggle or demand a deposit given the considerable value of the items he requested, especially those rare industrial raw materials. However, Duanmu Lei's reply caught him slightly off guard. No problem, young comrade. I trust you. Since we're all in this top-tier group of 26, it means everyone here has sufficient strength. I believe in your credibility. Besides, these metal lumps are useless to me now except for taking up space. Converting them into water is a life-saving treasure. They'll send you the materials you need along with the special military water tanks for storing the water. We only have 3 cross-zone mailing opportunities each day, so let's not waste them. They'll send the items to you, and once you've produced the water, you can send it all to me at once. Before Lu Chun could react, a ding sounded. System notification: survivor Duanmu Lei from Zone D has initiated a cross-zone mailing to you. You have received high-purity titanium alloy plates 50, you have received superconducting magnetic coils 20, you have received refined steel 1000, you have received reinforced glass 600, you have received electronic components 200, you have received military high-compression foldable water tanks 3. Lu Chen was slightly stunned as he watched the precious materials instantly pile up in a corner of the living room. Is this the soldier's way of doing things? This trust and goodwill? It's weighty. Lu Chun stroked his chin. He was also a man of principle. Since the other party was so generous, he couldn't be too stingy. Just giving water seems a bit thin. He glanced at the bar counter. Over the past few days, Lin Xingxue and Su Qingyue had found their greatest joy in studying coffee making aside from their routine tasks. The warehouse was now stocked with a considerable amount of finished coffee. Moreover, according to the system's description, these special beverages produced by the maid cafe not only came with a black-tech feature of maintaining a constant temperature of 45 C, but also had a shelf life of up to 7 days. An idea struck Lu Chun, and he retrieved 20 freshly made cups of coffee from the warehouse. Warm Sunshine Americano 10, Healing Latte 10. Consider this a token of my thanks. 3 hours later, when the water tower's purification progress bar had completed, Lu Chun packed the 5 water tanks filled with pure warm water along with the 20 cups of coffee and sent them to Duanmu Lei. Zone D underground bunker. Water. It's really water. Drinkable warm water. Duanmu Lei gazed at the 5 massive water tanks before him, twisted open the valve, and a stream of clear warm water gushed out instantly. He cupped a handful and took a hearty gulp, sweet, warm, and moist. In that moment, the eyes of this iron-willed man grew a bit misty. With this water combined with the meager resources traded from others and daily loot from boxes, the thousands of surviving comrades in Zone D-1372 could finally stay alive. What's this? Beside the water tanks sat an exquisite small box. Duanmu Lei opened it curiously, and a rich aroma of coffee instantly permeated the cold, dark bunker. Warm sunshine Americano dispels chill upon consumption, grants cold resistance LV. 1 status for 2 hours. Healing latte restores 10 HP, and sanity upon consumption alleviates fatigue. This. As he read the attributes, Duanmu Lei gasped sharply, nearly dropping the cup in his hand. Cold resistance. HP recovery. Sanity recovery. In this bizarre apocalypse, this is a strategic resource that can save lives in critical moments. In this post-apocalyptic world devoid of doctors and medical facilities, a latte that restores HP and sanity could mean a second chance at life in a crisis. An Americano that fends off cold could let soldiers endure 2 more hours on the frozen tundra, enabling them to bring back an extra batch of supplies. Ding dong. A message from Luchan arrived just in time. Brother Duanmu, just a small token not worthy of much. Duanmu Lei took a deep breath and replied solemnly. Brother Luchan, he'll remember this kindness. These coffees are incredible. Can you mass produce them? I'm willing to buy them at a high price long term, as many as you can supply. At this moment, Duanmu Lei's address for Luchan had shifted from young comrade to brother. In the apocalypse, for someone to voluntarily offer such extraordinary extra resources without expecting anything in return spoke volumes about their character and integrity. That's a bit difficult. This is a unique product of my shelter's talent. Currently, I can only produce 10 of each type per day, and I need to keep some for myself. However, I can spare 5 Americanos and 5 lattes for you each day. Deal? Even 5 cups a day is a huge help. Name your price. The 2 parties completed the cross-zone transaction in an extremely amicable atmosphere. Zone C0372, inside the shelter. Luchan was in high spirits as he looked at the massive haul of materials now in his possession. With the titanium alloy plates and magnetic coils, I can now secure a steady supply from Brother Duanmu. For the materials needed for the Spirit Energy Fusion Reactor, I still lack the quantum control chip and high-grade energy crystals. I might be able to trade for the former within the top-tier group of 26. As for the high-grade energy crystals, once I can kill more powerful aberrations, I might obtain them. How strange. I suddenly feel that the era of unlimited electricity, which I once thought unimaginable, is now within reach. Afterward, he tallied the shortfall for upgrading the shelter to level 7. He was still short 500 units of refined steel, 900 units of reinforced glass, 200 units of electronic components, over 10 low-grade energy crystals, and he happened to have exactly 3 mid-grade energy crystals. As for rare timber, the deficit was the largest, still lacking 4,600 units. The drop rate for rare timber is too low. If I rely on manual logging, ID get 1 piece of rare wood for every 100 ordinary ones on average. If I go cut it myself, it'll take me ages. A flash of inspiration struck Luchan as he thought of the user named Lumberjack in this area. That person's shelter was a special forest lumber cabin deep within a primeval woodland. Truly a case of striking gold at home. Luchan immediately sent him a private message. The moment Luchan's message was sent, Lumberjack replied almost instantly. Big shot Luchan, do you need a trade? Judging by the humble tone and the instant reply, Luchan almost suspected this guy was glued to his phone staring at his chat window all day. After some polite exchanges, Luchan learned that the other party was doing quite well. His shelter had already reached level 4, and he had indeed stockpiled a massive amount of timber. Brother, do you have any rare wood? I'm buying in bulk, Luchan messaged. I've got plenty, Lumberjack replied. I have loads of this stuff. My lumber machine alone churns out 2,000 units daily. But as you know, Big Shot Luchan, it's useless except for upgrading high-level buildings. I find it too tough, even for firewood. 2,000 a day. Luchan's mouth twitched. He had underestimated this guy's forest lumber cabin. He and the 2 women Lin Qingxue and Su Qingyue would toil all day cutting trees and only get a few pieces, while this guy sat still and got 2,000. Indeed, this was the gap different starting shelters could bring. Some would never lack wood, others never lack stone, and still others never lack food. Truly, some die of drought, while others drown in plenty. Name your price, Luchan messaged. Big shot, I don't need food or drink. I just want bullets. Do you have any more 9mm pistol rounds? The ones you gave me last time are all used up on mutant beasts, and I haven't found any in days. It's making me nervous, Lumberjack replied. Bullets. Luchan glanced at his inventory. Over 300 rounds of 9mm ammo remained. In his shelter, now only the Glock 17 tactical pistol and Su Qingyu's hands used 9mm rounds, and she also had the Thorn Queen's whip as a weapon. With his telekinetic control and Lin Qingxu's ice bow pistol, bullets weren't that crucial. Deal, Luchan messaged. He'll trade you 50 rounds of 9mm for 5,000 units of rare, would split over 3 days. How about it? No problem. You're a straight shooter, Big Shot. Done. Luchan closed the chat window and stretched contentedly. In just 2 more days, I'll have all the materials to rush my shelter straight to level 7. Now I've finally gained a foothold in this apocalypse. With my Scrade telekinetic control ability, my exploration range in the Mist world has expanded significantly. It's time to consider expanding outward. And recruiting the third mate is also on the agenda. I should check in on Shin Wanqia's situation today and help where I can. Shin Wanqio possessed 2 divine auxiliary abilities, a grade overall management and grade crisis warning. One could help him manage the shelter's complex internal affairs while the other could shield him from the unknown risks of this bizarre apocalypse. He had coveted her for a long time. Moreover, according to the system, prompt signing a contract with her would reduce his shelter upgrade material costs by 20. This ability was easy to gauge. Faced with upgrade demands of tens of thousands of materials in the later stages, its rarity was no less than its grade talent. Always staying one step ahead. That's the key to survival. He glanced again at the top 26 group chat. The group was buzzing now, with everyone posting their needs one after another. Clearly this chat had emerged at a critical moment, greatly accelerating the development speed of top-tier players. Just then Duanmu Lei's private chat window flickered again. "Brother Luchin, you still there?" Duanmu Lei Zone D messaged. "I just gave some water to an old comrade in my area. The guy hit the jackpot. He opened a silver chest today and got 3 special gold cards. To thank me for the life-saving water, he insisted on giving me 2. I'm passing one on to you as a gift. Keep it for protection." Ding. System noticed Duanmu Lei has sent you a cross-zone special item. Divine Weakness Gold. A gold card. Luchin curiously clicked to view its stats, and his pupils abruptly contracted. Item Divine Weakness Gold type, one-time consumable card effect, forcefully designate a target rank no higher than Drank, and level no more than 5 above user to instantly enter a divine punishment state. Divine punishment, the target's 4 attributes are forcibly reduced to 1 point for the next 24 hours. Unable to move, unable to attack, completely at the mercy of others. Description: this is a god's dimensional strike against mortals. Before it all are equal. What a treasure. Luchin stored the card carefully. It was far too precious, especially in this early stage when everyone was still fumbling. A wave of emotion washed over him. Brother Duanmu is a man of true character. I only gave him some water, something he desperately needed, but I had in abundance. And he repays me 10 or 100 times over. A drop of kindness repaid with a gushing spring. That's the spirit of a Daxia soldier. No matter where they are or how the world changes, that hot blood and loyalty in their bones never fades. In this treacherous apocalypse, meeting such a long-term trading partner was more precious to Lu Chun than acquiring the item itself. Though the card restricted the target's level and rank, it was more than enough for the current stage's eerie creatures. With this, even if I face that terrifying monster in the abandoned steel mill, I'll have a fighting chance. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. As expected of the top 26 group, they can even get their hands on legendary gold-tier consumables like this. I need to stick close to this circle. The treasures here far exceed my imagination. After organizing his supplies, Lu Chun led the 2 women out of the shelter. Let's head in a different direction today. Lu Chun deliberately avoided the direction of the abandoned steel mill he had visited last time. Though he had grown stronger and now held the Divine Weakness card as a trump card, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could easily crush that monstrous entity that had drained his sanity just from a glance. This gold card is for life or death moments. I can't waste it just to farm monsters. Steady and solid. That's the way to go. Is telekinetic power activated? Lu Chun enveloped himself and the 2 women in his psychic energy, lifting them lightly off the ground as they glided low over the snow at high speed. This mode of travel conserved energy while being swift. To ensure sustained combat, he had packed 10 portions of healing latte in his backpack, this time along with the obsidian spirit calming ring, enough to replenish the sanity consumed by telekinetic flight. Along the way, the trio collected 3 survival chests for the day, 1 medical white, 1 electronic green, and 1 food white. Though modest, these provided a steady source of supplies. During their exploration, they encountered several waves of mutated beasts. Lu Chun kept his hands in his pockets, never once intervening, deliberately honing the 2 women's combat synergy. Ahead, a massive mutated boar LV. 6, charged with bloodshot eyes roaring furiously. "Qingxue, block its path and slow it down," Lu Chun said calmly. "Understood," Lin Qingxue replied in a cool voice, her gaze focused as her silver hair danced in the wind. She drew her ice bow, 3 crystalline arrows forming on the string. Frost arrow, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows scattered, striking the ground precisely ahead of the boar's charge. Crack. A terrifying burst of cold erupted, freezing the snow instantly. The boar slipped mid-charge, its massive body losing balance and tumbling sideways. Perfect chance. On the other side, Su Qingyue, already poised, curled her lips into a smile, her eyes gleaming with lethal intent. Her Thorn Queen whip lashed out like a venomous snake, striking the boar's exposed soft belly with a piercing crack. Snap. The barbs sank into flesh. Su Qingyue twisted her wrist, sharply leveraging the boar's momentum to fling the beast crashing into a massive tree. Boom. Snow cascaded from the branches. Dazed, the boar struggled to rise. Without a glance, Su Qingyue smoothly drew a Glock 17 tactical pistol from her thigh holster. Bang! Bang! 2 crisp shots rang out, clean and efficient. 2 blooms of blood blossomed on the boar's forehead, killing it instantly. Now the two women were LV-6 and LV-5 respectively, against ordinary mutated beasts below LV-7. Their teamwork had reached seamless perfection. Su Qinghua blew the smoke from her gun barrel, twirled it elegantly, and holstered it. She swayed her slender waist over to Lu Chun, leaning softly against his shoulder. Shopkeeper wasn't that shot just now impressive. That boar was so thick-skinned my hands still numb. Needs the shopkeeper's rub to get better. On the other side, Lin Xingxue silently put away her bow and approached her, watery eyes fixed on Lu Chun. Though she said nothing, her face clearly screamed, "I want praise too." Lu Chun looked at the two stunning women, one cold, one warm, and felt a surge of delight. He first ruffled Lin Xingxue's hair, smiling, "Precise archery, excellent prediction." Lin Xingxue's eyes narrowed into slits, a satisfied smile blooming. Then Lu Chun pulled Su Qinghua close by the waist, tapping her perky nose. "Sharpshooting, too, perfect coordination. Looks like I can retire from dealing with trash mobs of this level." Of course, Su Qinghua puffed out her chest proudly. "With Qingxue and me here, shopkeeper just needs to command from behind." Both women beamed with joy at his praise. Just as they prepared to venture deeper, Lu Chun habitually glanced at the regional chat channel. Suddenly, a spamming message caught his attention, because it tagged him. "Shenlinger, Lu Chun, big shot. Please, are you Shenlinger, Lu Chun, I beg you. I have plenty of supplies. Just save my aunt. He'll give you anything. Shenlinger, my aunt is dying." Sob. "Aunt. Surname Shun. Could it be?" Lu Chun frowned, a guess forming. He immediately sent a private message. "Lu Chun, what's wrong? Are you Shenwankia's niece?" The reply came instantly, as if she had been waiting. "Shenlinger, yes, it's me. Brother Lu Chun, help. My aunt's unconscious. Shenlinger, she has a fever of 40°C, and the medicine you gave last time isn't working. Her health is dropping down to 60. Lu Chun's heart jolted. "You're together." Shenlinger, yes, our shelters are close. She moved in with me a couple of days ago. Shenlinger, and 3 mutated beasts just arrived, attacking our shelter door. Its durability is nearly gone. My aunt's unconscious and I can't fight them alone. Sob. Trouble both inside and out. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. A high fever, life-threatening coma plus beasts breaking in. The aunt and niece were in a dire, nearly hopeless situation. Shenlinger, before passing out, my aunt said to seek you if in trouble. She said you're a good person. I beg you, just save her and he'll do anything. Lu Chun wasted no time. Lu Chun, send me your coordinates. He didn't use the contract summon because only one slot remained. The contract could only pull one person. If he used it, Shun Wanxiu might be saved, but young Shenlinger would be left for the beasts. Asking for coordinates was a tentative move. If too far ahead, have no choice but to forcibly teleport Shun Wanxiu, abandoning Shenlinger. But the risk was immense. If Shun Wanxiu awoke to find her niece dead for her sake, it would become a lasting grudge that could shatter loyalty, even turn them into enemies, and Lu Chun would lose this top-tier administrative talent. In the apocalypse, perfect choices rarely existed. Soon Shenlinger sent her shelter's coordinates. Lu Chun quickly cross-referenced them on the map. The next second, surprise and delight flickered in his eyes. Shenlinger's shelter was in a mountain stream, less than 20 kilometers from his own. Not bad. Only 18 kilometers from my shelter. And it's ahead on today's exploration route. Only about 12 kilometers from my current position. 12 kilometers. For an ordinary survivor walking in the snow, that would take 3 to 4 hours. By then it would be too late. Moreover, the cold made it impossible for most to explore beyond 5 kilometers in a day. Thus, after over a week, most survivors, despite various methods to extend their range, could only operate within 5 kilometers of their shelters. Lu Chun had been no different. But now, with his Scrade telekinetic control allowing low-altitude flight. At full speed, I can make it in 20... Hang on, Lu Chun said. He'll be there in 20 minutes. System notification, you have traded 500 units of wood to Shenlinger. Use this wood to repair the shelter's durability first. Having done all this, Lu Chun abruptly lifted his head, gazing into the blizzard ahead, and said in a low voice to the two women beside him, "Hold on tight." Hearing this, the two women sensed the urgency, without hesitation grabbing Lu Chun's arm and waist from either side, pressing their bodies against his. Feeling the soft touch on both sides, Lu Chun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I really need to build a multi-person vehicle. For now, with only Lin Xingxue and Su Qingyue, it was fine, one on each side. But what if there were more shop assistants later? Could they hang on him like acrobats? What kind of spectacle would that be? Although telekinesis could control others to fly together, the more people, the greater the mental burden on Lu Chun and the lower the agility. If only I could have a few heavy vehicles to traverse this apocalyptic wasteland. Preferably a doomsday war vehicle equipped with fog-penetrating radar, heavy armor, and onboard thermal weapons. As for the energy issue, Lu Chun thought of the psionic fusion reactor materials he had just acquired. Before, I lacked the means, but once the reactor is built, energy will no longer be a problem. It seems that after returning, vehicle manufacturing must also be prioritized. Of course, these were merely Lu Chun's future plans. The primary task now was to save lives. We're going to rescue someone. Full speed ahead. Boom. His immense psionic power erupted instantly, forming a streamlined barrier enveloping the three of them. Lu Chun with Lin Qingxue and Su Qingyue shot forward like an arrow from a bow, leaving a blur in the raging snowstorm, tearing through the wind and snow straight toward the coordinates. Inside a hidden mountain stream shelter in Zone C0372. Bang, bang, bang. Dull thuds echoed from the door. Each impact made the entire shelter tremble, slightly dust falling in showers. Warning. Shelter door durability has dropped to 25. Warning. Please repair immediately. Hearing the constant system alerts, Shenlinger was so anxious that tears welled in her eyes. Just then a private chat notification sounded. Seeing Lu Chen's message and the full 500 units of which Shenlinger felt as if she had found a treasure, nearly crying out in excitement. We're saved. Truly saved. Without any hesitation, she invested all the wood into repairs. As the resources were consumed, the previously deformed and cracked shelter door was instantly restored by a layer of white light, its durability returning to a safe level. After letting out a long sigh of relief, Shenlinger hurried back to the bedroom. There Shun Wanqiu lay on the bed, her face flushed, drenched in sweat, with damp strands of hair clinging to her cheeks, looking exceptionally frail. Her eyes were shut tight, her body trembling uncontrollably from fever, her lips pale and cracked, and she murmured unconsciously, "Cold. So cold." Shenlinger's heart ached as she brought a cup of warm water, carefully feeding it to her aunt, then held her burning hand and said with a sobbing voice, "Aunt, wake up. We're saved. I contacted Big Shot Lu Chun, the same good person who gave you medicine last time. He said he's not far and told us to hold on. He'll be here in 20 minutes. Half-conscious Shun Wanqiu forced her heavy eyelids open, and upon hearing those words her mind jolted, as if doused with cold water. "What did you say?" "Our shelter's coordinates." Shun Wanqiu asked weakly. "Did you give them to him?" Shenlinger nodded vigorously, saying innocently, "Yes, Big Shot Lu Chun asked for them, so I gave them. Otherwise, how would he come save us?" Hearing this, Shun Wanqiu's heart sank instantly, a bitter wry smile curling on her lips. "Silly girl. In the apocalypse, the coordinates of our shelter are our last lifeline. In this world devoid of law and morality, revealing coordinates was like offering one's neck to the blade. Though Lu Chun was kind to us before giving us life-saving fever medicine." Shun Wanqiu coughed violently, her eyes full of worry. But after all, you never truly know a person's heart. In this devouring world, human nature is the most fragile thing. If he's truly a good person, fine. But what if his kindness was all a disguise just to covet our supplies, or even us? Then you've just invited a wolf into the house. Upon hearing this, Shenlinger's excited face turned pale instantly. After all, she was young and inexperienced, and seeing her aunt suffering had made her lose all composure, thinking only of saving her, while completely overlooking the risks. I didn't think that far. And I'm sorry. I just wanted to save you." The little girl's tears fell in guilt. Seeing her niece's self-reproach, Shun Wanqiu's heart softened. Fighting off dizziness, she reached out to pat her head and comforted, "It's okay, don't blame yourself. I told you before that if you encountered an insurmountable problem, you could turn to Lu Chun. It was I who planted that seed of blind trust in you. Since we've already told him, there's no use overthinking now." Shun Wanqiu glanced with a complicated expression toward the door, still under assault. What's fated will come, what's to be avoided won't be escaped. Now, we can only gamble on Lu Chen's character. However, as she calmed down a bit, Shun Wanqiu's sharp logic picked up on something amiss. She furrowed her brows slightly, looking puzzled at Shenlinger. "Linger, you said earlier. How long did he say it would take to get here?" 20 minutes. Shenlinger wiped her tears and affirmed, "He said he'd definitely be here within 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Shun Wanqiu's confusion deepened. If he can get here in 20 minutes, it means our shelters are very close, perhaps just a few kilometers apart. But we explored this area for days, even venturing 2 or 3 kilometers out, and never saw any other shelter. If the distance were far, how could he possibly make it in 20 minutes? Walking through snow was extremely difficult. An ordinary person would be lucky to cover 3 kilometers in an hour." Shun Wanqiu's fever-clouded mind struggled to think, and suddenly a startling idea surfaced. Could it be? Could Lu Chun possess some kind of high-speed vehicle? But even so, the surroundings are shrouded in mist with visibility limited to only 20 or 30 meters. If we move at high speed, the commotion might attract the attention of other monsters in the fog. Can he really reach our shelter within 20 minutes? Shun Wanqiu's eyes were now filled with confusion and doubt. Reason told her this was nearly an impossible task. Bang! At that moment, the crashing sounds outside intensified again, and the entire shelter seemed to tremble under the immense force. Shun Wanqiu and Shenlinger trembled in fear, clutching the bedsheet tightly, their eyes filled with worry and terror as they stared toward the door. Outside were 3 level 7 mutant creatures. Each attack reduced the durability of their fragile level 4 shelter by over 5. This was because they had already exhausted the wood they had stockpiled earlier. Fortunately, with the 500 units of wood just supplied by Lu Chun, Shenlinger was using the system panel to make emergency repairs. But the repair speed was far outpaced by the destruction, the wood was depleting at an alarming rate, and their shelter likely wouldn't hold much longer. If Lu Chun could really arrive within about 20 minutes, there might still be a glimmer of hope. But if he couldn't, cough cough. Suddenly another violent dizziness struck Shen Wanqia's mind. The pain of a tormented soul made her vision go black, and she uncontrollably collapsed onto the pillow. Aunt! Shen Linger cried out in a sobbing voice, quickly trying to help her up. Linger, listen to me. Shen Wanqiu grabbed her niece's wrist and said weakly, the wood won't last much longer. If the shelter's door is breached, you escape through the back door. Don't worry about me. He'll stay in the room. My flesh should be able to attract those 3 mutant beasts for a while. Maybe it can buy you a chance to escape. No, I won't go. Shen Linger with tearful eyes shook her head desperately and hugged Shen Wanqia's arm tightly. You're my only family. If we're going to die, let's die together. I will never run away and leave you alone. Hearing her niece's heartbreaking cries, Shen Wanqia's heart was filled with bitterness and despair. I'm so foolish. Really? Shen Wanqiu bitterly mocked herself in her heart. Once upon a time, as a renowned businesswoman in Jiangqing, she had believed that with her awakened grade talent crisis warning and the mutual support with her niece, she could carve out a place for herself in the apocalypse, just as she had in the business world, and establish her own power. But reality slapped her hard. She had overestimated herself and underestimated this damned apocalypse. Although her grade talent crisis warning was a divine skill that could foresee danger, each use consumed a certain amount of sanity. In this joyless, oppressive, and terrifying apocalypse, she could only naturally recover 5 points of sanity each night at most. But every time she actively used crisis warning, even for the lowest level of danger, it consumed at least 20 points of sanity. Moreover, the higher the crisis rating, the greater the consumption. To survive with her niece in this perilous world, she had to frequently use her talent to avoid monsters. In truth, she had never dared to tell her niece that since arriving in this world, her sanity had never been full. It had always been in a precarious sub-healthy state. If it weren't for the healing latte that Lu Chun had given her earlier, which could restore sanity, she would have collapsed yesterday. Then this morning, she tried to predict the crisis trend for tonight. She had intended to exchange the prediction results with Lu Chun for some healing latte, but who would have thought that after the prediction, a massive backlash instantly drained her spirit. Her sanity instantly dropped below the safety line, leaving only a little over 30 points. Then came mental lethargy, and her immune system collapsed as well. She had a high fever of 40 degrees that wouldn't go down, and her health points were continuously draining due to the persistent fever and low sanity. This was why the special fever-reducing medicine Lu Chun gave her didn't work. It was a side effect of mental exhaustion, which ordinary medicine couldn't cure. In her daze, Shen Wanqia's mind couldn't help but conjure the image of Lu Chun. She remembered seeing in the regional chat channel a recruitment ad posted by Lu Chun saying he wanted to hire a maid named Xiao Mei. Later she learned that the 2 school beauties from Jiang University, Lin Qingxue and Su Qingyue, who were outstanding in both family background and appearance, had actually become Lu Chen's maids. At that time, as an independent and self-reliant woman, Shen Wanqiu felt a bit of sorrow and disdain towards this. Lin Qingxue was the eldest daughter of the Lin family in the capital, and Su Qingyu's family were wealthy merchants in Jiangqing, who had had business dealings with her before. I never expected that in this apocalypse, even such proud daughters of heaven would have to resort to relying on men and selling their dignity to survive. At that time, she still felt a bit of superiority for having its great talent. But now, at this final moment between life and death, she sadly realized that the truly ridiculous person was herself. What businesswoman, what's great talent? Now she couldn't even protect her only family. Lu Chun, you are truly remarkable. A deep admiration, even a hint of envy surged in Shen Wanqia's heart. Not only did you thrive yourself, but you could also provide such safe shelter for those around you. Lin Qingxue and Su Qingyue. They are actually fortunate, I suppose. Roar. Boom. An unprecedented loud noise came, and the shelter's door gave way, with dense cracks spreading like a spider web. Shen Wanqia's consciousness grew hazier as darkness surged in like a tide, and her niece's cries gradually became distant. Is this the end? Linger. I'm sorry. But just a second before she was about to completely sink into darkness, suddenly a terrifying roar different from the monster's impact came from outside. Then came the shrill screams of the mutant beasts, followed by Shen Linger's incredulous gasp and joyful scream. Aunt! He's here. Lu Chun the big shot is really here. The mutant beasts. The mutant beasts are all flying. Aunt! Lu Chun is a Superman. We're saved. Is it? Is Lu Chun here? Lu Chun is super. What? Man. This was the last thought that flashed through Shen Wanqia's mind. Then her taut nerves completely snapped, and she fainted. Meanwhile, outside the 2 women's shelter. Wow, boss, you're so amazing. The 3 mutant beasts are actually flying in the sky. Su Qingyue, as always, was completely devoted to admiring Lu Chun, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the 3 mutant beasts floating about 10 meters above the ground. The three frank mutant beasts were a mutant ice python, level 7, a mutant honey badger, level 7, and a mutant hajime, level 7. At this stage, most ordinary survivors' shelters hover around LV. For O and their personal levels are roughly LV. 5. If encountering a single LV. 7 mutant beast relying on human intelligence traps and various weapon coordination, there is still a high probability of resolving it without injury. However, facing a coalition of 3 such beasts, the majority of survivors would have no choice but to flee in panic. Yet this rule holds no sway over Lu Chun, who possesses great psychic mastery. In the domain ruled by psychic power, the number of enemies poses far less of a threat to him than the strength of their individual mass. Especially the 3 mutant beasts before him frantically ramming the gate. Though their levels were as high as LV. 7, none were particularly massive or heavy creatures, making them perfectly vulnerable to psychic power. Freeze. Lu Chun hovered midair, his gaze indifferent as he uttered a single word and clenched his right hand into the void. A hum resonated as invisible psychic energy instantly coalesced into 3 enormous semi-transparent palms. With lightning speed, they precisely seized the 3 roaring mutant beasts. Roar. The beasts felt a sudden lightness, only to discover in terror that their feet had left the ground, hoisted into the air by an irresistible force. They thrashed wildly, claws flailing in the air, releasing furious howls, but all efforts proved futile against Lu Chen's psychic hands. Too noisy. Lu Chen frowned slightly, his 5 fingers abruptly closing. Crack, crack, crack. A series of bone-crushing sounds abruptly rang out amidst the wind and snow. The wails of the 3 mutant beasts ceased abruptly as their bodies were compressed into twisted masses of flesh by the terrifying psychic force. Purple-black blood gushed from their orifices like water from a wrung towel, splattering across the ground. With a casual wave, Lu Chun discarded the 3 lifeless corpses onto the snowy ground like trash. Without needing instructions, Su Qingwei and Lin Qingxue, behind him, stepped forward with practiced ease to collect the materials dropped by the monsters, the entire process fluid and seamless, clearly honed through countless repetitions. A chime sounded. Killed LV. 7 mutant frost python. Killed LV. 7 mutant honey badger. Killed LV. 7 mutant cageot. Gained combat experience 270. Congratulations. Your level has increased to LV. 9. All attributes 1, gained free attribute points 1. LV. 9 now. Lu Chun felt a warm current surging within him. Without hesitation, he allocated the free attribute point to spirit, as was his custom. As he encountered more and more bizarre creatures, Lu Chun had come to realize the paramount importance of the spirit attribute. Strength determined physical output, agility governed evasion, and speed, constitution dictated endurance and health, but spirit was the core attribute for confronting this uncanny world. With a thought, Lu Chun summoned his current personal status panel. Name: Lu Chun, level LV. 9, strength 27, spirit 38, agility 26, constitution 30, current health 300, 300, current sanity 350, 380, 1 minute. Current city 90100, skills recruitment SSS, basic firearm proficiency, B, nature's gift, A, visual feast, A, psychic mastery, S, equipment, obsidian spirit ring, purple gluttons, left hand purple. Lu Chun surveyed his 4 core attributes with satisfaction. If he posted this status panel on the world channel, it would undoubtedly shock countless people. His attributes appeared imbalanced, with extremely high spirit seemingly skewed. However, in reality, each of the 3 attributes, strength, agility, and constitution, was enough to overpower ordinary survivors of the same level, and his spirit was astonishingly disproportionate. The reason was simple: his SS grade shelter possessed a hidden growth bonus, granting an additional 2 points to all attributes with each shelter level upgrade. He had once inadvertently discovered this while lurking on the world channel. It seemed that only a very few survivors with grade initial shelters received a 1-point all attribute bonus per shelter upgrade, while the vast majority of ordinary people received no attribute bonuses from upgrading their shelters. As for the attribute bonuses of an S-grade shelter, Lu Chun was uncertain. There might be someone in their region with an S-quality shelter, but they had not disclosed it, just as others were unaware of the effects of his SS-grade shelter. In the apocalypse, while many might share and exchange information regarding survival, when it came to personal privacy, everyone minimized the risk of exposure to avoid deliberate targeting by certain individuals. The other 3 attributes are more than sufficient for now. Spirit must remain at an absolute high to guard against higher-tier anomalies that have yet to reveal themselves. Lu Chun calculated silently. Instantly controlling and killing 3 LV. 7 mutant beasts had consumed roughly 30 points of his spirit. For an ordinary person, recovery might take days, but with his obsidian spirit ring, passive mana regeneration was active, and this drain would be replenished in less than half an hour. Just then a creak sounded. The already battered shelter door slowly opened a crack. Lu Chun dismissed the panel and turned his gaze. A small head, still clad in a pink rabbit pajama, cautiously peeked out, not yet having changed clothes. When she saw the tall, impeccably handsome man standing in the snow, whose face bore the average attractiveness of the readers. The girl's swollen, reddened eyes instantly lit up. Lu Chun, the big shot. Lu Chun was momentarily taken aback. The girl before him was quite different from the Shunlinger he had imagined, or rather she was far too adorable. Having seen Shin Wanqia's interview reports on television, before he knew she stood at least 7 meters tall, exuding an elegant aura in high heels, a quintessential aloof professional woman. As Shin Wanqia's niece, Lu Chun had preconceived that Shunlinger would also be a mature, sophisticated girl. Yet she appeared utterly unsuited for survival in the apocalypse. Standing less than 5 meters tall, she had a standard petite loli-like figure. Her signature twin tails swayed with her movements. Her skin was not as pale and cold as Lin Qingsu's, but rather a rosy white, tender enough to seem as if water could be squeezed from it. At this moment, delicate teardrops still clung to Shunlinger's exquisite face, her nose red from the cold. She gazed at Lu Chun with a timid, yet hopeful look, instantly evoking a strong urge to protect her. She was a freshly turned 18-year-old, a prospective freshman, yet to face the harsh realities of society. A delicate flower. Lu Chun instinctively activated his appraisal eye. A translucent panel materialized above Shunlinger's head. Name: Shunlinger. Age 18, appearance 91, pure and soft, the epitome of a first love, figure 87, petite, except for her chest level LV. Force strength 11, agility 12, spirit 12, constitution 13, specialty a rank holy light, healing inactive, to be activated upon signing the shop assistant contract. Contract effects if signed. 1. Constitution enhancement. Your constitution attribute is permanently increased by 10. 2. Talent unlock the special talent, endless vitality, a rank. Endless vitality. As long as you do not suffer instant death, your HP and sanity recovery speed is increased by 100. Overall rating 95. System evaluation. Lolas have 3 virtues: light body softness and easy to push down. You can even lift her up, her feet flailing, but unable to touch the ground. She is an extremely rare healing support in the apocalypse. Coupled with the contract effects that greatly enhance your survivability, the system suggests you don't hesitate. Secure her immediately. Upon seeing the endless vitality talent, Lu Chun's eyes instantly blazed with fervor. Accelerated HP and sanity recovery. Another top-tier talent. No wonder Shunlinger's appearance and figure stats weren't as high as Su Qingyu's or Lin Qingsu's, yet her overall rating reached an astonishing 95 points. Shopkeeper, don't stare, you are making that little girl shy. Just as Lu Chun was blankly staring at the panel in the void, Su Qingyu's sexy and seductive voice suddenly whispered in his ear, tinged with a hint of teasing and mockery. The warm, moist breath brushed against his ear, jolting Lu Chun back to reality. No one else could see his resumed viewing panel, so to outsiders he had just been staring intently at the young girl for a long time. Shunlinger was now hiding behind the broken door, peeking out with only half her head. Under Lu Chun's burning gaze, her fair little face flushed red like a ripe apple. Shyly she covered half her face with the sleeve of her pink rabbit pajamas, revealing only a pair of watery, sparkling eyes that timidly and curiously stole glances at Lu Chun. This look of wanting to see, but not daring to, was utterly heart-melting. Meanwhile, Su Qinghua watched with great interest. She looked Shunlinger up and down, her eyes sparkling with an excited gleam, as if appraising a new partner about to join the family. She knew Lu Chun's personality too well. Since he had encountered such a top-tier little loli, she would never escape the shopkeeper's grasp. On the other side, Lin Qingsu's reaction was far more complex. Standing behind Lu Chun, her slender fingers unconsciously twirled her silver-white hair, a hint of conflict flashing in her cool eyes. There was a trace of anticipation, hoping a new partner could share Lu Chun's output pressure, and a faint, bittersweet reluctance. Her possessive nature as a young girl made her unwilling to share the shopkeeper's love and attention with more people. Senior Lu Chun. It was Shunlinger who finally mustered the courage to break the silence, her voice timid and soft. "See, can you please take a look at my aunt first? Her condition is really bad right now." Lu Chun composed himself and nodded. "Lead the way." Entering the shelter, though it was a LV. For shelter, the temperature inside was only around 10 degrees Celsius, not very warm, and far from comparable to Lu Chun's shelter. On the narrow bed in the small bedroom, Lu Chun saw the unconscious Shen Wanqiu. After a simple examination, he discovered that the main cause of her near-death state was mental exhaustion due to critically low sanity, which had triggered a persistent high fever and unconsciousness. The situation was similar to when he first met Su Qinghua. In fact, because Shen Wanqiu had forcibly used her talent, draining her spirit, her condition was even worse than Su Qingyu's had been. Both her HP and sanity were dangerously low. Lu Chun pondered for a moment and made a decisive decision. Your shelter environment is too poor, cold and damp, unsuitable for recovery. Also, your supplies are exhausted and the door is nearly broken. He looked at Shunlinger and proposed, "If you trust me, pack up your things, bring your aunt, and come with me." "Oh, gee, go where?" Shunlinger was taken aback. "To my shelter," Lu Chun said solemnly. "Your aunt now needs a comfortable environment to recuperate, along with items that can restore sanity and HP for treatment." I believe only I can meet those conditions right now. Shinlinger didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately nodded. Okay, he'll listen to you, senior. In the few days since the apocalypse began after witnessing Lu Chen's power, she already admired him. Plus what he said was true. Staying here, even if her aunt woke up, they probably wouldn't survive the night. Soon Shinlinger packed a few essential valuables and a change of clothes. The three of them helped the unconscious Shun Wanqiu out of the shelter. Standing in the snow-swept clearing, Shinlinger carried her bags, blinked her big eyes, and looked around curiously. Senior Lu Chen, where's your vehicle? My aunt and I figured you must have some kind of snowmobile to get here so fast. Did you store it in your system backpack? Lu Chen heard this, a mysterious smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Vehicle? If I had to say, it's me. As soon as he spoke, whoosh, an immense vast spiritual energy erupted instantly. Under Shinlinger's shocked gaze, an invisible force gently lifted her, and Shun Wanqiu along with Su Qingwei and Lin Qingxue, slowly floating them into the air. Ffling! Shinlinger exclaimed. The weightlessness of her feet leaving the ground made her instinctively try to grab something, but she found herself securely wrapped in a layer of light blue telekinetic barrier with the wind and snow unable to penetrate. Hold tight, we're going home. Lu Chen gave a low shout. 5 figures instantly transformed into streaks of light, speeding through the blizzard, leaving only Shinlinger's astonished cries echoing in the wind. 20 minutes later, Zone C0372, in front of Lu Chen's shelter. The moment she landed and saw the 2-story building before her, Shinlinger was already stunned. Even after upgrading her shelter to LV, for it still only had 1 floor. And when Lu Chen opened the door and led them inside, the little girl was shocked once again. Whoosh! A warm spring-like breeze rushed to meet them. There was no musty smell of dampness or cold as she had imagined. Before her eyes was a spacious, bright living room with a floor covered in soft carpet, a fireplace emitting a gentle glow, and a row of high-looking bar counters and sofas. So warm. Shinlinger stared in disbelief at the thermometer on the wall, 25°C. She then looked around the room, had an independent kitchen. Glancing up the stairs, she could vaguely see the doors to a luxurious master bedroom, and a secondary bedroom on the 2nd floor, and even a steaming shower room. Is this still the apocalypse? Shinlinger rubbed her eyes, feeling as if she had dreamt her way back to a civilized society. She turned to Lin Qingxue, her face etched with existential doubt, and asked, Sister Qingxue, what level is your shelter now? My shelter is also at LV. So why? Shinlinger's delicate face was filled with grievance and confusion. Her shelter was a grade reinforced concrete bunker. Though it sounded sturdy, it was essentially nothing more than a dreary cement prison. LV. 1 was a pitch-black cell. LV. 2 added a ventilation shaft and reinforced walls along with a 10 bonus to stone collection. LV. 3 expanded the basement, and LV. 4 merely provided an extra bedroom and a hard wooden bed. Forget underfloor heating or a shower. There wasn't even a decent window. She could only keep warm by burning wood, leaving her eyes stinging from smoke every day. It was practically like being in prison. Worse, in prison at least meals and lodging were provided, while here she had to risk her life daily gathering supplies. LV. 4. Lin Qingxue looked at Shinlinger's astonished expression as if she had never seen the world and gently shook her head. A hint of uncontainable pride flickered in her eyes as she said softly, Linger, the boss shelter is already at LV. 6. And the bedroom and shower were actually available even before LV. 4. Everything here. It's all because the boss is incredibly powerful. Ordinary shelter upgrades only increase size and sturdiness, but the boss shelter is one of a kind. LV. 6. Shinlinger's mouth formed an O shape, utterly dumbfounded. Most in their area had just barely reached LV. For O, and hadn't the big shot Lu Chen only ascended to LV. 5 just the day before yesterday? How had it already leveled up again? And the shower and bedroom had been there since early on. Was this the true weight of a top-tier powerhouse? It was only at this moment, as Su Qingwei and Lin Qingxue watched Shinlinger's stunned, frozen expression, that they truly realized. The life they had taken for granted was in others' eyes a paradise. The gap between the boss shelter and everyone else's was already as vast as the heavens and the earth. The two women exchanged a glance, seeing profound relief in each other's eyes. In this apocalypse, being able to follow the boss was truly a blessing. Alright, we can save the tour for later. Lu Chen interrupted their reflections, his expression turning serious as he pointed to the unconscious Shun Wanqiu. The priority now is to save her. He settled Shun Wanqiu onto the warm, soft leather sofa and first fed her a potent fever reducer. Then he took out a healing latte and a small, strong sanity restoration potion, carefully helping her drink them. Both the coffee and the potion had a 1-hour cooldown, consuming them again within that hour wouldn't stack the sanity restoration, so they had to be used in tandem. The key now is to restore her sanity. Lu Chen glanced at Shun Wanqiu's still-knitted brows. When sanity values were too low, medication alone wasn't enough. Besides medicine, a good, comfortable resting environment can also speed up sanity recovery. For instance, a hot bath followed by a sleep in a soft bed. Lu Chun turned to Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue and instructed, Qingyue, go fill the bathtub with hot water in the second-floor shower. Qingxue, fetch a set of clean pajamas from the dressing room. You two help Shen Wanqiu take a thorough bath to ward off the chill. Got it. Su Qingyue agreed with unusual alacrity, a sly gleam in her eyes and a meaningful smile curling at her lips. Don't worry, boss. The experience I've gained from helping you bathe. Oh no, I mean scrubbing your back is more than enough to pamper this sister comfortably. We'll make sure she's all fragrant and then tuck her into bed. Hearing this, Shenlinger's eyes went wide and her face flushed crimson instantly. Help Brother Lu Chun take a bath and gained experience. Thighs. Is this something that can be said aloud? The innocent girl was clearly startled by the massive influx of information, her gaze darting between Su Qingyu's curvaceous figure and Lu Chun as if she had uncovered some earth-shattering secret. Ahem. Lu Chun, seeing Shenlinger's misinterpreting expression, rolled his eyes in exasperation and raised his hand to give Su Qingyue a smack on the rear. Slap. The crisp sound echoed loudly in the quiet living room. Stop driving the conversation off track. You're scaring the young lady. Get to work. Oh dear. Su Qingyue let out a delicate cry, covering her shapely bottom, and cast a sultry, reproachful glance at Lu Chun. Where are you hitting me, boss? It hurts. Though she claimed pain, there was no real ache in her voice. It was pure coquetry enough to melt bones. Lin Qingxu's cheeks flushed slightly. Though she said nothing, she nodded obediently and quickly moved to prepare the clothes. After the two women left, Lu Chen's gaze returned to Shen Wanqiu, still lying on the sofa. He hadn't had a chance to look closely while rushing to save her, but now studying this renowned strong woman of Jiang City, he couldn't help but silently admire her. Her features bore a 70% resemblance to Shenlinger's. Both were exquisitely beautiful. But unlike Shenlinger's budding green apple innocence, Shen Wanqiu was more like a perfectly ripe peach. Time had left no marks on her face, but instead it had tempered her with a unique, mature, intellectual grace and elegance. Even in her unconscious state, her slightly disheveled, but still undeniable curve, and her fuller, more voluptuous figure than Shenlinger's exuded a lethal allure. Truly excellent family genes. One young, one mature, each with their own charm. Lu Chun withdrew his gaze and looked at Shenlinger, who sat nearby looking somewhat constrained. The young girl worried about her aunt, and in an unfamiliar environment nervously twisted her hands together. After a moment's thought, Lu Chun reached into his backpack and pulled out a carton of milk and a large box of colorful jelly snacks, spoils from a white food-oriented treasure chest opened yesterday. The entire box held 50 or 60 pieces in various flavors. Since Lin Qingxue, Su Qingyue, and Lu Chun himself weren't fond of jelly, they had left it in the shelter. Don't be nervous, have something to eat. Lu Chun pushed the snacks toward her. Shenlinger's eyes lit up at the sight of the jelly. Jelly. Snacks were her favorite, especially sweet treats like jelly. But in this apocalypse, even having enough to eat was a luxury, let alone dreaming of such delicious jelly. Gurgle. Just then her little stomach let out an embarrassingly loud growl, echoing clearly in the quiet shelter. Aunt. Shenlinger immediately covered her stomach, her face turning as red as a tomato, wishing she could disappear into a crack in the floor. She stared at the shimmering jelly on the table, swallowed hard, her eyes brimming with longing, yet she hesitated to reach out, held back by shyness and embarrassment. This adorable sight of her wanting to eat but daring not, her brows furrowed in internal conflict, was utterly. Lu Chun found it amusing, so he took the initiative to tear open a strawberry-flavored jelly. The delicate, translucent jelly quivered slightly under the light, exuding an enticing sweet fragrance. Holding it between two fingers, he grinned mischievously and brought it to her lips. What's the matter? Afraid to take it? Or, do you want me to feed you? No. At the mention of feed you, Shenlinger recalled the earlier ambiguous atmosphere between Su Qingyue and Lu Chun, and she blushed in flustered embarrassment. Hurriedly she extended her hands to gingerly accept the jelly. I'll eat it myself. Thank you, Brother Lu Chun. She kept her head lowered, not daring to meet Lu Chun's gaze. After speaking, she eagerly popped the jelly into her mouth. Cool, springy sweet. The delightful taste of the jelly burst instantly in her mouth, traveling down her throat and sweetening her heart. So good. Shenlinger squinted her big eyes in bliss. Relaxed, she sank half her body into the soft leather sofa. Because of her petite stature, she sat deep in the spacious couch, her little feet in rabbit pajama pants barely reaching the floor. In high spirits, her dangling feet unconsciously swayed back and forth in the air. Paired with her contented expression and twin ponytails, she looked like a little rabbit basking in the sun. A heartwarming and adorable scene. After a while, sounds came from the staircase. Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue came down with bath towels and pajamas. The water is ready, just the right temperature. Su Qingyu's gaze swept over and immediately spotted Shenlinger nestled in the sofa eating jelly, and Lu Chun sitting nearby, a smile tugging at his lips. As a seasoned person, she instantly read the subtle warmth in the air. Her eyes twinkled, and a playful smile curled at the corner of her mouth. She volunteered, store manager, the shower room is spacious, but it's still a bit cramped for 3 people. Besides, we need to give this sister a full body cleanup, too many hands would only cause chaos. I think Sister Linger is exhausted too, so let her stay here and keep you company, store manager. Sister Qingxue, and I will carry her up to wash. Hearing this, Shenlinger quickly put down the jelly wrapper, awkwardly wanting to stand up and help. She tried, but found her legs couldn't reach the floor, so she couldn't get up, which made her even more embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed as she apologized then. They'll leave it to you two sisters. Thank you. You're welcome. We're all family. Huh? Family? What does that mean? Shenlinger looked bewildered, not immediately understanding what Sister Su Qingwe meant. She subconsciously bit her finger and began to ponder whether she had any familial relation with Sister Su Qingwe. Su Qingwe smiled meaningfully, then together with Lin Qingxue, she effortlessly hoisted the unconscious Shun Wanqiu and headed upstairs. The living room was suddenly left with only Lu Chun and Shenlinger. The atmosphere grew quiet, but not awkward. All right, while your aunt is being treated. Lu Chun leaned back on the sofa and looked at Shenlinger. Tell me about your experiences during this time and the intelligence from your side. At Lu Chen's inquiry, Shenlinger's formerly swinging feet gradually stilled. She clutched the jelly wrapper tightly in her hand. Her eyes, which had sparkled from the treat, quickly dimmed, veiled with a watery haze. Actually, at first my aunt and I were very lucky. Shenlinger lowered her head, her voice soft, but laced with a sob like a child confessing a mistake. Where I landed was a half-buried, reinforced concrete bunker. Even though it was only LV, one of the walls were thick and there was a stone door. Even without upgrades, the wild beasts couldn't get in during the first few days. A bunker right from the start. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. When he had gone to rescue the two women, he had assumed Shenlinger's bunker shelter was upgraded later. He never imagined it was a bunker from the very beginning. Starting with a stone house, this safety factor was far higher than most people's. Good heavens, this was practically a heaven-chosen girl. He knew that the vast majority of survivors started with drafty wooden cabins, and even his own shelter had been the same. To upgrade the wall's defense, everyone had to brave the cold to chop wood and find stones. If they were unlucky enough to encounter a blizzard, some could freeze to death on the first night. Yet this little girl started with a concrete fortification. Her starting line was far ahead of others. Shenlinger sniffled and continued. On the second day, Aunt found me. She's very capable. She used to practice long-distance running and martial arts, and even without weapons she could avoid those clumsy beasts. Working together, we collected a great deal of supplies in the first 3 days, even more than most people in the chat channel. Her voice grew smaller as she spoke, her hands twisting together nervously. But on the fourth day, it was all because I was too stupid. As she spoke, she slowly lowered her head, her voice filled with guilt. When I was chiseling ice to get water by the river, I didn't notice the crack in the ice beneath my feet and fell straight into the ice hole. Although Aunt risked her life to pull me out, I was already frozen stiff and had stopped breathing. Lu Chen nodded slightly, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest. In this extremely cold, post-apocalyptic world with temperatures tens of degrees below zero, falling into icy water without thermal protection or medical supplies was essentially a death sentence. To save me, Aunt used all the emergency medicine you had given her and even took off her down jacket to wrap me up for warmth. She stayed by the fire watching over me for an entire day and night, not daring to leave for a moment. Shenlinger raised her head, readied, and looked at Lu Chun with a face full of regret. Because she had to take care of me, Aunt missed the survival chest that spawned nearby that day and couldn't gather resources. And so my aunt and I wasted a whole day. In this world, one step behind means a perpetual lag. Lu Chen silently echoed in his mind. He knew all too well the cruel mechanics of this apocalyptic world. The first 3 days were the newbie protection period with the richest resource spawns and the weakest monsters. Shen Wanqiu and Shenlinger had joined forces and moved in together on the second day, pooling their efforts to gather resources and strengthen a single shelter. This already put them ahead of others. Plus, Shen Wanqiu's strength skill meant that without any mishap the two of them would have been among the best off. But Shenlinger's accidental fall into the water forced them to waste precious development time and the chest that might have contained rare resources. As one side declined, the other rose. The monsters outside grew stronger, the temperature dropped, while their supplies dwindled. Later, although I woke up, my body remained weak, constantly plagued by coughs and fevers. To trade for fever medicine and food, my aunt could only exchange the resources we had discovered and the weaknesses of the monsters in the regional channel. We barely ventured out for days. Moreover, most people in the regional channel were selfish, unlike Brother Lu Chun. They haggled ruthlessly, and the intelligence my aunt painstakingly compiled could only fetch half a rye bread or a few anti-inflammatory pills. At this point, Shenlinger could no longer hold back. She buried her face in her hands and sobbed softly. Lu Chun watched the tear-streaked girl before him, piecing together the full story in his mind. A perfect start had been shattered into an uphill battle by a single accident. This damned apocalypse. However, Lu Chen's eyes flickered. Shen Wanqiu was indeed a talent. In the dire straits of being behind due to an accident and depleted resources, she still thought to trade intelligence and strategies for survival supplies, forcibly keeping them both alive until now. Such sharp commercial instincts and adaptability were precisely the kind of administrative talent he lacked most. Shen Wanxiu was exceptional. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a successful entrepreneur at such a young age on Blue Star. In this apocalypse, she merely lacked a platform that could shelter her. Alright, stop crying. Lu Qin pulled out a tissue and handed it to Shen Linger, his tone still calm, but tinged with warmth. It wasn't your fault. In that situation, anyone would have had an accident. Since your aunt chose to save you, it means you are 10,000 times more important to her than any supplies. If you were gone, she would lose her spiritual anchor in this cannibalistic world. So you must live well. That gives her the meaning and motivation to keep going. Seeing Shen Linger stop sobbing and look up at him with tearful wide eyes, Lu Qin curled his lips into a confident smile and said seriously, "And now that you're here with me, danger and hunger are no more." Lu Qin shook the cola in his hands, speaking with certainty, as if stating an established fact. Huh. As his commanding words fell, Shen Linger, clutching the cola, showed a brief daze on her tear-streaked, adorable face. She gazed at Lu Qin's confident, handsome profile, her mind racing. After a moment, as if realizing something, she fell silent. Then her face flushed crimson, even her ears burning, and she whispered, Lu Qin, big shot. Are you planning to support me and my aunt? Cough, cough. Lu Qin nearly spat out the cola he had just drunk, coughing violently. He looked at the blushing girl nervously squeezing the cola, utterly amused and exasperated. Heavens be my witness. His ultimate goal was indeed to keep these two beauties in the shelter to work for him, but wasn't this girl's train of thought a bit too straightforward? He had intended to propose a simple alliance. For instance, Shen Wanxiu would provide intelligence analysis on the anomalies in exchange for Lu Qin's protection and necessary materials in this apocalypse. How had that turned into an improper transaction in her mouth? Seeing Shen Linger's expression, shy yet seemingly resigned, Lu Qin cleared his throat and said seriously, don't get the wrong idea. I mean, since your aunt hasn't shrank crisis warning talent, and I have supplies and combat power, we can establish a long-term stable cooperative relationship. Mutual benefit, understand? Lu Qin patiently explained his thoughts to Shen Linger. After hearing the explanation, Shen Linger grew even more embarrassed, wishing she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment into the leather sofa with her toes. So the big shot valued her aunt's talent, not their bodies. It was all because of Su Qingyu's ambiguous tone earlier that she had subconsciously thought Lu Qin was hinting at something. She had even been about to agree. That. I'm fine with anything. Shen Linger waved her hands, frantically stammering. Whatever you say, big shot Lu Qin, but I'll need to discuss this with my aunt later. I can't decide on my own. Indeed, we should wait for Shen Wanxiu to wake up. Lu Qin nodded, gazing thoughtfully toward the second floor, calculating how to negotiate with the shrewd businesswoman. Though he called it a negotiation, he knew the advantage was on his side. After all, he was the savior of the two women. Yet he didn't notice that beside him Shen Linger, though relieved, felt a faint, indescribable sense of loss when she stole a glance at his contemplative profile. So, it's just a cooperative relationship. The girl bit her straw, sipping her cola with a hollow feeling in her heart. Just as Shen Linger was lost in her melancholy, light footsteps came from the stairway. Store manager Weave brought the person down. Su Qingyu's crisp, teasing voice broke the silence in the living room. Lu Qin and Shen Linger both looked up. At a single glance, Shen Linger's mouth fell open in surprise, forgetting even to bite her straw. Lu Qin's fingers holding the cola paused slightly, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue were supporting Shen Wanxiu, now dressed in clean clothes, as she slowly descended the stairs. The grime, mud, and blood had been washed away, replaced by a refreshing sight that dazzled the eyes. At that moment, Shen Wanxiu had her wet hair casually pinned up with a few strands clinging to her rosy cheeks. A healthy flush from the hot water that added a gentle warmth to her intellectual face, far from the assertive career woman on TV. What was most striking was her attire. Since her original clothes were too dirty to wear, she now had on a silk pajama set courtesy of Su Qingyue. Though Su Qingyue also had a great figure, her frame was that of a young girl. On Shen Wanxiu's mature, voluptuous body, the pajamas were a bit too tight. The silk fabric clung tightly to her hourglass curves, especially the buttons at her chest, which seemed to bear an unbearable weight, trembling slightly with each breath. With every step Shen Wanxiu took down the stairs, there was a noticeable sway, as if the buttons might burst open at any moment. As she moved, the unique charm of a mature woman radiated irresistibly. If Lin Qingxue was an unattainable snow lotus and Su Qingyue was an alluring red rose, then Shen Wanxiu was a perfectly ripened peach, exuding an enticing sweetness that made one want to take a bite. Aunt! Shen Linger snapped back to reality, abandoning her cola, and leaped off the sofa to rush over and support Shen Wanxiu. Perhaps hearing her niece's voice, Shen Wanxiu, who had been semi-conscious, fluttered her eyelashes slightly. Then with some difficulty, she opened her eyes. She saw an unfamiliar yet warm and bright shelter, a soft carpet beneath her, and the air, devoid of the damp, musty smell of sunless days, carried a faint scent of shower gel and the smell of cola. Linger. Shen Wanxiu's voice was hoarse, weakened from her recent illness. But when she saw that Shen Linger, who had rushed into her arms, was not only safe and rosy-cheeked, but even had cola stains at the corner of her mouth, her tense nerves instantly relaxed. Instinctively, she tried to raise her hand to shield her niece behind her, a reflex developed over these apocalyptic days. But she soon realized she was being supported by two stunning young women. Though her mind was still hazy as a former business tycoon, and with her grade crisis warning talent remaining silent, she quickly assessed the situation. She and her niece Shinlinger had been rescued. Taking a deep breath, she forced her weak body to stand straighter, her gaze passing over the others to land precisely on the center of the living room. There, sitting on a leather sofa holding a can of cola, was a young man watching her with a calm gaze. Their eyes met. Lu Chen remained silent, just looking at her. Shen Wanxiu felt a chill in her heart. Intuition told her this man, who seemed much younger than her, was extraordinary. Then her mind suddenly felt a brief daze. Before her eyes, the word danger flashed abruptly, blurring her vision. This was the passive effect of her grade talent crisis warning. Crisis warning had two abilities. One was active use, allowing her to detect impending danger within 12 hours. The second was a passive effect. Any person or thing that could pose a danger to her would trigger a passive alert. Active use consumed significant sanity points, but the passive effect had no cost. This was the main reason Shen Wanxiu dared to venture deep into the mist to find her niece Shinlinger's shelter in the apocalypse. Through the passive effect of crisis warning, she could avoid danger in advance and reach her destination safely. "Miss Shin, since you're awake, let's sit and talk." Lu Chen put down his cola and pointed to the sofa opposite him, breaking the silence. "We can have a good talk about cooperation." As he spoke, he subconsciously called up Shen Wanxiu's recruitment panel. Name: Shen Wanxiu, level LV4, strength 11, spirit 22, agility 10, physique 13, appearance 92, figure 93, specialties a grade, overall management's grade, crisis warning contract, effect upon signing, all shelter facility upgrade costs reduced by 20. The manager can unlock a special skill. King's Blessing upon activation, all allied units within 100 meters gain an absolute calm, BUFF, purifying, immunizing against spiritual pollution for 30 minutes once per day. Overall rating 95. System evaluation detected that target Shen Wanxiu still harbors some vigilance and has a strong sense of self. Current forced recruitment success rate is extremely low. It is recommended to first build trust through cooperation and proceed slowly. Just as I thought, Lu Chen mused inwardly. A strong woman like Shen Wanxiu, who had weathered many storms in the business world, would not easily sell herself into servitude, even in dire straits. She had pride and grade talent as her trump card. Since he couldn't achieve it in one step, he would wait. With that thought, Lu Chen leaned back on the sofa, tapping his fingers lightly on his knee. Without beating around the bush, he said bluntly, "Miss Shen, I suspect that each use of your grade talent crisis warning consumes a large amount of your sanity points, doesn't it?" Shen Wanxiu, who had just sat down, tensed up immediately, but then relaxed and smiled bitterly. "Indeed, as expected of the number one person in our C0372 district, I knew I couldn't hide it from you." Seeing her admit it, Lu Chen continued, "As far as I know, once sanity points get too low, one goes mad. At best you become a vegetable, at worst you're corrupted by eerie forces and become a walking corpse." Struck in her weak spot, Shen Wanxiu's expression shifted slightly. Lu Chen was absolutely right. Over the past 2 days, to avoid danger, she had used her talent frequently, and now she often experienced auditory hallucinations and splitting headaches. This was why she urgently needed a stable environment. Danger is everywhere in this world now. Even I can't guarantee absolute safety when exploring new areas. For instance, I recently explored a large abandoned steel mill where there was a drank monster that gave me quite a headache. Lu Chen pointed to the darkening sky outside the window and said earnestly, "So we can actually cooperate. I need to use your ability to help me avoid some uncontrollable fatal risks. In exchange, I can provide you with food, hot water, and some materials needed for shelter upgrades. Of course, for the days you stay in my shelter, you'll also need to contribute with labor or use your ability as payment for the shelter I provide you and your niece. My shelter doesn't support freeloaders. You can also choose to join my shelter and become a member. But let me be clear, once you join, everything you have will be under my control, and you must obey me. Of course, since you're new here, I can give you a day to think it over. Miss Shen, what do you think?" Shen Wanxiu was silent for a moment. She looked at Lu Chen's calm eyes, then at her niece Shinlinger, who was looking at her expectantly. Lu Chen had been very straightforward. He had saved them so naturally they needed to pay. The payment was either to work alongside her niece or to use her ability to help him, or to join the shelter and become his person. As for what came after, thinking of Su Qingyue and Lin Xingxue, who obeyed Lu Chen unconditionally, Shen Wanxiu instinctively felt some resistance. But, looking at the snacks on the coffee table, feeling the constant warmth of 26 degrees in the room, and knowing she wouldn't have to face the dangers outside, she found she had no bargaining chips. Lu Chen was offering far too much. "Alright, I can first exchange my labor and talent for your shelter. As for becoming a member of your shelter, I'm sorry, but my sanity is still too low for me to make a clear judgment. I do need a day to consider it. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Lu." Shen Wanxiu took a deep breath and nodded firmly. "Deal." A faint smile curled at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth as he extended his hand, Pleasure doing business with you. Though he hadn't managed to recruit Shen Wanxiu, directly getting them to stay was enough. Once they spent time with him and witnessed his strength and the security he could provide, he didn't believe Shen Wanxiu could resist staying and giving up this life. Since the deal was made and with night falling outside Shen Wanxiu and Shen Linger's shelter lacked the resources to withstand the eerie invasion of the night, Lu Chen naturally offered to let them stay overnight. At dinner time, Lin Qingxue, who had been quiet, voluntarily walked into the kitchen. When Lin Qingxue first arrived, she had mentioned that she was a decent cook, so Lu Chen had entrusted her with meal preparation. Indeed, Lin Qingxue's cooking was excellent. With simple seasonings and raw meat, she could create delicious aromatic dishes. Soon a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen, filling the entire living room. What an enticing aroma! Shen Linger's little nose twitched gently, and her mouth had already betrayed her by secreting copious amounts of saliva. There was no helping it. The food Lin Qingxue had cooked was simply too fragrant, rivaling even the dishes she had savored in some upscale restaurants before the apocalypse. Before long, 3 dishes and a soup were laid out on the dining table. There was pickled cabbage with wild boar meat, where thinly sliced pork belly had absorbed the rich flavors of the pickled broth, glistening and translucent. There was also oyster sauce lettuce, verdant and dripping with freshness, its mere appearance stirring a voracious appetite. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, golden egg chunks enrobed in a luscious crimson tomato sauce, their presentation alone deemed flawless. But that wasn't all. Lu Chen, as if performing a magic trick, produced 2 items from his spatial backpack, an exquisitely packaged box of French foie gras and a bottle of aged red wine. Dig in. Lu Chen, as the host, took his seat first. Gazing at the array of dishes before him, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. After signing the employment contract with Lin Qingxue, the gift of nature talent he had acquired was indeed something special. On the first day it yielded a king crab, on the second foie gras, and on the third a vintage red wine, and not some counterfeit spirit. Although it offered little aid in battle, it was undoubtedly a T0 tier divine skill when it came to enhancing the quality of life. However, this dinner, which to Lu Chen seemed merely a bit more lavish than usual, struck the Shen aunt and niece like a spiritual earthquake. Shen Wanxiu stared at the steaming scrambled eggs, utterly stunned. Eggs. In this apocalypse where even buckwheat bread sparked fierce scrambles, fresh scrambled eggs were available here. And that emerald green lettuce. It was clearly freshly picked. When her gaze swept over the French foie gras and the bottle of red wine, her pupils dilated violently. Such items were luxuries that even middle-class families in peacetime only indulged in during festivals and celebrations. But this was the apocalypse. Thighs is all for us to eat. Shen Linger swallowed hard, clutching her chopsticks tightly, yet afraid to reach out, as if this were a beautiful dream that would shatter at the slightest touch. Of course, how can you work without a full stomach? Lu Chen smiled, picking up a piece of the most succulent pickled meat for Shen Linger, and poured a glass of red wine for Shen Wanxiu. Have a drink. Red wine helps with sleep and can restore your sanity faster. Gazing at the swirling red wine in the goblet, Shen Wanxiu's eyes grew dazed. She had thought that as the negotiator with enscraved talent, she could maintain a measure of dignity and pride, even while living under another's roof. But at this moment, amid the steaming aroma of the meal and Lu Chen's casual display of wealth, the pride of the businesswoman she once was crumbled bit by bit. Thank you, Shen Wanxiu murmured, lifting her glass for a sip. The wine was mellow with a hint of sweetness as it slid down her throat. In that instant, she suddenly felt that if this were the price, it seemed not so hard to accept after all. Soon the 5 of them had eaten their fill. Seeing the empty plates on the table, Lin Qingxue and Su Qinghua took the initiative to clear the dishes. Shen Linger, feeling awkward sitting idle, scurried on her short legs to help in the kitchen. At the table, only Lu Chen and Shen Wanxiu remained. The atmosphere grew quiet. Shen Wanxiu looked at Lu Chen's com profile, took a deep breath, and proposed, "Lu Chen, there are about 2 hours until dark. I want to probe tonight's anomaly. Can your body handle it?" Lu Chen glanced at her still pale complexion. "I can," Shen Wanxiu nodded, her tone resolute. "Each time I actively use my talent, it consumes at least 20 sanity points. But thanks to you, after the hot bath and the special coffee and medicine you provided, my sanity has recovered to 125 points, more than enough to endure." As if fearing Lu Chen would refuse, she added, "Besides, this morning, while searching for Linger, I actually attempted to sense tonight's danger. But at that time my sanity was only 60, and I nearly collapsed upon contact, forcing me to stop. Using it now is a continuation of that morning's perception, so the cost will be much lower than starting anew." Hearing Shen Wanxiu's professional explanation, Lu Chen didn't dissuade her. Shen Wanxiu was indeed sharp. Since they were cooperating, she understood she had to prove her worth. Lu Chen nodded. "Then I'll leave it to you. Don't overdo it." Shen Wanxiu inclined her head slightly, then closed her eyes, regulated her breathing, and activated her bittersweet, scrayed talent crisis warning. About 3 minutes passed. As her sanity points slowly dwindled, Shen Wanxiu's tightly shut eyelids began to twitch violently. Her once rosy cheeks rapidly drained of color, and fine beads of cold sweat emerged on her forehead. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes open, gasping for air, her pupils still harboring lingering fear and disbelief. What's the situation? Lu Chun handed her a tissue. Shen Wanxiu didn't take it, but instead clutched the hem of her skirt, her voice trembling with terror. It's a level 8, a rank anomaly. Lu Chen frowned slightly. A level 8, a rank anomaly was formidable, but why would it frighten Shen Wanxiu so much? It's not just the level. Shen Wanxiu swallowed hard, lifting her head to meet Lu Chen's gaze, revealing the chilling truth. It possesses high intelligence. High intelligence. Lu Chen's eyes sharpened instantly. Yes. Unlike the mutated beasts or mindless anomalies before, in my perception, it can think, observe, and even knows how to disguise itself. Shen Wanxiu felt a wave of icy dread wash over her. A popular joke had long circulated on Blue Star: I fear ghosts, but ghosts have never harmed me. I don't fear humans, yet humans leave me battered and bruised. The reason humans are feared is precisely because they are highly intelligent beings with unfathomable hearts capable of justice, kindness, love, and other beautiful emotions. But they also harbor negative feelings like conspiracy, deceit, and malice. And now, if even anomalies possess human intelligence coupled with their immunity to conventional physical damage and various bizarre traits. For the average survivor at this stage, a highly intelligent anomaly is 10,000 times more terrifying than 100 ordinary ones that merely scratch at doors. So it's finally here. What exactly is it? Lu Chen asked in a low voice. Shen Wanxiu took a deep breath, striving to calm her racing heart, and described the vision she had perceived. Its name is the skin-wearing doppelganger. It can mimic appearances, body shapes, and even imitate human voices. The most terrifying part is that once it kills someone, it can perfectly replace the deceased survivor. Then, using our system and even the chat channels, it can imitate our speech patterns. Shen Wanxiu's voice carried a tremor, clearly shaken by this information herself. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened instantly, seizing the key point. So tonight's regional chat channel might be infiltrated by messages from this thing. It could use the identity of the dead to send messages in the regional channel, to trick other survivors into trusting it, or even lure acquaintances into opening their doors. Exactly. Shen Wanxiu nodded, her face pale. That's why it's called the skin-painting doppelganger. Both Lu Chun and Shen Wanxiu sank into contemplation, the air in the living room plummeting to freezing point. In truth, the skin-painting doppelganger's ability alone was insidious enough to catch anyone off guard, but with Shen Wanxiu's early warning, as long as others were informed, they wouldn't willingly open the door to the anomaly. But once everyone knew that such an anomaly existed capable of replacing them, and even infiltrating their chat channels. In this apocalypse where trust among people was already fragile, if even communication channels were compromised, it would be a catastrophic disaster. Huff. Lu Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, pondering deeply. Though troublesome now that he knew its nature, it wasn't an unsolvable puzzle. I need more detailed information, especially its weaknesses. He retrieved a steaming cup of healing latte and handed it to Shen Wanxiu. This was already the 5th cup Shen Wanxiu had drunk tonight. Though the healing latte could quickly restore sanity and stamina, it was a high-concentration special coffee product, and continuous intake over a short period came with side effects. She took the latte without hesitation and downed it in one gulp. As the warm liquid slid into her stomach, Shen Wanxiu lost sanity points, began to rapidly recover, suppressing the piercing pain in her mind caused by spying on the high-rank anomaly. But soon a surge of intense heat and excitement washed over her. If this were Blue Star, a woman like her who usually only drank tea for health would have had her heart give out from such a high dose of caffeine in a short time. Fortunately, she was now a LV. For survivor with enhanced physique, barely able to endure it. Yet even so, the side effects emerged. Shen Wanxiu's originally pale cheeks flushed with an unnatural redness, her breathing becoming rapid and erratic. In her intellectual eyes, aside from lingering fatigue, there was now a trace of dazed excitement from the drug's effect. Huff. So hot. Possibly due to the caffeine-induced excitement or fear of the anomaly, Shen Wanxiu subconsciously tugged at her collar. The tightly buttoned silk pajamas barely held, and this pull revealed a large expanse of snowy skin and deep cleavage. At this moment she resembled a peony blooming amidst crisis, dangerous yet alluring. Riding this wave of intense excitement, Shen Wanxiu forced herself to ignore the heat and closed her eyes again. 1 minute, 2 minutes. This time the consumption was even more severe than before. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, sweat dripping from her forehead, down her cheeks, onto her collarbone. Suddenly, she snapped her eyes open, her body going limp as she slid toward the table's edge. Lu Chun, quick as lightning, caught her shoulder and half embraced her. Found it. Found it. Shen Wanxiu ignored the awkward posture, leaning entirely against Lu Chun as she gasped for air, her voice weak from the sanity loss. Though it's an rank anomaly and immune to conventional physical attacks, in its spirit form it has a fatal flaw in its mechanism. She swallowed and spoke rapidly. To perfectly replace a human, when it peels off the victim's skin and wears it, its spirit must fully merge with the flesh to gain a physical form. That means, while it's in the skin-painting state, it has a flesh and blood body, just like the replaced person, and can be killed by physical means. Lu Chen's eyes sharpened. What if it detects danger and sheds the skin to escape? It can't do it instantly perhaps because it's only in a rank anomaly. Shen Wanxiu grabbed Lu Chen's arm and spoke slowly. That's its biggest weakness. Because the fusion is so deep, switching from skin painting state back to spirit form requires a full 3 minutes of peeling time. During those 3 minutes we can still harm it. As long as we can lure it into maintaining its disguise or strike within the first 3 minutes of it trying to shed its skin. Of course, even in skin painting state it's still in a rank anomaly, not something ordinary survivors can handle. Got it. A cold glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he nodded thoughtfully. Though the anomaly's physical immunity was a problem for him, with his strength, psionic perception, and multiple anomalous weapons, it wasn't a major issue. Even in a direct confrontation, he was confident he could grind down this rank monster. But for ordinary survivors it was deadly. So far he hadn't heard of anyone in the regional channel obtaining anomalous weapons. Of course that didn't mean none existed. Just as Lu Chen had as he never flaunted it in the group. Truly capable survivors likely did the same, quietly amassing resources. Still, those with anomalous weapons were a rarity. And those who could use them to kill anomalies in spirit form were even fewer. But the intelligence Shen Wanxiu brought back changed everything. It meant that even ordinary people without anomalous weapons, if they seized the right moment, could kill this terrifying rank anomaly with just an axe or even a Molotov cocktail. As long as it dares to wear skin, those 3 minutes will be its death sentence. Lu Chen released his hold on Shen Wanxiu, letting her rest on the sofa. He glanced at the time, a playful smile curling at his lips. Still over an hour until dark, just enough time. Miss Shen still have the energy. We need to make another big deal. Though Shen Wanxiu was weak and hot, her mind was hyperactive from the excess caffeine. She was in a half-lucid state, drained of sanity and stimulated by the coffee. She raised her dazed eyes and nodded instinctively. What do you want me to do? Same as a few days ago, post the information you just detected in the regional channel. Lu Chen's tone was coaxing, like a ruthless boss instructing an employee. But only reveal the anomaly's rank, grade, and the danger of its high intelligence and skin-painting disguise. As for its weakness, add a guiding sentence in the group. Say that this is their closest chance to become strong. Tonight's anomaly is the most killable one. Tell them that though it's terrifying, killing it yields an achievement chest reward. Want to know why some big shots like me got so strong? Because I dared to kill anomalies and had resources. Because I dared to kill anomalies and had resources. Although tonight's anomaly is only a rank, if you grasp its weakness, it is the most vulnerable among all anomalies to physical extermination. Lu Chen paused, then continued. Finally set a rule: private chat bidding. Each person gets only one chance to offer. Tell them there is only one chance. Ask them to offer their most valuable supplies that can move you in exchange for this strategy. If you are satisfied, reply. If not, there will be no second chance. Let them keep their supplies and await death. Shen Wanxiu listened to Lu Chen's plan. Though her head was still a bit dizzy, her business instincts instantly grasped the immense profit. First, play up the terror of the skin-changing anomaly to create panic. Then reveal that everyone has a chance to kill the anomaly and obtain treasure chests selling hope. She even subtly hinted that the reason Lu Chen had become a big shot was precisely because he dared to kill anomalies. For those struggling in despair in this apocalyptic world of anomalies, nothing is more tempting than the ability to kill monsters and become stronger. Alright, I understand. Shen Wanxiu rallied her spirit, took a deep breath, and opened the flickering chat panel. A few minutes later, the originally lifeless chat channel of Zone C0372 had only sparse cries for help and exchange of supplies, dead and stagnant. But with Shen Wanxiu's 3 messages, the entire channel exploded like a depth charge. Shen Wanxiu, latest intel. Tonight's anomaly is an rank LV 8 high intelligence anomaly, the skin-changing doppelganger. It can transform into someone we know, and even after killing a survivor it uses the victim's system to send messages in the channel, tricking others into revealing their coordinates and opening doors. Shen Wanxiu, but this anomaly has a fatal physical mechanism weakness. As long as you master this weakness, even a kitchen knife in your hand could kill it. Killing the anomaly has a high probability of dropping a rare treasure chest. Shen Wanxiu, as far as I know, the reason Lu Chen, the big shot in our district, is so strong is because he obtained achievement rewards for killing anomalies in the previous days. Shen Wanxiu, want to know how to kill it? Want to become the new strong player in the zone? Private chat me with your offer. Shen Wanxiu, only blueprints, seeds, rare materials, or special items. Each person gets only one chance to bid. If I'm not satisfied with your offer, I want reply. Keep your supplies and good luck to you. I only give smart people one chance. As soon as this message was sent, the entire channel fell into a brief silence. After a moment, some people in the zone chat channel began to curse Shen Wanxiu, calling her a heartless capitalist, insane, and profiteering from the crisis. Shen Wanxiu ignored the insults. Back on launching as a woman who had built a company worth hundreds of millions from scratch, she was long accustomed to all kinds of gossip and negative public opinion. Although many people in the zone channel were scolding her, at the same time new private chat requests kept appearing in her list. Shin Wonki's message completely unsettled all the surviving survivors in Zone C0372. If the information Shin Wanchio had revealed a few days ago only increased their survival chances, though they were grateful that was all, they could merely survive one day at a time, and everyone had gotten used to being turtles. Because the anomaly was too difficult to kill, immune to physical attacks, meaning most survivors didn't even need to think about it. It was impossible for them to kill the anomaly. The oppression of the past few days had been too long, but Shun Wonki's words today gave everyone hope. Ordinary people also had a chance to kill the anomaly. Although Shun Wanchio didn't mention the probability of killing it, the mere possibility was enough to stir everyone's inner impulses. Usually everyone was too busy hiding from anomalies to even think about killing them. But now someone told them that there was a weakness that could let them kill anomalies like cutting vegetables, let alone the chance to drop good loot. This stirred a glimmer of rebellion in the hearts of people who had been struggling in this post-apocalyptic wasteland for days. Why should we have to collect supplies trembling every day, then hide in shelters like fish on a chopping board waiting to be killed by anomalies? Why can Lu Chen kill anomalies and become stronger while we can't? Besides the will to survive, what was ignited was something more: ambition. Kill the anomaly. Open treasure chests. Grow big and strong. At that moment, greed instantly triumphed over fear of the unknown. Ding 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 ding. Shin Wonki's private message backend exploded instantly. The dense notification sounds merged into a continuous stream, and the red dots grew crazily at a rate of dozens per second. There were about over 400 survivors left in the entire C-zone. Perhaps a second ago they were still in the group saying Shun Wanchio was profiteering, but the next second almost everyone alive sent private messages. This is too. Shun Wanchio stared at the constantly refreshing messages, completely stunned. She was in a strange state of excitement and weakness. Her mind was racing, but her fingers simply couldn't keep up with the terrifying torrent of private messages. Just then sounds came from the kitchen. Lin Qingxue, Su Qingyue, and Shin Linger had finished cleaning up the dishes and came out. "Boss, what's going on?" Su Qingyue looked at the scene in the living room in surprise. Shun Wanchio was disheveled, face flushed, leaning on the sofa, her chest heaving violently, while her fingers tapped frenziedly in the air. Meanwhile, Lu Chun sat calmly beside her, drinking tea, as if everything before him was as expected. "Don't just stand there, come and help." Lu Chun put down his teacup and pointed at the busy Shin Wanchio. "Tonight's business is too booming, Miss Shun can't handle it alone. You three need to get moving too." At this moment, Shin Wanchio was already overwhelmed with work, constantly replying to messages, checking and organizing the supplies information offered by others. Seeing her niece come over, she quickly asked for help. "Linger will share the extra private messages with you. Help me screen them." Lu Chun then arranged, Qingxue, you two also follow Miss Shun to record the private messages with special materials. Oh, okay. The three women were still a bit confused, but seeing Lu Chen's serious expression, they immediately joined the work. Shin Linger ran on her short legs to her aunt's side. She was about to ask why her aunt's face was so red and why her clothes were unbuttoned, but then she caught a glimpse of the private message interface her aunt had shared. That instant there was a flood of 99 private messages, all with various supplies listed. "I want this strategy. I have an unopened bronze treasure chest plus 100 units of wood, 300 units of stone. I have 100 units of reinforced glass, 200 units of rare wood. Please tell me. I have a special blueprint. Don't ignore me." The little girl's mouth instantly formed an O, and her eyes seemed to gleam with gold. Wow, how many supplies must this be? Shin Linger instantly cast aside the bewildering question of why her aunt was disheveled and joined the screening frenzy with unbridled excitement. Who cared about blushing? Securing supplies was paramount. Yet she couldn't help but secretly mutter to herself. What exactly had her aunt just gone through? It felt as if she had just sprinted 3 kilometers, still gasping for breath. However, this doubt was soon swallowed by the bustle. In the shelter's hall, the 4 women instantly plunged into a tense, yet fulfilling state of busyness, punctuated only by the crisp tapping of fingers on virtual keyboards. Lu Chen stood aside, observing the scene with satisfaction. His gaze settled on Shin Wanchio. This once proud and formidable woman, now in a daze, had unconsciously begun to follow his arrangements, melting into the rhythm of the team. This was an excellent beginning. Like boiling a frog slowly, as long as he accustomed her to this cooperative model of dependence and obedience, once their bond deepened formally, extending the recruitment offer would be a natural progression. Moreover, Lu Chen glanced at Shun Linger, whose face was still flushed with excitement. By securing Shin Wanchio, he could likely gain a bonus, a promising asset in Shin Linger. It seems the upgrade plan must accelerate. Lu Chen calculated inwardly. By the day after tomorrow, once the shelter reached LV7, the maid quota at the maid cafe would increase from 3 to 4. Perfectly enough to fully absorb both Shun Wanchio and Shin Linger, the one big and one small beauty. As for having Shun Wanchio semi-publicly sell the weakness of tonight's anomaly in the regional channel, it was a decision Lu Chun had made after careful deliberation. Tonight's painted skin doppelganger was exceptionally peculiar. If it merely killed, that would be one thing, but it could perfectly mimic and infiltrate chat channels. Once a large number of survivors fell victim, the chat channel of Zone C0372 would be flooded with countless monsters wearing human skin. Truth and falsehood would become indistinguishable, and the intelligence network would be utterly paralyzed. Nothing but detrimental for survivors who relied on information to survive. Thus it was essential to make everyone aware of its existence and weakness. Of course, allowing Shen Wanqiu to reap some benefits by charging a fee was a reasonable compensation for her efforts. After handling the regional channel matters, Lu Chun did not idle. He instead opened the group chat of the top 26. Unlike the bustling regional channel with hundreds of messages per second, this small group of only 26 was remarkably quiet. The screen displayed only a few sparse requests for height-ear materials, most of which went unanswered. The members were all big shots from various zones, all busy, and no one would waste time idly chatting here. After a moment of thought, Lu Chun composed a message and sent it. Unlike his cryptic approach outside this time, he chose to share it for free. Lu Chun Zone C, everyone a warning. Tonight's anomaly is called the Painted Skin Doppelganger, a tier LV. 8, a high intelligence being. It cannot forcefully breach shelters, but excels at altering its appearance and mimicking familiar voices to trick people into opening doors. Most importantly, after killing someone, it can perfectly replace the victim and take over their system panel. If you don't want a few monsters sneaking into the group tomorrow, I suggest staying vigilant tonight. Lu Chun Zone C weakness: the Painted Skin Doppelganger cannot phase out during the first 3 minutes after replacing a creature and maintaining its painted skin state. Physical attacks are effective during this time. After the message was sent, the group fell silent for about 10 seconds. Then the group founder Yi Outyin was the first to reply. Yi Outyin Zone A, is this information reliable? Lu Chun Zone C, my grade talent is perception-based. Oh, I can inspect detailed panels and weaknesses of anomalies. Lu Chun shamelessly attributed Shen Wanqiu's achievement to his non-existent perception talent. Yi Outyin Zone A, if so, this information is indeed crucial. Brother Lu, thank you. A small token of appreciation. Prompt: Yi Outyin Zone A has sent you an exclusive red packet. Obtained primary energy crystal 10. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow slightly at the incoming supplies. This Yi Outyin was a clever man with the makings of a leader. His gesture, seemingly one of thanks, subtly established a rule within the group. As the initiator of a cross-zone alliance, he was demonstrating through action that valuable intelligence in this group deserved compensation and contributors must be rewarded. This not only earned Lu Chun's goodwill to some extent, but also pioneered this norm. Moreover, this rule wouldn't provoke resentment. As long as one had useful intelligence, they could share it in the group, thereby amplifying the value of the information. Indeed, with Yi Outyin taking the lead, the group's atmosphere shifted instantly. If others were still on the fence now to avoid appearing stingy or to leave a good impression on Lu Chun, a valuable intelligence broker capable of perceiving anomaly information, everyone followed suit. Right after the big shot from Zone D, with a military background who had just made a verbal agreement with Lu Chun, chimed in. Duan Mule Zone D, haha. Impressive, young comrade Lu Chun. You've even figured out the anomaly's weakness. This intelligence couldn't have come at a better time. My bunker may be tough, but if that damn thing tricks its way in, we'd be in trouble. Thanks. Let me show my appreciation too. Prompt: Duan Mule Zone D has sent you an exclusive red packet. Obtained primary energy crystal 10, high explosive grenade homemade too. A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Chun's eyes. True to his heavy firepower style, he even sent grenades. Homemade, sure, but they were still rare area effect weapons in the early stages. More than enough against some corporeal mutant beasts. Next, a profile picture exuding a hint of laziness and allure popped up. Su Yaorao Zone S, oh, my brother Lu Chun gives such a sense of security, unlike some crude men who only know how to fight. Your humble servant has nothing valuable. Oh, just a little something for you to buy candy. Feel free to chat privately next time. Prompt: Su Yaorao Zone S has sent you an exclusive red packet. Obtained primary energy crystal 10, enchanted smoke, a tier material 1. Seeing the flirtatious message, Lu Chun accepted the supplies without changing his expression. This woman was utterly wicked, praising him while bad-mouthing others, clearly trying to stir up resentment. Although everyone in this group was smart enough not to be easily provoked into jealousy. But this Su Yaorao was truly too mischievous. Her mindset was crooked, a casual remark could cause trouble. Moreover, enchanted smoke. Even the gift she gave was laced with poison. I'd have to be cautious. Lu Chun silently thought, adding Su Yaorao to his must-conquer list. If the opportunity arose when Su Yaorao fell into his hands, he would have to discipline her thoroughly, train her in the meaning of unity and camaraderie. Then the notification sounds in the group became dense. And Yiru Zone, thank you for the reminder, brother Lu Chun. I'm timid and most afraid of these ghosts. Hey Ray, something for you. Obtained primary energy crystal 10, strong hemostatic bandage 2. Zhaoshana Zone Z, thanks. I can handle the physical defenses, but the defense of human hearts is indeed tricky. My regards have been sent. Obtained primary energy crystal 12. Although everyone was aloof and spoke little, their generosity was unmatched. In this group, the least gift was 10 primary energy crystals. In the regional chat, a single primary crystal could make ordinary players fight over it, but here they were handed out like candy. That was the gap between circles. These 26 people almost monopolized the top resources of their respective zones. Just as Lu Chun thought this wave of social dividends was about to end. Notification Nalanqing Zone, N sent you an exclusive red envelope. Obtained Intermediate Energy, Crystal 1, rank Purple Sky, Divine Thunder Talisman Singlis 1. The thank you messages that were flooding the chat suddenly paused for a few seconds. Clearly the other lurking big shots were stunned by Nalanqing's grand gesture. Then Nalanqing's cool avatar flashed in the group chat, and she replied with only 2 words as sparing as gold. Nalanqing Zone, N, thank you. Then she added, Nalanqing Zone N, I don't have any primary energy crystals on hand right now. Lu Chen stared at the 2 new items in his backpack stunned. Intermediate Energy Crystal. This was a drop that only occurred with a very small probability from killing anomalous creatures above a rank. Even Lu Chen only had 2 or 3 pieces, making it an absolute scarcity at this stage. Nalanqing gave him an Intermediate Energy Crystal as a gift just because she had no primary ones. She was truly kind. As for that talisman, Lu Chen checked its attributes. Item Purple Sky Divine Thunder Talisman rank effect summon a bolt of Purple Sky Divine Thunder, dealing massive true lightning damage to a single target. Damage doubled against Spirit type and Evil type creatures not exceeding your level. Even has a chance to severely injure rank anomalies. Description: a low-level talisman from an ancient civilization, yet containing the thunderous power to break evil and manifest righteousness. Good heavens. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. This top-ranked female big shot from Zone N in the entire server was surprisingly kind. She casually gave away a heavyweight weapon. What was most valuable in this apocalyptic world of anomalies? Of course, anything that could counter anomalies. Moreover, this thunder talisman could counter rank anomalies. Such a generous move. Lu Chen suddenly felt like he was being kept by a wealthy woman. But, an ancient martial arts inheritor, talismans, was Nalanqing even playing the same game as the other survivors? Not only was her awakened talent like a sword immortal from cultivation novels, but her gifts were also talismans that only existed in such novels. While other survivors were still struggling with cold weapons or using firearms, Nalanqing had already begun to study the methods of immortals. This was an apocalypse of anomalies. Was she preparing for tribulation transcendence? This is simply not the same world. Lu Chen looked at the yellow talisman paper with faint lightning flowing within it and came to a conclusion. In this world overrun by anomalies, thunder techniques were definitely one of the top methods to counter evil. It seemed he would have to socialize more with this cultivation-practicing wealthy female, sword immortal big shot. At this moment, with Lu Chen's different operations into 2 groups. On one side, Shin Wanxiu and the 3 women were busy harvesting basic supplies, while on the other Lu Chen sat on the sofa, effortlessly accumulating a large number of high-end crystals and trump cards in casual conversation. This was the way of a top-tier survivor. Drip. At that moment, the last glimmer of light outside was completely swallowed by darkness. The system's icy announcement rang out in everyone's mind on time. Global announcement: nightfall. All survivors are to remain in their shelters and do not go outside. Do not open the door to strangers. The originally noisy world instantly fell silent, leaving only the howling wind and snow outside. Alright. Lu Chen closed the chat panel, stood up, and clapped his hands, interrupting the 4 beauties who were still excitedly counting resources. Ladies, our business is done. Next. He retrieved from his backpack the human skin gloves that glowed with a dark red fleshy luster, and slowly put them on. Then he looked at the closed door, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes, his tone turning icy. Time to get down to business. Qingyue, Miss Wanxiu, and linger. All of you hide behind the sofa. No matter what you hear, as long as I don't speak, don't make a sound. Today's anomaly is a high intelligence creature after all. Let me first test just how high this so-called intelligence really is. Understood. Seeing Lu Chen enter combat mode with his full aura unleashed, the women dared not slack off and followed instructions, tiptoeing behind cover. Time passed by. About 10 minutes later. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a rhythmic knocking sound came from outside the dead-silent shelter. It was very polite, unhurried, and even carried a hint of composure, like a friendly neighborly visit after dinner. Then a voice that made everyone inside shudder came clearly through the thick alloy door. Hello. Is this Mr. Lu Chen's home? I am a special operative from the official rescue team of Zone C. I am pleased to inform you that we have mastered the key technology to control this anomalous area and can now lead the first batch of survivors to evacuate back to Blue Star. I have important evacuation coordinates and documents to deliver in person. Could you please open the door? The voice was very standard with clear enunciation, carrying a steady and authoritative tone typical of Blue Star's news broadcast. If not for Shin Wanqiu's early warning, knowing it was a fake anomaly and that the so-called rescue team was nonsense, any ordinary person struggling in despair upon hearing these hopeful words, official evacuation, return to Blue Star, would be instantly tempted and instinctively open the door. Indeed, high intelligence. Lu Chen, standing behind the door, gained a preliminary understanding of the high intelligence anomaly. This skinwalking impersonator was really keeping up with the times, even learning to impersonate a civil servant. If this were Blue Star, it would definitely be convicted of fraud and sent to prison to sew for a few years. But Lu Chen stared at the door, a bloodthirsty red glint flashing in his eyes. A lowly anomaly with a level lower than mine, and you dare to try to trick me? It seems I really need to get you under control. Lu Chen flexed his left hand, wearing the gluttony gloves, showing no fear, but instead the excitement of a hunter spotting prey. A rank anomaly at LV 8. Sorry, I'm already LV 9. Tonight the hunt begins. Meanwhile, in a sturdy building bearing a grocery sign in Sector C, Wang Hao was peering through the crack in the door, fixated on the movements outside. With his initial grade grocery shelter as a starting point, he had managed to thrive in the apocalypse. His sanctuary had now been upgraded to LV for boasting not only a robust security roll-up door, but also unlocked higher-tier shelves. Yet his fear of death remained unabated. When he learned from the regional channel that the night would bring a highly intelligent anomaly adept at tricking its way in, he was nearly frightened out of his wits. Fortunately, despite his questionable character, his mind worked quickly. After spending a fortune to acquire the weakness guide from Shen Wanxiu, he immediately devised a plan. Damn it, hope this works. Wang Hao clutched a sharpened fire axe tightly, his forehead slicked with cold sweat. Outside his door in the snow, a pure white rabbit was tethered to a post, shivering in the biting wind. The temperature was a bitter -30 degrees, and the rabbit, frozen stiff with limbs rigid and eyes shut, was clearly on the verge of death. This was his costly investment. A box of precious Ferrero Rocher chocolates and 2 bottles of Fanta exchanged with a survivor running a pet store shelter for a living bait. According to the guide, the skin-walking pseudo craved a physical form, a substitute life. Once it possessed a host, there would be a 3-minute paralysis period. Come on. Hurry up. If you dare to inhabit this rabbit, it'll open the door and split you in two. Wang Hao licked his chapped lips, his eyes blazing with madness. If Lu Chen could slay anomalies and open treasure chests, why couldn't he? Wang Hao. By taking down this anomaly and claiming the reward, he would become the second Lu Chen in Sector C. Or even surpass him, replacing him entirely, seizing the women and supplies from Lu Chen's shelter for himself. Suddenly, amid the wind and snow outside the door, a blurred figure slowly materialized behind the trembling rabbit. It had no feet, its body a translucent ashen white, its face featureless and indistinct like a semi-transparent human skin. This was a newly arrived rank anomaly, a skin-walking pseudo. It hovered in the blizzard, curiously surveying the shelter before it. Deep within its consciousness echoed a command from some unknown high-ranking anomaly tasked: harvest fear, collect pure life essence. For low-tier anomalies like this, what humans called the apocalypse was merely the result of some unimaginably powerful being from their world forcibly dragging all living life from this entire realm into a dimension known as the horror park. This was both a hunting ground and a dining hall. The more terrified humans were, the more delicious their souls became. The harder they struggled to grow stronger, the more nourishing their flesh and blood. Unfortunately, it was merely a low-level, rank worker, far from the core truths. All it knew was that meeting its quota would earn rewards and allow evolution into a higher existence. There's still a living creature. The skin-walking pseudo's perception turned to the small white rabbit tied to the post by the shelter's entrance. The rabbit was nearly frozen solid, its body temperature plummeting to the brink of death. TSK. Foolish humans. It let out a mocking laugh inwardly. How could such fragile, lowly creatures keep a pet outside in -30 degrees? The rabbit was nearly frozen, its life force flickering weakly. Someone who keeps this kind of cute pet must be a human female, overflowing with compassion, right? The pseudo's thoughts began to wander, and drops of greedy drool dripped from its indistinct face. Excellent. I adore human females the most. Their skin is far more delicate than males, offering a delightful texture when peeled off. To strip that skin intact, remove the flesh, and craft it into a human skin kite, hung atop a tree, listening to the wind whistle through the hollow casing. That would be the finest work of art in the world. If this anomaly had known that the one lurking behind the door, peering through the crack, was not some soft, delicate maiden, but a stubbly, unkempt man named Wang Hao, who had just days ago turned into a human fountain after eating rotten meat. Would it still have the stomach for it? Oh well, even a mosquito's leg is meat. The weaker the anomaly, the harder it was to resist the instinctual allure of flesh and blood. Gazing at the nearly frozen rabbit, the pseudo decided to enjoy a pre-dinner snack. Its ashen body lunged forward like a flowing lump of rubber, instantly enveloping the rabbit. Squeak! The rabbit let out one final brief cry before falling silent. The next second, the pseudo's translucent spirit began to rapidly solidify. Its ashen skin transformed into snowy white fur, and its form twisted and compressed from humanoid into that of the rabbit. This was the skin-walking pseudo's innate ability: skin painting. It could paint not only human skin, but also inhabit any living creature. He turned into her pet. Now I'll go bump into the door and beg for help. That foolish human female will surely pity me and open the door to embrace me, right? Then I'll bite her throat out in one go. This newly arrived anomaly was unaware that all its information had been discerned and broadcast by Shun Wanxiu an hour ago. Now every survivor in the C0372 region knew the abilities of these skinwalking pseudos. It shook off the snow about to compose itself and feign a dying struggle to knock on the door. Just then, click, the tightly shut rollop door suddenly sprang open without warning. The skinwalking pseudo was stunned. It hadn't even started its act yet. Why was the door open? Could the woman have noticed her pet was freezing and was coming out to rescue it? Fortune truly favored it. However, before its glee could fully surface, a sharp glint of steel rapidly expanded in its pupils. A gleaming fire axe honed to a razor's edge came whistling through the air. Behind the axe was a face twisted with tension and excitement. Die! Wang Hao roared, mustering all his strength, bringing the axe down on the newly transformed rabbit. Thud! The axe fell without resistance. Although the skinwalking pseudo was still an LV-8 rank anomaly after painting the rabbit's skin, it was now just a small creature. Its tiny size coupled with its utter confusion left it unable to dodge the blow. The furry rabbit's head flew off like a sliced watermelon rolling into the snow. A spurt of dark foul blood erupted from the headless neck, instantly staining the pristine white snow. System notification: congratulations, survivor Wang Hao. You are the 16th survivor in Sector C0372 to successfully slay an LV-8 rank skinwalking pseudo. Reward: bronze treasure chest 1. Wang Hao gasped heavily, staring at the corpse on the ground. A few seconds later he burst into wild laughter. Ha! Dead. Really dead. Shinwanki's guide is true. Tonight's weird creatures, as long as they have a physical form, are just glass cannons. What a pity. I wasn't the first, but at least there's a bronze treasure chest reward. He grabbed the chest glowing with a bronze luster, hugged it, as if afraid someone would snatch it away, then quickly shut the rolling door. In the snow, only a pool of black blood remained, rapidly being covered by fresh snowfall, as if nothing had happened. 20 minutes earlier, Zone C0372, Maid Cafe Shelter. Hello. I'm from the official rescue team of Zone C. The highly deceptive official voice outside the door continued. Lu Chen stood behind the door, his left hand clad in a dark red human skin glove that faintly emitted a heart-stopping red glow. Without any nonsense, he directly pulled open the alloy door. Crack! The moment the door opened, the fake rescue team member outside, dressed in a neat uniform, immediately showed a flicker of surprise in his eyes, followed by ecstasy. It hadn't used its painted skin technique, only ordinary disguise abilities, but it never expected that this human would open the shelter door so easily. Open! This foolish human actually opened it. Its originally normal mouth instantly split open, revealing a full set of fangs and barbs. Using the momentum of its forward charge, its body turned into a shadowy void, intending to directly pounce on Lu Chun and bite off his neck in one gulp. However, what greeted it was not the fragile throat of a human, but a cold, dark red human skin glove that exuded a soul-chilling aura. Slap. A crisp sound. Lu Chen's glutton's left hand, like a vice, precisely clamped onto the neck of the painted skin impersonator, forcibly freezing its originally ethereal body in midair. The painted skin impersonator's bulging eyes were full of disbelief. How could this be? It was in an ethereal state right now. Physical attacks should have passed right through it. Why was it being grabbed? It instinctively looked down and saw the dark red glove around its neck, glowing with eerie patterns. A weird weapon. The impersonator screamed in terror. This human actually had a weird weapon that could counter ethereal beings. And it seemed to be no ordinary weird weapon. It struggled desperately, trying to dissolve its body into black smoke to escape. But it found to its despair that the glove seemed to possess an absolute, suppressing rule-based power. Once it touched it, it emitted a terrifying suction force, continuously draining the weird energy from its body. Gurgle. The impersonator was completely panicked. It couldn't understand. Hadn't this batch of humans only just arrived in this world a few days ago? This power. This absolute control over ethereal beings. This was no prey. It was clearly a high-level predator, far more terrifying than itself. SP. Spare me. The impersonator's gaping maw let out a garbled plea, and even fear flickered in its eyes. Its body drifted like a piece of human skin in the wind and snow. However, Lu Chun, who couldn't understand the weird language, looked at the grotesque monster in his hand and frowned. What's that gurgling nonsense? Begging for mercy. Lu Chen's left hand suddenly tightened. I can't understand weird language. Learn proper Mandarin in your next life before trying to deceive people. Go talk to my human skin glove. Bang! As the dual power of mind control and the glutton's left hand erupted simultaneously, the impersonator was instantly crushed. A flash of dark red light, and the so-called high-intelligence weird didn't even have time to scream before its body deflated like a punctured balloon, finally turning into a wisp of black smoke, completely devoured by the glutton's left hand. System prompt. Congratulations to survivor Lu Chun for successfully killing the Atir LV-8 weird painted skin impersonator. Battle EXP 120. Obtained medium energy crystal X1 detected that you are the first survivor in zone C0372 to kill a weird. Obtained first kill reward silver treasure chest weird type X1. Lu Chun kicked the piece of human skin that hadn't fully dissipated yet out the door, then closed the shelter door behind him. Another weird type treasure chest. Not bad. Done. Lu Chun turned around and looked at the four women hiding behind the sofa. The living room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Especially Shun Wanxiu and Shun Linger. The aunt and niece both had eyes wide open and mouths slightly agape, as if they had seen an alien. They knew Lu Chun was strong, but they hadn't expected him to be this strong. That was an Atir LV-8 high intelligence weird. A terrifying existence that had nearly exhausted Shin Wanxiu just by detecting it. Yet in Lu Chun's hands it was like crushing a little chick. No resistance at all. Brother Lu Chun. Shin Linger swallowed hard, her eyes full of sparkling admiration. You were so cool just now. Shin Wanxiu was also deeply shaken. Watching Lu Chun's calm and composed demeanor, she suddenly felt a bit dejected. She and Lu Chun were in a cooperative relationship. But the immense power Lu Chun displayed far exceeded her understanding. Could such a partnership still be considered equal? And this scene wasn't just happening in Lu Chun's shelter. After Shin Wanqiu's guide spread, although most survivors in Zone C still chose to hole up, this world never lacked reckless gamblers like Wang Hao. Some used captured rats as bait, holding a cleaver behind the peephole, their palms sweating. Some threw out the hajime they had traded from the pet store shelter, originally meant to be a spiritual anchor in the apocalypse, holding a pistol with bloodshot eyes. Tonight was destined to be a night of madness and bloodshed. Most survivors still chose to hide from the weird creatures. But because of the information leaked by Shun Wanxiu coupled with similar intelligence from other regions, all survivors who learned that tonight's weird had weaknesses and would drop treasure chests felt a bit of a gambler's impulse. Some like Wang Hao achieved a counterattack first kill on a high-level weird at a minimal cost, dancing with joy as they clutched the treasure chest. But others, due to excessive nervousness, made mistakes and were ultimately killed by the painted skin impersonator. Fierce screams echoed through the night sky of Zone C amid the wind and snow. As for the cowards who lacked the courage to fight back or couldn't even spare a single offering of supplies, they could only tremble under their blankets. They ignored the knocking outside, covering their ears tightly. Only in the late hours, when they discovered that tonight's weird really wouldn't forcibly break into the shelter, as the guide said, did they gradually relax. Someone patted their chest in relief. Fortunately, I didn't choose to go out and fight the anomalies tonight. It's so dangerous. Is it really worth risking my life? Surviving is what matters most. In truth, they indeed had reason to be grateful. Or rather, all survivors in Zone C0372 should thank Shin Wanxiu. Without this detailed guide tonight, without knowing in advance that the skin-walking doppelgangers excelled at disguise and their abilities. Faced with such highly deceptive intelligent tactics, like fake rescue teams from the authorities' long-lost family members, or even military convoys delivering supplies. In this desperate frozen apocalypse, even the most vigilant person would likely break down and open the door under the immense temptation of returning home or being rescued. Once the door opened, death followed. Tonight, Zone C0372 achieved minimal casualties in a sense because they possessed core intelligence. Even the most timid knew to guard the door and never unlock it. The elites in Lu Chen's strongest 26-member group, upon learning the news, would likely spread the intelligence to their respective zones, saving a region of people. But this world was too vast. Beyond these fortunate zones, there were thousands upon thousands with no source of intelligence. Of course, with so many zones, there were also survivors with talents similar to Shin Wanqiu, but they could only protect a few. For those survivors who knew nothing, tonight was destined to be a brutal slaughter. Countless souls in the moment they opened their doors with hope were met not with the path home, but with the blood-drenched maws of skin-walking doppelgangers. In this dark jungle of information isolation, a single crucial piece of intelligence often marked the line between life and death. Thus, the heart-pounding sixth night also passed quickly. But those survivors who chose to hide might have been grateful for their survival. Yet compared to those who successfully killed anomalies, they would forever lack a crucial item, the achievement chest. Unlike the daily survival chest, the achievement chest yielded better supplies and had a higher probability of containing anomalous items or skill books. In this cruel survival game of the apocalypse, every disparity in resources snowballed. If you dared not kill monsters today, you would lack good equipment tomorrow. Without good equipment tomorrow, you would dare even less to go out the day after. Thus the cycle repeated. One step slow, every step slow. After tonight, the gap between survivors in Zone C0372 would be irrevocably widened by each slain skin-walking doppelganger, creating an insurmountable chasm. Wow. Meanwhile, in the living room of Lu Chen's maid cafe shelter, accompanied by a surprised cry from the women, Lu Chun pulled out a silver achievement chest radiating a silvery white glow. When the women saw the system panel's description of the anomalous achievement chest, Lin Xingxue and Su Qingwei remained relatively calm, having followed Lu Chen for a few days. Beyond the initial surprise, they felt more excitement. But Shin Wanxiu and Shun Linger could no longer stay composed. An anomalous chest. They instantly recalled Lu Qin's battle scene from less than a minute ago, and the dark red human skin glove he had already put away. That glove. Was it the legendary anomalous weapon? It was a special item that allowed ordinary people to contend heat-in with anomalous creatures. Had they not personally witnessed Lu Qin's glutton's left hand, they would never have seen a real anomalous weapon in their lives. But now, judging by Lu Qin's demeanor, could it be that this chest would yield a second one? Shen Wanqiu suddenly remembered the message Lu Qin had asked her to post in the zone group chat that afternoon. Killing anomalies grants special achievement chests that can elevate one to greatness, even making one a big shot like Lu Qin. At the time, she thought it was just Lu Qin exaggerating to motivate people to kill monsters. Now it seemed. It was true. This man had never spoken a single falsehood from start to finish. As Shen Wanqiu stared at the chest in a daze, Lu Qin pushed the silver chest toward the two stunning campus beauties, Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue. Qingxue opened the last achievement chest, so let you open this one. In recent days opening daily chests, Lu Qin had discovered he was just unlucky. He got ordinary items like slices of bread, mineral water, and once even a bag of cement. In contrast, Lin Qingxue and Su Qingyue, even from ordinary white chests, frequently pulled items like champagne, premium coffee beans, and caviar. Eventually, Lu Qin gave up on opening chests altogether and handed the task to the two women. Okay, store manager. Lin Qingxue obediently agreed, her delicate fingers gently caressing the cold metal surface of the chest. Though she appeared calm, her heart stirred with tension. Although she had opened many supply chests with Lu Qin, this was a rare, anomalous silver chest. Without exaggeration, what lay inside was the hope that could determine whether they could live better in this anomalous world. Please, let there be something good. Lin Qingxue closed her beautiful eyes and silently prayed. Then, under the watchful gazes of Lu Qin and the other three women who held their breath, she took a deep breath and abruptly lifted the chest's lid. Buzz! In an instant, 3 distinct beams of light burst forth from the chest, illuminating the dim living room with a dazzling array of colors. A blue light, a purple light, and a brilliant golden light that stung everyone's eyes. A gold item. Shenlinger jumped up excitedly, her twin ponytails swaying in the air. Lu Qin's pupils also contracted sharply, his heartbeat accelerating instantly. Holy moly! 1 blue, 1 purple, 1 gold. Had Lin Qingxue's hands been blessed? This luck was simply incredible. He eagerly looked at the 3 items floating in the air. The first, a blue-quality item, appeared to be an ordinary bag of green seeds, but a faint scent of gunpowder lingered around them, accompanied by a slight crackling sound. Item: explosive pea seeds, 10 grade, blue type, special plant effect, can be grown in any environment. The extreme cold, high-temperature acidic water. When planted in soil, it matures into an explosive pea shooter. Maturation time, 24 hours. Attack mode: automatically detects hostile non-authenticated targets within 200 meters, zombies, beasts, low-tier anomalies, other life forms, and fires high explosive peas, causing area effect flame damage. Description: ever played Plants vs. Zombies? This is the pea shooter that makes zombies tremble, and it's the high explosive version. Good stuff. Lu Qin's eyes lit up. Currently his shelter had sturdy walls and surveillance, but lacked active defensive measures. With this, all he needed to do was plant them in the open space by the entrance, and they would become natural, fully automatic sentry turrets. Then Lu Qin turned his gaze to the second purple item, a crystal test tube filled with an icy blue liquid. The air around the test tube seemed frozen, exuding wisps of white frost. Just looking at it was enough to feel a biting chill. Item: ability, awakening potion, ice element. Grade: purple. Type: single-use consumable. Effect: upon consumption grants a 100 chance to awaken the elemental combat talent, frost control. Talent rating: initial rank upgradable to rank. Ability: bestows the user with the power to manipulate ice, conjure icicles, and freeze targets. In extreme cold environments, skill power is increased by 50. Description: not everyone gets the chance to become a mage who commands the elements. Drink it, and you shall be the master of ice and snow. An ice mage? Lu Qin stared at the potion, his mind swiftly reaching a decision. This was practically tailor-made for Lin Qingxue. With her naturally cool temperament and the ice crystal longbow she already possessed, Lu Qin had been steering her development in this direction. If she consumed this, combined with the current frigid weather, her combat prowess would skyrocket, making her the team's long-range artillery and powerful control specialist, second only to Lu Qin himself. Sensing Lu Qin's gaze, the sharp-witted Lin Qingxue seemed to guess his thoughts. Even with her usually aloof demeanor, her breath quickened, and a barely concealed ripple stirred in her beautiful eyes as her white lashes trembled slightly. This was an ability. Though only initial rank, it was still true supernatural power. A special capability that could harm aberrations, just like Lu Qin. The mere thought of the shopkeeper manipulating objects with his telekinesis and crushing aberrations with a single hand made Lin Qingxue's heart race. If I could possess such power, would I no longer have to hide behind the shopkeeper, but instead fight alongside him? Then the women's attention shifted with Lu Qin's movement to the third and final item, a golden one. A miniature model radiating hazy heat and golden light. Item special building component. Yellow spring hot spring. Grade golden. Type shelter space expansion module. Cost stone 500, wood 200 detected sufficient resources in warehouse. Can be deducted directly. Effect upon use directly expands a yellow spring hot spring room within the shelter channeling the power of earthly veins. Function 1. Bone cleansing soaking in the hot spring rapidly heals external injuries, dispels cold, and eliminates physical fatigue. Long-term soaking cumulative 10 times increases 1 point of physique and 1 point of agility. Function 2. Soul calming every 10 minutes of soaking restores 30 points of sanity. There is also a chance to gain a spirit joy buff lasting 4 hours, increasing work combat efficiency by 10. Function 3. Co-bathing SS rank shelter exclusive bonus function. If the shopkeeper Lu Chun bathes with a member of the opposite sex, both parties enter a soul resonance state. Every 30 minutes of co-bathing increases current experience by 2. Current maximum experience gain is once per day. For each additional person in the hot spring, an extra 2 experience is gained. Current maximum cap is 20. Description: a gentle haven from the shores of the yellow spring. There is nothing a mixed bath cannot solve, if there is take 2. Hiss. Lu Chun gasped sharply as he read the component's attributes. Healing external injuries and restoring sanity were one thing. But long-term soaking to boost attributes was practically getting stronger while lying down. More crucial was the third function, co-bathing. It could directly increase experience. If everyone bathed together daily over time, their levels would rise quickly. And Lu Chun's gaze swept over the 4 stunning beauties beside him, each with their own unique charm. A cool school beauty, a seductive enchantress, a sophisticated older woman, and an adorable lowly. Ahem, though only the first 2 were currently his employees. But as the saying goes, a water pavilion gets the moonlight first. Besides, this hot spring had the essential function of restoring sanity. Shun Wanqiu and Shun Linger would definitely need to soak daily to maintain their sanity and boost their levels. Moreover, the yellow spring hot springs effect improved with more people. Everyone burying themselves in the steaming hot spring. Could a growing intimacy be far behind? Ahem. Lu Chun quickly suppressed some inappropriate images in his mind, but the smile at the corners of his mouth was impossible to hide. This time, we've really hit the jackpot. Lu Chun waved his hand without hesitation, directly handing the explosive pea seed and the ice element awakening potion to Lin Qingxue. Qingxue, these 2 items are yours. The seed is for you to plant. It can withstand freezing temperatures. Plant it around our shelter tomorrow morning. As for this potion, he looked at her, his eyes encouraging. Drink it. From now on, you'll be the second ability user in our shelter. Thank you, shopkeeper. Lin Qingxue took the seed and potion with trembling hands, her pretty face flushed with excitement. She said nothing more, silently vowing never to betray Lu Chun's trust and generous gift. As for this, Lu Chun toyed with the golden hot spring model in his hand, focusing his mind. System: use the yellow spring hot spring component. Prompt: detected sufficient warehouse resources, stone 500, wood 200. Deduct and begin construction. Confirmed. At Lu Chun's command, his vision shifted instantly. The living room scene blurred, and the entire shelter structure appeared before him in a translucent god's eye view. He could see every floor, every room's layout, and even the plumbing and electrical lines within the walls. Under his mental control, the golden hot spring model hovered in the air, waiting for placement. Where to put it? Lu Chun pondered briefly, then dragged the model to the side and rear of the first floor hall. Right here. With a thought, Lu Chun placed the model. A low rumble echoed as the entire shelter trembled slightly. To the women's astonishment, the wall on the first floor's side suddenly rippled like water, followed by countless light points converging and reorganizing. Where there had been an empty wall, a spacious and elegant room materialized out of thin air. A rich floral fragrance mixed with moist steam drifted into the living room through the newly appeared sliding door. Constructed. Su Qingyu's eyes widened in curiosity as she rushed over and slid the door open, letting out a gasp. Wow, such a huge hot spring. And it's steaming. Within the newly revealed chamber, a massive pool constructed from blue stone was bubbling with hot steam. The water was a faint milky white, adorned with scattered flower petals, and a veil of mist hung above the surface, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial realm. Wow, this is too luxurious. Su Qingyue gazed at the rising steam, her beautiful eyes shimmering with light. She suddenly turned around, a hint of anticipation and mischievous smile on her face, and took the initiative to suggest, "Boss, everyone has been busy fighting monsters and working hard tonight, and we're all sweaty. Since this hot spring is so big, how about we all take a bath together and relax? Together. Take a bath." As Su Qingyu's words left her mouth, the atmosphere among the group, which had been curious about the new building, instantly became charged with a subtle romantic tension. Lin Qingxue bit her lip, her ears burning slightly, but she did not argue. As an employee who had already signed a contract and had been intimate with Lu Chun, she had long prepared herself to give everything to him. Although the idea of bathing together with so many people was a bit embarrassing, the thought of close contact with the boss in the water stirred a faint sense of anticipation within her. Su Qingwei was even bolder. Her peach blossom eyes gazed at Lu Chen, shimmering with moisture, carrying a hook-like allure that made Lu Chen's heart race. It felt as if his very soul was being drawn away by her. Su Qingwei was truly too alluring, too seductive. She might as well be renamed Su Daji. However, the strongest reaction came from Shen Wanxiu. This isn't quite appropriate, is it? Shen Wanxiu instinctively clutched her collar, her mature and intellectual face instantly flushing crimson. She looked at Su Qingwei in panic, her speech stammering, "Qingyue, Mr. Lu. After all, men and women are different. And there are so many of us. Linger and I are outsiders, so we'll pass on this. You go ahead and wash." Although she had once soaked in hot springs with female executives while discussing business in her corporate days, the thought of being completely exposed in front of 3 young blossoming girls and a vigorous man was a devastating blow to the reserve and dignity she had maintained for years. "Sister Shun, that's not quite right," Su Qingwei said as if she had anticipated the refusal. Smiling, she stepped forward, pointed solemnly at the hot springs attribute panel, and spoke with a serious tone. "Look at the third attribute of this hot spring: communal bathing. It clearly states that bathing with the boss directly increases experience points. And there's a hidden rule: the more people in the spring, the higher the experience bonus." With that, Su Qingwei spread her hands, putting on an innocent expression of acting for the greater good, and turned to Lu Chen. "Boss, in this apocalypse, everyone knows what levels mean, right? Every bit of experience could determine life or death tomorrow. If we bathe separately, we'd be wasting this precious experience bonus. The apocalypse is so cruel. One step behind means falling further behind with every step." She then gave Lu Chen a deliberate wink as if seeking credit. "Boss, am I right?" Lu Chen looked at Su Qingyu's sly smile and felt an immense joy welling up inside him. Ahem. This girl Qingwei was really thoughtful. She was practically his internet spokesperson. He would have to reward her handsomely later. Next time he found a talent potion or skill book suitable for her, he would prioritize giving it to her. Lu Chen suppressed the smile tugging at his lips, nodded in agreement, and looked at Shen Wanxiu with an air of righteousness. "Qingwei is right. If we can all bathe together, that's a 10 current experience bonus. It might not seem like much, but at higher levels this will be an enormous amount of experience. To grow stronger, to better protect Linger, can't you let go of these worldly concerns? This is the apocalypse now. The morals of Blue Star are long gone. Survival is the only thing that matters." Shen Wanxiu was left speechless by the duo's coordinated persuasion. As a former business tycoon, she could have easily found a reason to refuse if she truly wanted to. But after these days of survival in the apocalypse, she understood better than anyone the importance of strength. Even a slight increase in experience could make the difference between life and death in the future. She looked at Lu Chen's clear eyes full of desire for experience, then turned to glance at her niece. Shen Linger was looking down, her big eyes blinking occasionally, stealing a glance at Lu Chen and then at the steaming hot spring. Her expression seemed to hold not just shyness, but even a hint of eagerness to try. This girl, Shen Wanxiu sighed inwardly. She suddenly wondered if she was being too fussy. Yes, in the apocalypse, survival was the only truth. Even her niece understood such a simple principle. Why refuse something that could level up and quickly restore sanity just by soaking in a hot spring? Then, fine. Shen Wanxiu bit her red lip, ultimately yielding to the immense temptation of becoming stronger. She lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper with a final trace of resistance. "But no fooling around. Don't worry, we're friends, and I'm a decent person." Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, silently praising the system's multiplayer bonus mechanic 1,000,000 times. "But Miss Shin, your point about the difference between men and women is indeed a concern." To avoid making Shen Wanxiu too uncomfortable, Lu Chen considerately suggested, "In that case, I'll go find some clean large bath towels for you. If you wrap yourselves in towels, and since the hot spring water is milky white, nothing will be visible." With that, Lu Chen opened the regional chat channel. The channel was buzzing with activity. Thanks to Shen Wanxiu's earlier strategy, many daring survivors had successfully killed the skinned imposters and obtained achievement chests. Everyone was excitedly showing off their loot in the channel. "Haha, I got a blue steel axe. Now I'll chop zombies like cutting vegetables. I wasn't so lucky, just 2 boxes of compressed biscuits and a case of water. But at least I survived, and I won't have to worry about food and drink for the next month." Whoa, did anyone get a supernatural item? I got a purple submachine gun, but it's not a supernatural weapon. Just then a message that stood out suddenly appeared. Lu Chen looking to buy new clean large bath towels at a high price. Will trade for food or other supplies. The moment this message appeared, the channel, which had been lively with discussions about loot, fell silent for a second. Immediately afterward, an even more frenzied barrage of messages began scrolling across the screen. "Woodcutter yo. Big shot Lu Chen. Buying bath towels in the dead of night. Sarcastic emoji. Woodcutter, could it be? You're planning to soak in a hot spring with those 2 campus beauties?" Lu Chen didn't refute it. He simply replied indifferently, "Do you have any?" This tacit admission instantly dealt a devastating blow to all the single dogs in the area. The chat channel exploded. Holy crap. Big Shot Luchan actually didn't deny it. Doesn't that mean Big Shot Luchan is really going to bathe with the two campus beauties? Heavens. I'm shivering in the cold wind while the Big Shot is soaking in a hot spring with the beauties. Is this even a life fit for humans? Whoa, I want to bathe with soft and fragrant girls too. Even just their foot-washing water would do. The chat channel was instantly filled with wails of lament, and the aura of envy, jealousy, and hatred almost overflowed the screen. Soon a survivor with a cute girl's avatar sent a private message. Little soft cat Big Shot Luchan, my shelter is a home textile store shelter. I have tons of bath towels. How many do you need? Luchan, I need 5. Little soft cat 5. 5. Big Shot, don't you only have 2 campus beauties? Why do you need 5? Upon hearing this, the lurking crowd was once again shocked. Why 5? Apart from Luchan himself, Lin Qingxue, and Su Qingyue, that's only 3 people. Could it be that Luchan's shelter has secretly gained 2 more girls? Holy crap. Is Big Shot Luchan starting a harem in the apocalypse? 5 people. My god, I can't even imagine that scene. I haven't seen so many people even in study materials. Meanwhile, Shen Wanxiu and Shen Linger, who could also see the regional chat, watched the wild and speculative comments on the public screen. Their faces instantly flushed as red as ripe tomatoes, and they were so embarrassed they wished they could crawl into a hole. 10 minutes later, Luchan had already changed into a pair of shorts and was leaning against the edge of the spacious bluestone hot spring pool. The warm spring water rose past his chest, and the warmth from the earth's veins seeped into his body through his pores. The bone-deep comfort made him let out a contented sigh. Just then the sliding door was gently pulled open. Amidst a fragrant white mist, 4 graceful figures wrapped in white bath towels shyly entered. The first to walk in was Su Qingyue. Although she was also a bit shy as a bold and spirited little enchantress, she was the bravest. Her damp hair clung to her cheeks, her long slender legs were tantalizingly visible beneath the towel, and her gaze at Luchan carried a hint of seductive amusement. Next came Lin Qingxue. She kept her head down, clutching the towel at her chest tightly, afraid of any accidental exposure. Her cold snow lotus-like aura combined with the moving blush on her cheeks at this moment created an extreme contrast that could drive any man wild. Shen Linger followed behind, curiously peeking around like a little penguin that had wandered into a fairyland, looking adorably naive. And the last to enter, Shen Wanxiu. Even wrapped in a simple white bath towel, the mature woman's unique, breathtakingly voluptuous curve could not be fully concealed. The towel clung tightly to her figure, outlining full curves, exuding a fatal charm, like a perfectly ripe peach. Just one glance, and the phrase came to Luchan's mind. A slender branch bearing abundant fruit. The water temperature is just right, come on in. Luchan tried to keep his gaze gentlemanly, though it was truly difficult. Then were coming in, accompanied by a soft splash. The 4 stunning beauties slowly stepped into the pool. The moment the warm water touched their skin, all shyness was replaced by ultimate comfort. System notification detected current number of people in the hot spring 5. Bathing bond activated. Current experience gain rate increased to 10-30 minutes. Soothing effect active. Sanity value is rapidly recovering. Shen Wanxiu had just settled in when she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. She felt a warm current rushing straight to her mind along her spine, and the piercing pain in her head from overusing her talent earlier was fading at an incredible speed. At that moment, she no longer thought about the differences between men and women, as she only felt her soul being gently soothed. Enveloped by the warm water along with the faint floral scent carried by the steam, she completely relaxed. Shen Wanxiu leaned languidly against the pool wall, too comfortable to move even a finger. Meow. Beside her, Shen Linger also let out a cute kitten-like sound of pure bliss. Although she was only 1 meter 14 tall, a standard legal lowly once freed from the restraint of her bath towel, Luchan was surprised to discover that this little girl was also a hidden gem. Beneath her fair skin lay a staggering amount of volume completely disproportionate to her petite frame. In fact, in certain specific dimensions, she even surpassed her famously curvaceous aunt. The scale was almost as large as her cute round little head. Perhaps it was precisely because of this physics-defying buoyancy that Shen Linger could float effortlessly on the water's surface like an inflatable duck. Only 2 large pale rounded curves, and her little head with a bun on top, were visible, bobbing gently with the ripples. Seeming too relaxed from the hot spring, Shen Linger even forgot about the presence of others paddling around on the water like a carefree little otter. But as she paddled, she inadvertently drifted toward the center of the pool. The design of this Huangquan hot spring was shallow at the edges, about 1 meter deep, and deeper in the middle, about 2 meters. For an ordinary person, 2 meters of water was too deep to touch the bottom, but they could easily float with a little effort. But for Shen Linger, who was only 1 meter 14 tall, this was an abyss. Gurgle. Uff. Shen Linger lost her balance, tilted sideways, and choked on the water. She instantly lost her footing and began flailing wildly. Help. Gurgle. Help. Linger. Seeing this, everyone was startled. Shen Wanxiu, being her biological aunt, reacted the fastest. Forgetting her own enjoyment, she abruptly stood up from the pool edge and rushed toward the center, still wrapped in her towel. The water at her position was about 1.5 meters deep, reaching her chest. She anxiously reached out and grabbed Shenlinger's flailing little hand, trying to pull her niece back. But at that very moment, an accident occurred. Panicked Shenlinger had no idea what she was grabbing. Her little hands thrashed about wildly, and as luck would have it, she clutched Shen Wanqi's wet bath towel, which had only been loosely wrapped around her. Ryup. With a faint rustle of fabric, the white bath towel wrapped around Shen Wanqiu slipped effortlessly down her slick skin and fell into the water right before everyone's eyes. A glimpse of spring. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Lu Chun, Su Qingyue, and Lin Qingxue, who had been about to go over and help naturally, all had their eyes fixed in that direction. Lu Chen stood on the innermost side, Shen Wanqiu on the outermost, facing each other. And then, a scene that made one's blood boil crashed into Lu Chen's line of sight without reservation. Bountiful, white and smooth as lard. The perfect abdominal muscles from long-term fitness, the flat stomach with not a trace of excess fat, and the violent trembling in that instant of shock. Amidst the swirling mist, it perfectly accentuated the mature female's charm, breathtakingly beautiful and also tantalizing. Shen Wanqiu was stunned. The two campus beauties, Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue, were also stunned. Even Lu Chun, who had seen much, felt his mind go blank for a second. But with his extraordinary mental strength, he quickly regained his composure. What remained was an appreciative gaze, taking it all in from top to bottom. I'm very bouncy. Ah. Just then the oblivious Shenlinger was still splashing around. Her tug caused the dazed Shen Wanqiu to lose balance and fall into the water with a splash. Quick! Save her! Lu Chun snapped back to reality, wiped his nose, and rushed forward with the two girls. After a flurry of rescue efforts, Lu Chun scooped up the choking Shenlinger with one hand, while supporting the limp Shen Wanqiu with the other. Physical contact was inevitable. Shen Wanqiu could clearly feel the scorching heat from Lu Chen's palm, as if it seared through her skin and into her heart. A few minutes later, the five of them wrapped themselves in bath towels again and scrambled up onto the bank, looking rather disheveled. In fact, the half-hour bonus experience time had long passed. They had all gained considerable experience points, but had stayed because the hot spring was so comfortable. After this incident, the atmosphere turned extremely awkward. Shen Wanqiu lowered her head, her whole body as red as a boiled shrimp, even her toes curling in embarrassment. Had she been fully exposed? The mist in the hot spring was so thick, everyone's vision must have been blurred right. But she seemed to have seen Lu Chen's nose bleed. The thought of that image made her feel mortified and furious, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into and never come out. Lu Chen glanced at the silent, trembling Shen Wanqiu and instantly guessed her inner embarrassment. He had to admit the usually decisive and formidable female CEO, now showing such a shy, girlish demeanor, had a unique charm. As a man, he had to step in and ease the tension. Ahem. Lu Chun wiped his nose and deliberately broke the silence with a light, self-deprecating tone. Everyone enjoyed the bath, right? It seems this yellow spring, hot spring, is really effective. As a young man with a hot constitution, I soaked too long, overnourished myself, and got so hot my nose bled. Looks like next time I need to watch the time and not soak too long, or it'll get heaty. Hearing this, Shen Wanqiu suddenly looked up and gave Lu Chen a grateful glance. She was a smart woman. She didn't know if Lu Chen was telling the truth or how much she had been exposed in that moment. But by saying so and attributing his nosebleed to the heat of the bath, he was giving her a way out, saving her face and dignity. This man was truly considerate and gentle. In such a short time, from saving her to the fair trade to this high EQ rescue. Without her noticing, Shen Wanqi's favorable impression of Lu Chun had quietly risen to a dangerously high level. Linger, are you okay? Shen Wanqiu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her fluttering heart, and pulled over her niece, who was pale and frightened. At this moment, Shenlinger was still shivering in her bath towel, occasionally casting terrified glances at the seemingly calm hot spring pool. How terrifying. The water was actually 2 meters deep. For someone only 1.49 meters tall, that was an abyss. Whimper. If only she could grow a little taller. Even 10 centimeters would be good. Shenlinger silently vowed to drink more milk from now on, hoping to escape the dangerous profession of being a lowly Mr. Lu and you two sisters today. I'm really sorry for the trouble. Shen Wanqiu pulled Shenlinger, blushing, and thanked them, her voice tinged with the weakness of a narrow escape. It's nothing, we're all friends. Lu Chen smiled, not lingering on the accident, and smoothly said, it's getting late. Everyone's had a long day, so let's get some rest. By the way, after my shelter was upgraded, there are 3 bedrooms on the 2nd floor. Shen Wanqiu wasn't surprised by this. Earlier, after waking up in the bathroom, Su Qingyue had taken her to the bedroom to change into a lace nightgown, and at that time, she was already slightly impressed by the 3 bedrooms. 3 bedrooms, so they'll take the master bedroom, and Qingxue will take the left secondary bedroom. Miss Xinyu and Linger will have to make do with the right secondary bedroom for tonight. The bedding is all new, okay? Not at all. We're very grateful for a place to stay. Shen Wanxiu quickly waved her hands. The current environment was far better than their previous bunker, so she dared not be picky. Her and her niece's previous shelter was just a single room with a separate bathroom, nothing like Lu Chen's shelter, which had multiple floors and many rooms. A separate secondary bedroom with everything they needed was already more than enough for them. Afterwards, the five of them tidied up and headed to the second floor. Throughout the process, Shen Wanxiu kept her head down, cheeks flushed, lost in thought. Only occasionally, when her gaze inadvertently swept over Lu Chen's broad back, there was a hint of complex, hazy emotion in her eyes. Shen Wanxiu also noticed her own strangeness. Whenever her eyes unconsciously fell on Lu Chen, her heart would race, and her body would feel hot. This feeling was like, could I be secretly in love with Lu Chen? A thought suddenly arose in Shen Wanxiu's mind, one that even she found frightening. She was a mature woman several years older than Lu Chen, and how could she act like a lovesick schoolgirl? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This must be the suspension bridge effect from the constant high tension of apocalyptic life. Yes, it must be because I drank too much coffee today. My mind is too hyperactive, plus the hot spring was too hot just now. She quickly tried to reassure herself internally, attempting to explain this inexplicable palpitation with caffeine and lack of oxygen, forcibly casting aside those lascivious thoughts. She took a deep breath, her rationality began to return, and she started to seriously assess reality. Shen Wanxiu, snap out of it. You're already 28 years old while Mr. Lu Chen looks barely over 18. That's a full 10-year age gap. Let's put it in perspective. When she was 18, entering Qingbei University in Kyoto with the top score in the province, standing proudly on the freshman podium, Lu Chen was probably still in elementary school, wearing a red scarf, doing morning exercises somewhere. If she really had improper thoughts about him, wouldn't that be an old cow eating tender grass? Too sinful. The moment she realized how much older she was than Lu Chen, Shen Wanxiu suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority. But then the pride of a strong woman made her lift her head again. No, why should I feel inferior? I'm excellent too. Back then she was truly a favored daughter of heaven. Entering the nation's top university with the top provincial score, she was supposed to graduate on schedule, join a multinational giant, and have an enviable, illustrious resume. But in her freshman year, her keen eye spotted the emerging trend of online trade, and she resolutely dropped out to start a business. Despite everyone's skepticism, she not only succeeded, but also amassed a fortune worth hundreds of millions in just a few years, becoming the youngest and most dazzling female entrepreneur in Jiangxing. In terms of looks, figure, and ability, how am I not worthy of him? Even if we were together, that little rascal would be the one marrying up. Humans are such peculiar creatures. Sometimes the more you think, the more you might end up thinking your whole life away. Annie, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Are you feeling unwell? At that moment, Shen Linger's concerned voice interrupted Shen Wanxiu's wandering thoughts. Shen Wanxiu snapped back to reality, looked up, and found Lu Chen also looking at her with concern. The moment their eyes met, she felt as if she had been scalded, instinctively averting her gaze, unable to meet Lu Chen's eyes. No. Nothing, just maybe soaked in the hot spring too long, got overheated. He'll be fine after resting. Shen Wanxiu stammered an explanation, her heart pounding like a drum. Afterwards, the five of them composed themselves and headed upstairs to the second floor. Due to the special structure after the shelter's upgrade, the entrances to the two secondary bedrooms were not in the hallway, but on the left and right sides of the master bedroom. In other words, to enter the secondary bedrooms, one had to first pass through the spacious and luxurious master bedroom. After the rooms were assigned, Su Qinghua stood at the entrance of the left secondary bedroom, her seductive fox-like eyes lingering reluctantly on Lu Chen, her pearly teeth gently biting her red lips, seemingly unwilling to enter. That look clearly said, boss, tonight, I actually want to sleep with you in the master bedroom. But she also knew that with guests present today, it wouldn't be convenient, so she could only cast a wistful glance at Lu Chen and obediently enter the room. Lin Qingxiu didn't mind. Her mind was preoccupied with the ability awakening potion. The quiet secondary bedroom was perfect for her to take the potion and comprehend the power without worrying that the commotion from awakening might disturb Lu Chen's rest. Meanwhile, Shen Wanxiu, blushing, pulled Shen Linger and quickly walked into the right secondary bedroom. Click! The door closed, cutting off the view from outside. Shen Wanxiu leaned against the door, letting out a long sigh. But when she turned around and saw the layout of this guest room, her breath caught. Bright, soft crystal chandeliers, a floor covered in plush cashmere carpet, and that incredibly comfortable-looking king-sized soft bed. What surprised her even more was the dressing table beside it. Not only was there a mirror, but there were also several sets of unopened skincare products and cosmetics neatly arranged. On the nightstand, 2 bottles of mineral water and a few packs of delicate snacks had been thoughtfully prepared. It was clear that Lu Chen had prepared all of this for them in advance. He even thought of such details. Shen Wanxiu picked up a bottle of toner, a warm current surging in her heart. This seemingly decisive and ruthless man actually possessed such meticulous gentleness in private. The night grew deeper. Shen Linger, being childlike at heart, coupled with the tension of the past 2 days and the hot spring bath, had barely touched the pillow before her breathing became steady, sleeping soundly. But Shin Wanxiu couldn't sleep. She lay on the soft king-sized bed tossing and turning restlessly. The high-concentration healing lattes she had drunk began to take effect, leaving her mind in an extremely hyperactive state. Closing her eyes, her thoughts were haunted by Lu Chen's image. His decisive and ruthless demeanor, his gentle smile when he helped her, and the blushing heart-racing touch in the hot spring. She endured this torment for a while. In the dead of night, an embarrassing urge arose. She needed to pee. What to do? Shin Wanxiu crossed her legs on the verge of tears. Although there was a bathroom on the second floor, it was an in-suit within the master bedroom. Her secondary bedroom had no private facilities. To use the toilet, she would have to either borrow the master bedrooms or go downstairs to the public bathroom on the first floor. Borrow the master bedroom. Even more awkward. What if Lu Chen was sleeping and she barged in? Better go to the first floor. Shin Wanxiu was unbearably uncomfortable thinking that by this late hour Lu Chen was probably fast asleep. If she tiptoed through the master bedroom and went downstairs, she shouldn't be discovered. So she carefully lifted the covers, didn't put on shoes, and stepped barefoot onto the carpet, creeping to the door like a thieving kitten. Taking a deep breath, she grasped the doorknob and turned it gently. Click! The door opened a crack. Shin Wanxiu peered through the gap, ready to check the master bedroom. However, in the next second, illuminated by the dim, intimate bedside lamp of the master bedroom, she saw the scene on the large bed in the center of the room. In an instant, her pupils contracted sharply and her mind exploded. Oh! A short, startled cry escaped her lips involuntarily before she quickly stifled it. Bang! She slammed the door shut, her back against it, sliding weakly to the floor, her heart nearly leaping out of her throat. The loud door slam woke the sleeping Shinlinger. Auntie, what's wrong? The little girl drowsily stuck a fair, delicate leg out from under the covers, revealing plump, crystal-clear little feet, rubbing her eyes and mumbling, "Did a demon get in?" "No, nothing." Shin Wanxiu's voice trembled violently, her face so red it seemed ready to bleed. She struggled to calm the tempest within her, trying to expel the shocking image she had glimpsed in that brief moment. How could they? They clearly had separate rooms. And, in that position, too shameless, too absurd. Shin Wanxiu covered her burning cheeks, scolding him in her mind, but the lingering image made her body go weak, a strange feeling wildly sprouting in her heart. Mr. Lu Chen. He's so wicked. An hour earlier, inside the master bedroom, Lu Chen lay on the spacious, soft European-style bed, gazing at the dazzling crystal chandelier above. He still felt a bit unaccustomed to the solitude. Since the apocalypse began and he had gained these two confidants, he had spent every night with an arm around each, the delicate fragrance of the girls lingering around him. Tonight, suddenly alone with empty space on both sides, he found it rather strange. Qing Shue should have taken the awakening potion by now. Lu Chen glanced at the closed door of the secondary bedroom to his left, sensing the faint chill emanating from within, and nodded to himself. That girl was strong-willed. It was the reason she had initially refused him. He figured she wouldn't sleep until she finished awakening her ability. Perfect, since no one's around, it'll digest today's spoils. With a thought, Lu Chen retrieved the glutton's left hand, which glowed with a dark red luster, and slowly put it on. As the glove adhered to his skin, a wave of ravenous intent surged into his mind. The instinct of this bizarre weapon told Lu Chen it was hungry. Without hesitation, he delved his consciousness into his storage space and extracted the soul of the skin-walking doppelganger he had slain tonight. Eat. Lu Chen spread his left hand. The dark red patterns on his palm instantly came alive, morphing into a ferocious maw that swallowed the soul in one gulp. Hiss! A faint, agonized scream seemed to echo in the air, then vanished. System notification: the glutton's left hand has successfully devoured the soul of an rank LV 8 skin-walking doppelganger. Host spirit attribute 1. Then a special prompt never heard before chimed in. Ding. Passive effect triggered. Ability plunder. Congratulations, host. Successfully plundered and solidified active skill skinwalking. Skill has been inscribed to thumb ring slot. Current unlock progress 15. Note: accumulate 10 devoured aberrant souls to unlock the index finger ring. Current progress 310. Lu Chen looked down. The dull metal ring on the thumb of the glutton's glove was now shimmering with an eerie white light. Upon closer inspection, countless tiny human faces seemed to be embossed on the ring, constantly shifting expressions and letting out silent wails. It triggered an unexpected delight. A flash of surprise crossed Lu Chen's eyes. The aberrations he had devoured before had no reaction. It seemed the plunder probability only applied to high intelligence or special ability aberrations. Skinwalking. Let's give it a try. With a thought, Lu Chen activated the ring on his thumb. The next second, a wondrous sensation enveloped his entire being. His bones emitted faint cracks, his muscles began to writhe, and the texture of his skin transformed. Lin Qingsu's image surfaced in his mind. The Lu Chen in the master bedroom's huge floor-to-ceiling mirror vanished. In his place stood a tall, ethereally cold, stunningly beautiful girl clad in men's pajamas, none other than Lin Qingxue. Not only her appearance, but even her height, figure, and the chilly, delicate fragrance were flawlessly replicated. Interesting. When Lu Chen spoke, his voice was Lin Kingsu's crisp and melodious tone. Change again. The image of that little vixen Su Qingyue arose in his mind. His form shifted once more. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into the alluring, enchantingly charming Su Qingyue with a seductive gleam in her eyes. So this is the power of skinwalking. A perfect disguise skill. Lu Chen was deeply immersed in the thrill of his newfound ability, playing with it delightfully. Just then, click. The door to the left secondary bedroom suddenly creaked open a crack. Su Qingyue, wearing a sheer black lace slip nightgown that outlined her devilish figure, perfectly crept in on tiptoe, like a sneaky little cat. She had planned to sneak into the master bedroom, while Lin Qingxue was focused on awakening her ability to monopolize the store manager and have him all to herself. But the moment she entered, she froze. There was no sign of Lu Chen on the big bed. Instead, there was another version of herself, also in men's pajamas. That Su Qingyue was sitting cross-legged on the bed, looking down at her own palm with a playful expression. Huh. The real Su Qingyue at the door widened her beautiful eyes, utterly bewildered, pointing at the bed and then at herself. STO. Store manager. Seeing the real one had arrived, Lu Chen didn't dispel the transformation. Instead, he spoke in Su Qingyue's voice, a hint of teasing in his tone. What? Can't even recognize me? Hearing that familiar tone, Su Qingyue instantly understood. Far from being frightened, her eyes lit up with excitement. She pounced onto the bed, curiously pinching Lu Chen's Su Qingyue version cheek and feeling the equally alluring curves. Oh my god, it's really the store manager. This is too lifelike. It's like looking in a mirror. Even the feel is. Exactly the same. Su Qingyue giggled, as if she had discovered a new continent. But soon this little vixen's train of thought veered off in a bizarre direction. She leaned close to Lu Chen's ear, her breath fragrant, her eyes sparkling with an excited, dangerous light. She whispered mischievously, "Store manager, since you can control any part of your body, can you stay like this right now? I want to experience what it feels like to be attended to intimately by myself." Lu Chen's mouth twitched, and 3 dark lines appeared on his forehead. Good heavens, Lu Chen thought to himself. He had thought his new ability was twisted enough, but this woman's imagination was even more twisted. Was this the ultimate evolution of I kill myself, I sleep with myself? Qingyue, what kind of filthy thoughts are filling that head of yours? Lu Chen rolled his eyes at her, and with a thought instantly deactivated the skinwalking state, reverting to his tall, handsome form. He grabbed Su Qingyue's slender wrist, spun her around, and pressed her down onto the soft bed. It seems, as the store manager, it's my duty to properly correct an employee's worldview. Lu Chen looked down at the enchanting little vixen beneath him, a dangerously kind smile curling at his lips. Since you're so full of energy, you won't be sleeping tonight. Prepare to be punished. Without any courtesy, Lu Chen raised his hand and gave a firm pinch to her supple waist. Ah! Su Qingyue let out a short, startled cry, trembling as if shocked. She immediately covered her mouth, her moist eyes not showing fear, but brimming with eager, shimmering anticipation. Shoo! Keep your voice down. If you wake the guest next door and Qingxue who's awakening, you know the consequences. Lu Chen leaned down, pulling the blanket over them both. Amidst the tense and thrilling atmosphere, he began the righteous lesson on worldview correction. Thus, half an hour later, when Shun Wanxiu, who had risen to use the restroom during the night, cautiously pushed open the door to a new world, what she beheld was a scene of striking impact. Under the dim, ambiguous light, 2 figures were intertwined. Lu Chen, the store manager who had seemed so aloof during the day, was now instructing the enchanting female employee Su Qingyue in a highly challenging dance lesson, adopting a posture of absolute dominance. Though Su Qingyue bit her lip to stifle any sound, her dazed eyes and trembling form spoke of a torment that was in truth an ecstasy of ultimate pleasure. Bang! The door slammed shut. All that remained in the master bedroom were Lu Chen, frozen mid-motion, and Su Qingyue, who turned back with a bewildered expression. Store manager, was that just now? Sister Shun. Su Qingyue blinked, a trace of lingering flush on her delicate face. Lu Chen paused for 2 seconds, then let out a helpless sigh and resumed his actions. Never mind her. Let's continue. Shun Wanxiu had no idea how she endured the rest of the night. Every second of the latter half of the night was sheer torment for her. Closing her eyes conjured Lu Chen's striking silhouette. Opening them brought the physical urgency of a full bladder, compounded by the faint sounds drifting from the neighboring master bedroom, as if right beside her ears. That night Shun Wanxiu suffered both physically and mentally. Until the next morning, when a faint light filtered through the window, and Lu Chen's energetic voice called from outside the door, summoning them to wash up and come downstairs for breakfast. Creak. The door opened. Shun Wanxiu, with faint dark circles under her eyes, shot out of the room like a startled rabbit. Without daring to glance at Lu Chen standing in the corridor, she clutched her stomach and sprinted at a 100-meter pace toward the ground floor public restroom. Having held it in all night, she felt her bladder was about to burst. A few minutes later, after relieving herself and emerging from the restroom looking utterly drained, she ran into Su Qingyue in the living room, who was setting out tableware. At that moment Su Qingyue was wearing a black and white made outfit, her complexion radiant, and her skin so translucent it seemed ready to glisten. Clearly after a night of profound nourishment, she exuded an enchanting and satisfied aura from within. "Good morning, Sister Shun." Su Qingyue greeted with a beaming smile, her peach blossom eyes curving into crescents as if nothing had happened the night before. "Morning." Shin Wanqia's gaze flitted away, unable to look directly at Su Qingyue's captivating face. The sight of that face automatically triggered memories of Su Qingyue's dazed and content expression from her fleeting glimpse the night before. Good heavens, how could they act as if nothing had happened? Was this the openness of the younger generation? Shin Wanqiu felt her worldview being reshaped. Just then crisp footsteps echoed from the stairway, accompanied by a sudden drop in temperature. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn. Lin Qingxue was descending the stairs. After awakening through the night, her aura had undergone a dramatic transformation. Her originally cool lotus-like demeanor now held a sharper chill, as if she were a queen walking amidst ice and snow. Even the air around her seemed to show signs of frost forming. "Store manager Sister Qingyue, I succeeded." Lin Qingxue hurried over to Lu Chun, suppressing her excitement, though the joy in her eyes was unmistakable. She extended her pale right-hand palm up and focused her mind. Crackle crackle, with a faint sound of freezing. Moisture in the air rapidly gathered and condensed in her palm. Within 2 seconds, a crystal-clear lifelike ice lotus bloomed in midair, its petals exuding a chilling frost. "This is frost control." Lin Qingxue's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Chun like a little girl waiting for praise after scoring full marks. "I can now instantly create ice spikes, ice walls, and even freeze objects on contact." "Wow, so beautiful." Shinlinger, who had just come downstairs, saw this, and her eyes turned into starry shapes, unable to resist reaching out to touch the ice flower. "Sister Qingxue is like Princess Elsa. Don't touch it, you might get frostbite." Lin Qingxue quickly withdrew the cold energy and handed the ice flower to Lu Chun. "Not bad, your control is steady." Lu Chun took the ice lotus, feeling its piercing chill, and nodded with satisfaction. Su Qingyue couldn't help but laugh, walking over to link arms with Lin Qingxue and teasing, "Qingxue, you feel cool now. If we weren't in the apocalypse, but in the scorching summer of Blue Star, hugging you would be so comfortable." Watching their relaxed and warm interaction, Shin Wanqia's eyes were filled with envy. Was this the world of the strong? In this hopeless apocalypse, they not only lived comfortably, but could also awaken such supernatural powers. "All right, showtime's over. Let's eat first." Lu Chun clapped his hands and gestured to the dining table. "Try my luck today." Everyone gathered around the table, and when they saw the breakfast laid out, Shin Wanqiu and Shinlinger were once again astounded. It was the supplies Lu Chun had obtained from his daily gift upon waking. His luck was still phenomenal, perhaps due to the first kill yesterday. The system had granted a generous reward. On the table sat 2 exquisite food boxes. The first was a steaming Michelin 3-star Cantonese morning tea supreme set. Translucent crystal shrimp dumplings, golden and soft crab roast siu, my richly fragrant steamed chicken feet, and chewy red rice rolls. Each item exuded an enticing aroma. The second was a pot of thick, soft, and glutinous premium rock sugar bird's nest porridge. Thighs as breakfast. Shinlinger swallowed hard, staring at the crystal shrimp dumpling larger than her palm, feeling as if she were dreaming. "Back in our old shelter, we couldn't even afford to drink the soup from instant noodles. And here at Brother Lu Chan's, we're having Cantonese morning tea. Eat up, there's plenty." Lu Chan served each person a bowl of bird's nest porridge, saying calmly, "In this house, if there's anything we don't have, it's not that we can't get it. It's that we don't want it." Breakfast was a meal where everyone's thoughts diverged. Shinlinger was purely happy, eating with greasy lips. Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue were accustomed to Lu Chen's extravagance, savoring the warmth of the moment. Only Shin Wanqiu, while sipping the priceless bird's nest porridge, kept her gaze averted, unable to look Lu Chun in the eye. The image behind that door last night was branded into her mind like a scar. Whenever Lu Chun served her food, or his gaze swept over her, she would instinctively tense up, terrified that he might suddenly bring up the previous night's events. After the meal, Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue rose from the table of their own accord, gathering the dishes and cutlery to wash in the kitchen. Shinlinger, on the other hand, bounded upstairs to change her clothes. In the living room, only Lu Chun and Shin Wanqiu remained. Shin Wanqiu sat on pins and needles, just about to fabricate an excuse to slip away. "Miss Shun," Lu Chun suddenly spoke, his voice calm and resonant. "Oh, yes." Shin Wanqiu jolted, nearly springing from her chair, flustered and at a loss. Lu Chun set down his teacup, his gaze profound as he looked at her. "Don't leave just yet. Stay a moment. I have something very important I wish to discuss with you alone." Boom. Shin Wanqiu's mind went completely blank. Alone? Discuss what? Could it be that my secret peeping last night was exposed? He wants to settle scores with me. Or, because I stumbled upon his secret, he intends to silence me. Or perhaps... Shin Wanqiu's gaze fell upon Lu Chen's handsome face, and unbidden the image of Su Qingyue's flushed cheeks from last night surfaced in her mind. Could it be that he thinks Su Qingyue alone is not enough, and he wants me to join that absurd affair? To make me complicit through such means using this as a way to ensure my silence. In an instant shame, tension, terror, and a sliver of an inexplicable anticipation she herself didn't recognize wildly intertwined in her heart. If Su Qingwei had known what Shen Wanxiu was thinking at that moment, she would have teased, without hesitation, "You're done for, you've fallen head over heels. Sister Shen. Mr. Lu." Shen Wanxiu gripped the hem of her clothes, her face reddening, as if it would bleed, her voice trembling. "If it's about last night. I didn't see anything. Really, please, don't." Lu Chun, watching Shen Wanxiu's demeanor, as if she were a damsel about to be ravished by a bully, Lu Chun was taken aback. Then looking at her chest heaving violently from nervousness, and her pretty face so flushed it seemed ready to bleed, he suddenly understood. This woman, could she be thinking I'm about to coerce her into something? "Miss Shen." A playful curve tugged at the corner of Lu Chen's mouth. He leaned forward, slightly exuding an overwhelming pressure that closed in on Shen Wanxiu. With a sharp slap, one hand pressed against the wall behind her. A classic cabinet pose. Shen Wanxiu stumbled back in panic until her back pressed against the cold wall, with nowhere to retreat. Gazing at Lu Chun so close, inhaling his pleasant scent, her mind was a whirlwind, her heart nearly leaping from her throat. Is it happening? Here, in the living room. Though I don't dislike him even. Perhaps. Maybe I even like him a little, but this is too fast. Should I refuse? But if I refuse, will he kick us out? I don't mind, but what about Ling? Mr. Lu is so strong, even if I refuse, if he uses force against me, I wouldn't be able to resist anyway. Shen Wanxiu closed her eyes in despair, her long lashes trembling, a lamb resigned to the slaughter. "Mr. Lu, please, be gentle." The air was still for a moment. There was no storm she had anticipated. Only a soft pat sound. Something lightly tapped her head. "What are you thinking?" Lu Chen's voice, laced with mockery, sounded in her ear. "I wanted you to see this." Shen Wanxiu opened her eyes in bewilderment. Lu Chun had already withdrawn his hand, looking at her with a half smile. Meanwhile, a parchment contract emitting a faint golden glow hovered before her. "Lu Chun has initiated a lifetime employment contract with you. Do you wish to sign? I'm coming to you because I see your talent and logistical management skills." Lu Chun pointed at the contract, speaking seriously. "I want to hire you to join our shelter, responsible for all future material statistics, external trade, and overall logistical management of our shelter. Our shelter is gradually developing now. The types and quantities of materials collected are increasing, and it's already becoming hard to keep track. In the future, it will only grow. I need someone with this capability to be my able assistant." Lu Chun looked at Shen Wanxiu, his tone sincere. "And you, Miss Shen, I have great faith in you." At this, he gave her a once-over, and smirked. "As for what you were just thinking, though Miss Shen is indeed stunningly attractive enough to stir my heart. But as I said, I am an upright man. Such matters require mutual affection. I don't like coercion, and if you're unwilling, I won't force you." After hearing Lu Chen's words, Shen Wanxiu fell into a brief silence. She finally understood. Lu Chen valued her organizational and management abilities, her personal skills, not her body. So, he only wanted to hire me. Then what was I doing, closing my eyes and telling him to be gentle? What was I expecting? What was I self-sabotaging? In that moment, Shen Wanxiu felt as if all the faith she had accumulated in her life had been lost in those few minutes. If there was a crack in the ground, she would surely dive into it without hesitation and weld it shut. Thinking this way, a faint sense of pride suddenly rose in Shen Wanxiu's heart, along with an inexplicable loss. The fact that she had just told Lu Chun to be gentle stemmed not only from the helplessness of being unable to resist, but also from a hidden willing indulgence she hadn't even realized. "Of course I won't force you. If you're unwilling, we can maintain a normal cooperative relationship, and I will still provide necessary materials for you and your shelter." Lu Chun, seeing Shen Wanxiu silent, chose to retreat in order to advance. The reason he chose this moment to speak, catching her off guard, was all part of Lu Chen's careful planning. Firstly, he had just saved her and Shen Linger's lives, so her goodwill toward him was at a high point. Combined with the contrast between her previous miserable life and the comfort of his shelter, along with the events of last night's hot spring and bedroom. With so many things converging, even the mature Shen Wanxiu had fallen. I'll sign. Perhaps to disguise the awkward atmosphere, after only a brief moment of thought, as if making a decision in her heart, she didn't even read the terms and pressed her fingerprint directly. For Shen Wanxiu at that moment, as long as it could end the topic, she would sign even a slave contract, let alone an employment agreement. Of course, this lifetime employment contract wasn't much different from a slave contract. Congratulations, shopkeeper Lu Chen, on successfully recruiting the third maid employee Shen Wanxiu. Name Shen Wanxiu LV. For appearance 92, physique 93, talents a level, coordination management level, crisis warning. Strength 11 is spirit 22, agility 10, constitution 13. Overall rating 95. Current loyalty 80. Current maid shop slots 33. Congratulations. You have unlocked the Talent King's Grace A when activated. All allied units within a 100-meter radius gain the Absolute Calm buff, purifying immunizing against mental contamination, lasting 30 minutes once per day. Congratulations. You have unlocked a special contract effect. All facility upgrade costs in your sanctuary are reduced by 20. Detected that your sanctuary has been upgraded to LV 6, refunding 20 of the materials from previous upgrades. You have received refined steel X100, reinforced glass X40, electronic components X12, a rare wood X200, primary energy crystals X6, a wood X. Staring at the cascade of system notifications floating before him, Lu Chun felt a dizzying thrill surging through his heart. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. He had never imagined that signing Shin Wanqiu would not only grant him a powerful support, but also trigger such a boon as material refunds returning 20 of the resources consumed in previous upgrades. He had initially thought he would need to wait 2 more days until after trading with Duanmu Lei and the lumberjack to upgrade the sanctuary to LV 7. Now with this windfall of refunded materials tomorrow, no, even tonight he could complete the upgrade. Once the sanctuary reached LV 7 and unlocked the 4th maid slot, he could smoothly sign Shinlinger. Now that Shin Wanqiu was already signed, Shinlinger would surely agree when the time came. After tallying his gains, Lu Chun dismissed the panel meeting. Shin Wanqiu's flickering gaze. He extended his hand with a radiant smile. Wanqiu, welcome aboard. From now on we are family. Mr. Lu. Ahem. Shin Wanqiu looked at his outstretched hand, her cheeks flushing slightly, yet she clasped it gracefully, her palm warm. Then from now on I'll call you shopkeeper, just like the others. Shopkeeper, I look forward to your guidance. Her smile, gentle with a hint of shyness, exuded an overwhelming aura of mature charm, stirring Lu Chun's heart. At that moment, Su Qingyue and Lin Qingxue, emerging from the kitchen, witnessed their handshake. They exchanged glances, instantly grasping what had transpired. It seems we have gained another sister. Su Qingyue approached with a cheerful smile, her tone light. Lin Qingxue seemed a touch jealous, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she pouted. It can't be helped. Our shopkeeper is too exceptional. It's precisely because of his excellence that we've gathered around him. Come on, Sister Shun is a wonderful person. The shopkeeper says she's a talent in internal affairs. Let's go welcome her. Besides, Sister Shun is so well endowed. Before I was too shy to ask, but now that we're close I must seek her advice on how to be as bountiful as she is. Lin Qingxue followed, Su Qingyue blushing at her audacious words. Senior sister. Back at school, you weren't like this. Maybe I unlocked a second personality after meeting the shopkeeper. As Shin Wanqiu saw the 2 women approaching to welcome her, she felt a pang of embarrassment, her face reddening. She felt as though she had intruded like a villainess stealing another's man. Sensing her discomfort, Su Qingyue generously linked arms with her, also taking Lin Qingxue's hand, and said with a smile, Sister Shin, don't overthink it. With a shopkeeper as outstanding as ours, there will surely be many sisters joining us in the future. What we must do is unite, share his burdens, and protect this home. As long as we sisters stand together, no one can shake our position. Su Qingyue truly understands me. Lu Chun nodded repeatedly from the sidelines, mentally giving Su Qingyue 10,000 thumbs up. He could also sense Lin Qingxue's slight jealousy, but under Su Qingyue's emotionally intelligent reassurance, both Lin Qingxue and Shin Wanqiu's mindsets calmed considerably. With Su Qingyue as the head housekeeper, the specter of a harem conflict simply didn't exist. Of course, Lu Chun was well aware. The root cause lay in his own excellence and strength. In this survival off thefitist apocalypse, as long as he the shopkeeper remained powerful, enigmatic, and provided them with ample security and resources, internal strife would never arise. Just then Shinlinger, having changed her clothes, bounced downstairs. Seeing everyone gathered, she thought they were waiting for her, and stuck out her tongue apologetically. Since everyone's ready, let's set out. Lu Chun waved his hand, grandly announcing the day's itinerary. Before departing, Lu Chun tried to contact his 2 major clients. He reached the lumberjack and successfully traded for a batch of rare wood. However, Duanmu Lei remained unresponsive, his messages left unread, likely busy dealing with the mess left by yesterday's skinwalker doppelganger, or perhaps encountering a new trouble. Lu Chun didn't dwell on it, and led the women out of the sanctuary. Today's goal was simple: collect the daily survival chests for 5 people, while helping Shin Wanqiu and Shinlinger acclimate to their rhythm and integrate into the group. Guided by Lu Chin's strength psychic perception, they studied the map and headed toward the chest locations, avoiding danger zones and advancing at a swift pace. When encountering wandering low-level mutated beasts, Lu Chun signaled Su Qingyue and Shin Wanqiu to hold back, giving the opportunity to Lin Qingxue. Go ahead, try out your new ability. Yes. Lin Qingxue took a deep breath and activated her Brank ice manipulation ability. With a light tap of her fingertips, several ice spikes materialized out of thin air, precisely piercing the mutant beast's limbs and pinning it to the ground. Though unskilled, the thrill of controlling the battlefield with mere gestures excited her as she slowly wore down the monster. Shin Wanqiu and Shinlinger stayed behind to gather resources, watching Lin Qingxue's graceful combat form with shock and admiration. So this was the power of an esper. Incredible. Later at the edge of a forest as the two collected resources, Shun Wanxiu adjusted Shen Linger's backpack and said softly, "Linger from now on, well, live here permanently." Really? Shen Linger was delighted at first, then slightly puzzled, blinking her big eyes. "But Auntie, didn't you say yesterday would only stay a few days and go back today?" Shun Wanxiu tidied a stray strand of hair, her voice tender. "Plans have changed. I just signed a contract with Lu Chun. I am now his official shop assistant. As an employee, I can naturally live here from now on." Shen Linger was instantly dumbfounded. "Contract? It's the apocalypse, and there are still labor contracts." Shen Wanxiu thought for a moment, then explained, "I'm not entirely sure either. It might be the shopkeeper's special talent. But after signing it, I do feel closer to the shopkeeper now, and I can also sense a strange sense of security." Hearing this, Shen Linger's eyes lit up. "Then, Annie, can I sign an employee contract with Brother Lu Chun?" Shen Linger stared with wide eyes, looking at her aunt expectantly. Shen Wanxiu was slightly taken aback, feeling a little discomfort in her heart, instinctively sensing that Lu Chun would be shared with others. But then she reconsidered. This was the apocalypse. Qinghua had been right before. A powerful person would never lack multiple employees around them. It was better to have her own niece than several unfamiliar vixens in the future. Moreover, shopkeeper Lu Chun was kind and immensely powerful. Being his employee in this apocalypse was actually a very fortunate thing, something countless people would covet. If Linger didn't sign, then as more employees gathered around Lu Chun in the future without this contractual bond, her niece would gradually be marginalized and even estranged. It was better to sign early and secure the position. With that thought, Shen Wanxiu nodded and patted Shen Linger on the head. "All right. They'll mention it to the shopkeeper for you when we get back today." "Yay? Auntie is the best." Shen Linger was so happy, she nearly jumped for joy. In a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere, the group soon collected today's 5 survival chests. Their luck was decent. 3 white common chests, 1 green fine chest, and a white directional chest food category. After opening them all, besides some basic supplies, they also obtained a large pile of various flavors of self-heating hot pot and snacks. Looking at this pile of supplies, Lu Chun was in high spirits. Not only was there a bountiful harvest of materials, but more importantly, with Shun Wanxiu's loyalty, his shelter now had a perfect internal affairs manager. This meant he could be freed from tedious material management in the future, focusing on more critical combat and expansion. And next, he just needed to wait for the shelter to reach LV7A, unlocking the 4th employee slot to naturally sign Shen Linger. Watching the little girl helping her aunt organize the snacks nearby, laughing carefreely, a flicker of heat flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. In fact, even if Shen Linger hadn't brought it up, he would have found every way to coax. Oh no, to recruit her in. Because with the addition of the aunt and niece, the overall strength of the shelter would undergo a qualitative leap. Especially Shen Linger's yet-to-be-activated special talent, Holy Light Healing. Lu Chun was well aware that in this brutal apocalypse, the value of medical resources was to some extent even more precious than food. In this frozen hell of tens of degrees below zero, human immunity was compressed to its limit. Lacking clothes and food, with biting cold wind, even a trivial cold or fever could evolve into fatal pneumonia without medication claiming a vibrant life. Not to mention the lacerations, fractures, or even poisoning one could encounter at any time while venturing out or hunting monsters. Once injured, without a doctor or medicine, one could only wait for death and agony. But Shen Linger was different. Her talent was an extremely rare healing ability. As long as she was signed, it would be equivalent to equipping the shelter with an infinitely sustainable mobile comprehensive hospital. As long as there was still a breath left under the holy light, all could be healed. This meant the survival chances of Lu Chun and his team would skyrocket, and their margin for error would reach a terrifying level. Besides this strategic healing ability, as the shopkeeper, the contract feedback obtained after signing Shen Linger was something Lu Chun found deeply enticing. First was physique enhancement. As the shopkeeper, his physique attribute would be permanently increased by 10, and even all physique attributes gained from future level-ups and stat points would enjoy this extra 10 bonus. It was well known that in the apocalypse, the 4-dimensional attributes, strength, agility, spirit, and physique, were the absolute foundation of one's power. Acquiring attribute points was as difficult as reaching the heavens, and this percentage boost, the later the stage, the more astronomical the returns. This would make Lu Chun a true tank-type warrior, impossible to kill no matter how much he was attacked. Second was the special talent, Endless Vitality. This would increase his health and stamina recovery speed by 100. Although there was no visible stamina bar on the system panel, in actual action the speed of stamina recovery determined a person's endurance. With this talent, it meant Lu Chun could swing his weapon tirelessly, fighting continuously at high intensity for hours without exhaustion. Of course, it also meant he could last longer when doing other things, like tirelessly chopping trees, mining, transporting supplies. Ahem. Of course, that also included certain private activities requiring intense waste effort. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's gaze at Shen Linger became even more amiable. Lowly face with enormous assets, healer physique, boost, infinite stamina hack. As long as he signed this little lowly Shinlinger, everything mentioned above would be his for the taking. With telekinetic control, Lu Chun and the others traveled much faster than usual. After collecting the surrounding survival chests, Lu Chun checked the time. Only an hour had passed. It's only 9 in the morning. Going back is too early. Lu Chun glanced at the sky obscured by fog, but faintly revealing the sun that provided some visibility, and made a decision. Let's go to your previous shelter first, Wanxiu, and take what needs to be taken. After about 20 more minutes, the group arrived at the shelter where Shun Wanxiu and Shinlinger had been staying. However, as they approached, they noticed that the shelter's stone door, which should have been tightly locked, was now slightly ajar, with dim candlelight faintly seeping through the gap. Someone. Shin Wanxiu's expression changed, and she instinctively grabbed Lu Chun's arm. Impossible. Yesterday when I left with brother Lu Chun and the others, I clearly locked the door. Lu Chun squinted and raised his hand to signal everyone to be silent. His scrayed telekinetic control instantly swept over, but his brow furrowed slightly. There was indeed a life reaction inside, and the aura was very steady like an ordinary person. Don't panic. Let's go take a look. Lu Chun walked at the front and pushed open the iron door. Hua! A wary low shout came from inside. They saw a middle-aged man in a thick cotton coat with a stubbly beard sitting by a fire and warming himself. Seeing Lu Chun and the others enter, he was first startled, then an expression of incredulous joy spread across his face. P.O. P.L.E. Oh my God, are you really alive? The middle-aged man rose excitedly, rubbing his hands together as he warmly stepped forward, his eyes even glistening with moisture. It's been days since the apocalypse began, and I've been hiding here all alone. This is the first time I've seen another compatriot. This damned loneliness is driving me insane. Quick, come in from the cold and warm yourself by the fire. I still have some hot water and food. Watching the man's fervent display as if he would bare his very heart. Any ordinary survivor, after enduring the solitude and bitter chill of the apocalypse, might instinctively let down their guard, even moved by encountering such a kind soul. After all, meeting a fellow human without malice in this post-apocalyptic world was indeed something to celebrate. But Lu Chun and his companion's eyes turned utterly cold in that instant. Something was wrong. Far too wrong. First of all, this was Shun Wanxiu and Shinlinger's sanctuary. They had only been gone for a single night, and the door had been locked from the inside before they left. How did this man get in? Moreover, he acted as though he had been living there for ages, completely at ease. Even more damning was this: before leaving yesterday, Lu Chun had been cautious. At his instructions, Su Qingwei had sprinkled a thin layer of flour on the floor just inside the sanctuary's entrance. Anyone entering would inevitably leave footprints and carry flour on their shoes. Yet now the flour on the ground was completely disturbed, while the man's shoes were spotless, without a trace of white dust. Lu Chun exchanged a glance with Su Qingwei, instantly reading the understanding in each other's eyes. Lu Chun remained composed, a warm smile spreading across his face as he pretended to look around with curiosity, following the man's lead. Old brother, is this your shelter? It looks huge, much better than my shabby one. With this thickness and defense, it must be at least level 6, right? A flicker of barely concealed pride and greed flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He quickly played along. Haha, good eye, brother. I put a lot of effort into upgrading it, and it's only just reached level 6. If you have nowhere to go, you can squeeze in here with me. More hands make lighter work. Level 6. Lu Chun sneered inwardly. Shin Wanxiu and Shinlinger's shelter was barely level 4. He had made up a number on the spot, and the man had eagerly seized upon it. Even a high-intelligence anomaly was still a counterfeit, a mere shell with no understanding of the system. Just then the middle-aged man's gaze suddenly fell upon Lu Chun's left hand. Lu Chun was slowly retrieving from his spatial backpack a dark red, eerily human-skin glove, which seemed to twitch faintly. The man, as if sensing a fatal danger, tensed his body instinctively. Pointing at Lu Chun's hand, his voice quivered. Huh? Brother, what's that on your hand? A glove? It looks so strange. As if it's alive. A gentle smile curled at the corners of Lu Chun's mouth. Don't rush. You'll find out soon enough. Before the words faded, a thunderous force erupted. Lu Chun's left hand shot out. The glutton's glove transformed into a dark red blur, moving faster than the eye could follow, and in an instant clamped tightly onto the middle-aged man's face. Oh! The man who had seemed so honest let out a piercing shriek, utterly inhuman. You? Brother, what are you doing? But after the scream, the man returned to normal. Enduring the searing pain, he immediately began to beg for mercy, trying to bind Lu Chun with human morality. Friend, if you need supplies, I can give you everything I have. We're all human. Compatriots. In this apocalypse, we should unite and help each other. You can't kill the innocent. Spare me, human. Lu Chun remained unmoved by his performance, even finding it amusing. He leaned in close to the man's distorted face, speaking softly. Don't be nervous. Breathe deeply. Relax. Feeling dizzy is normal. It'll be over soon. As Lu Chun's words fell, the maw of gluttony in his left palm suddenly opened wide. An immense suction force targeted at the anomalous spirit erupted. With a sickening sound of chewing and swallowing, the middle-aged man's body began to convulse violently, emitting agonized howls. From his form, blurred and twisted phantoms were forcibly torn away. The shape of the shadow was identical to the skin-walking doppelganger they had slain the night before. "It is a skin-walking doppelganger," Su Qingyue exclaimed, instantly summoning her Thorn Queen whip and vigilantly shielding Shen Wanxiu and her niece behind her. With a final gulp, the skin-walking doppelganger quickly dissolved into a pool of stinking black water. System notification: killed, rank LV. 8 skin-walking doppelganger combat experience, 120. Obtain Shadow Puppet Green 1. Obtain Medium Energy Crystal 1 item. Shadow Puppet Grade Green effect. After infusing mental energy, it can transform into any creature imagined by the user, including voice and appearance. The user can continuously consume sanity to control the shadow puppet for actions or speech lasting 12 hours. Description: truth and falsehood intertwine. Sometimes shadows are more human than humans. Shadow puppet. What a great find. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Such a functional tool was often more useful than direct weapons, for scouting luring monsters, or even fishing for prey, just like this anomaly had done. As they watched the black water quickly vanish, their expressions darkened. This anomaly is likely the one that appeared outside our shelter last night, trying to attack Linger and me, Shen Wanxiu said, her heart filled with lingering fear. If not for meeting Lu Chen yesterday, if not for moving away decisively last night, they would have become the monster's meal, or worse, it would have assumed their identities to deceive other survivors. The thought that death had been so close made her voice tremble. "We left the shelter yesterday, and when it found no one inside, it simply pretended to be human and moved in. If we had returned a little later, knocked on the door unsuspectingly, and walked in, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Faced with such a highly intelligent monster that could talk and even understand human emotions, who could guarantee they wouldn't fall for it at first sight? Lu Chen frowned deeply, thinking on a deeper level. Not only that, ordinary low-level anomalies retreat after nightfall, but these high-intelligence ones have the ability to linger and even disguise themselves during the day. With that, Lu Chen raised his head and gazed deeply at the others. Does that mean our regional chat channel might already be infested with such creatures? At these words, a chill ran through everyone's hearts. If it were true, then in the current chat channel behind those survivors, were they sitting with humans or man-eating ghosts? "It seems necessary to warn the regional group chat," Lu Chen said in a low voice. Although he was not a saint on this bottom-line issue concerning human survival, he didn't mind casually sending a warning. After all, the more living people, the more future employees and trading partners he could recruit. Cough. If left unchecked with these high-intelligence aberrations acting as moles in the chat channel, the humans in Zone C would surely be devoured in no time. After dealing with this interlude, everyone began to pack up. When Shen Wanxiu stepped back into the shelter, smelling the musty odor and damp chill caused by poor ventilation, she instinctively frowned. It was easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. After growing accustomed to Lu Chen's luxurious shelter, with its constant temperature, underfloor heating, hot springs, and even air carrying floral scents, returning here made it feel like a dark prison cell. Shen Wanxiu and Shen Linger only took some spare underwear, a few thick clothes, and a family photo album carrying memories. As for the other furniture and odds and ends, they were no longer worth taking for them now. "Alright, we shouldn't linger here," Lu Chen said, glancing at the messy room. "Grab your things, and let's go." Next, we head west. According to Shen Wanxiu, about 3 kilometers west of their shelter, she had once vaguely seen a huge abandoned industrial park. Back then, due to heavy fog, Shen Wanxiu had only glimpsed the sign for Honyuan Building Materials Storage and Logistics Park. However, 3 kilometers was already the limit of their exploration, and with many mutated beasts roaming there, they had never dared to venture deeper. Now that she had become Lu Chen's maid and shop assistant, Shen Wanxiu naturally held nothing back, imparting all the information she knew to Lu Chen. A building materials logistics park. Lu Chen opened the map and marked a rough direction, a hint of anticipation in his heart. "Just in time for our shelter upgrade. Maybe we can find plenty of materials there." Leaving the old shelter, Lu Chen led the 4 women onward toward the west of the city. Along the way, they encountered several waves of wandering mutated beasts, but these insignificant creatures were quickly dealt with by Lin Qingxue and Su Qinghua. Shen Wanxiu also didn't stay idle, voluntarily joining the fight. "I want to help too. I can't just watch," she said, looking at Lu Chen with determination. "Fine." Lu Chen had no objection. Although he had positioned her as an internal affairs manager, basic self-defense skills were essential in this dangerous world. Thus, Su Qinghua voluntarily lent her Glock pistol to Shen Wanxiu and briefly taught her shooting fundamentals while on the move. To everyone's surprise, the former CEO caught on quickly. Within just 10 minutes, she could calmly fire finishing shots after Lin Qingxue froze the monsters. As for Shen Linger, looking at the little lowly who was less than 1.5 meters tall and shouting that she wanted to fight too, Lu Chen simply ruffled her hair and smilingly assigned her an extra task. "Your mission is very important. You'll be in charge of cheering from the back." Shen Linger. At noon, the group arrived before a massive industrial park. Through the mist, huge steel warehouse structures stood like iron beasts on the wasteland, containers piled up like mountains, and rusted gantry cranes emitted harsh metallic grinding sounds in the wind and snow. Wow, this place is huge. Su Qinghua looked up at the endless park and couldn't help exclaiming, it's several times bigger than that abandoned steel mill we went to before. And it looks more modern. Shen Wanqiu nodded as well. This was her first time observing the park up close, and a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. A park of this scale. If it were on launching, it would probably have had thousands of permanent workers and security personnel. If there's still supplies inside, it would be an astronomical figure. Let's go in and have a look. Lu Chen took the lead and stepped through the park gate. As soon as they entered the warehouse area, the surrounding atmosphere became noticeably oppressive. A stale, decaying, bloody smell hung in the air. Lu Chen's level psychic control instantly spread out like a radar covering a 300-meter radius. In his mind, everything around became a three-dimensional holographic projection. There are indeed monsters. In Lu Chen's spiritual perception, the creatures lurking in the shadows of the containers were completely exposed. There's a big one in the largest warehouse ahead. Lu Chen squinted, his voice calm, a lot of them about 50. And one has a very strong aura. As his words fell without needing any orders, Lin Qingxue and Su Qinghua, perfectly in sync, instantly entered combat mode. Lin Qingxue materialized an ice crystal longbow in her hand, while several ice spikes formed behind her body, shrouded in chilling mist. Su Qinghua gripped the Thorn Queen whip, her body slightly crouched, like a poised leopard guarding beside Shen Wanqiu and Shen Linger. They'll open the door. A blue light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as his psychic power surged, directly manipulating a discarded steel pipe on the ground. Boom. The pipe shot out like a cannonball, smashing open the tightly closed warehouse door. Roar. As the door opened, a nauseating stench of blood rushed out. With the faint light from outside, everyone could see the scene inside. Dozens of pitch-black creatures with long, twisted limbs were hanging upside down from the high beams and shelves. They had humanoid torsos, but their limbs had mutated into sharp claws with long tails trailing behind. Their faces had no features except a gaping mouth. Encountered mutated creature shadow crawler Frank LV. 5. Encountered mutated creature shadow crawler Frank LV. 6. Dense monster information flashed before their eyes. Shadow crawlers again, Lin Qingxue frowned. She was no stranger to these creatures, having killed many in the abandoned factory before. They feared light, were agile, and liked to ambush in darkness. Classic pack hunters. These monsters were clearly mutated from the former workers here, still wearing tattered blue uniform fragments and safety helmets. But then a sudden change occurred. From the deepest darkness behind the shadow crawlers, a figure slowly emerged. It was smaller than the average crawler, about the size of a normal human, but its muscles were exceptionally compact and smooth. Its arms had evolved into two sharp bone blades, and faint black mist wreathed its body. The moment it appeared, the previously noisy horde fell silent, instantly parting to make way as if subjects greeting a monarch. Encountered elite mutated creature Shadow Hunter, Rank LV. 9. Rank LV. 9. Not bad, at least it's not Drank. Lu Chen's eyes flickered slightly as he recalled the Drank mutated monster he had encountered at the abandoned factory, a wave of relief washing over him. Still, even in a rank monster of this caliber would be a nightmare capable of easily slaughtering most survivors if let loose in the outside world. But before him now, it was merely a slightly more robust ant. The gray mist churned around them, obscuring the pitiful remnants of sunlight. The sky seemed to darken a few shades. Squeak. The shadow stalker let out a sharp, piercing shriek as if issuing a command. The next second, dozens of shadow crawlers descended from the sky, like a black tide lunging at the group by the entrance. Move. Understood. Su Qinghua let out a crisp shout, her Thorn Queen whip lashing out fiercely. Crack. The whip cracked through the air, instantly transforming into a thorny purple viper that viciously sent the three leading crawlers flying. The barbs sank into their flesh, tearing away large chunks of meat. Alone with her whip, she stood guard before Shen Wanqiu and Shen Linger, exuding a heroic spirit that rivaled any man's. Meanwhile, Lin Qingxue's crowd control arrived. Freeze. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Frost spread across the ground as cold air rapidly congealed midair. The movements of the still-leaping crawlers became visibly stiff and sluggish, their lethal pounces turning into slow-motion replays. Sister Shen, finished them off. Su Qinghua called out. All right. Shen Wanqiu took a deep breath, suppressing her inner fear, gripped her Glock pistol tightly, and pulled the trigger at the frozen monsters. Bang, bang, bang. Though her aim wasn't perfect at this range, and with the monsters slowed down, she managed to land 2 headshots. Watching the monsters fall, a flicker of excitement flashed in Shen Wanqiu's eyes. I can do this. I'm not a burden. As for you. Lu Chen looked up, his gaze piercing through the horde to lock onto the shadow stalker, attempting a flanking ambush under its minion's cover. Get down here. Psychic force field. Boom. With a mere thought from Lu Chen, a terrifying pressure from the psychic force field descended upon the shadow stalker without warning. This elite monster renowned for its agility felt its body suddenly weigh over 1,000 Gene. Its midair form plummeted sharply, crashing heavily to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Squeak! It screeched in terror, struggling to rise. Since this is a construction material warehouse, let me treat you to the local specialty. Lu Chen slowly raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. Hum, hum, hum. Amid the surrounding ruins, countless rusted iron pipes began to tremble violently, as if summoned by some magnetic force. The next second, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of heavy steel rods levitated into the air, floating behind Lu Chen like a forest of metal, their tips all aimed at the shadow stalker on the ground. In that moment, silhouetted against the suspended steel, Lu Chen looked like a sovereign commanding magnetism. Fall. Lu Chen's hands swept down sharply. Boom, 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 boom. Like a violent storm of steel. The first pipe shattered the shadow stalker's spine. The second pipe crushed its left leg. Then came the third, the fourth. Countless pieces of steel carrying a howling wind rained down repeatedly. Thud, thud, thud. The shadow stalker's screams lasted mere seconds before abruptly ceasing. Under Lu Chen's relentless psychic bombardment, this rank LV-9 elite monster didn't even leave a complete corpse pounded into a bloody pulp by the sheer mass of steel. Phew. Stunned by the awe-inspiring sight, the women who had just finished clearing the lesser monsters unconsciously held their breath. The shopkeeper was too brutal. And too powerful. So cool. The battle ended. Killed Shadow Stalker, rank LV-9 EXP 180. Obtained Shadow Bone Blade X2, Dark Element Fragment X1, Medium Energy Crystal X1. Congratulations. Rare item dropped. Skill book, Stealth C. Killed Shadow Crawlers Frank X36, EXP 360. Obtained Sharp Black Claw X40, Mutant Beast Meat Slightly Toxic X 300 kg, Low-Grade Energy Crystal X18. Satisfying. A skill book 2. Lu Chen glanced at the surging experience bar and the generous loot, withdrawing his psychic power with satisfaction. Not only did the experience bring him closer to leveling up, but the stealth skill book was an unexpected bonus. He picked up the skill book and detailed attributes materialized before him. Skill Stealth C description: upon use grants the Kraid talent Stealth. Effect 1. Consumes a small amount of mental energy to enter a stealth state, greatly reducing presence and aura, making it difficult to detect by sight or ordinary perception. Effect 2. Backstab. The first attack launched while in stealth guarantees a fatal strike, and the damage of that fatal strike is increased by 50. Description: the Reaper who walks in the shadows, the unseen blade, is the deadliest. What a great find. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Although it was just a Kraid talent, the guaranteed critical hit and damage boost were quite impressive. It was perfect for senior sister Su Qinghua. She already possessed Kraid Jujitsu. Later, he could get her a dagger for close combat along with her long whip for ranged attacks, making her a perfect high-agility assassin for any range. With this, she would be unstoppable. Senior sister, come here. Lu Chen beckoned, handing the skill book over. This is for you. For me, eh? Su Qinghua paused, took the book, and her enchanting peach blossom eyes instantly sparkled. As an intelligent woman, she immediately saw the immense boost this skill would give her. Thank you, shopkeeper, you're so good to me. Su Qingyu's joy was almost overflowing. Without any hesitation, she took the book, then suddenly rose on her tiptoes, wrapped her jade-like arms around Lu Chen's neck. Mwah! A sweet warm kiss was planted unexpectedly on Lu Chen's cheek. Then before he could react, she blushed, let go, and immediately chose to learn the skill. The skill book dissolved into a gray stream of light that vanished into her brow. The next moment, Su Qingyu's aura became ethereal. If one didn't look closely, she seemed to be melding into the surrounding shadows. Tisk, this girl. Lu Chen touched the lingering warmth on his cheek, a helpless yet amused smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Linger, time to work. Lu Chen dispersed the dust in the air and called out. Coming. The obedient and well-behaved Shen Linger, whose voice had gone a bit hoarse from cheering from the sidelines, immediately trotted over on her short legs and joined everyone in gathering materials. Let's go, time to stock up. After conducting a deep scan with his psychic perception and confirming that no other monsters were hiding in the warehouse, Lu Chen led the women across the scattered scrap metal and gore, venturing deep into the colossal structure. Gazing at the mountain of supplies piled before him, even Lu Chen couldn't help but break into a smile. The stockpile here was far more abundant than he had ever imagined. Bundles of various steel tools, crates of bulletproof glass sheets, and all kinds of high-intensity alloy plates. All of these were hard currency urgently needed to upgrade the sanctuary. Deconstruct. Lu Chen transformed into a relentless devouring machine, unleashing the full power of his remote deconstruction function. Wherever he passed, the shelves were instantly stripped bare, leaving not a single trace behind. In just 20 minutes, he had emptied most of the warehouse. As supplies poured in, his vision was flooded with system notifications of acquired materials. Obtained refined steel 2500, obtained reinforced glass 1500, obtained high-strength alloy plate 800, obtained electronic components 500. A bountiful harvest. Lu Chen looked at the astronomical quantities of materials in his inventory, his heart filled with relief. He had thought he would have to wait until tomorrow to upgrade the sanctuary to level 7, but not only could it be upgraded today, he could even attempt to break through to level 8. However, just as they were about to leave for the next area, Lu Chen's ever-present psychic perception swept across a corner of the warehouse and suddenly paused. My. Lu Chen halted in his tracks, his gaze locking onto an unremarkable room in the corner. What's wrong, shopkeeper? Shen Wanqiu noticed Lu Chen's anomaly and asked softly. That place feels off. Lu Chen squinted, pointing at the room. My psychic perception detects some strange metallic reactions inside along with several human corpses. Oh, the women were startled. Had other humans been here? Lu Chen stepped forward and pushed the iron door with his telekinesis. Bang! The door swung open. They looked into the room, finding it in disarray with several corpses lying haphazardly on the floor. But what shocked them was that these were not ordinary survivors. They were humans clad in full black special operations exoskeleton combat suits. These individuals were well equipped with helmets, armor, firearms. Every kind of armament imaginable. This was clearly equipment that ordinary survivors could not possess, and some of it distinctly hinted at a technological level beyond that of Blue Star. These people, could they be mercenaries? Or a secret national force? Su Qingyue stared at the corpses in disbelief. No, that's not right. Shen Wanqiu quickly stepped forward, ignoring the bloodstains on the ground, and crouched down to carefully examine the exoskeleton armor on one of the deceased. As a former business elite, Shen Wanqiu's company had a broad reach and had deeply invested in several national-level military technology projects. While not an expert on the cutting-edge individual equipment of Blue Star's nations, she was certainly well-informed. But now her eyes were filled with shock and confusion. I've seen Blue Star's most advanced individual exoskeleton concept machines. They're bulky, have short battery life, and are nowhere near this lightweight and precise. Her voice grew heavy. The craftsmanship of this material is absolutely beyond Blue Star's current technological capabilities. It's at least 20 years ahead of us, maybe more. On the room's table, a device resembling a military radio was blinking a faint red light, emitting a crackling current, as if trying to connect to a certain frequency. Lu Chen walked over and picked up a blood-stained sealed document beside the radio. The cover bore a strange emblem, a black obelisk piercing the clouds. System notification, you have obtained a special quest item. Lu Chen opened the document. Top secret file recovery plan for observation sample in Sector C, affiliated faction, Black Tower Biotechnology, 7th special task, Force, mission objective recover experiment subject 003, in zone C0372, current status mission failed. Subject has broken free, posing extreme danger. Location unknown. Note the experiment subject has undergone uncontrollable mutation exhibiting mimicry and devouring evolution traits. Immediate destruction recommended. Lu Chen's pupils contracted slightly. Black Tower Biotech. Experiment subject. Has any of you heard of this organization? Lu Chen shared the document's information with the women, mainly looking at Shen Wanqiu. Su Qingyue and Lin Xingxue, despite their notable family backgrounds, were just university students before the apocalypse, equally bewildered and clueless. Shen Wanqiu frowned deeply, rapidly searching her memory for any recollection of the Black Tower. After a moment, she slowly shook her head, her expression turning gravely serious. No, I have never heard of any military or biotech giant called the Black Tower. Shopkeeper, based on these equipment surpassing our era, I have two speculations. Shen Wanqiu raised two fingers and analyzed calmly. First, the Black Tower is a deeply hidden secret society on Blue Star that possesses some kind of black technology. But this possibility is low. If such a technological gap existed, they would have taken over the world long ago or been detected by satellites from various nations. Then only the second possibility remains. Shen Wanqiu looked up at the shattered ceiling, as if seeing the vast cosmos through the mist, since we Blue Star humans were pulled into this bizarre frozen world to survive. Then could there be other life-bearing planets in the universe that have suffered the same fate? These people, this equipment, and this Black Tower organization. They might not be from Blue Star at all, but alien humans from another civilization. At these words, Su Qingyue and Lin Xingxue couldn't help but gasp. Aliens. Although modern science had long proven the possibility of extraterrestrial life, the shock of actually facing aliens nearby, even those with superior technology who had died here, was still hair-raising. Alien survivors, huh? Lu Chen nodded, Shen Wanqiu's speculation aligning with his own. If this were true, the depths of this bizarre survival game were far more unfathomable than he had imagined. Before the Blue Star humans were transported to this wasteland apocalypse, had countless other human races been sent here? Were they still alive? Or had they been completely wiped out? Either scenario was bad news for Blue Star's humans. Besides natural disasters and anomalies, these alien human factions with higher technological levels might also pose a significant threat. But regardless of where they came from, they're all corpses now. Lu Chen's gaze returned to the document, focusing on the description of experiment subject 003. What truly concerns me is this. Look, this 7th task force is fully equipped with exoskeletons and energy-based weaponry we've never seen before. Their combat power absolutely crushes the vast majority of our current survivors. Yet even so they were completely annihilated. And the one who wiped them out was merely a fleeing Subject 003. Liu Chen glanced around at the terrifying, violently torn marks on the exoskeletons, his tone heavy. It possesses mimicry and devouring evolution traits. Even such a high-tech squad couldn't stop it. This means that in our C0372 sector or somewhere nearby, an extremely dangerous monster is likely lurking. Hearing this, the women's faces turned pale. Mimicry, devouring evolution. Such a monster is utterly elusive, and there's no telling how long ago this incident occurred or if that creature still lives. If it does in this wasteland apocalypse teeming with mutated beasts and survivors, to what extent has it evolved with such terrifying traits? Boss, then we. Shen Wanxiu looked worried, instinctively tightening her grip on her gun. Don't worry too much. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Liu Chen dropped his serious expression, patted her shoulder, and curled his lips into a confident smile. We'll deal with whatever comes. I've got everything under control. These 4 words seemed to hold a certain magic, instantly dispelling the gloom from the women's hearts. Since they first met Liu Chen, the mystery and power he displayed had deeply captivated each of them. If there truly was a monster even Liu Chen couldn't handle, then they had even less reason to worry. After all, if there's no hope of survival, why fret over it? Besides, although these poor souls died, they left us something good. Liu Chen's gaze fell on the black gold radio on the table. Take this back. It seems it can still receive signals. Since it's likely alien tech, it might enable cross-region communication. From now on through it, we might be able to eavesdrop on some interesting channels and get first-hand intel. With a wave of his hand, Liu Chen pocketed the radio along with some electronic components on the table. No time to waste. Let's retreat for now. We can come back for the remaining materials later. Liu Chen glanced at the group. Everyone's backpacks are full. We can't take more even if we wanted. Once we're back, our shelter can be upgraded to LV7. Hearing this, the women's eyes lit up. Liu Chen's LV6 shelter already boasted such luxurious features. What new functions would an upgrade unlock? It was truly exciting. Let's go. Time to head home. Liu Chen decisively ordered the retreat. In truth, there was another reason he chose to leave now. Earlier, through his Scrade telekinetic mastery deep scan, he discovered that in this massive logistics park, besides the warehouse, they had just cleared the other sealed warehouses. All contained varying numbers of mutated creatures. In the 2 deepest warehouses, he even sensed terrifying auras that made even him want to steer clear, suspected to be drank or even higher anomalies. He'll leave these warehouses alone for now, Liu Chen thought to himself. Each time I'll only conquer one warehouse, leave once my spatial backpack is full. As for the other monsters, they can help me fend off any other survivors who might discover this place. They could serve as free security guards for him. They'd guard the place, and when he eventually killed them, they'd generously gift him with experience and materials. At the thought, the ferocious mutated creatures in his perception suddenly seemed much more agreeable. On the way back, the wind and snow persisted, but the group's mood was entirely different. During the return, Liu Chen recalled the earlier skinwalking imposter incident and turned to Shen Wanxiu. Wanxiu, post a warning in the regional chat channel now. Spread the news that skinwalking imposters may have infiltrated the crowd. Tell everyone, whether in public or private chats, to be cautious and not to reveal their coordinates lightly, even if it's their friends or family. Got it, boss. Shen Wanxiu immediately complied. Soon she sent a message in the C0327 regional chat channel. Shen Wanxiu, attention everyone. Skinwalking imposters may have infiltrated our area's survivors. These high-intelligence anomalies can persist even during the day, unlike the low-intelligence ones from before. If someone asks for your shelter coordinates, be wary. Don't trust even relatives or friends. Zhao Tieju, holy shit. Really? No wonder when I contacted my neighbor from Blue Sky this morning, his tone seemed off. He kept asking if my door lock was broken, if my shelter had food, offering to bring some over. I was already suspicious and ignored him. Li Fei, this is terrifying. They appear during the day and can disguise as people we know, so we can't trust anyone. Chen Mo, damn. Everyone look at the top right data. Our area has 2893 survivors, but the group chat online count is 2997. Where did those extra 100+ people come from? The chilling data comparison sent shivers down the spines of everyone lurking. Yet in a crowd there are always troublemakers. Amid the panicked discussion, a few discordant voices suddenly emerged. Shenhe, huh? No way. I just privately gave my shelter coordinates to the goddess in my class. She said she was near me and wanted to seek refuge. Bystander, Shenhe, brother you. Lust is a knife. Shenhe, don't scare me. I'll ask her now. Lin Xiaomei, you're not a skinwalking imposter, right? A few seconds later, the account named Lin Xiaomei replied. Lin Xiaomei, brother Shen, how can you suspect me? Boo-hoo. Of course I'm not. I really am close to your shelter, cold and hungry, just wanting to seek your protection. Since you don't believe me, I won't come. Shenhe, see. Everyone see. Her logic is so clear, and she even acts cute. Definitely not a monster. Xiaomei, don't be mad, come quick, I'll cook you some noodles. Seeing this, countless people behind screens let out exasperated mockery. Good advice is wasted on a fool doomed to die. This Shin, he was an idiot. But then Wang Hao suddenly popped up again, retorting sarcastically. Wang Hao, President Shin, aren't you being a bit alarmist? Wang Hao, everyone knows daytime is safe. Are you spreading this panic to keep us all indoors so your team can scavenge supplies?